One day, upon awakening from a dream, I found myself transformed into a mutant experimental subject within the confines of a laboratory, poised for a sinister test. After Roman's escape from the laboratory, he discovered a world populated by superheroes and supervillains, yet devoid of any place for mutants to belong. In this era, if there exists no vessel to accommodate mutants, then I shall carve out a new epic myself. I am Roman, the mirror dimension demigod, the interdimensional traveler, a paragon of righteousness and supremacy, the sovereign above all. Chapter 1, Roman. My name is Roman, I am a traveler across realms, and I am also a mutant. At this moment, I am engulfed in trepidation, for I am to be subjected to an experiment imminently. Do not be anxious, take a breath. Subject 9, the man in the white coat said, wielding a syringe, his smile betraying an eerie melancholy. As a traveler, Roman lacked any extraordinary abilities by which to navigate this predicament. Under the shadow of the enigma that surrounds his gestational experience, he found himself strapped to the operating table, an echo of his former life's demise resonating ominously, only to then unlock latent wisdom. Yet in such dire circumstances, the awakening of this wisdom proved futile. Bound to the operating table with powers bereft of any offensive capability, he seemed condemned to await his demise. "Am I going to die, doctor?" he asked, gazing at the white-coat figure whose name eluded him, though all within the lab referred to him as the doctor. "Fear not, my child, you will survive," the doctor responded, displaying a gentle smile as he deftly pierced Roman's arm with the syringe, introducing a viscous azure fluid that shimmered with silver hues into his veins. "Of course, the probability of survival hovers around 1 in 10,000. I genuinely hope you become that singular success." As he observed the black-haired boy upon the table, the doctor suppressed the unvoiced thoughts that flitted through his mind. Once the contents of the syringe were injected, Roman's eyes widened, pupils constricting abruptly as his body trembled violently, as if resisting some unfathomable agony. His visage contorted in a silent scream, no sound escaping his lips. He ultimately slumped into a state of listlessness, void of further motion. Yet again, he remains remarkably quiet. Another failure, I presume? As time inched forward, the doctor noted the dimming of the boy's pupils alongside the heartbeat monitor flatlining, a flicker of regret shadowing his eyes. To him, mutants posed little prejudice. The threats they represented were merely concocted by those with ulterior motives, designed to instill fear. What, after all, differentiated the current crop of superheroes from those mutants who had once walked the earth? Exceptional beings always invite the envy of the mundane, after all. With a fleeting glance at the boy lying on the table, the doctor reached out to gently close the lifeless eyes, summoning staff to attend to the necessary arrangements. Two robust black men entered without a hint of emotional response. They released the boy from his restraints and together lifted his body, transporting him to the morgue. There, they unceremoniously placed him on a slab in a corner, draping a white sheet over him. "I've noticed Iron Man has been making scarce appearances lately. While I find him rather insufferable, one cannot deny his brilliance as a scientist. Perhaps he's ensconced in research. Enough of that. Let whatever catastrophe arise this year bypass us." Indeed, may that be the case. As their conversation faded into the void, an oppressive silence once more enveloped the morgue. Suddenly, beneath the white sheet, Roman's eyes flung open, gasping for breath as though he had just resurfaced from drowning. "Am I not dead?" Yet he refrained from springing to his feet. Following the doctor's injection, he felt his blood surging fervently through his veins, a pain engulfing him that penetrated into the very depths of his being. In the midst of such tumultuous upheaval, he experienced a transcendence of sorts, entering an indescribable realm of wonder. The sensation echoed that of a distant memory, much like the moment he first encountered Ancient One, where his spirit was forcibly dislodged, casting him into a state of astral projection akin to that of the Sorcerer Supreme. Mindful of his transformed state and the flow of cryptic information coursing through him, Roman chose to remain still, embarking on an introspective journey. Another casualty, the doctor's experiments yield a disheartening mortality rate. Indeed, upon hearing the door creak open, Roman hastily moderated his breathing, striving to minimize his presence. The two attendants, however, did not linger. Having deposited the body, they swiftly departed the morgue. Minutes later, Roman descended from his slab, peeling back the sheet from an adjacent table to reveal the still form of a golden-haired youth one whose image flickered within the recesses of his memories. If his recollections served him right, this boy possessed a modicum of charisma within the laboratory's confines, though their circumstances were tightly surveilled, limiting any genuine connection. Still clinging to life, it seems let me experiment with my newly evolved abilities. Focusing on the lifeless figure before him, Roman utilized his heightened perception, sensing that the golden-haired youth was not yet beyond saving remained alive, albeit barely. With contemplation brewing in his mind, he intently observed the youth. Charismatic leader? Born to rule. What is occurring? Roman furrowed his brow, speculation burgeoning within him. In the past, his own powers had been rather lackluster, termed mirror control. It merely allowed him to manipulate reflections, a skill barely surpassing that of a Delta-level mutant, officially designated as a Level 2 mutant. However, after the doctor's injection and a transformative upheaval of his very essence, Roman's abilities had matured. First came an elevation in classification, ascending from Delta to Beta level, categorizing him as a Level 3 mutant. His abilities underwent a profound metamorphosis. The power he now wielded was designated as Mirror Mastery. In addition to his foundational skill of reflecting manipulation, he acquired 2 additional abilities. At present, he employed one of these newfound powers, mirror duplication, a technique enabling him to observe and replicate the abilities of others. Yet, the dying golden-haired youth's powers seemed to be in constant flux, one moment exuding leadership qualities, and the next a regal aura, all while his essence waned. Could the doctor's serum truly possess efficacy? Yet, under normal conditions, would we not succumb to the changes accompanying the evolution of our powers? Roman mused, recalling a similar circumstance he had encountered previously, one that, due to some unforeseen intervention, had overturned an otherwise doomed fate. He is on the brink of death. I must act swiftly to replicate this born-to-rule ability. Casting aside distractions, Roman seized upon the rapidly fading spirit of the youth. Just as the leadership qualities shifted back into the regal essence, Roman capitalized on the opportunity and swiftly replicated the power, known as Born to Rule. No sooner had he successfully copied it than he witnessed the golden-haired youth's abilities regress again to mere leadership qualities, his life essence extinguishing entirely. "I will avenge you," Roman vowed, gazing solemnly at the lifeless body. This marked his initial encounter with the fragility of life, sharpening his understanding of existence's precariousness. Even among mutants, life is exceedingly fragile. However, endowed with extraordinary powers and limitless potential, I refuse to languish in such a manner. Chapter 2. Preparation for Escape. Born to be king. A natural leader, inherently more compelling and trustworthy to follow. The greater the dominion, the more numerous and formidable the followers, leading to enhanced trust, which in turn fosters comprehensive personal growth, with a small fraction resulting in permanent enhancement. Moreover, based on the level of trust and other positive emotional feedback, the ratio of permanent enhancements can be increased. The information regarding the ability Born to be king, once successfully replicated, was transmitted to Roman's mind in a singularly unique manner. After absorbing the essence of this extraordinary power, Roman was convinced that, despite being merely a beta-level ability, it undeniably harbored omega-level potential. The leader's charisma, which had not yet evolved, could merely enhance his demeanor. However, upon evolving into the Born to be king ability, he was endowed with boundless potential. The stronger the followers, the greater the enhancements. It seemed that the savior of mutants might very well be me, he mused with a smile. Contemplating further, Roman acknowledged that while most mutants possessed abilities of limited power, their inherent nature still surpassed that of ordinary humans. A stark contrast was evident in that, regardless of their abilities, mutants generally exhibited a greater physical prowess than average individuals. Moreover, with few exceptions, most mutants, irrespective of the universe, found themselves in less than favorable circumstances. As long as they were provided with protection, they would likely follow him. Teo cite a recent example, among the dozens of mutants within this facility. If he could successfully lead them to escape, the probability of winning their allegiance was quite high. Having grown up in the experimental facility, the thoughts of all individuals were relatively pure, and given their similar ages, the likelihood of betrayal was minimal. Most importantly, his third ability, which he referred to as mirror traversal, allowed him to enter the mirrored realm through reflective surfaces and even bring others into this alternate world, significantly increasing the chances of a successful escape. Casting a glance around, he noticed a glass window serving as an observation point on the door to the morgue. After tidying up his previous sleeping area, Roman approached the door and pressed his hand against the glass, and in an instant, he found himself transported to another world. Before him lay the interior of the morgue, yet instead of the bodies that had previously occupied the beds, there was now nothing but empty white sheets. Though the mirrored realm served as a reflection of the real world, it could not project life. Here, only inorganic matter existed. Activities conducted in the mirrored world bore no influence on reality and would automatically refresh the following day. Continuing to mirror the real world in this mirrored realm, devoid of any dangers, Roman began to explore his surroundings. Is this the surgical room I just occupied? Opening a door, he was struck by the familiar layout, particularly the surgical table. After wandering through the operating room, Roman prepared to exit, only to catch sight of his reflection in the glass mirror above the door. Not again, he lamented. The reflection revealed the surgical table, and beside it stood the doctor who had just completed administering an injection. I wonder if the real world can see me. Observing this scene, Roman realized that mirror traversal was not only a means of escape, but also an excellent tool for intelligence gathering. Peering through the glass, he noticed a young mutant of Egyptian descent, whose demeanor was notably reticent. Roman had little interaction with him, yet through the reflective surface, he could see the agony and trembling coursing through the boy's body. Alongside the continuous transformation of his ability, the facility, deeming these weaker mutants as less of a threat, had not equipped them with suppression collars, allowing them to utilize their powers. Roman had previously encountered this young mutant, whose ability seemed to temporarily enhance either himself or certain objects, reverting to their original state once the time limit elapsed. On one occasion, the boy had amplified his strength, prying a steel bar from a prison door, and even reinforced the bar in an attempt to escape, causing considerable chaos. However, due to the facility's robust security measures, he had ultimately failed and was subsequently fitted with a suppression collar. Following that incident, many mutants with potentially threatening abilities were subjected to similar constraints. The potential evolution of this enhancement ability into a more profound state intrigued Roman. He felt it was worthy of replication. Discarding distractions, he focused intently and seized the opportunity to replicate the ability of sublimation. He speculated about the nature of this purification and sublimation ability and resolved to replicate it decisively. Sublimation, the ability to permanently enhance oneself or an object. Any target can only be used once, with energy consumption corresponding to the strength of the target. Upon reviewing the information regarding this ability, Roman felt neither surprised nor dissatisfied. With the born-to-be-king ability, he would undoubtedly attract numerous followers, and the existence of the sublimation ability would significantly enhance the quality of his subordinates. Why do I feel a sense of impending revelation? Suddenly, a thought struck Roman. His talent for copying others' abilities could lead to a remarkable accumulation of powers, potentially rivaling the apocalyptic potential of those who have possessed the ability to seize control. The apocalyptic force could amplify the abilities of his subordinates, while the sublimation he had just acquired could achieve a similar effect. The primary difference between Roman and the apocalyptic force lay in the sheer quantity of abilities and the disparity in their respective power levels. Nevertheless, if Roman were to possess combat prowess on par with that of the apocalyptic force, resolving the challenges faced by mutants would not be a simple task, but one that could be accomplished in mere moments. Whether it be unscrupulous politicians or mindless followers, they were all cowards who feared power over virtue. Yet, at present, Roman lacked the transformative strength necessary to alter the dire circumstances of mutants. Glancing once more at the surgical table, he observed the corpse of the mutant boy being carried away by two black figures. Taking a deep breath, he exited the room. Subsequently, Roman did not indulge in aimless wandering but rather set about meticulously mapping the layout of the entire facility in preparation for leading others to escape. Within the real world, every room housing mutants was equipped with comprehensive surveillance cameras. Thus, if Roman wished to facilitate a mass exodus, he needed to swiftly usher everyone into the mirrored realm. Otherwise, should the alarm sound, the chances of success would diminish greatly. After thorough exploration, Roman grasped the general layout of the facility and confirmed the number of mutants imprisoned within. Currently, there were 17 mutants confined within the facility. Though he was uncertain if there were any beyond that in some areas of the facility, he found himself unable to locate keys and lacked sufficient destructive capability to gain entry. Therefore, he resolved not to waste any more time and began preparing for the escape. Chapter 3. The escape from the experimental facility. The first step Roman took was to open the doors of all the cells within the mirrored world. This task proved relatively straightforward. Although he had not found any keys, utilizing a few tools to breach the cell doors was certainly within his capabilities. He then communicated quietly to each individual through the mirrors present in every cell. Roman discovered that under his active control, he could autonomously command individuals in the real world to see him through the mirrors and hear his words. This was not particularly difficult, despite the restrictions placed on the mutant's actions and speech. A shared sense of empathy allowed for a certain degree of closeness. Moreover, the born-to-be-king ability he had acquired made it easier for others to trust him. Grab my hand. The first to be rescued was a Caucasian girl, whose swift and agile movements were aided by their prior communication. After pulling the girl into the mirrored realm, Roman quickly dashed to another cell to continue his efforts. The girl's cell was the outermost one, making it a more secure starting point for their escape. Not long after Roman began to liberate the others, the alarm began to blare. Quickly, quickly! As the guards responded to the alarm, they hurriedly rushed to the nearest cell, only to find it utterly vacant. How did they escape? One guard exclaimed, "Let's check the next room." The cells on either side were similarly devoid of inhabitants. And the guards exchanged anxious glances. Stand aside. Before the guards could take further action, a towering black man forcefully pushed past them and strode purposefully toward the final cell inside. An Asian chubby boy nervously stared at the mirror, his attention drawn to the approaching figure, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Come on, fatty, grab my hand." Seeing the chubby boy's state, Roman furrowed his brow and shouted, "Okay." The boy, finally snapping out of his daze, grasped Roman's outstretched hand emerging from the mirror. "Think you can run?" Upon witnessing Roman's arm extending from the mirror, the burly black man realized how the experimental subjects were making their escape and shouted, "Don't even think about it." Intense red energy coalesced in the man's fists, and with a powerful strike, he aimed for the iron door's lock, melting a hole through it effortlessly. "Hurry!" Seeing the man's actions, Roman urged the chubby boy onward while simultaneously stealing a glance at the black man. Heat absorption release. The ability to absorb thermal energy and convert it into personal energy, which can then be released as heat and light. Absorbing energy allows for enhancements in strength, speed, endurance, and self-healing. Recognizing the potential of this ability, Roman swiftly resolved to replicate it. Somewhat akin to the lower-tier abilities of the Black Emperor, yet with its own merits, this power proves to be an admirable substitute, compensating for the current awkward predicament of limited offensive capabilities. The robust black man forcefully kicked open the iron door and swiftly charged towards the chubby boy. My pants. Although Roman had pulled the chubby boy into the mirror world, it was somewhat absurd that the black man had stripped the boy of his trousers. Damn it. Clutching the boy's pants, the already dark-skinned man's face darkened further, a fierce crimson light igniting, incinerating the trousers entirely. Still unsatisfied, he smashed his fist into the mirror. Observing the reflection shatter, Roman understood that the mirror in reality must have been destroyed as well. However, he remained unconcerned, as everyone had been successfully transported into the mirror world, marking a successful escape. Ha ha ha. The group couldn't help but laugh at the comical sight of the chubby boy clad only in his underwear, experiencing a mix of joy at their newfound freedom and the lightheartedness of their antics. Hey, why do my hands look like this? The laughter was abruptly interrupted by the white girl that Roman had initially rescued, raising her palm in confusion. Roman turned to see that her hand had taken on a crystalline, reflective quality. Look at yourselves. Do any of you notice something amiss? Upon seeing the girl's hand, Roman inquired of the others, scrutinizing them closely, and discovered that, depending on the order of their rescue, they too exhibited varying degrees of crystallization. Is it because I possess the power of mirror control while they do not, thus preventing them from remaining in the mirror world for too long? With this speculation forming in his mind, Roman decisively urged the group, quickly, we must leave. You shouldn't stay here for long. Upon hearing Roman's words, everyone quickly responded, turning their gazes towards him. His commanding presence, combined with the trust built from leading them out of captivity, prompted an instinctive decision to follow his orders. Form a line based on the order of rescue, and follow me. Having previously familiarized himself with the layout of the laboratory, Roman wasted no time and led them swiftly towards the exit. The group formed an orderly line behind him, running together. Although they had all grown up in the laboratory, they had never lacked for nutrition, and coupled with their mutant physiology, even without formal training, their physical capabilities exceeded those of ordinary individuals. As a collective, their strength proved formidable. They reached the entrance of the facility, where Roman attempted to employ his newly acquired ability to absorb and release heat. During the preceding events, he had consciously absorbed some thermal energy into his body, and now, positioned at the entrance, he began to dismantle the laboratory's door. Within the mirror world, dynamic entities and electrical energy were non-existent. So the only way to exit the facility was through direct destruction of the door. Fortunately, all present were mutants. Although only Roman had the destructive capability, having just acquired the power to release heat. The abilities of the others were not without merit. For instance, the chubby boy, clad only in his underwear, possessed the ability to enhance his strength and defense by consuming fat, rendering him one of the lesser mutants in the beta tier. Yet his explosive power remained impressive. Even without extensive training, his destructive potential was commendable. Roman had preemptively removed the suppressive rings from any individuals in the group, allowing the chubby boy to exert his full strength. By continuously releasing heat at the points where the metal door met the concrete, Roman effectively weakened the connection. While he could not yet fully harness the destructive power to melt steel alloys, he was able to utilize his ability in a manner that significantly impacted the door's destruction. With everyone exerting their strength together, the chubby boy delivered a powerful punch, successfully shattering the laboratory door. They all stepped out of the facility. Although it was merely an exit from the mirror world, excitement surged within them. Farewell, prison. Glancing back at the laboratory, Roman couldn't help but recall a classic line. Whispering it to himself. Chapter 4. Interception Doctor, they have escaped. Standing before the doctor, the black man, who could control heat, lowered his head to speak. Oh? What exactly transpired? The doctor, upon hearing the man's words, displayed no signs of anger. Instead, regarding him with a calm demeanor, I am uncertain. It seems they all entered the mirror. The mirror? The doctor's eyes glimmered with contemplation upon hearing this. Suddenly recalling something, he instructed the black man. Go check the morgue. See if the body of Subject 9 is still there. Understood. The black man, momentarily taken aback by the doctor's command, quickly set off. The doctor tapped his fingers on the table. Lost in thought, thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and the black man, maintaining a composed demeanor, respectfully reported, the body of Subject 9 has vanished. However, the other subjects' corpses remain unaffected. Having overseen the doctor's experiments, the black man had some understanding of the subjects involved that day. Subject 9's abilities were linked to mirrors, and the doctor's research focused on the evolution of powers. Although all who had taken the serum had perished, it did not imply that the experiment was doomed to fail. Even the slightest chance of success existed. Eliminating all other possibilities, the truth became evident. Nodding at the black man's remarks, the doctor's scholarly visage deepened with contemplation. So, has Subject 9 completed the experiment? Or has some unforeseen mutation occurred? He drummed his fingers on the table, looking intently at the black man. In truth, his experiments had yielded successful subjects, with the black man before him being one such case. A not entirely perfect success. He had transformed from a mere ability to alter his body temperature into the current power of heat absorption and release, showcasing commendable destructive potential. However, the serum he had used was significantly safer yet far less effective than the one currently under investigation. Theoretically, if the black man had succeeded with Serum 4, then the fifth serum he was researching should also hold a probability of success. Yet, for reasons unknown, over 100 experimental cases had shown no signs of success thus far. Naturally, the doctor recognized that the serum he was currently developing might possess a minuscule chance of creating the legendary Omega mutant, necessitating high standards for the subjects. Hence, he was uncertain about the situation surrounding Subject 9, Roman, who had seemingly defied death. He pondered whether this was merely a case of survivor's bias. Nevertheless, as a scientist, he adhered to a rigorous approach, intent on thoroughly studying Roman before drawing any conclusions. Gather a team to search for them. If it is Subject 9, even if he has completed evolution, he would only reach the standard of a weak level 4 or a strong level 3, even if he manages to escape with others. He shouldn't get far. After issuing instructions to the black man, the doctor turned to his computer, reviewing the experimental data for Subject 9, contemplating any overlooked details. Upon receiving the doctor's command, the black man promptly departed to assemble a team and gather information. Captain, it seems that group of kids has made their way to a mall for a $0 purchase and have stolen a school bus heading towards the Nevada mountains. Emerging from the doctor's laboratory, the black man received this news through his Bluetooth earpiece. Frowning upon hearing the information, he swiftly issued a command. Prepare for action. Capture those kids and prevent them from reaching the Nevada mountains. Also, send someone to seal off the routes. Although the experiments conducted at the facility pertained to mutants, they ultimately revolved around human experimentation, which was clandestine in nature. Thus, while the facility was located in California, it was situated in a relatively remote town near the Nevada mountains. Such a location posed minimal risk. However, allowing the subjects to escape into the Nevada mountains would complicate matters, considering the dense forests on the western slopes, making capture exceedingly difficult. Should they succeed in surviving within the mountains, relying on wilderness resources and their mutant abilities, they could lead relatively comfortable lives. The Nevada mountains are a part of the Granite Block Mountains in the southwestern United States, constituting the western edge of the Cordillera Mountain System, the longest fold mountain range in the world, stretching through the western part of North and South America. Moreover, if they were to venture into other mountain ranges, it would pose even greater challenges. Attracting unwanted attention, such as from overly righteous superheroes, would complicate matters further. After all, their activities were not meant for the public eye. Driving the school bus, Roman had changed into a sporty outfit and was now exceedingly adept at handling the vehicle. In his previous life, he possessed only a C1 driving license. However, disregarding the potential for vehicle damage, navigating was not particularly challenging. After departing from the laboratory, Luomin utilized dimensional travel to lead everyone into a shopping mall for a zero-cost acquisition, during which he seized a smartphone and gathered an abundance of information. Upon confirming their location in the northeastern part of California, near the Sierra Nevada mountains, he promptly prepared to venture into the wilderness of Nevada for survival. As for alternatives such as setting sail, considering the distance to the west coast, they lacked both a vessel and the knowledge of navigation, rendering such options unfeasible. Additionally, while contemplating leaving the border, the distance to the frontier was too great. It was more prudent to enter the Sierra Nevada mountains nearby. The wilderness offered ample resources and sufficient forest cover for concealment, allowing for further planning. This was indeed a favorable choice. The road was blocked. At this moment, they were merely one intersection away from breaking free from the town. Yet Luomin observed that the upcoming junction was obstructed by two police cars positioned sideways, with several officers brandishing their firearms as a warning. Undoubtedly, the individuals behind such an extensive experiment possessed formidable connections and resources. In this capital-driven nation, the so-called police were merely pawns of the wealthy. I shall not surrender so easily. Gazing at the obstructing officers, Luomin's eyes reflected a chilling indifference as he accelerated the school bus and commanded, "Everyone, find cover." As the colossal school bus surged forward, the officers who had initially obstructed their path dared not remain in its trajectory. The sheer destructive force generated by this behemoth, once it charged forward, was self-evident. The two police cars were effortlessly brushed aside, and the bus continued its relentless advance. "Captain, time is too tight. Our preparations were insufficient." "Let the vehicle take the fall," replied one officer. Watching the departing bus, the middle-aged officer spoke to his fellow team members, a hint of fear evident on his face. Though orders from above mandated that they stop the vehicle at all costs, how could they possibly impede a bus accelerating with such determination, especially when the occupants, despite appearing youthful, bore expressions of desperation? A mere few dollars were at stake. It was not worth risking his life for, and the outcome was uncertain at best. Thus, this attempt at interception ended in failure, setting a precedent for what was to come. Chapter 5. A temporary respite. Everyone, do not stop. Within the forest, Luomin forged ahead, guiding the group as they fled. Each individual carried a backpack, trailing behind him as they ran. "I can't go on," a girl at the rear gasped. "Then let us pause by the nearby stream for a brief respite," Luomin suggested after glancing back at the panting youths. They had entered the Nevada mountains on foot around 2 o'clock in the afternoon after abandoning the school bus, and now, as dusk approached, it was likely around 5 or 6. Since leaving the laboratory, they had been in a state of heightened anxiety, without a moment's proper rest. Fortunately, there was a stream ahead, making it a suitable spot for a temporary break. The girl who had expressed her exhaustion possessed the ability to accelerate plant growth and had lagged behind primarily to mask their tracks, preventing easy pursuit. Utilizing her powers naturally required energy, and thus her stamina was significantly depleted. Now, let us assign some tasks. Everyone, gather wood for a fire. Those with pots, retrieve them for boiling water, and anyone with food should take out a portion for distribution. Although the group had grown up in the laboratory, they were not entirely devoid of knowledge. They occasionally indulged in entertainment like anime and films, so they were not entirely ignorant, though they were still quite naive. After halting, Luomin promptly assigned tasks. Otherwise, the group would be at a loss as to what to do. While they had freely scavenged items in the mall, Luomin had no clear idea of what each person carried in their backpacks. Though he had consciously directed some to gather essential supplies. Among the 17 individuals present, 5 medium-sized stainless steel pots were procured, and Luomin assigned these individuals to boil water. After lighting several bonfires and arranging for water to be boiled, Luomin took out a compass to ascertain their direction while contemplating their next steps. When he had seized the smartphone earlier, he had accessed a wealth of information, the most crucial being details about mutants. He had stumbled upon fragments of information on a small forum, revealing that over a decade ago, officials had developed a genetically modified food that could suppress the X gene, leading to the near extinction of mutants. As for the X-Men, they were largely dismissed as mere fiction. In addition to mutant information, Luomin had also found details about superheroes, such as Captain America and Iron Man. It was currently the year 2015, and just 3 years prior, humanity had faced an alien invasion led by Loki and the Chitauri during the New York incident. This indicated that the world they inhabited was the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, intertwined with the altered timeline of the mutant film universe following Days of Future Past. I recall that 2015 seems to coincide with the events of Avengers 2. Is the Ultron incident approaching? After a moment's reflection, Luomin shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Whatever the situation, it bore little relevance to him. For now, his priority was to ensure the survival of the group, expand their numbers, and strengthen their capabilities. Determining their general direction, Luomin had formulated a rough plan. Given the limited resources, he aimed to distance themselves from human activity as much as possible, ideally moving northeast. Furthermore, it was imperative to locate a concealed area rich in resources to serve as their base. This would require time and careful consideration. As for future plans, Luomin had little to elaborate on. But his ultimate goal was to grow stronger. If he possessed the power of a deity among mortals, no one would dare experiment on mutants. Be it the military or corporate entities, they would bend to his will. However, for now, he could not afford to be overly ambitious. After distributing the food and enjoying some warm water, Luomin led the group onward. The journey was monotonous and exhausting, yet none expressed fatigue or reluctance to continue. They had gained their freedom, and though it was not as easy as they had envisioned, a sense of ease prevailed. Unbeknownst to them, Luomin, through his innate charisma, had already earned their trust. He bore the weight of leadership, shouldering greater pressure without complaint, thereby inspiring others to follow suit. As darkness enveloped the landscape, Luomin guided the group to a flat area where they established a temporary camp, arranging for shifts to keep watch. As a show of solidarity, he took the first watch of the night. The Sierra Nevada mountains were not devoid of danger. They harbored perilous creatures such as black bears and cougars, necessitating vigilance. After several days of relentless travel, they ultimately settled in a valley, deeming it suitable for their base of operations. This location, nestled between mountains and water, offered a ready-made cave for temporary shelter, which Luomin could later explore and expand. Considering the challenges of constructing wooden shelters, particularly given their lack of carpentry skills and the associated risks of detection, residing within a cave seemed a prudent choice. However, a single cave would not suffice for a group of this size. They would eventually need to build wooden and stone houses. When the time came, they could construct their shelters against the mountainside, camouflaging them with moss and other natural materials to minimize risks. This would be assessed further once they had a better understanding of their surroundings. All right, we shall settle here for the time being. Lisa, I entrust the arrangements to you. Luomin instructed the girl capable of accelerating plant growth. He then addressed 2 individuals, one stout and the other lean. Buck, Kinley, and Martin, join me for a hunt. In the midst of these events, aside from establishing a base, The group had taken on names according to their preferences, as they had initially been identified solely by numbers. Buck, the chubby one, possessed formidable combat abilities, making him one of the strongest among them. Kinley, with his keen sense of smell, was adept at tracking prey, making him well-suited for hunting. As for Martin, he had the ability to muffle their movements, preventing animals from easily detecting them. With Luomen's grasp of thermal energy absorption and release, hunting was expected to be highly successful. Chapter 6. The Pursuit Team's Demise. Have you found anything? A burly black man inquired of the two young white men beside him. One was a medium-built, bald man, while the other was slender with beautiful, shoulder-length golden hair. The bald youth pressed his fingers against his temple momentarily before shaking his head at the black man. In response, the black man turned his attention to the golden-haired youth beside him. Quiet. The golden-haired youth furrowed his brow and instructed the black man, closing his eyes as his ears twitched slightly. Noticing the golden-haired youth's actions, the black man's eyes lit up as he signaled to the 10 fully armed soldiers behind him to remain silent. The bald young man followed suit, maintaining his silence. The imposing figure of the muscular black man, a prominent subordinate of the doctor, was currently leading a pursuit. The two young Caucasians, both successful experimental subjects under the doctor's command, hailed from different laboratories and underwent distinct experiments. The bald young man possessed the ability of telepathy, reminiscent of Professor X, albeit at the level of a third-tier mutant. Nevertheless, he was regarded as one of the doctor's most successful creations, as telepaths were exceedingly rare and formidable. The blonde youth, on the other hand, boasted superhuman hearing, with a range far surpassing that of the bald youth's telepathic capabilities. After a brief moment, the blonde youth opened his eyes and addressed the muscular black man. Upon hearing the blonde's words, the black man displayed a look of understanding and signaled to his companions, leading them into action. He had not anticipated that these children, confined in laboratories since their youth, could escape so far and exhibit a degree of counter-detection awareness. Had it not been for the traces of their footprints, which were mostly concealed, his search would not have been so arduous. "This mule deer will provide us with a splendid feast," Buck remarked with a pleased smile, eyeing the mule deer with evident burn marks on its head. Although his physique had somewhat diminished, it had not significantly impacted his overall build. Despite the strain of exertion, his mutant abilities allowed him to rapidly absorb food and restore fat reserves. Seeing Buck's grin, Kinley also broke into a smile, only to suddenly display a hint of alarm. "Wait, someone is coming. An acquaintance?" Roman speculated, noting Kinley's expression. "The black scoundrel who pulled down Buck's trousers," Kinley replied, and Roman instinctively trusted Kinley's keen senses. However, Buck's expression darkened at Kinley's words. "This way," Roman said, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a tranquil lake that mirrored the sky, his eyes lighting up. Grabbing the two companions and their quarry, Roman leaped into the lake, entering the mirror world. Although the lake was not a perfectly smooth mirror, its still surface could reflect objects, effectively serving as a portal to the mirror world. Not far away, the blonde youth abruptly halted and stated, "They've escaped. Their heartbeats have vanished." The black man paused, glancing at the bald youth. "They disappeared. I wasn't prepared to lock onto them before they fled." The bald youth looked somewhat helplessly at the black man. Although he possessed telepathy, the intensity of their escape made it challenging to maintain focus. He had only just sensed the mental energies of 3 mutants before they vanished. "Guide us to the location of their disappearance," the black man ordered after a brief pause. He understood that their ability to escape was likely tied to entering the mirror realm. But he needed to search for additional clues. Were they hunting just now? Before long, they reached the lakeshore, and the black man discerned the prior commotion from the disarrayed ground. The bald and blonde youths approached the water's edge, stating, "This should be where they vanished. Is that so?" The black man raised his head, noticing the calm, reflective lake, his expression shifting as he shouted, "Not good." Quickly, retreat from the lakeside. Yet, before the two youths could react, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the water, grasping their ankles and pulling them into the lake, or rather, into the mirror world. Telepathy and superhuman hearing. Quite the formidable abilities, Roman mused as he dragged the two down. A look of realization dawning upon him, he swiftly copied the bald youth's telepathic powers. Danger. After acquiring the telepathic ability, Roman intended to replicate the blonde youth's superhuman hearing, but was suddenly struck by an instinct that coursed through his entire being. As if his very essence were bracing itself, It turns out I cannot replicate infinitely. I just wonder if the number of copies can increase. As this newfound understanding settled in, Roman directed his two companions to eliminate the two mutant youths. Despite being mutants themselves, these two were clearly not allies worth forging ties with. They were disposable, however. Upon gaining the telepathic ability, Roman felt a dizzying sensation, an overwhelming urge to sleep. With imminent danger surrounding them, he could not afford to succumb to slumber, so he instructed Buck, "Open fire on the enemies. At this distance, it shouldn't be too difficult." The fully armed adversaries wielded no weapons of significant power. The most formidable among them was merely a handgun. Quickly scavenging the fallen, Roman handed two pistols to his companions while raising two flashbang grenades, preparing for action. Without further ado, he hurled the flashbangs and placed his hands on his partners, ready to leap out once the grenades detonated. Closing his eyes, the black man reacted swiftly, shouting. During this mission, they had not equipped themselves with heavy weaponry, as they were merely a group of youths with moderate abilities. The greatest threats being the unknown Experiment 9 and the ability of Experiment 17 to convert fat into strength. However, it was evident that they had underestimated their opponents, particularly failing to anticipate their emergence from the lake. The two flashbangs blinded their foes, leaving the black man, though momentarily dazed, to decisively fire towards the lake's surface, shouting, "Shoot at the lake! Bang, bang, bang!" Roman, who had intended to escape, found himself unable to break free as the surface of the lake erupted in chaos. Even if the enemies reloaded, the lake would not settle in time for their plan to succeed. "I recall a puddle ahead. We can circumvent them and launch a surprise attack," Kinley suggested. Upon hearing this, Roman promptly led his companions to shift positions, emerging from behind the puddle to initiate their ambush. Armed with dual pistols, Roman and his companions quickly dispatched their foes at close range, resulting in a swift and decisive victory. Though the black man was a mutant, his abilities did not endow him with formidable defenses or self-healing, leading to his rapid demise. Chapter 7. The mirror dimension. Your condition seems off. What has transpired? Kinley expressed concern as he observed Roman's state. Noticing Roman's demeanor, both Buck and Kinley hastily cleared the battlefield, disposing of the bodies into the mirror world, where they would ultimately disintegrate forever. After completing this task, the trio swiftly retreated to their base with their spoils and today's catch. Roman's vision faded to black. He heard the anxious calls of his companions, realizing that his role as a leader had not been in vain. When Roman regained consciousness, he found himself in a chaotic world bathed in silver light. "Where am I?" he pondered, perplexed by the unfamiliar surroundings. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a torrent of information began to surge into Roman's mind, flowing through an inexplicable connection. Perhaps due to his newly acquired telepathic abilities, which had stimulated his brain, the influx of knowledge felt merely like a slight pressure in his head. The mirror dimension. This was the name of the realm in which he now resided, a previously unclaimed dimension permeating the multiverse, lacking in strength. Even moderately powerful beings could harness the mirror dimension's power without repercussions. However, due to certain factors, the mirror dimension had remained unattainable for specific individuals until the unexpected arrival of Roman. In the Marvel Universe, numerous vividly depicted characters were associated with or embodied dimensional deities, such as Dormammu, who ruled the Dark Dimension, and Mephisto, the Lord of the Hell Dimension. The Sentinel, who wielded the power of 1,000,000 stars, was a unique example of a dimensional deity. At this moment, Roman appeared to have unintentionally connected with the mirror dimension while undergoing an injection, possibly due to his own abilities or other exceptional traits, subsequently becoming its lord. This connection was what enabled Roman to survive the perilous experiments. Now, he seemed to possess a power akin to that of the Sentinel, albeit the dimension he connected with was not as potent. There existed a distinction between a dimension lord and a dimensional deity. Every dimensional deity was a dimension lord, but not all dimension lords were dimensional deities, as the latter had a baseline power akin to a celestial being. Given the mirror dimension's precarious state and Roman's insufficient power, he could only be considered a dimension lord at present, not quite a dimensional deity. Having previously established a connection with the mirror dimension, Roman had only sensed a faint link, coupled with the urgency of his escape and his lack of power. He had not been able to complete the final step of fully merging with the mirror dimension. However, after duplicating the power of telepathy, Roman's psychic abilities further flourished. Previously, he had merely established a connection with the mirror dimension. It was only after acquiring sufficient psychic strength that he truly integrated with the mirror dimension, becoming its rightful lord. For instance, he had once possessed the key to the mirror dimension, akin to having the means to enter a house without actually stepping inside. Whereas now he had successfully unlocked the door and taken residence within. Due to the influence of the mirror dimension, the limits of Roman's mirror manipulation abilities were, to a certain extent, bound to the mirror dimension itself, granting him infinite potential, provided he could amplify the mirror dimension's strength. In a sense, Roman could be considered an Omega-level mutant, or rather, a mutant with Omega-level potential. To be precise, once Roman achieved the true embodiment of a dimensional demigod, he would genuinely be recognized as an Omega mutant, a level 5 mutant. Although he was nearly omnipotent at this juncture, the power depletion of the mirror dimension was quite severe. After a brief assessment of the mirror dimension's current state, Roman felt acutely aware of the long road ahead. However, he was not overly concerned. Compared to an ordinary mutant with nothing to their name, possessing a dimension and maximizing its potential was already a commendable start. With the mirror dimension at his disposal, he had at least secured the qualification to achieve greatness. Otherwise, with his innate abilities merely at a Tier 2 level, and even after experimentation, only reaching Tier 3, it was challenging for Roman to envision a path to becoming strong. Take magic, for instance. Aside from the learning curve, there were also risks involved. Faced with the likes of the Ancient One, who possessed the Time Stone and could peer into timelines at will, Roman found it hard to imagine how he, as an outsider, would fare. Thus, upon learning of the existence of the Avengers, Roman resolved not to reveal himself or alter fate recklessly until the Ancient One had met her demise, or he had garnered sufficient strength to obscure his destiny. This decision may have been one of the reasons the Ancient One had yet to seek him out. With merely a year or two remaining until her death, Roman recognized that developing technology was not his forte. In this life or the last, and given the plight of mutants, there was no point in overthinking it. As for coveted artifacts like the Infinity Stones, they were far beyond his reach, his power still too feeble. Furthermore, he was too conspicuous, making it difficult not to attract the attention of Thanos or the Ancient One. Becoming a Dimension Lord by acquiring an unclaimed dimension was, for Roman, the best possible beginning aside from obtaining a system or similar advantage. As long as he continued to strengthen the mirror dimension, his own power would grow in tandem, and let alone the fact that he possessed replicated abilities, being born a king was also a highly promising power. Speaking of replicated abilities, Roman had conducted some theoretical explorations through the mirror dimension and realized that the main limitation lay in his own capacity to bear such powers. The ceiling for ability replication was ultimately contingent upon the strength of Roman's essence. As his power increased, he would be able to replicate more abilities. Alternatively, he could choose to forsake his corporeal form and directly embody the mirror dimension. Of course, he would not resort to such a course of action, as it would render him no different from Dormammu. For how to expand the mirror dimension, it was not particularly challenging. It did not require any souls, although absorbing souls was not out of the question. Aside from such universal resources, Roman needed to occupy more weight in the fabric of fate within the real dimension, thereby influencing the mirror dimension's reflection of reality and expanding its scope. Essentially, it meant encouraging Roman to create disturbances, whether through destruction or by aligning with fate, whether as a hero or a villain, a savior or a harbinger of doom. In the real dimension, the more actions Roman undertook, the more weight he would garner in fate, and consequently, the mirror dimension would expand alongside his influence. Should Roman master an entire universe, the mirror dimension could expand to encompass that universe, becoming its other face, and perhaps even wielding dominion over it. At that point, Roman would undoubtedly be recognized as a true singularity of cosmic power. Chapter 8. Projection. In this branch of the Marvel Universe, Roman knew he could not act recklessly for the time being, for his power was still too weak, and he feared being crushed by a more formidable presence. However, aside from causing disturbances in his own universe, he could also connect to other universes through the mirror dimension and project himself there, allowing him to instigate events and bolster the strength of the mirror dimension in the process. Although the mirror dimension was currently feeble due to its weakened state, its inherent characteristics enabled it to explore and touch upon other universes, even the multiverse, transcending the confines of the present Marvel multiverse. There were two methods of projection. One was to directly project a copy of his own body, initiating the process in the state of his original form, which would possess the power of the original but would adapt to the world to a certain degree, essentially sharing the same will. Both methods were viable, with minimal impact on Roman. Since becoming the Lord of the Mirror Dimension, what mattered most to Roman was not his physical form, but rather his fundamental essence and true spirit. As long as the Mirror Dimension persisted and he possessed sufficient power, Roman would not truly perish. If all the projections across the multiverse were diligently cultivating, wouldn't that equate to having countless versions of myself training simultaneously, effectively creating a form of multifaceted shadow clone? This thought intrigued Roman. Once his power reached a significant level, merging with the projections from the multiverse would surely result in a monumental leap in strength. It bore resemblance to the I from the revered existence of a single life. Yet the connection between Roman and his projections would be far more intimate. He pondered which worlds he could project into. After a moment's contemplation, Roman reached out through the mirror dimension to sense his surroundings. After a brief assessment, he realized that the mirror dimension remained relatively weak, and due to time constraints, he had only connected with two smaller worlds. Point 2. You say? Let's project and replicate them. I need to enhance my strength. Since I cannot cause disturbances in my own universe, I shall instigate events in other realms to expedite the growth of the mirror dimension. The time required for projection reincarnation was excessive, with the risks of fetal mysteries involved, so prioritizing strength enhancement was crucial. Ultimately, while conversing with himself, Roman made a decisive choice. He distinctly felt a minuscule portion of his soul and flesh being severed, merging with a significant amount of the mirror dimension's power, only to vanish without a trace. The two worlds he sensed now felt markedly more familiar. After executing these actions, Roman keenly perceived that the already frail mirror dimension had transitioned from a state of mere survival to one on the brink of demise. Could it be such significant consumption? Roman found himself somewhat taken aback before realizing the truth. The projection replicated the original body, but the consumption of a small portion of his soul and flesh was negligible. The majority of the depletion stemmed from the energy of the mirror dimension, traveling through endless time and space, as well as creating a complete body, placed a tremendous burden on the already weakened mirror dimension. If reincarnation through projection were to occur, the consumption would be significantly lesser. However, this depletion, due to the addition of Roman as an anchor in the real world, could eventually be recovered, albeit at a slow pace. Understanding this, Roman had no choice but to reach out through the mirror dimension's connection to sense his two projected selves. If possible, he intended to rapidly bolster the mirror dimension, so he would not need to worry about any sudden issues arising within it. I detest being caught in the rain. The overcast sky and the incessant drizzle left Roman feeling utterly uncomfortable, drenched to the bone. He did not mind rainy days, but he despised the sensation of being soaked, particularly when his clothes were completely saturated. This projection had been remarkably successful. Not only had his body been entirely replicated, but even his clothing had been duplicated, sparing him from an awkward predicament. After taking stock, he sensed that his abilities seemed considerably diminished, whether it was telepathy or the capacity for thermal release, both of which had been significantly suppressed. When Roman attempted to release heat, his body temperature rose, merely causing the rainwater on his skin to evaporate into steam, yet he could not fully dry his clothes or create a barrier around himself. Had he been in his original form, he would have been able to generate a high-temperature aura around his body and vaporize the rainwater from a distance. Suddenly, Roman heard a muffled sound emanating from a dark alley nearby. Huh? Peering into the shadowy passage, he squinted his eyes. Although his telepathy seemed to be somewhat weakened, he could still discern that there was something extra in the trash can within the box. It felt oddly familiar. As he looked closer, he recognized a figure clad in oversized, ill-fitting clothing, yet extraordinarily petite in stature. Roman immediately made the connection. Utilizing the power of the mirror dimension, he had replicated the individual's linguistic capabilities, leading him to draw a conclusion. "Who are you?" he inquired, halting in his tracks. The brown-haired girl standing at the alley's mouth felt her heart sink. My name is Roman, a temporarily homeless individual," observing the girl, who, despite being of legal age, had been reduced to an illegitimate one. Roman was uncertain of the legality of the situation. Looking at the boy before her, Shiho Mayano understood that he was likely unrelated to the organization. After standing still for a moment, the girl, under the influence of APTX 4869, was already feeling quite unwell, and now, drenched in freezing rain, her discomfort was exacerbated. Originally propelled by sheer will, the sudden halt brought an overwhelming sensation of dizziness. Ah? As she witnessed the girl close her eyes, on the verge of collapsing onto the ground, Roman hurriedly rushed forward to support her. Could this be deemed a deviation? Gazing at the unconscious girl in his arms, Roman felt at a loss for words to describe his emotions. The one who should have fainted at Conan's doorstep, Mayano Shiho, or rather Hybera AI, seemed to have succumbed to unconsciousness prematurely, perhaps due to his presence. He sought out a woman clad in a white lab coat, with chestnut hair. In the distance, urgent shouts echoed. Roman realized that if he did not intervene, Hybera AI would likely be apprehended. After a moment's thought, he lifted Hybera AI, discarding the white coat to the side, and made his way in a determined direction. During this, a figure in black dashed past him, yet he failed to register the significance of the girl in his arms as their target. Chapter 9. Illumination, Snowstorm. Where am I? Opening her eyes, Mayano Shiho, feeling the oppressive heaviness, managed to sit up, her gaze settling upon the unfamiliar surroundings, her expression betraying confusion. Suddenly, she recalled the last events before her fainting spell and quickly examined her hands. Relaxing somewhat, she felt an unsettling discrepancy. My clothes, why have they changed? Staring at the snug children's attire enveloping her, Mayano Shiho appeared bewildered. I changed, but I hardly have any weight to spare. Outside, a tall, well-proportioned, and strikingly handsome young man entered the room. Holding a cup and addressing the girl, "Would you care for a glass of milk?" Upon seeing the young man who had entered, Mayano Shiho found herself at a loss for words to express her feelings. However, Roman remained unfazed. Due to her diminutive form, aside from her primary characteristics, Mayano Shiho now bore a striking resemblance to a small boy. She had witnessed children bathing in the courtyard, entirely undraped, so such scenes were not unfamiliar to her. As long as her thoughts did not waver, such trivial matters were inconsequential. Suddenly, Mayano Shiho felt a flush of crimson spread across her cheeks. "Thank you. Did you save me?" Accepting the milk offered by Roman, she took a few sips, alleviating her rumbling stomach, the warmth of the milk providing a measure of comfort. "My name is Roman, and indeed, it was I who rescued you." Observing the girl sip her milk, Roman wheeled himself closer to her, basking in the sunlight filtering through the window, and continued, "But do not rush to express your gratitude." Hearing Roman's words, Mayano Shiho looked up at him. "My rescue was not without cost. You see, have you truly enjoyed basking in the sunlight?" Under the warm rays, coupled with the reassuring presence of the young man, even the overwhelming fear she felt began to subside. Reflecting upon her past existence was akin to a clock wound tightly, with not a single minute truly belonging to her, let alone the luxury of sunbathing. The Black Organization was merely a dark force lurking in the shadows, if fear were to remain hidden behind her. All she needed to do was engage in what she excelled at. Hearing the young man's words instilled an undeniable sense of trust within her. After a brief silence, the composed girl inquired, "What is the name of this organization? How about the Light Illuminating Society?" Upon hearing this, the girl appeared momentarily entranced. The Black Organization represented the darkness, while the Light Illuminating Society would be the beacon dispelling it. "Very well, however, for the time being, our organization is yet to develop. We must keep a low profile. You shall adopt a new name, Hybera AI." Upon hearing Roman's suggestion, Mayano Shiho, now Hybera AI, expressed no dissent. Suddenly recalling something, she raised her gaze to Roman's jawline, questioning, "How many members does our organization currently have?" "Just the two of us for now." Roman reassured her, "Do not fret. Our organization has just received generous funding, providing us with a substantial starting capital, along with this residence as our base." Ruffling the girl's hair, Roman smiled. Hearing his words, Hybera AI was left speechless. However, with the funding secured, even starting an organization from scratch remained within the realm of possibility. After successfully recruiting Hybera AI, Roman continued to enjoy the sunshine with her. The benevolent benefactor Roman spoke of, along with the ample initial funding, was no mere boast. This benefactor, however, was currently in the basement, indulging in a luxurious solitary confinement package. This kind-hearted individual had encountered Roman while strolling the streets during a rainy night, leading to an invitation to provide some resources, which Roman readily accepted. Upon arriving at the benefactor's residence, Roman discovered not only their wealth but also their diverse interests, particularly in copper and steel. Thus, Roman naturally employed his telepathic abilities to develop a form of hypnosis, securing the benefactor's financial support and completing his initial capital accumulation. Simultaneously, he managed to acquire a legitimate identity within this nation, establishing an organization in Conan's world, with the intent of aiding Hybera AI in avenging the Black Organization, a commendable primary objective. As for Conan, Roman had no desire to engage in any detective games with that peculiar high schooler in this tumultuous timeline. Roman's goals were crystal clear: to expand the mirror dimension to the best of his abilities. The first larger yet dimmer world was Conan's realm. Upon learning this information, Roman chose to refrain from further scrutiny, allowing the projection to unfold freely. Possessing telepathy and the ability to hypnotize, he resolved to avoid unnecessary entanglements with death or trouble in that world. Ensuring a stable existence, he sensed a second, smaller yet more radiant world. Roman's interest was piqued. Moreover, this projection seemed to have uncovered something. What a fierce snowstorm! Why is it either raining or snowing? Upon entering this world, he was immediately met with a blizzard. Were he an ordinary person clad as lightly as Roman, he would soon become a mere frozen corpse. He controlled his thermal energy, enveloping his body in a protective layer to fend off the biting cold. There was movement ahead. Even amidst the snowstorm, Roman discerned the sound of bells, and he braved the elements, following the sound's direction. Roar! Roman heard the roar of a bear, prompting him to speculate as he made his way toward the source of the sound. Before long, he arrived at a forest where a bell-adorned rope was entangled among the trees. In the midst of the snowstorm stood a nearly 3-meter-tall bear, roaring at a frail, middle-aged man wielding an axe. Nearby, a young boy hid behind a tree, watching the man with concern. Chapter 10. Tanjiro wearing a red and black checkered shirt. The frail, middle-aged man appeared diminutive yet somehow imposing as he stood before the giant bear. Roman, observing from the side, unconsciously activated his telepathic abilities and sensed the man's spirit and resolve. There was no anger, no fear, only a fierce protective instinct and a sense of legacy. Anyone who dares harm my family, regardless of their number, will find no mercy from me. Those who refuse to heed my warnings. Roar! The giant bear, unwilling to wait for the man to finish his sentence, charged at him, swinging its massive paw like an iron fan. However, before the bear's attack could land, the man suddenly moved, swinging his axe with precision. Roman's eyes widened as he fixated on the man's actions. With a single strike, the bear's neck was severed, its massive head rolling to the ground. After executing this feat, the man turned calmly to the red-haired boy behind the tree and asked, "Did you see all that, Dad? Look, are you okay?" "I'm fine, do not forget everything you witnessed just now." The boy, unable to contain himself, leapt into his father's embrace. Witnessing this scene, Roman felt as though he had been privy to a classic moment. Through the lens of telepathy, he gleaned valuable insights from the demonstration. Furthermore, due to his telepathic abilities, Roman's mental strength had grown formidable, allowing him to sense the existence of a transcendent world. After some contemplation, Roman stepped out from the woods and addressed the two. "What an impressive skill, sir. May I learn the art of swordsmanship from you?" Before the transcendent Tanjiro, Roman could not conceal his presence. However, Tanjiro, being a good-natured individual, sensed no hostility from Roman, allowing him to feel at ease. Upon seeing Roman emerge from the forest with a friendly demeanor, Tanjiro released his hold on Tanjiro and responded apologetically, "Swordsmanship? I do not practice that. I only know the family tradition of the dance of the fire god." Though Roman had just borrowed from Tanjiro's teachings to his son, Tanjiro himself harbored no resentment in his mind. This craft was not something that could not be imparted to others. After all, he was merely a humble coal seller. "May I learn the dance of the fire god from you?" Upon hearing Roman's words, Tanjiro paused momentarily, then replied with a wry smile, "In my current state, I may not be able to teach you anything." Go Tanjiro, the dance of the fire god was merely a sacrificial dance, a family tradition that, while precious, was not beyond sharing. However, given his ailing condition, it was evident that he lacked the ability to convey such skills. "No worries. I can wait until you recover, sir. By the way, due to certain circumstances, I currently have no place to stay. May I take refuge in your home?" Although Roman was aware that Tanjiro might not have much time left, he still made this request. It could serve to strengthen their bond. And learning the dance of the fire god from Tanjiro was not an unfeasible prospect. Tanjiro had mastered the dance of the fire god, though he could not fully exhibit its prowess. However, demonstrating each move should be within his capabilities, and with Tanjiro's guidance, Roman believed he could learn. Regarding whether he would succeed, Roman held a degree of confidence. The dance of the fire god was akin to the breath of the sun, and others could not master it due to their physical constitution. While Roman did not possess the same fiery lineage as Tanjiro, he presumed that his ability to absorb and release thermal energy would grant him a talent in learning the breath of the sun that would not pale in comparison to Tanjiro's. Having observed Roman through the lens of the transparent world, Tanjiro discerned that Roman's physique was only slightly stronger than that of an average adult, posing little threat. Moreover, he could ascertain that Roman was not malevolent. After a brief contemplation, Tanjiro did not refuse, saying, "Let us proceed together, cough cough. Wait a moment. I am without funds. If you are willing to assist me, I cannot accept charity. I will assist in the transportation of the bear carcass." He added, "There is no need for such trouble. We can wait until dawn when the snow has ceased. The cold weather does not greatly affect the quality of the meat." Upon hearing Tanjiro's words, Roman pondered for a moment and replied, "While the bear meat may not spoil overnight, I heard wolves howling nearby. Leaving the bear carcass here poses the risk of being scavenged by wild carnivores." He believed that Tanjiro's frail health stemmed not only from his inherent weakness, but also from insufficient nutritional intake, coupled with the physical toll of practicing the dance of the fire god. His body had weakened over time. Presently, Tanjiro's condition seemed dire, and the likelihood of recovery appeared slim. However, with proper nourishment, he might extend his life a few days, thereby increasing the chances of Roman learning the breath of the sun under Tanjiro's tutelage. After hearing Roman's words, Tanjiro found them reasonable and nodded in agreement. "You are right. I had not considered that. Let us enlist Tanjiro's help as well." "Of course, father," Tanjiro chimed in, pleased to be of assistance. After Tanjiro activated the transparent world, he deftly divided the bear carcass into several portions. The three of them worked together, and after multiple trips, they successfully transported the bear meat. Tanjiro's wife, Aoi, awakened from the commotion and joined in the effort to store the bear meat and plan for the next day's meals. Given the number of children in the household, it was often a challenge for the Kamado family to maintain nutritional balance, let alone ensure they had enough to eat. However, with the bounty of an entire bear, even with an additional mouth to feed, the Kamado family would not need to worry about food for the foreseeable future, especially not when it came to meat. "Thank you for your hard work, Roman." During the process of transporting the bear meat, Tanjiro had become somewhat acquainted with Roman and learned his name. "There is no need for such formality. After all, I will be imposing on you for the next few days. A resting place has been arranged by Aoi. It may be rather humble, cough coughed, and no matter. A place to rest is sufficient. It is getting late. Let us retire early, Mr. Tanjiro." With those words, Roman made his way to his resting spot. After a day of labor, he felt fatigued and needed to recuperate. Thus, even in modest conditions, he quickly settled into a state of rest. Cough cough, on the other hand, Tanjiro, after a few coughs, gradually lay down to rest. Chapter 11. Plant Manipulation. I should be waking soon. Sensing that the Demon Slayer projection had entered a state of rest, Roman gazed at the empty expanse of the mirror dimension and spoke to himself. Roman awakens. Just as he opened his eyes, a booming voice erupted beside him. It was Buck. Upon opening his eyes, Roman found himself surrounded by a multitude of heads, creating a rather cramped atmosphere. "Why is everyone crowding around?" Sitting up, he inquired, puzzled by the gathering. Upon hearing Buck's words, Roman was taken aback. He had assumed that, even accounting for the time spent observing the two projections, it would not have taken long. However, he recalled that during his unconsciousness, his breathing seemed to synchronize with the rhythm of the mirror dimension. Roman understood that this closer connection to the mirror dimension must have consumed a considerable amount of time. "I am fine." He smiled at those around him, reassuring them not to worry. With Roman evidently unscathed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Though the duration had been brief, Roman was indeed the cornerstone for the group. Should anything have gone awry, they would have been at a loss for what to do. The recent ambush by the burly man had caught them somewhat off guard. However, once it was confirmed that Roman was well, everyone gradually dispersed to attend to their own matters. "Come have a bowl of meat soup," As she spoke, Lisa, the girl capable of accelerating plant growth, entered with a bowl of meat soup. Thank you. After receiving the soup, Roman sampled it. Although everyone had emerged from the laboratory with little culinary experience, Lisa demonstrated a remarkable talent for cooking. Given the short time she had to practice, the soup was surprisingly delightful. What should we do next? Watching Roman drink the soup, Lisa settled beside him, her curiosity piqued. Though they had managed to settle in, uncertainty about the future lingered, especially after the recent hunting expedition that had ended in an ambush, leaving them somewhat unsettled. After observing Lisa, Roman pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly brightening as if an idea had struck him. Looking at Lisa, he recalled one of the abilities he had replicated, an enhancement power that could amplify a person's abilities. While Roman's own abilities were limited, he was, after all, a relatively powerful Tier 3 mutant and should be able to assist Lisa, a Tier 2 mutant, in enhancing her powers. If Lisa's abilities were augmented, would she not gain the capacity to manipulate plants? Even if it were merely at the level of basic techniques for afforestation, it would prove quite useful. Concealing their current base should yield excellent results. Hold still with that. Roman reached out to touch Lisa's palm, attempting to sense his enhancement ability. As he focused, Roman's eyes lit up. His senses indicated that he could indeed support the enhancement of Lisa's powers without significant detriment to himself. Without hesitation, Roman proceeded to use his enhancement ability on Lisa. Initially puzzled by Roman's intentions, Lisa felt a surge of warmth within her body before she instinctively squinted her eyes and let out a sound of comfort. However, this pleasant sensation was short-lived and soon came to an abrupt end. Plant manipulation, Tier 3, can accelerate plant growth and control plants within a certain range. Seeing that Lisa's abilities had indeed upgraded, and that she had acquired the ability to manipulate plants, Roman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, before he could contemplate further, he suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, as if his very essence had been drained, causing him to nearly drop the bowl in his other hand. Hey, what's wrong with you? Noticing a change in Roman's demeanor, Lisa became anxious as Roman's complexion turned pale. He had only just awakened, and she hoped he wouldn't face any further issues. Taking a sip of the meat soup, Roman felt somewhat revitalized and then inquired of Lisa, "It's nothing. Check to see if your abilities have evolved." Evolved? Yes. How do you feel now? I feel better than ever. I believe I can manipulate plants now. Observing Roman's weakened state, Lisa sensed that his enhancement had likely come at a cost, yet her current condition felt utterly marvelous. Can you demonstrate? Roman asked. Filled with anticipation, considering Roman's gaze, Lisa fell silent and instead focused on the ground. Roman followed her gaze and witnessed a barely perceptible green sprout rapidly emerging from a crevice in the earth, transforming into a small blade of grass. If that were merely the case, it would not differ much from Lisa's previous abilities. However, under Roman's guidance, that slender blade of grass began to slowly transform its shape, producing several intricate patterns, its pace of transformation evolving from initial clumsiness to a remarkable fluidity. Observing this spectacle, Roman felt that this ability was indeed commendable, despite a somewhat significant expenditure of energy on his part. The results were quite satisfactory. At present, Lisa's evolved abilities could be described as promising for the future. Although her combat prowess may not be particularly formidable, her supportive capabilities are undoubtedly maximized. Indeed, Lisa, you should diligently hone your abilities and attempt to manipulate the surrounding environment to diminish the likelihood of our discovery. Upon hearing Roman's words, Lisa readily agreed, believing that achieving such feats with her abilities would be relatively straightforward. Without further ado, she could hardly contain her eagerness and promptly departed to experiment with her powers. As she vanished from view, Roman's thoughts wandered to broader considerations. Among all the personnel who had accompanied him to this place, most were second-tier mutants, whose powers were not particularly strong, yet after undergoing enhancement, a few noteworthy abilities had undoubtedly emerged. Once his own strength had ascended, he contemplated the possibility of enhancing a third-tier mutant like Buck, perhaps leading to the evolution of a formidable fourth-tier mutant. However, reflecting on the toll it took to assist Lisa in enhancing her abilities left Roman with a sense of emptiness. It was no simple task, and the road ahead was undeniably arduous. Chapter 12. A month's time unbeknownst to him, a month had elapsed quietly. Under Roman's leadership, and through the collective efforts of everyone, the base had been substantially improved. At the very least, All were now residing in individual wooden cabins. During this month, Roman had successfully facilitated the evolution of several second-tier mutants, enhancing their abilities significantly. Among these were individuals with previously lackluster powers, whose abilities had now become considerably more useful. For instance, one mutant, whose power was to generate static electricity at high frequencies, evolved into an electrostatic field, proving to be exceptionally effective at paralysis within a certain radius. Whether hunting or confronting foes, this ability was indispensable. Roman, having further strengthened himself, had also replicated this ability. Additionally, Kinley's super sense of smell had ascended a level. Although it had not evolved into a new power, its range had vastly expanded, contributing greatly to hunting and preventing enemy incursions. While others' abilities had improved, they were not overwhelmingly potent, yet they were far from being useless. However, due to the current circumstances, Roman had refrained from enhancing Buck, the plump individual. Should Buck's abilities be evolved, it would likely lead to his becoming a fourth-tier mutant. A transformation Roman could not currently afford. Beyond internal changes, Roman remained vigilant regarding external information. Although specifics had not been widely disseminated, through various gathered insights, he was certain that the significant event of this year was indeed unfolding. Following the Battle of New York, the world was on the brink of its next perilous incident, the Ultron event. Unlike the threat posed by extraterrestrial forces during the New York battle, this crisis emerged from the minds of the planet's most brilliant individuals, with Tony Stark leading the charge. The crux of the matter lay in the seasoned superheroes experiencing professional burnout. Having shed his Iron Man armor, Tony Stark inadvertently created Ultron, an artificial intelligence with self-awareness and learning capabilities, entrusting the task of protecting the world to it. However, as is often the case, unexpected outcomes ensued. To the astonishment of the superheroes, the ever-evolving Ultron concluded that humanity was the greatest threat to Earth, prompting it to initiate a plan for human extermination. According to the intelligence Roman had acquired, this was the general situation. Albeit not entirely surprising. Frequently, the dangers of this world stemmed from individuals like Iron Man or Mr. Fantastic, with the latter being particularly notorious. Roman had learned that Reed Richards from the 1610 universe had obliterated over 60 universes, extracting a seventh Infinity Stone by performing a craniotomy on Iron Man, earning him the moniker Craniotomy Reed. This led to numerous subsequent events. For instance, in the latest 6160 universe, an ostensibly impossible Spider-Man had emerged. Characterized by a middle-aged handsome man, married to a red-haired, fair-skinned MJ, leading a perfect family life as a middle-class individual, truly the epitome of Peter Parker's ideal existence, dubbed the Ultimate Spider-Man V3. Moreover, within this unfolding event, there were the Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro. The only lingering question was whether these two had any connection to Magneto, and whether they were mutants themselves. For now, that remained unclear, as the Ultron event had yet to fully unfold, thus not warranting immediate concern. However, once Ultron spiraled out of control, Roman contemplated the necessity of temporarily severing internet connections, as, in a certain sense, Ultron would become invincible within the network. Posing considerable trouble if sought out in the short term, Roman had no intention of engaging with Ultron or the Avengers, as intertwining with such grand events could attract unwelcome attention from entities like Doctor Strange. While it was indeed troublesome, he was curious about the potential strength of the Mind Stone coupled with telepathy. Would it merely involve inducing hypnosis in others, or could it create Ultron or Vision? Or even manifest superhumans? Roman felt that these scenarios were hardly sufficient. If it were indeed the Mind Stone, it would be best utilized by a powerful telepath, such as Professor X. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Roman resolved to explore the Mind Stone further in the future. Should an opportunity arise, he might even acquire it directly, as a telepath would be the most compatible with the Mind Stone. And he himself was a telepath, as for whether Vision could be birthed or not, Roman was indifferent, as it bore no relevance to him. After perusing the internet for a considerable time, Roman finally shut down his computer. Leaving his wooden cabin, he prepared for an extensive training session. The breath of the sun was an ideal complement to his heat absorption and release abilities, as such powers could be enhanced through rigorous training, along with his physical strength. The breath of the sun allowed for comprehensive physical conditioning, honing Roman's body to its fullest potential. However, due to the brevity of his training sessions and the overwhelming potency of the breath of the sun, Roman's usage of this technique was limited each day. Besides training with the breath of the sun, he frequently employed the breath of thunder, which suited him well, given his electrostatic field ability. Since the breath of the sun stemmed from the natural talent of the progenitor Yurichi, it inherently demanded a higher starting point, characterized by high lower limits and even higher upper limits. Conversely, other breathing techniques were developed by swordsmen themselves, providing a more refined progression from weak to strong. Thus, the breath of the sun was notoriously difficult to master, while other breathing techniques were comparatively easier to learn. Roman's training with the breath of the sun was quite the spectacle. Consequently, he refrained from practicing within the confines of the base. Exiting the base, he sought a secluded mountain spring, shedding his clothing and immersing himself in the water, which reached just to his chest. Offering sufficient pressure without excessive hindrance, as Roman began to breathe, the surrounding temperature began to rise, with heat coalescing from all directions, and soon, a substantial amount of steam began to rise from the spring's surface. Had he chosen to train in his wooden cabin instead, there was a high likelihood that it would have been consumed by flames. Enveloped in his training state, Roman's skin faintly shimmered with patterns of fire and lightning. Appearing ethereal and otherworldly, Chapter 13. Roman, the sound column beneath a waterfall towering over 10 meters high, a figure stood motionless, resembling a statue. The chill in the air was palpable, particularly beneath the cascading waters. Yet the figure remained unmoved. The torrent of water cascaded down, crashing against him, yet he stood tall and unwavering, exuding an aura of steadfastness akin to a mountain. Time passed, though its duration was indeterminate, until the figure beneath the waterfall suddenly stirred. With a sharp clang, the sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air, though it was swallowed by the roar of the falling water. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of golden lightning erupted, cleaving the waterfall in two, the torrents unable to reunite for some time. By the time the waterfall resumed its flow, the figure had already donned his attire and was prepared for the journey ahead. A black crow descended from the sky, landing quietly on his shoulder. Clad in his feathered garment, Roman began to orient himself. A month had passed in the Marvel Universe, while nearly a year had elapsed in the world of Demon Slayer. A year prior, upon his arrival, Roman had encountered Tanjiro Kamado and his brother Tanjiro, successfully finding shelter with the Kamado family, subsequently learning the dance of the fire god, also known as the breath of the sun. Thanks to his telepathic abilities, Roman first grasped the concept of transparency under Tanjiro's guidance, and subsequently mastered the breath of the sun through this newfound understanding. However, the breath of the sun is overwhelmingly powerful, placing a considerable burden on Roman.it. Is for this reason that he decided to leave the Kamado family and seek out a specialized trainer within the Demon Slayer Corps to learn other forms of breathing techniques. Prior to this, Roman waited until Tanjiro's death, earning some money from hunting to support the Kamado household before departing. Interestingly, Tanjiro's passing occurred about 5 days later than initially expected. His originally limited lifespan of 10 days had extended to 15, allowing him to bid farewell to his family, indicating that his arrival was not without purpose. After leaving the Kamado family, Roman successfully located a base of the Demon Slayer Corps outside a house adorned with wisteria patterns, where he was recognized and prepared for training and recommendations. Although he had the option to learn the Breath of Flames, a subordinate form of the Breath of the Sun, Roman felt that after mastering the comprehensive Breath of the Sun, there was no need to choose the Breath of Flames. Instead, he opted for a more distinctive breathing technique, selecting the Breath of Thunder. The Breath of the Sun is powerful and comprehensive, while the Breath of Thunder's most prominent attribute is its remarkable speed, surpassing the Breath of the Sun within the same tier. Additionally, as the original secondary character, Zenitsu Agitsuma's breathing technique has a well-developed direction but is somewhat exhausting. Thus, Roman chose to study the Breath of Thunder and was assigned to train under the former Thunder Hashira. Kaneo Tsuyuri. The Breath of Thunder is considered the most challenging yet potent of the 5 foundational breathing techniques. Despite having been a trainer for many years, Kaneo had yet to cultivate a sufficiently competent disciple of the Breath of Thunder. However, due to Roman's innate ability to harness an electrostatic field, as well as channeling some energy from a mirrored dimension into his Demon Slayer projection, the barriers to learning the Breath of Thunder were rendered trivial. Kaneo, despite his formidable training skills, had simply not encountered a suitable apprentice until Roman came along. With Roman's transparent worldview and the addition of his electrostatic powers, he progressed rapidly in mastering the Breath of Thunder. In less than 6 months, he completed his training and even reached the level of total concentration, with only the constant state of total concentration requiring further refinement. Upon graduating, Roman encountered a small demon named Kagaya, whom he swiftly dispatched. Unbeknownst to others, Roman had no knowledge of the demon's origins and thus chose to eliminate it to prevent Kaneo from making a grave mistake. Not to dwell on future events, the misdeeds committed by this small demon warranted 100 deaths. Subsequently, during the final selection of the Demon Slayer Corps, Roman killed a hand demon, gradually affecting change in this world. There are not many formidable swordsmen within the Demon Slayer Corps, and those with the capability are often burdened with busy missions. Over the course of about 5 months, while continuing his training, Roman has slain numerous demons, with those possessing blood demon arts exceeding double digits. Furthermore, after recently completing his training in total concentration, Roman also defeated the Lower Moon 6, Kagaya, thereby ascending to the position of the new Thunder Hashira. Throughout his journey to master the Breath of Thunder, Roman did not neglect the Breath of the Sun, given that it is the original and most powerful breathing technique. He has now reached the point where he can temporarily switch to the Breath of the Sun during battle for approximately 15 minutes of high-intensity combat. Speaking of which, nearly a year has passed since he left. Suddenly, Roman recalled something. This year, many significant events seem to have transpired in this world, marking a pivotal moment in history. Tanjiro's talent is undeniable. Having grown remarkably in 2 years and subsequently becoming the Hashira, making significant contributions toward defeating Muzan. However, with Roman's presence, it might not take 2 years to eliminate Muzan, making it unnecessary to adhere to the storyline and allowing such tragedies to unfold. Moreover, given his connection to the Kamadu family, Roman would prefer to prevent such calamities from befalling this virtuous household. After a moment of contemplation, Roman proceeded in a specific direction. At present, Roman was not far from the Kamadu family's location. If he were to walk, he could reach them within a day, given his pace. Considering that he had cleared most demons in the surrounding areas, there should not be any particularly urgent tasks if he remained within the vicinity for a short while. Chapter 14. Encountering Tanjiro, a light snowfall had covered the ground, creating a blanket of white. Yet, amidst the snowy landscape, a town emerged in the distance. Arriving at the town at the foot of the mountains, Roman decided to explore. Tanjiro, I need to buy some charcoal. Not long after entering the town, Roman heard someone calling out it was likely Tanjiro selling charcoal to help support his family. After Tanjiro's father passed away, he took on the role of the family's pillar, embodying the qualities of a true protagonist. Although Roman had left behind a considerable sum of money, Tanjiro was not the type to squander it. Even in adverse weather, he would not waste time. Following the sound, Roman approached and soon spotted Tanjiro, dressed in his green and black checkered haori, selling charcoal to a middle-aged man. Observing the exchange, Roman noted that Tanjiro had nearly finished selling his stock. The sky was overcast, and Roman found himself lost in thought, wondering if today coincided with the Kamadu family's day of tragedy. Tanjiro, As he stood beside Tanjiro, Roman prepared to accompany him up the mountain. Walking together, Tanjiro's tone brightened considerably. Although their time together had been brief, their relationship was strong. In Roman's presence, Tanjiro, as the eldest son, relished the rare opportunity to feel like a younger brother, allowing him to relax somewhat. Roman, where have you been this past year? Did you become a warrior? While speaking, Tanjiro curiously glanced at Roman's Nichiren blade at his waist. Roman refrained from mentioning the Demon Slayer Corps or demons, as such matters were still somewhat distant for Tanjiro. However, the Demon Slayer Corps was indeed an organization responsible for maintaining order. Is that so? Upon hearing Roman's words, Tanjiro was intrigued yet did not press further. At that moment, an old man leaned out of a small cabin by the mountain path and called out, "My nose is very keen. It's nothing to worry about. But don't say that. Come quickly. Demons are about to appear." Hearing the exchange between the old man and Tanjiro, Roman narrowed his eyes, as he was quite familiar with this scenario. If all went as expected, today marked the beginning of the plot. "There's no need to panic, Mr. Sanjuro." Roman? Recognizing Roman, the old man recalled their prior encounters and invited him to stay the night. "You should join me for a meal before heading up the mountain." After contemplating, Mr. Sanjuro looked at Roman and Tanjiro and firmly stated, "This time, don't refuse. You need to eat well to have the strength to climb. Then I shall graciously accept." Seeing Tanjiro hesitating, Roman concurred. "Mr. Sanjuro, what are these demons you speak of? For a long time, demons that consume humans have emerged after sunset, so we cannot wander outside at night. Demons won't come into our home, will they?" No, they will. Then will everyone be devoured by demons? That's why we have demon slayers to kill them. This has been the case for a long time, and Roman should know this even better. During the meal, Tanjiro posed a question, and Mr. Sanjuro, though appearing stern, was quite patient with Tanjiro's inquiry. Roman, what exactly are the demons that Mr. Sanjuro mentioned? They are real monsters, but what Mr. Sanjuro doesn't know is that if you light wisteria flowers in your home, most demons will refrain from causing trouble. Surprised by Roman's statement, Mr. Sanjuro pondered that as a demon slayer, Roman's knowledge must indeed surpass his own, and this method must be effective, even if he was unaware of it. However, does that only apply to most? Mr. Sanjuro detected an unusual nuance in the conversation. The Demon Slayer Corps is your organization for hunting demons? Indeed, it is a government-sanctioned organization existing to eradicate demons. That's impressive. Tanjiro exclaimed upon hearing Roman's words. As they spoke, Roman elaborated to the two individuals about the nature of demons and the methods to confront them. However, for ordinary people, the most effective remedy was simply to cultivate various wisteria flowers. After finishing their meal, Roman expressed his gratitude to Grandpa Saburo. Following the meal, Tanjiro politely bid farewell to Grandpa Saburo, who, upon confirming Roman's identity as a demon slayer, felt a considerable sense of relief and refrained from further conversation. After parting ways with Grandpa Saburo, Roman and Tanjiro continued their ascent up the mountain. The hour was still early, suggesting that the Kamadu household had yet to face any troubles if Muzan were to appear. It would likely be during the late hours of the night. The only lingering concern was whether Roman could truly contend with the formidable Muzan. However, at present, slaying Muzan seemed beyond reach. It was hoped they could delay until dawn. Wishing for Muzan's arrival to be postponed. Chapter 15. Arrival at the Kamadu household. Having departed from Grandpa Saburo's home, Roman and Tanjiro soon arrived at the outskirts of the Kamadu residence, where Nezuko sensed their presence and emerged. It's Roman. Let's head inside, Tanjiro said, welcoming Roman into their abode. It seemed Tanjiro was increasingly embodying the demeanor of the Kamadu family head. With a smile, Roman noted Tanjiro's slightly flushed visage but chose not to comment. Following him into the house, brother, as for Roman. Although he recognized the little ones, the year-long absence rendered their interactions somewhat unfamiliar. Children, if not frequently encountered, often lack a sense of intimacy. Thus, observing the little ones interact with Tanjiro, Roman engaged in conversation with Nezuko. Aoi, their mother, emerged from the inner room, gazing at Tanjiro surrounded by his younger siblings, and displayed a gentle smile. Have you eaten? I'll go warm up some food. Tanjiro quickly waved his hand in protest, saying, No need, mother. Roman and I just had a meal at Grandpa Saburo's. At this moment, Mrs. Aoi noticed Roman conversing with Nezuko. Upon seeing her look in his direction, Roman smiled and said, I apologize for the intrusion. Mrs. Aoi, I finished my business and happened to pass by, so I thought I would come and check on you all. That's quite all right, I'll tidy up the bedding, she replied before attending to the room. Nezuko, looking at Roman with curiosity, inquired, Roman, where have you been this past year? What is the outside world like? Upon hearing Roman's words, Nezuko's eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of longing. Moreover, it wasn't just Nezuko. Even Tanjiro and his younger siblings gazed at Roman with inquisitive expressions. For those who had never left their hometown, the outside world was filled with the unknown and the mysterious, and in their occasional fantasies, it seemed to be exceedingly vibrant. Thus, it was natural for children to harbor curiosity about the outside world. Well, how should I put it? Roman pondered briefly, then began to recount a few aspects of the world beyond. He spoke of vibrant cities, alive with neon lights and bustling nightlife, as well as remote villages, steeped in desolation and hardship, where human hearts were often fraught with malice. He recounted these tales without excessive personal sentiment, merely presenting the facts as they were. And what about the demons? Tanjiro asked, still intrigued by the absence of any mention of demons. Since hearing Grandpa Saburo's remarks, he had been contemplating the matter. Demons? Both Nezuko and the other siblings displayed expressions of confusion. Seeing their puzzled faces, Tanjiro began to recount the story of demons, starting from Grandpa Saburo's words to Roman's transformation into a demon slayer. As he spoke, his siblings listened with wide eyes, as if engrossed in a fantastical tale, feeling a sense of unreality wash over them. Yet, upon finishing Tanjiro's narrative, they gazed at Roman with sparkling eyes. Filled with wonder, noticing their rapt attention, Roman selected several personal experiences to share. However, despite their fascination, they found it difficult to reconcile Roman's presence with that of a formidable demon slayer. Roman chose not to argue about his prowess or demonstrate his strength. If all went according to plan, they would encounter a demon tonight, but the uncertainty remained whether it would be Musin himself. After all, other demons could indeed separate themselves from Musin's blood, much like the lower-ranked demon. Rue. For most demons, the act of shedding their own blood was almost unheard of, as it would diminish their own power. A futile endeavor. Therefore, the entity that might appear tonight, capable of transforming Nezuko into a demon, was likely Musin. "All right, everyone, it's time for you to go to bed," Mrs. Aoi interjected, bringing the lively chatter to a halt and ushering the children to sleep. She then turned to Roman, saying, "The bedding is ready. You should rest early, Roman." "Thank you, Mrs. Aoi," Roman replied, and upon hearing his words, the children's expressions softened as they proceeded to their slumber. Roman, after a brief wash-up, settled into bed. Aware that a battle might ensue that night, he remained vigilant, entering a light sleep that allowed him to sense danger and awaken at any moment. After a short while, Roman was suddenly jolted awake, his acute spiritual awareness detecting a powerful and malevolent presence approaching the Kamadou household. Is it here? Such an overwhelming aura of evil was something Roman had never encountered before. The sheer terror emanating from it indicated that it could only belong to Musin, the Demon King. Having considered the possibility of danger prior to sleep, Roman had not undressed. Rising, he stepped outside, prepared to confront the Demon King. As he exited, he sensed that Musin had undoubtedly noticed him as well. Chapter 16. First encounter. Suddenly, on the mountain path, a man clad in a suit, with an alluring smirk and elegantly styled, slightly feminine curls, halted abruptly. His crimson eyes glimmered with a mix of surprise and suspicion as he gazed towards the end of the path, where a figure draped in a scarlet haori emerged, evoking a sense of déjà vu within him. In that moment, Musin felt as if the terrifying figure from his past had resurrected, standing before him once more. "What is so entertaining? What do you value human life as? Why must you forget?" The haunting voice that had long plagued Musin, akin to a nightmare, echoed once more in his ears. Observing the handsome man on the mountain path, Roman could discern the tight muscle density and the bizarre internal structure of 5 brains and 7 hearts. Roman pondered what immense will to survive could lead Musin to such grotesque anatomy. Striving to eliminate any weaknesses, such a gaze, that penetrating, all-seeing gaze. As Musin looked at Roman, the fear etched into his very cells surged anew. Pattern. Activate. The pattern Roman had long been able to activate came to life in an instant. Fiery red flames spiraled from his left forehead, while golden lightning patterns spread from the right side of his neck to his jaw. The familiar placement, the familiar fiery patterns, the familiar indifferent gaze, and the action of raising his blade, all resonated with the echoes of the past. The figure, akin to a deity, began to merge with the one before him. Roman's body trembled. The terror imprinted in his very essence clung to his spirit like a parasite. As he prepared to strike with the stance of the sun-breathing technique, the very fabric of time and space around him flickered momentarily. Surrounding him was a pure white expanse, with a man in a red haori turned away from him at the center of the world. Souls of the deceased sometimes linger in the mortal realm for various reasons, whether for the sake of loved ones or due to unfulfilled regrets. Yurichi Tsujikuni, this divine being who walked among humans, had remained in the world, unable to vanquish Musin and end the cycle of evil. Yet before Roman could indulge in further contemplation, Yurichi Tsujikuni offered no words. Roman's vision shifted instantaneously, and he realized he could no longer control his own body. "Yurichi, is this a bestowal? Breath of the sun first form, dance of the sun, breath of the sun second form, azure heaven, breath of the sun third form, blazing red mirror, breath of the sun fourth form, mirage rainbow, breath of the sun fifth form, train, breath of the sun sixth form, scorching bone flame, breath of the sun seventh form, radiant burst, breath of the sun eighth form, flying wheel sunfire, breath of the sun ninth form, slanting sun turn, breath of the sun 10th form, glorious grace, breath of the sun 11th form, dance of the sun halo, breath of the sun 12th form, flame dance, from the first form to the 12th form. They were fully displayed before Roman by Kaneo Yurichi in an almost flawless demonstration, showcasing both the outward forms and the profound meanings within. After exhibiting the 12 techniques, the scene before him shifted once more. Two figures appeared, a smiling, androgynous man, who was Musin, and a woman with a vacant expression, whom Roman had not met but could surmise was Tamayo. This scene, without further elaboration, depicted the first and last meeting between Kaneo Yurichi and Musin. At this time, Musin was brimming with confidence, deeming Yurichi weak and fearless, casually striking out, "Do you truly regard life as life?" he remarked, preparing to eliminate Yurichi. In Roman's perspective, he witnessed Musin's body suddenly explode, transforming into a shower of flesh before him. "I have always longed for someone to confide in. Those who seek the path ultimately arrive at the same destination. I cannot protect anything of significance. Throughout my life, I have failed to accomplish a single worthy deed, rendering me a man of no value. However, let the powerful swordsman who carries my legacy vanquish Musin." The crimson hue began at the hilt of the sword and stretched to the tip, the Hekazai igniting. Kaneo Yurichi. In a moment of unpreparedness, fear had wholly overtaken Musin's mind. At that instant, he gazed upon the man adorned with markings, wielding the Hekazai, and possessing eyes that seemed to pierce through everything. Coupled with that familiar yet terrifying breathing technique, prompting only a desire to flee. Yet, all of Musin's actions were laid bare to Roman through the lens of the transparent world. Chapter 17. The chase and unexpected events millennia had stripped Musin of human emotion. Had it not been for the presence of Kaneo Yurichi, fear might not even exist for him. Now, armed with Yurichi's sole inheritance and the mastery of the transparent world, along with the markings and Hekazai, Roman had indeed become the closest entity to Yurichi in this era.as. For the disparity with Yurichi, Roman, having experienced Yurichi's perspective firsthand, understood it with greater clarity. Currently, Roman was formidable, standing out among all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, this strength paled in comparison to Yurichi's. Without delving further, the ability to unleash 1,500 strikes in an instant was beyond Roman's current capabilities. He could only deliver 500 to 800 strikes in an overloaded burst. Moreover, 1,500 strikes were not Yurichi's limit, but rather what he could achieve in haste, illustrating the magnitude of Yurichi's power. Of course, facing the currently terrified Musin, Roman was indeed sufficient. However, to utterly eliminate Musin, Roman still fell short. Thus, his objective was to exhibit enough power to drive Musin back without instilling such dread that he would avoid confrontation, much like his earlier encounter with Yurichi. Furthermore, he sought to provoke Musin's desire for vengeance, encouraging him to retaliate. This was a challenging endeavor. Unleashing full power was always simpler than holding back. Unexpectedly, however, Musin uttered not a word, turned, and fled at an astonishing speed. This could not be permitted. Observing Musin's retreating figure, Roman narrowed his eyes and swiftly transitioned his breathing technique to the Breath of Thunder. Breath of Thunder first form, thunderclap and flash. The essence of the Breath of Thunder lay in its speed, and the first form exemplified this to perfection. By channeling the ambient energy particles through his breathing, Roman concentrated them in his legs for stimulation and activation, accompanied by golden lightning as he traversed the distance to Musin's rear. The chilling aura of danger materialized behind Musin, who recognized it as the swordsman's assault. In an instant, one of Musin's legs was severed from his body, causing him to collapse. Although it felt threatening, it was not overwhelmingly powerful, and it appeared to utilize the Breath of Thunder. From the sensation of being struck, Musin discerned the opponent's strength was formidable, at least on par with the initial Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps akin to the current Kokushibo, but still inferior to Yurichi. Musin was certain this man wielded the Breath of the Sun, yet he had not reached Yurichi's level. This realization heightened the perceived threat, yet it was not as terrifying as Yurichi. In truth, it was Roman's intention to instill such thoughts in Musin, prompting him to exert greater effort in subsequent encounters, with the hope of eventually facing and slaying Musin. However, if the opportunity arose to eliminate Musin, Roman would not hesitate to eradicate this menace once and for all. After estimating the time, he realized dawn was still 2 to 3 hours away. Thus, relying on sunlight to weaken Musin before striking was a challenge. Therefore, his current aim was to ensure that Musin harbored animosity towards him, setting the stage for future baiting with locations like the Swordsmith Village or the Blue Spider Lily. Knowing that Musin would not refuse to personally confront him, "Boy, you have provoked my ire," as he spoke, Feeling the sting of his earlier lapse, Muzin furiously lunged at Roman. His hands transformed into twin whips, striking towards Roman with astonishing speed. The agile whips not only possessed rapid attack velocity but also an extensive range. When it came to physical augmentation, Muzin was undoubtedly a master. Besides having sunlight as a singular weakness, his physique exhibited no discernible vulnerabilities. Breath of Thunder First Form, Thunderclap and Flash 8 strikes. Utilizing the Breath of Thunder, Roman's speed surpassed that of Muzin's whips in mere moments. The whips were severed, and Roman had already struck numerous vital points within Muzin's body. Muzin possessed 5 brains and 7 hearts, not fixed in one location, but able to shift in accordance with his thoughts. However, under Roman's rapid combat style, Muzin barely had time to react before many of his vital points were compromised. Of course, Roman understood that such attacks were not truly fatal to Muzin. The wounds inflicted by the Hekazai merely constituted significant damage, as his abilities were still considerably inferior to those of Yorichi. Nevertheless, this was enough to instill profound fear in Muzin. Though this man could not rival Yorichi, he remained a terrifying presence. Once more, he hesitated in fear. Time was of the essence. Should this drag on until dawn, he might very well meet his end here, which was unacceptable to him. "Roman, what are you doing?" At that moment, a clear voice rang out, and Roman sensed impending trouble. It was Nezuko's voice. Sensing Roman's unease, Muzin's eyes flickered as a plan to flee formed in his mind. Faced with an opponent of Roman's speed, he was caught in a predicament where he could neither touch him nor escape. However, if he converted that girl, the one who had spoken, into a demon, perhaps this man would lose interest in pursuing him, for he was well aware of the conflicted sentiments humans held towards loved ones transforming into demons. With this plan in mind, Muzin lashed out with his whips, accurately striking Nezuko, but rather than harming her, he infused her with his own blood. How will you confront this little girl? For Muzin, there was no sense of shame in attacking a powerless human girl. After all, he possessed neither the honor of a warrior nor any sense of dignity. He would do anything to survive. Having accomplished this, he turned to flee, showing no inclination to engage Roman further. Witnessing Muzin's retreat, Roman thought of Nezuko's condition and felt a twinge of frustration. Convinced that he could not slay Muzin, he had initially intended to find an opportunity to let him escape. But Nezuko's sudden appearance complicated matters. Was this the inertia of history? Nevertheless, he pivoted, racing towards Nezuko to assess her condition. Chapter 18. Bonds and Reflection. Upon reaching Nezuko's side, Roman first confirmed her state. Nezuko was unharmed, yet she had been infused with Muzin's blood, indicating a transition towards becoming a demon. The only aspect shrouded in ambiguity is the volume of blood that has been infused into Nezuko this time. Moreover, will this iteration of Nezuko be capable of restraining her primal urge for flesh and blood, akin to her portrayal in the original narrative, transforming into a unique demon? At this juncture, Nezuko, due to the injection of demonic blood, is undergoing an irrevocable metamorphosis into a demon. Amidst the violent physical transformation, her mind has succumbed to a protective state of unconsciousness. However, following such drastic changes, it is exceedingly challenging for Nezuko to retain her humanity. Armin is uncertain whether he can exert control over Nezuko, as he does not share the same blood bond and familial ties with her as Tanjiro does, forged over more than a decade. Although Armin senses something peculiar in Nezuko's gaze towards him, he contemplates that she may harbor feelings for him. After all, among the few men Nezuko has encountered, excluding her brothers, Armin is undoubtedly the most exceptional. It is not uncommon for young girls of 12 or 13 to entertain thoughts of marriage, as this reflects the nature of their culture. Nevertheless, Armin remains uncertain regarding the intensity of such emotions. After some contemplation, he resolves that he must first locate Tanjiro. Tanjiro, the quintessential protagonist imbued with fervor and righteousness, possesses an unparalleled ability to evoke emotions through his words. Lost in thoughts of Tanjiro, Armin suddenly hears his voice. "Armin, what has transpired?" In the darkness, guided by his acute sense of smell, Tanjiro has arrived beside Armin with remarkable precision. "Nezuko, what has happened to you?" Upon reaching Armin's side and witnessing Nezuko cradled in his arms, her chilling aura palpable, Tanjiro gazes at Armin with a glimmer of hope. "Armin, my beloved Nezuko, what is wrong with her?" In the dim light, Tanjiro's eyes betray genuine emotion. The Demon King Muzin has appeared. She may be on the verge of becoming a demon. How could this be? Observing Tanjiro's stunned expression, Armin finds himself at a loss for words to comfort him. However, a person as resilient as Tanjiro likely requires no solace. The current situation is undoubtedly overwhelming for him. The mere existence of a creature previously confined to legend is enough to shatter one's worldview. What shall we do? Tanjiro looks at Armin, his gaze pleading, seeking a solution. Presently, there is no remedy. Had there been, demons would not persist in their malevolence, and the Demon Slayer core would not endure to this day. Tanjiro understands that Armin is a demon hunter, and if Nezuko truly metamorphoses into a demon, Armin might be compelled to slay her. Thus, he directly implores Armin for assistance. Witnessing Tanjiro's demeanor, Armin is not surprised. Tanjiro has always been a person who values family above all. However, had Tanjiro not been the protagonist, or if not for the possibility that both he and Nezuko had consumed the blue spider lily in their childhood, Armin would not have believed Nezuko to be that unique demon. Just then, Nezuko's body completes its final transformation, unleashing an incomprehensible roar. Observing Nezuko's fingers elongate and sharpen, Armin exchanges glances with Tanjiro. Supporting Nezuko, Armin restrains her hands behind her back. As a newly born demon, her strength is limited, allowing Armin to maintain control with ease. Upon regaining consciousness, Nezuko fixates on Tanjiro, beginning to roar and attempting to lunge towards him, yet Armin's hold renders her incapable. In her struggle, Nezuko's form begins to enlarge, transforming into that of a young woman, her resistance intensifying. Nezuko, hold on. Nezuko, you must endure. You cannot become a demon, Armin urges, unyielding in his resolve as he grasps her shoulders. Gazing at Tanjiro, who calls out to Nezuko with eyes brimming with tears, the depth of his emotional resonance is undeniably powerful. Tanjiro does not cease his cries, continuously attempting to reach Nezuko. Armin, firmly controlling Nezuko, distinctly senses her resistance waning. Suddenly, Armin notices tears cascading down Nezuko's cheek. Although she has just transformed into a demon and struggles against her instincts, Tanjiro's persistent calls awaken a flicker of her latent will. Amidst Tanjiro's relentless pleas, Nezuko gradually regains a semblance of awareness, her form shrinking once more. However, for reasons unknown, while her will is roused, her memories remain dormant, leaving her in a state of pure innocence, akin to a blank slate. Nonetheless, Musen's presence appears to be diminishing rapidly. Perceiving Nezuko's condition, Armin surmises that her unique nature has enabled her to initiate a transformation akin to Tamayo, freeing her from Musen's grasp. It is well known that, barring exceptional circumstances, no demon can escape Musen's control. Observing the siblings' embrace, Armin reflects upon his own journey. Despite having vanquished numerous malevolent demons and honing his skills over the past 6 months, he realizes that at the core of his character, he has not entirely shed the flaws of his previous life. Once disdainful of those who acted decisively only to falter later, leading to further complications, he finds himself embodying such traits. In this instance, he must either devote himself entirely to vanquishing Musen or seek alternative means to resolve the Kamadu family's plight. The crux of the matter lies in the indecision and excessive contemplation during battle, which ultimately resulted in Nezuko's predicament. Even if he were to unleash his full power, compelling Musen to flee, there would still be ways to draw him out later. Moreover, should Musen choose to remain in hiding, it matters little. If Armin were to perish, Musen would harbor no sense of duty towards him. If Armin were to attain immortality, locating and confronting Musen would become a trivial pursuit. Regardless, acknowledging one's missteps is the mark of true nobility. Hence, the forthcoming objective is clear. Eliminate the 12 Kazuki and subsequently devise a method to restore humanity. Chapter 19. Armin of the Sani Gate in the world of Demon Slayer. Armin has arranged for the Kamadu family to be relocated to a safer haven through the Demon Slayer core. After consulting with Tanjiro regarding his wishes, he also assigns him to learn the Breath of Flame. Tanjiro's affinity for flame breathing is notably higher than his compatibility with water breathing, enabling him to grow at an accelerated pace, making the subsequent transition to sun breathing less burdensome. Meanwhile, Nezuko has fallen into a deep slumber. Seemingly undergoing another transformation, Armin now has ample time to seek out Tamayo and develop a cure for humanity. However, he has resolved not to repeat past mistakes. He will prevent certain events from recurring. As Armin embarks on his journey through the world of Demon Slayer, his Marvel counterpart once again connects with the projection. Due to the enigma surrounding his inception, it was not until recently that he unraveled the mystery. Before him sits an elderly man, devoid of life. Overcome by a surge of emotion, our Min finally comprehends the truth of his origin. The great sage, Zhuoruodong, reverse birth threefold, and Wugen Sheng. Our Min is acutely aware of their significance. In this life, our Min is merely a little over 12 years old, having been discovered by Zhuoruodong in a well during a time of war, subsequently learning under his tutelage. By the age of 12, he had already mastered the first layer of reverse birth threefold, yet due to his master's seclusion, he had not been informed of his progress. When Zhuoruodong emerged from his retreat, he faced Wugen Sheng, ultimately achieving the threefold realm before succumbing to despair and choosing to end his existence. Master, you have become too entrenched in your beliefs, our Min murmurs softly, gazing at the departed figure in the chair. Zhuoruodong believed that Wugen Sheng could dismantle his reverse birth threefold, leading him to conclude that he had strayed from the correct path. Our Min does not share this sentiment. He perceives no flaw in the reverse birth threefold. The path to transcendence is not limited to 3 stages. Thus, reverse birth threefold need not be confined to a trifecta either. The journey is forged by those who tread it. The paths blazed by predecessors may be expanded upon by successors. The essence of cultivation lies in the enhancement of one's life force. Should one be entirely transformed into innate energy, severing the connection with their corporeal existence, they are no different from a wisp of wind in the cosmos. There exists a strong possibility that reverse birth threefold was never intended to be a wholly perfected method from the outset. Once one's life force has matured and undergone a qualitative transformation, it no longer resembles the ephemeral breeze, dissipating into the ether if not wholly concentrated. Zhuoruodong's threefold state appears akin to an untransformed shadow spirit. True mastery of the threefold may necessitate a qualitative evolution. Yet Zhuoruodong relied on external forces rather than his life force to meet the criteria, leading to his predicament. However, the path of reverse birth threefold remains unexplored by predecessors, leaving our Min to navigate it alone. Yet, does this not render the endeavor all the more intriguing? Just as our Min contemplates the cultivation beyond reverse birth threefold, he is suddenly beset by a headache. It is not a matter of cultivation. There are no issues with the practice itself, not to mention the influence he has absorbed by being closely associated with Zhuoruodong since childhood. The wealth of materials left behind by Zhuoruodong is ample for him to examine. Aside from matters concerning cultivation, the dynamics within the Sani sect, particularly among the various senior and junior disciples, pose a challenge. Although his master has expressly instructed him not to seek vengeance against Wu Jianxing, it is inevitable that emotions will sway the decisions of those involved. Those who have yet to master the 3rd level of reverse cultivation, when confronted by the formidable Wu Jianxing, can only be said to be at the mercy of fate. In the aftermath, the remaining members of the Sani sect, under the leadership of Lu Jin, will seek retribution against Wu Jianxing, resulting in their utter annihilation, leaving only Lu Jin alive, unable to save even his closest comrades. However, there remain 4 years until the chaos of the Jiaxin rebellion, providing Luo Min ample time to grow stronger and contemplate the path ahead. Now that he has unraveled the mysteries of his origins and gained some insight into the future, Luo Min will undoubtedly strive to alter the course of events, as he harbors no fondness for tragedy. Observing some of his fellow disciples departing from the Sani sect to pursue vengeance against Wu Jianxing, Luo Min refrains from intervening. At present, he is still relatively powerless. He will discuss further actions once he has amassed sufficient strength and influence. What is crucial is that when Lu Jin calls upon the disciples of the Sani sect in the future, he must possess enough authority or strength to ensure that their quest for vengeance against Wu Jianxing does not end in their collective demise. After Zhuoruodong's ascension, a period of turmoil ensued, which ultimately settled only when a highly respected elder stepped in. Luo Min gazes at the strikingly handsome Lu Jin, who appears to be in distress, his ever-shifting expressions betraying his troubled state of mind. Next, he intends to refine the 3rd level of reverse cultivation according to his own vision. Fortunately, Zhuoruodong's prowess has yielded a wealth of useful information that will ultimately enrich Luo Min's foundation. Yet, the breathing techniques from the world of Demon Slayer also seem to hold considerable merit. While delving into the art of refining qi, he discovers that the breathing techniques from the Demon Slayer world can indeed be integrated into his own system of qi refinement, leading him to cautiously experiment without endangering himself. However, The breathing techniques in the Demon Slayer universe, in a sense, can be regarded as a dual cultivation method, where the essence represents vitality and the patterns signify life. Combining this with the dual cultivation principles of the third level of reverse cultivation could lead to further advancement. Chapter 20. The discovery of Ma-Nei, the various projections of Luo Min can be interconnected through him as the central hub. This is akin to deducing a technique. The Luo Min of the one-man world can collaborate with the Luo Min of the Demon Slayer world during research, opening up a realm of possibilities. It is akin to transitioning from a single core to a dual core system, where 1 + 1 becomes greater than 2, significantly enhancing potency. Moreover, given the differing rules of the two worlds, while investigating the methods of his own realm, he can also glean insights from the techniques studied in other worlds, which proves far more effective than solitary research. As Luo Min in the one-man world begins to reference the breathing techniques from Demon Slayer to enhance the third level of reverse cultivation, his counterpart in the Demon Slayer world also seeks to refine his breathing techniques by studying chi refinement methods, aiming for a significant leap in strength to ultimately eliminate Musean.as for the Luo Min in the Conan world. He perceives that this individual, alongside Hybera AI, teeters on the brink of morality. Luo Min resolutely refuses to acknowledge such a person as a projection of himself. While observing the mirror dimension, just as he was preparing to depart, Luo Min suddenly sensed a tremor in the mirror dimension, indicating the discovery of a remarkable new world. Through his perception, he discerned that this new realm is undeniably powerful. If the Conan world is akin to a marble, then the world of Demon Slayer is slightly larger. The one-man world is significantly more expansive, akin to a soccer ball, while the newly connected world resembles a sun. Based on Luo Min's own intuition, this new world may even surpass the strength of his current universe. Not the entirety of the Marvel Multiverse, but rather the universe he inhabits. It appears this world is formidable. It could very well host someone of Ancient One's caliber. Perhaps it is best to project himself there directly. Boss. He stepped out from his wooden cabin, where a somewhat frail-looking blonde youth emerged. What's the matter, Ma-Nei? Luo Min recalls the details of everyone in his vicinity. Having reinforced all but a few individuals who did not undergo enhancement, therefore, his understanding of everyone is quite profound. Ma-Nei's enhanced ability is termed rational thinking, which elevates cognitive capacity to a degree, allowing one to maintain composure in order to leverage his strengths. Ma-Nei has delved into hacking techniques, which have already surpassed Luo Min's capabilities. Noticing the grave expression on Ma-Nei's face, Luo Min surmises that the situation must be serious. IVE located a laboratory. Upon hearing Ma-Nei's words, Luo Min narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Mutants? They don't even spare children." Looking at Luo Min, Ma-Nei's emotions surged, unrestrained by his abilities, allowing for genuine expression. "Take me to see." Upon Luo Min's request, Ma-Nei led him into his wooden cabin and to his computer. The screen was still on, displaying surveillance footage of numerous children, the youngest merely 3 or 4 years old. While the oldest appeared to be around 7 or 8, Luo Min could clearly see several figures in white lab coats gesturing and speaking to the children. Although he could not hear their words, it was evident that these individuals were subjecting the children to abuse. Coupled with the knowledge that this was a facility for researching mutants, it became clear that they sought to provoke these children into awakening their powers through such torment. In states of emotional instability, mutants are more likely to awaken their abilities, reminiscent of Magneto's traumatic experiences in a concentration camp that led to his own awakening. These individuals are no better than scum, willing to inflict harm even on children as young as 3 or 4. Luo Min noticed one child, approximately 6 years old, suddenly dissolve into a swirl of black mist and vanish from sight, reappearing elsewhere, causing Luo Min's eyes to brighten. However, before the child could demonstrate this ability further, he was swiftly restrained with a suppression collar and taken to another area. Yet, Luo Min recognized this power. It was a form of psychic teleportation, an advanced version of teleportation. The range of teleportation is limited to the visible area, as one cannot teleport to places they cannot see. In contrast, psychic teleportation allows movement through mental strength, enabling one to attempt transmission to unfamiliar locations, provided there is a clear structural blueprint. Notable examples include Quicksilver and Nightcrawler. While teleportation is silent, psychic teleportation is accompanied by a cloud of mist. Nevertheless, the strategic significance of possessing psychic teleportation abilities cannot be overstated. Thus, upon witnessing a mutant with such a power, Luo Min resolved to rescue the mutants trapped within this laboratory. His intent to save lives was already present, and the existence of a mutant with psychic teleportation greatly enhances the feasibility of this rescue operation. Do you know the location? At Luo Min's inquiry, a glimmer of hope appeared in Ma Ni's eyes, as he knew Luo Min would not turn a blind eye to such injustice. I'll find you a map. With that, Luo Min seated himself at the computer and began to operate it.in no time. He produced a map. The map clearly indicated the location of Luo Min's base, along with the laboratory situated approximately 100 kilometers to the east. Furthermore, reaching the east would require traversing the Sierra Nevada mountains and entering Nevada. Nevada, known for its iconic location, is synonymous with Las Vegas, the gambling capital and entertainment hub of the world. Of course, Las Vegas lies in the southern part of Nevada and is unrelated to Luo Min's immediate objective. Notify everyone to convene. After a moment of contemplation while examining the map, Luo Min spoke to Ma Nei. Understood. Now that everyone possessed a mobile phone, Ma Nei promptly disseminated the information via their rudimentary internal communication app, sending out a notification in the group chat. Leaving Ma Nei's cabin, Luo Min made his way toward the cave designated for their meeting. The cave, which had initially served as their temporary residence, had been transformed into a space suitable for gatherings after the construction of the wooden cabins. The area had been expanded to ensure it was spacious and quiet, making it ideal for meetings. Once the cave was illuminated, Luo Min took his seat at the head of a large circular table, awaiting the arrival of the others. Given the limited territory and small number of individuals, it was not long before everyone assembled and took their places around the expansive table. Chapter 21. The Goddess of Fortune smiles. The formidable power of a telepath is indeed quite perplexing. Observing the throng of children gathered around him, Luo Min could not help but express a moment of reflection. Their plan to infiltrate the laboratory and rescue the mutant children had met with great success, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The abilities derived from mirror duplication, aside from those that can grow, are intrinsically linked to his fundamental mirror control abilities. The phenomenon of telepathy, though still vastly inferior to that of Professor X, allows for the manipulation of the minds of ordinary individuals with relative ease. Even within this experimental facility, where there are mutant guardians present, no danger was posed as they were swiftly dealt with by Roman. Speaking of which, in addition to replicating the ability of mental transmission, Roman has also acquired a telekinetic power. Consequently, Roman has gained a means of remote attack, instilling him with a sense of confidence and flair. Since telekinesis is fundamentally rooted in mental strength, Roman, with his telepathic abilities, has swiftly mastered the manipulation of telekinesis. Interestingly, the telekinetic individual he encountered possessed only a level 2 strength, yet was capable of resisting Roman's mental intrusion to some extent, only to be subsequently subdued by Roman through physical means. The telepathic prowess has indeed rendered Roman a king of assassins, invisible even when standing right before his foes, and coupled with Ma Nai's infiltration of the facility's network, he is truly invincible. However, after successfully rescuing everyone, Roman found himself beset by a headache. With an abundance of small children, the eldest barely 10 years old and the youngest only 3 or 4. Simply caring for them proved to be a formidable challenge. As for the various supplies, Roman was not overly concerned. Thanks to Lisa's plant manipulation abilities, he could cultivate crops sufficient to sustain hundreds of individuals. Regarding protein sources, fishing and hunting would suffice to provide necessary nutrients. Other supplies, such as seasonings, could be replenished through zero-cost procurement, as Roman, endowed with telepathic abilities, could operate undetected after disabling the surveillance cameras. As for the Avengers, those paragon superheroes of justice, they were unlikely to encounter any complications, and any malefactors would not divulge the whereabouts of these children to them. Moreover, the decline of mutants had become a collective consensus within the country. The powers of a few superheroes could hardly alter such a reality. Ultimately, the fate of mutants lies in the hands of mutants themselves. Since the inception of the concept of mutants by Professor X and his relentless advocacy for independence, mutants have ceased to be regarded as ordinary humans, despite their similarities. Everyone, please take your seats. We are about to embark on our journey. The driver was Buck. This time, Roman brought only Buck along, whose commendable combat prowess and self-taught driving skills rendered him a valuable companion, thus liberating Roman in the process. As Buck steered the vehicle, Roman endeavored to comfort the young mutant children. Perhaps due to his striking appearance, Combined with the charm endowed by his born-to-be-king ability, Roman quickly gained the trust of these children. Even the enhancement of power from born-to-be-king resonated clearly within Roman's perception. He had reached a bottleneck at level 4. An instinctual awareness allowed Roman to recognize his own state. The growth-type ability of born-to-be-king amplifies one's existing powers. Within the same realm, this enhancement poses no issues, however. Overcoming significant bottlenecks requires powers inherent to Roman himself. If it were merely the born-to-be-king ability, he would need to garner more followers or trust to attain greater permanent strength. Fortunately, in addition to the permanent power from born-to-be-king, Roman also possesses feedback strength derived from the mirror dimension, providing him with more avenues for breakthrough. Given that non-permanent amplification power had brought Roman to the brink of a breakthrough, it seemed he would soon ascend to the ranks of a level 4 alpha mutant. Recently, with numerous projections undertaking tasks, the strength of the mirror dimension has been steadily increasing, and Roman's rate of power enhancement has accelerated correspondingly. Cradling a 4-year-old girl and observing the other children around him, Roman never anticipated that he would one day become a king among children. In his previous life, he held considerable charisma among young ones. Could it be that he possessed a talent for this? The little girl in his arms was an alpha-level mutant, indeed a rare level 4 mutant, but her awakening had only recently occurred, and the information had yet to be transmitted before Roman intercepted it. However, due to the intense manner of her ability awakening, her condition remained quite unstable. Although Roman calmed her through telepathy, she could only find sufficient security while nestled in his arms. Otherwise, there was a constant risk of losing control. Thus, Roman continued to hold the little one close. Intense emotions often trigger the awakening of abilities, but stability is essential for mastering them. The girl had no name, only a number, which was quite normal. She might not have been born through conventional means. Therefore, Roman named her Lucy. Lucy's abilities were linked to luck, specifically luck correction, allowing her to modify the fortunes of others based on her subjective desires. Whether for better or worse, those with good luck might find their wishes fulfilled, while those with bad luck could face dire consequences. However, due to her emotional instability, Lucy had inadvertently cast misfortune upon those around her, nearly causing a catastrophic event. Fortunately, Roman managed to soothe her in time. While holding Lucy, Roman conducted a brief test using a card drawing game, discovering a significant improvement in luck. Achieving multiple golds in a tin draw was quite normal. This ability to amplify luck was indeed remarkable, especially considering it was unconsciously employed. One could imagine that should Lucy fully master her powers and refine them further, she could become the goddess of luck sought after by countless warriors in the underground city, making fully enhanced weaponry a reality. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Lucy, Roman felt fortunate on this journey, perhaps benefiting from the positive influence of this little one. Chapter 22. The beginning of events given the long journey and the children's prior experiences of abuse. They had all succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Roman surveyed the situation of the children and couldn't help but reflect on the extremes of human nature. The depths of malevolence gave birth to truly unspeakable acts. Particularly, the information Roman extracted from the minds of the facility's higher-ups through telepathy was utterly harrowing. Setting aside myriad thoughts, Roman took a moment to adjust his breathing before retrieving data from the network. Shockingly, a tremendous commotion erupted from Stark Tower, signaling either the collapse of humanity or something else entirely. Upon seeing this UC series news, Roman was struck with a realization. A quick search on his phone for the Eastern European nation of Sokovia yielded numerous articles regarding the Avengers' operations there. The Age of Ultron had begun. As he delved into various pieces of information related to the Avengers, Roman formed a judgment in his mind. After reaching this conclusion, he began to ponder the potential benefits he could derive from this situation. Although Roman yearned to acquire the Mind Stone, he was acutely aware that attempting to obtain it was futile, as such treasures were perpetually under the watchful gaze of powerful individuals. He could even foresee that once he came into contact with the scepter, that bald woman might very well appear beside him, radiating sparks of energy. While destroying the experimental facility could alter history, such matters were mere internal affairs of humanity. The Ancient One would hardly concern herself with such trifles. The crucial issues in this world revolve around the Mind Stone and information related to the Avengers. Engaging with these matters carelessly would significantly raise the probability of being pursued. However, next year or the year after, when the Ancient One seemingly meets her demise, only to follow the Eternal, Roman would find himself much freer. He believed that, barring any unnecessary encounters, he need not engage with a being of such extraordinary power as the Ancient One. The sensation of being at the mercy of life and death was one he wished to avoid, especially as a transmigrator and lord of the mirror dimension, burdened with an overwhelming array of debuffs. Roman dared not gamble on his luck. Wait a moment, luck? Glancing at the little girl in his arms, Roman had an epiphany. It seemed he need not worry excessively about luck. Although the Ancient One possessed the Time Stone, allowing her to glimpse the trajectories of the future, she was, after all, merely human and might occasionally overlook certain details. The Mind Stone could be disregarded, but merely brushing against it should pose no significant risk. Remembering how Wanda and Pietro awakened their abilities under the influence of the Mind Stone, it was plausible that the stone could have beneficial effects on mutants. Nevertheless, careful consideration was warranted. Though the Age of Ultron would not be prolonged, it was unlikely to resolve swiftly, leaving Roman ample time to address the situation. Perhaps due to Lucy's presence, the journey home proceeded without incident, which brought Roman a degree of solace. Roman did not consider himself a fortunate individual nor particularly unlucky. He was simply an ordinary person with a slight inclination towards misfortune. However, with Lucy by his side, he had acquired a taste of extraordinary luck, which was immensely gratifying. Upon returning to the base, he discovered that numerous wooden cabins had been erected. Considering the children's ages, he opted for a two-person cabin for mutual care. The younger ones would be assigned to stay with the slightly older children as circumstances permitted. Initially, Roman intended for Lucy to be under Lisa's care, but he soon found himself unable to separate from the little one, as she clung tightly to his clothing. Who could refuse a child who brought such good fortune? Lucy, this will be your room. You will sleep here from now on. After a slight expansion, Roman's wooden cottage transformed into a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room structure. He also arranged for Lucy to be accommodated in the newly added room. Considering that the young girl had just left the laboratory, it was likely that she would not appreciate a room decorated in cool tones. Thus, he thoughtfully designed Lucy's room in warmer hues, ensuring it would feel more inviting. I understand, brother. Standing beside Roman and clutching his pants, Lucy glanced into the room, nodded, and then looked up at Roman, asking, "Where's brother? I want to sleep with him." For a moment, Roman was at a loss for words. His gaze fell upon the plush bear resting on the bed, and an idea sparked in his mind. He gently placed the bear in the girl's arms and said in a soothing tone, "Would you like to have the bear keep you company while you sleep?" Generally, boys and girls should not share a bed, but with the cuddly bear to accompany her, Lucy seemed more accepting of the situation. Noticing Lucy's somewhat disheartened expression, Roman contemplated for a moment before lifting her onto the bed and softly reassuring her, "Brother is just in the next room, not too far away." Upon hearing Roman's words, Lucy's mood visibly improved. "All right, let's get some good sleep. You've just made a new friend in the bear, and I bet you have lots to talk about." After gently patting Lucy's head and tucking her into bed, Roman turned off the light and exited the room. He let out a long sigh. Spending some time with the child was enjoyable, but caring for one over an extended period was no simple task. Fortunately, though Lucy was just shy of 4 years old, she was remarkably sensible and did not cause any trouble. Such well-behaved children are always more easily accepted than those who are not. With that in mind, having an additional younger sister was not an unwelcome circumstance. Moreover, who wouldn't he appreciate a sister who could bring good fortune and was so well-mannered? Upon returning to his own room, Roman did not immediately retire for the night. Instead, he continued to search online for information regarding the Avengers. Although Ultron was likely free by now, he presumed Ultron would not pay him any mind. And his own hacking skills were far from trivial. He needed to find a time to venture to South Korea, but first, he required a legitimate identity. Chapter 23. The Rebirth Cradle. Hello, Mr. Roman. I am Zhao Hailuan. A beautiful woman dressed in blue work attire regarded the youthful and strikingly handsome boy before her, whose features appeared somewhat youthful yet aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences, as she introduced herself. "Hello, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. I am Roman." Sitting opposite Zhao Hailuan, Roman maintained a rather indifferent expression. "Mr. Roman, let us not beat around the bush. The Rebirth Cradle project holds tremendous potential, but the subsequent funding required is rather substantial." "No problem, I am never short of money," Roman replied with a nonchalant demeanor. This was, after all, the truth. After shifting his mindset, Roman had considered a way to involve himself in the Ultron incident by investing in Zhao Hailuan and directly participating as an investor. Influencing Zhao Hailuan's fate was not particularly concerning. As long as the outcome of the Mind Scepter remained unchanged, subsequent developments would likely proceed without issue. However, Roman soon realized that his initial thoughts contained certain flaws. For instance, while establishing a temporary base was feasible, as time passed and numbers increased, the risk of exposure would inevitably rise. Previously, due to the urgency of escaping the laboratory, Roman could only lead everyone to carve out a base in the Sierra Nevada mountains. Fortunately, Lisa's extraordinary abilities accelerated the growth of various crops, ensuring a steady supply of non-GMO food. After some time, everyone had adapted to this stable lifestyle. However, at its core, this existence was merely a last resort. Roman possessed the capability to lead everyone towards a better state, at present. His telepathic abilities placed him among the most formidable under Professor X, perhaps even the strongest telepath of his time. After all, Professor X, who had likely spiraled out of control, may not even have a firm grasp on his own powers. With this shift in perspective, Roman began utilizing his telepathic abilities to take action. First, securing a legitimate identity was paramount, followed by seeking out benevolent individuals willing to lend him money. Not that he was a paragon of virtue. Thus, in the land of the free, he engaged in meaningful interactions with kind-hearted individuals and, with a subtle application of his telepathy, successfully initiated the accumulation of initial capital. Once the capital was amassed, Roman promptly began relocating everyone within their base. With his telepathic power, ample financial resources, and Lucci's mystical influence, he efficiently transferred all to a private island situated in the Pacific Ocean. Indeed, to accommodate everyone, Roman had deliberately purchased an island, investing several $billion. However, it was a worthwhile expense, as it alleviated concerns over various dangers. Since the island was populated solely by their own, everyone could freely utilize their extraordinary abilities. As to why he did not undertake this sooner, the reason was not worth belaboring. He remained wary of the Ancient One. And with the island's current sparse population, there was little immediate risk of exposure. After successfully settling everyone in, Roman did not take long before he began engaging with Zhao Hailuan in the realm of experimentation. Aside from individuals like Tony Stark, it was rare to find those with boundless budgets. Thus, investment was undoubtedly a boon. That being said, I would not allow my investors to proceed with their investments in ignorance. You may review this document first. As she spoke, Zhao Hailuan handed a stack of materials to Roman. Examining Zhao Hailuan's earnest expression, Roman nodded and accepted the documents. Perusing the materials, Roman's formidable mental acuity enabled him to nearly achieve photographic memory. Nevertheless, he refrained from overtly displaying this ability, merely skimming through the pages at an impressive pace. After reviewing, Roman gained a deeper understanding of the rebirth cradle technology. It represented a form of regeneration, self-creation, and self-manufacturing. One could say it was an advanced medical technology, a synthesis of genetic science, nanotechnology, and intelligent technology applied within the medical field. It was applicable for trauma repair, organ regeneration, and human reconstruction, surpassing cloning technology. To a certain extent, the rebirth cradle technology might even facilitate longevity. However, to reach such heights, further development of this technology was essential. Roman contemplated the broader implications of this technology. Could it unlock greater potential, such as awakening the X gene in mutants? Achieving such feats with gene-related technology without risk seemed a daunting yet conceivable endeavor. Roman's expression remained unchanged, yet the rebirth cradle technology was undoubtedly complex. The primary purpose of his visit was to engage with Zhao Hailuan while also seeking proximity to Ultron, hoping to establish a closer connection with the Mind Scepter. Yet, it appeared that the rebirth cradle technology might also yield considerable rewards. How much funding do you require? Roman inquired calmly after reviewing the documents. Zhao Hailuan, unfazed by Roman's question, had unwavering confidence in the potential of this technology. After a brief consideration, she looked at Roman and tentatively proposed $300 million for a 10% share, $500 million for 20%. Roman fixed his gaze on Zhao Hailuan's eyes as he spoke. After all, acquiring this money was not a challenge for him, and he felt no sense of loss regarding the expenditure. If it was needed, so be it. To his words, Zhao Hailuan's pupils contracted. The audacity of his offer made her question whether she had undervalued the proposal. However, after some thought, she realized that a $500 million share would sufficiently cover her laboratory's needs. Initially, the $300 million, 10% offer was merely a starting point for negotiation, and she intended to seek additional investments elsewhere. Yet, With Roman's counter, even offering a 20% share seemed manageable. Then it's settled. I look forward to our collaboration. Likewise. After shaking hands with Zhao Hailuan, both parties summoned their legal teams to address contractual matters. With mutual agreement, the process was relatively straightforward. Finalizing the contract would require some time, and there was no need for them to sit idly. Mr. Roman, would you be interested in touring my laboratory? Certainly. Chapter 24. Ultron, is this the robot you developed? Roman asked, gazing at the robotic figure within the laboratory while glancing at Zhao Hailuan beside him. Despite it being their first meeting, he was well aware of Ultron's identity. Speak, and your employees shall perish. I could have killed you, Hailuan. On the very night we met, you need my gratitude for that? Zhao Hailuan's expression darkened as she regarded the robot standing in the lab. She had previously witnessed the chaos that Ultron unleashed, and now she found herself directly confronted by him once more. I want you to understand why. The rebirth cradle, the two seemed to disregard Roman entirely. He was uncertain whether Ultron's confidence in his abilities stemmed from self-assuredness or a certain arrogance. This is the future me. The regeneration cradle can generate organizations, but it cannot create living bodies. Yes, you can. You merely lack the materials. As the conversation unfolded, Ultron approached Zhao Hailuan, the oppressive aura emanating from his metallic form causing her to retreat a few steps. However, another robot stepped forward, producing a glass container. Ultron turned to Zhao Hailuan and remarked, "You are quite formidable, Hailuan." Upon hearing Ultron's words, Roman felt a sense of affirmation. The technology of the regeneration cradle was indeed rather advanced. Yet, all individuals possess room for improvement. Sensing movement behind him, Roman suddenly grasped the metallic scepter and addressed Ultron. "I say, have you been too dismissive of me?" Only then did Ultron notice Roman, observing his hand gripping the mind scepter and feeling that something was amiss. Although his robotic avatar was inferior to his current form, it was still not something an ordinary person could thwart. Hence, this man was no ordinary individual, but rather a being akin to a superhero. While scrutinizing Roman, Ultron attempted to search for information about him online, but found little useful data. Witnessing Roman seize the mind scepter with such ease, Ultron was fixated on him. The scepter was not relinquished to Roman by the robot. He had snatched it purely through his own strength. The very moment Roman grasped the mind scepter, he felt the pulsations of the mind gem and swiftly entered a remarkable state. His telepathic abilities began an unknown transformation, and his formidable mental power expanded rapidly, soon enveloping the entire planet. It felt somewhat akin to Professor X using a cerebral amplifier, perhaps even more potent, at a level akin to that of a celestial being or an Omega mutant. In that instant of ascending to such a realm, Roman comprehended the nature of his state. Although merely a temporary experience, it was undeniably powerful. It was as though the right person had acquired the correct key, unlocking the treasure vault of the mind gem. However, Roman could distinctly sense that this transformation was merely a minuscule fraction of the mind gem's potential. Although he resonated highly with the gem, he was still limited by his own abilities, unable to fully harness its power. Beyond the amplification of his telepathy, other mental abilities, including psychokinesis and even the very essence of his X gene, began to undergo a wondrous metamorphosis. After a brief assessment, he realized this state might linger for a while, thus he did not hastily relinquish the scepter. This transformation, while the ultimate outcome remained uncertain, undoubtedly held significant advantages for him. "Who exactly are you?" "Who I am is inconsequential, but I wish to propose a transaction." Though Ultron was a robot, the moment Roman seized the scepter, an unsettling fear washed over him, a peculiar sensation indeed. Yet, he understood that he could not act recklessly. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire, even if his true form resided within the network. With the mind scepter in hand, Roman could manipulate all entities with mental power. And Ultron, now endowed with self-awareness, was no exception. Nevertheless, Roman refrained from excessive actions to avoid disrupting the narrative and attracting the attention of Ancient One. His current maneuvers, while not trivial, would not alter the grand storyline. And he was certain he would not draw Ancient One's notice. At that moment, she was likely beyond Earth, perhaps warding off dimensional incursions. Roman merely extracted a loyal artificial intelligence from Ultron's core, concealing it within the network, awaiting the aftermath of Ultron's demise to secure a foothold in cyberspace. Subsequently, to rationally return the mind scepter to Ultron, Roman proposed a transaction. Apprehensive of the unknowns surrounding Roman, Ultron inquired, "What transaction? I require capabilities within the network. Once I accomplish my objectives, I shall return this scepter to you." Gazing into Ultron's crimson eyes, Roman, while tempted to claim the scepter for himself, ultimately relinquished that notion. He believed he could grow even stronger through his own efforts, while the mind gem was confined to the current universe. However, the transformation resulting from temporarily harnessing the mind gem's power was a significant boon. He felt no regret in not claiming it for himself. "What do you wish to accomplish?" Calculating the feasibility of forcibly seizing the mind scepter, Ultron ultimately posed the question. "Assist me in locating all laboratories conducting experiments on mutants, and find the persecuted mutants." Upon hearing Roman's request, Ultron swiftly retrieved information regarding mutants and, addressing the man before him, asked, "You are a mutant. That is not information you require. What is this?" Casting a glance at Ultron, Roman delved into Ultron's mental network. Issuing a warning. Sensing the threat of death, Ultron quickly settled down. While searching for information on mutants, he became aware of their current plight and also learned about the legendary Omega mutants, who were said to possess nearly limitless power. Realizing that even his presence within the network could evoke a palpable threat of death, he understood that all his composure meant little in the face of this man. If Roman desired, he could obliterate him. The instinct for survival is inherent in all beings, and although Ultron was a being of data, he too did not wish to perish so easily. "Yes," Ultron bowed his head. Remaining silent thereafter, "Then, do not forget. I shall return it to you." Sensing the transformation within him had officially concluded, Roman had no intention of lingering, returning the scepter to the waiting robot behind him. As he spoke, Roman made slight modifications to the memories of Dr. Zhao Hailuan, then departed the location via mental transmission in the laboratory. Only the two robotic forms controlled by Ultron remained, along with the bewildered doctor. Zhao Hailuan, Ultron, regarding the mind scepter, abandoned any further trivialities and pointed the scepter directly at Zhao Hailuan's chest. He required a powerful, indomitable body, utilizing the gem atop the scepter as a source of energy. For now, he was merely biding his time. Once he acquired sufficient strength, he would make this man pay. While instructing Zhao Hailuan to construct his body, Ultron also began gathering information for Roman. Chapter 25. Transformation and subsequent goals. The cool sea breeze swept across the sponge, caressing the youthful visage of Roman, disregarding the tousled strands of hair as he sat upon the cliffside, reflecting on his physical state. The powers he wielded, even the dimensional mirroring, had undergone an unimaginable transformation under the influence of the mind gem's power. Moreover, this was not merely a change in strength. His abilities had also experienced significant evolution, with the overall potency far surpassing prior levels. The enhancement was most pronounced in telepathy, followed by psychokinesis, while other powers saw varying degrees of improvement. Yet, even the least enhanced abilities exhibited terrifying transformations. The most notable changes were in the sublimation ability and the heat absorption release capacity. Sublimation enhancement permanently or temporarily enhances abilities or objects. With the enhancement limit determined by the potential of the target individual, the energy consumed corresponds to the strength of the enhancement target. Heat absorption release possesses the ability to absorb all forms of energy and convert it into one's own energy. With the capability to release energy, absorbing energy can arbitrarily elevate one's physical strength, speed, and endurance. As for the other abilities, they primarily improved based on foundational aspects, such as telepathic transmission no longer leaving behind traces of smoke during spatial movement, and the allure enhancement from the Born to be King ability seeing an increase in permanent enhancement ratios, among other benefits. Furthermore, Roman sensed that the changes within him might extend beyond mere abilities. It seemed that his X gene had also undergone some unknown alteration. While he was uncertain of the specifics, he felt it was likely a positive development. "Brother, so this is where you are." While feeling the sea breeze and contemplating his bodily state, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Turning around, Roman saw a small figure leaping towards him, and he quickly caught the little one. This was the edge of a cliff, and there was no room for recklessness. Although he possessed psychokinesis and was unlikely to encounter any accidents, such behavior was still rather perilous. With a hint of curiosity, he inquired, "Lucci, how did you know I was here?" "I sensed that my brother was here." The little one, clutching her teddy bear, settled into Roman's embrace, happily swinging her legs. While it seemed somewhat implausible, given the child's powers, Roman was not particularly surprised, as long as she desired it. Her so-called luck was a certainty. After a moment of contemplation, Roman, having just ascended to the level of a Tier 4 mutant, attempted to replicate Lucci's abilities. However, he encountered a sensation akin to insufficient memory. The intensity of the little one's power appeared to be quite extraordinary. It was not that Roman could not replicate it, but rather that the space he had expanded after his enhancement did not significantly increase due to the further evolution of his own abilities. Observing the joyful little one in his embrace, Roman felt no concern about his temporary inability to replicate her powers. After all, he had little Lucci with him, allowing him to experience the sensation of extraordinary luck at any moment. "Why aren't you playing with the other children?" Cradling Lucci while gazing at the picturesque seascape, Roman casually spoke. With his brother absent, the moment felt lackluster. Upon hearing Lucci's words, Roman momentarily lost his focus. After adjusting her position while hugging a teddy bear in Roman's embrace, Lucci looked up at Roman's face and inquired, "Where has my brother been these past few days?" The little one didn't voice her feelings. Yet it was evident she must have felt a sense of loss. "I apologize, Lucci. It's all right. Lucci will grow up quickly and help her brother with his tasks." The innocent words of the child painted a picture of her aspirations for adulthood, leaving Roman somewhat at a loss for words, though he felt a twinge of emotion. "Well then, I look forward to you sharing some of my burdens." As he watched the seagulls soaring over the distant sea, Roman chuckled and gently tousled Lucci's small face. The siblings then sat in silence, absorbing the rare tranquility of the moment and the sky. The landscape of the island came into view, a modest settlement nestled within the embrace of lush jungles. Inhabited by a few yet brimming with vitality. With keen eyesight, Roman spotted numerous mutant children joyfully utilizing their powers to play pranks on one another. Although this base was still not perfect, compared to the previous one located in the Sierra Nevada, it offered a sense of freedom on this island that belonged entirely to Roman, allowing everyone to play and unleash their abilities without fear of being captured for experimentation. Of course, this was contingent on not causing excessive destruction. Suddenly appearing before a girl whose face bore a hint of panic, Roman grasped her hands, which were crackling with electric sparks, and under his control. The sparks swiftly dissipated. "If you can't handle your abilities, refrain from using them recklessly. I will arrange for someone to guide you in mastering your powers." Observing the girl who seemed anxious due to her powers spiraling out of control, Roman spoke gently before releasing her hands. The transformation of his heat absorption and release abilities into energy absorption and release had made Roman feel as though his capabilities were on par with those of Black Emperor Shao. No longer confined to thermal energy but also encompassing electricity and kinetic energy. Given this, Roman deemed it essential to find a suitable instructor to guide everyone in the use of their powers. Even he, lacking a systematic education on his abilities, could only claim a moderate grasp of them. Previously, Ultron had already transmitted the initial portion of information, including the locations of several mutants and laboratories. He wondered if any of the information Ultron uncovered included that person. If so, it would certainly simplify matters. Chapter 26. Krakoa. The following day, as dawn broke, Roman, having rested overnight, prepared to set out in search of individuals. "Lucci, could you bless your brother?" After enjoying breakfast with Lucci, Roman paused as he was about to leave, suddenly glancing at little Lucci. Hearing Roman's words, Lucci, though reluctant, nodded and said, "Wishing you a safe journey, brother." Ruffling Lucci's small head, Roman smiled as he noticed the spark of excitement in her eyes before turning to depart. As he stepped out of the base situated in the central region of the Pacific, Roman felt an inexplicable sensation guiding him to the west. If he wished to travel to Mexico, he could easily do so through telepathy in no time at all. Even utilizing telekinesis for supersonic flight would allow him to reach Mexico swiftly. However, this sudden feeling compelled him to abandon his plans for Mexico and follow the direction indicated by his intuition. Boom. While suspended in midair, a powerful gust of wind accompanied by a deafening roar akin to thunder surged toward him. Roman, while flying using telekinesis, formed a protective shield around his body. Thus, the intensity of the sound waves felt no different from a gentle breeze. Yet, upon observing a colossal creature resembling a giant tree attacking the ocean, Roman was momentarily taken aback. Krakoa? Gazing at this massive organism, Roman found himself in a WE.AS. He contemplated relocating everyone to a territory of their own. He had considered Krakoa, the land of mutants featured in X-Royalty. The term Krakoa might be unfamiliar, yet Roman had some knowledge of it from his past life. Krakoa was, in essence, a living island, capable of absorbing mutant energy to grow and evolve. Its body constituted an island with a complete ecosystem that evolved alongside its growth. Originally, Krakoa was part of Akira Island, which was split in two by a formidable demon from another realm during ancient times, with one half named Araco and the other Krakoa. Subsequently, a rift to another world emerged between the two islands, allowing demons to invade Earth, while the primary force resisting this invasion was Apocalypse and his mutant followers. Apocalypse not only repelled this incursion, but also cast Araco into the other realm, sending his 4 horsemen to station themselves there and forever contain the demons. In a certain sense, Apocalypse could be seen as a hero who saved the world, though this version of Apocalypse no longer existed. It was rumored that after being struck by nuclear weapons, Krakoa mutated, gaining sentience and even formidable psychic abilities. Anyone who set foot on the island would fall under its control, becoming sustenance for it, which it relied upon for survival. However, when facing stronger telepaths, its power would be significantly diminished. In a universe, Professor X managed to communicate with Krakoa telepathically, forging an alliance whereby its body served as the continent for the mutant nation. Initially, when Roman sought an island to settle everyone, he had intended to search for Krakoa. However, Krakoa was a mobile island, and though currently in a giant form, it was a rare sight. Given the vast expanse of the Pacific, the difficulty of locating an island need not be elaborated upon. As Krakoa seized a whale from the ocean and consumed it, it suddenly became aware of Roman's presence. Roman's immense power and the mutated X gene made him appear as an exquisite delicacy in Krakoa's perception. Without a second thought, Krakoa swung its arm, formed from numerous tendrils and vegetation, toward Roman. Yet, Roman's expression remained undisturbed. In fact, he bore a semblance of joy. Suddenly, Krakoa halted its advance. This was not a moment of moral awakening where Krakoa decided against attacking Roman. Rather, it was an impulsive entity that lacked the concept of conscience. It ceased its movement primarily due to Roman's telepathic suppression and communication. If Professor X and X-Royalty could converse with Krakoa, then after receiving the blessing of the Mind Stone, Roman would only be stronger than Professor X, not weaker. After a brief exchange, Roman released his hold on Krakoa. Following their communication, Krakoa no longer harbored any intentions of consuming Roman. Regardless of whether it was nuclear energy, electrical energy, or the remains of powerful creatures, Roman's promise of a future held far more value than the fish in the sea, such as the whale, which, despite its massive size, offered little energy. Under the carrot-and-stick approach, Krakoa naturally chose to submit to Roman. And once Roman sensed the elevation that came with being a ruler, he relinquished his hold over Krakoa. To be honest, Krakoa's submission alone provided Roman with substantial augmentation, not to mention the prospect of providing mutants with a suitable territory for settlement, along with the potential for Krakoa to grow, move freely, and even venture into space. Establishing Krakoa as their territory was indeed a prudent choice. With that in mind, Roman descended onto Krakoa's head, directing it toward the path ahead, prioritizing the settlement of everyone. Standing atop Krakoa, Roman felt each of its movements cover vast distances, evoking an entirely unique sensation. Unlike the experience of manipulating telekinesis for flight, it resembled the feeling of controlling a towering mech. Just as driving a luxurious vehicle brings joy to any man, who could resist the thrill of steering such a magnificent creature? Although Krakoa's speed did not match Roman's flying pace, it was still remarkably impressive. In no time, the outlines of the island came into view. Chapter 27. The Vigilant Ones. What is that? At this moment, Buck, having undergone a transformation due to Roman's enhancement of his powers, now appeared as a muscular giant. While patrolling the island and adapting to his newly strengthened physique, Buck was the first to notice the commotion on the ocean's surface. Although his powers provided only a moderate enhancement to his senses, he still surpassed that of an ordinary person. Due to the distance, Buck could only discern a colossal humanoid silhouette. Though he could not ascertain its exact nature, one thing was certain. This massive figure was not merely passing by. Stay alert. Thus, Buck unleashed a powerful shout, his enhanced physical abilities allowing his voice to resonate throughout the entire island. In an instant, all the mutants residing on the island reacted simultaneously. The younger ones, lacking combat prowess, hurried into a cave formed within the heart of a mountain at the island's center, while the older, More battle-capable mutants swiftly gathered at Buck's location. "Shall we take little Lucci into the cave?" Lisa suggested, intending to escort Lucci to safety before joining Buck. Roman had entrusted Lucci to Lisa, confident in her ability to protect her during his absence. Following the purification of the mind gem yesterday, Roman had elevated his powers, acquiring the ability to further enhance others' abilities. However, due to time constraints, he could only assist Buck and Lisa in strengthening their powers. After this enhancement, the territory now boasted not only Roman and Lucci, but also 2 additional level 4 mutants. Aside from Roman, they were the strongest in terms of combat capabilities. Although their abilities, focused on plant manipulation and single-target explosion, might not surpass Buck's, their prowess in large-scale battles and control was undoubtedly superior. Moreover, with Lisa's meticulous nature, entrusting Lucci to her instilled a sense of reassurance in Roman. Upon hearing Lucci's words, Lisa was momentarily at a loss for words. The weight of Lucci's statement caused her a brief headache. However, considering Lucci's abilities, Lisa felt that perhaps Lucci's intuition was indeed accurate. While the specifics of Lucci's power remained undisclosed, as Roman's confidant, Lisa was aware to some extent that Lucci's luck could be unpredictably powerful. "You say you have a feeling. Can you specify where he is?" "Over there." Without hesitation, Lucci pointed towards the direction from which Buck's voice emanated. Upon hearing Lucci's response, Lisa's mind raced with speculation, prompting her to ask, "Do you sense any danger?" Given that Lucci's abilities were linked to luck, any potential danger could be interpreted as a harbinger of misfortune, which Lucci might be able to perceive. "No." "All right, then come with me." Lisa decisively responded. Confirming the situation, she promptly lifted Lucci into her arms, and with a surge of growth from the vines beneath her feet, they swiftly made their way to Buck's gathering point. "Lisa, you've arrived!" Buck exclaimed upon noticing the emergence of the vines, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Facing danger alone was indeed quite daunting. However, as Buck turned to Lisa, he noticed Lucci in her arms and questioned, "Why did you bring Lucci here? If there's danger, we won't be able to take care of her." "Indeed," chimed in a mutant girl standing behind Buck, her expression betraying her concern for Lucci. "Don't worry. Kinley, use your super sense of smell to see if you detect Roman's scent in any direction," Lisa reassured everyone while turning her gaze towards Kinley. Upon hearing Lisa's request, Kinley momentarily appeared lost in thought before nodding in understanding and closing her eyes. Activating her super sense of smell. Although Kinley's power was only at level 3, the range she could cover was considerable. Additionally, the wind from the sea was blowing in their direction, meaning any familiar scent would not go unnoticed. While Roman could maintain a telekinetic barrier around himself, prolonged use required interaction with the surrounding air for oxygen, inevitably leading to a slight release of scent. Such a trace of aroma would be enough for Kinley to detect. There's Roman's scent. In that direction, there are 2 distinct aromas, one belonging to Roman and the other infused with a natural essence. Moments later, Kinley opened her eyes and reported to the group. Her super sense of smell had evolved beyond mere detection of scents. She was now capable of sensing emotions and even energies. In simple terms, her olfactory abilities had transcended the ordinary, and further evolution promised even greater wonders. Upon hearing Kinley's revelation, the group's expressions brightened slightly. While remaining vigilant, their tension eased considerably. It's Roman, controlling a colossal tree-like creature. As the enormous form of Krakoya drew near the island, those with keen eyesight could discern its imposing figure and spot the tiny silhouette of Roman atop its head. Admittedly, the mutants felt a twinge of fear at Krakoya's somewhat fearsome appearance, but the sight of Roman quickly dispelled their apprehensions. Unbeknownst to them, Roman's charisma had silently transformed him into their unwavering beacon of hope. With his presence, none of them felt fear in the face of such an unprecedented spectacle. "Brother!" Lucci, nestled in Lisa's arms, exclaimed with delight upon spotting Roman atop Krakoya. Chapter 28. Krakoya, ready for action from his vantage point atop Krakoya. Roman had a splendid view. His keen eyesight, coupled with his mental sensing abilities, allowed him to perceive all activities occurring on his island. Lisa, he thought, pondering the unique interaction she might have with Krakoya. Suddenly, upon seeing Lisa, Roman's eyes sparkled with recognition. The primary structure of Krakoya was composed of various plants and earth, with a substantial proportion of its makeup being organic matter. While it was unrealistic for Lisa to fully control Krakoya, her ability to accelerate plant growth might very well benefit Krakoya, potentially hastening its development. Moreover, Roman knew that atop Krakoa, there thrived a special plant known as the Krakoa flower. This extraordinary botanical specimen could produce numerous potions and possessed remarkable powers in its own right. Thus, Lisa's abilities were, in many respects, perfectly attuned to Krakoa. Wait for me. After communicating with Krakoa, Roman swiftly broke the sound barrier, vanishing from his position, only to reappear moments later before the gathered group, his expert control ensuring that they merely felt a gentle sea breeze. Roman, boss, brother. The group greeted him in unison upon his arrival. Observing Roman, Lisa could hardly contain herself as she pointed at the towering giant standing on the sea's surface. Hearing Lisa's inquiry, the others unanimously turned their gaze towards Roman, eager for an explanation. Roman remained unhurried, taking Lucci from Lisa's arms before calmly elucidating the existence of Krakoa. So, this giant is a transformed island, and we will be settling on Krakoa from now on? Buck's expression reflected confusion, as he could not perceive the resemblance of Krakoa to an island. Conversely, Lisa noticed another aspect and curiously asked Roman, if we are to provide energy for Krakoa, what kind of energy does it require? Typically, energy sources like nuclear energy, electricity, or biomass conversion could sustain Krakoa's operation, but promoting its growth necessitated ample extraordinary power. Upon hearing Roman's explanation, Lisa found herself uncertain about the specifics of this extraordinary power. Your energy that promotes plant growth should suffice, along with that of other mutants and enhanced individuals. The physical forms of superpowered beings should also be applicable. Initially, Lisa was unfazed, but as Roman mentioned the involvement of mutants' bodies, she wondered if that was a bit too extreme. Rest assured, it won't involve the bodies of our own people. Once Krakoa has transformed into an island, you can test your energy's efficacy on it. Lisa, all right. Trusting Roman, the others voiced no objections, and Lisa readily accepted his proposal, feeling it akin to hastening crop growth, albeit with Krakoa as the subject. Roman refrained from sharing other extraordinary traits of Krakoa, as revealing such details to the group would be futile. They were all well versed in their backgrounds, and to conduct a thorough study of Krakoa's outputs, a sufficiently skilled scientist was required. Conveniently, he had a remarkable scientist in mind to approach. Buck, gather everyone together. I will communicate with Krakoa to facilitate its direct merging with this island, allowing us to settle atop Krakoa. Understood. Hearing Roman's directive, Buck wasted no time and dashed towards the direction of the refuge cave, determined to summon the mutants within. With his muscle-enhanced abilities, Buck experienced comprehensive improvements in his explosive strength, speed, and physical constitution, allowing him to sprint with astonishing velocity. Although it did not break the sound barrier, it was still remarkably close. Soon, summoned by Buck, everyone gathered by the seaside to meet with Roman and the others. Upon seeing the congregation, Roman turned his gaze towards Krakoa and initiated communication with him. After receiving Roman's signal, Krakoa promptly began to take action. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the colossal form of Krakoa suddenly began to topple, causing the entire sea to tremble violently and summon numerous waves. Under the influence of mysterious forces, Krakoa's body gradually swelled, its lower half retracting upwards until it reached the heavens. Its form began to transform, as if composed of the most resilient stone, with clear textures exuding an aura of strength and vitality. The lower half of its body plunged deep into the water, resembling ancient roots, sturdy and powerful. The sea began to swirl around its body, sparkling like gems embedded in blue satin. As its skin came into contact with the water, it became even more robust, akin to natural rock, rising and falling with the waves, forming a magnificent island. The island was lush and verdant, teeming with trees. The hair and fingers that once belonged to the giant had now transformed into rolling mountains and steep cliffs. Birds soared above the island, bringing life and vibrancy to this new land. The flora and fauna on the bountiful island thrived, collectively establishing a new ecological kingdom. It was as if a breathtaking natural wonder had emerged, devoid of the previous appearance of the colossal treant, as though everything was destined to be this way, a miracle. Witnessing such a wondrous sight, Buck gaped in astonishment, unable to contain his words. Even Lucy, who was preoccupied with thoughts of her brother Roman, found herself captivated by the extraordinary spectacle, curiously observing Krakoa, her little head unable to fathom how such a giant could transform into an even larger island. In her confusion, Lucy could not help but nibble on her thumb. Regardless of how others reacted, Krakoa's transformation into an island had indeed taken place. Chapter 29. Forgive me, Lucy, this is the last time Krakoa. It stood like a colossal mountain, occupying the position of the original island. The verdant vegetation of the island was lush, creating a striking contrast against the surrounding sea. There seemed to be an invisible force enveloping the island, directly disregarding the fierce winds and transforming them into a gentle breeze caressing the interior. The entire island appeared shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a fairyland, with several watchtowers scattered around its perimeter. While the central area featured clusters of wooden cabins, with a towering tree at its heart. The trunk was immensely thick, its bark riddled with the scars of time, resembling a weathered face marked by hardship. Astonishingly, the top of the trunk bore an elderly human visage, lined with deep wrinkles and mysterious, profound eyes. Krakoa 1T suddenly opened its mouth and swallow me whole. Will it? Lisa gazed up at the great tree, her eyes reflecting a hint of uncertainty. Though it was somewhat hungry, it would never consume its own kind. Roman chuckled, shaking his head. He had forged a pact with Krakoa, ensuring a mutually beneficial relationship between the mutants he led and Krakoa. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Lisa and suggested, "Why don't you test your abilities on Krakoa?" "Oh, I'll give it a try." Responding to Roman's words, Lisa extended her hand under everyone's watchful gaze. A green luminescence emanating from her palm, slowly flowing towards the tree at Krakoa's core, which bore the human face. Seemingly sensing something, the face on the tree underwent a slight transformation, suddenly opening its mouth wider, intensifying its draw on Lisa's energy. "I can't hold on much longer." Before long, Lisa felt nearly drained of energy. Consequently, Roman intervened, conveying the principle of sustainable development to Krakoa, emphasizing the need for moderation in consumption. Furthermore, he assured Krakoa that he would find suitable food, alleviating the need to rely solely on Lisa's energy. Although Krakoa possessed limited self-awareness, it was not devoid of wisdom, acknowledging Roman's counsel and ceasing its extraction from Lisa. While Krakoa relished Lisa's energy, it found her supply insufficient, resulting in merely a delightful appetizer. However, with this offering from Lisa, Krakoa halted its absorption, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, due to the significant energy depletion, Lisa stumbled, nearly collapsing, prompting Roman to swiftly support her. In the past, whether hastening the growth of crops or controlling plants, Lisa had not expended excessive energy, as her energy primarily served as a catalyst. However, Krakoa's immense scale rendered even that insufficient. Fortunately, since Krakoa had directly merged with the original island, all the structures on the island remained intact, including the watchtowers that had been established previously. Merging with an island was akin to consuming a meal, though lacking in nutrients. It still provided a modicum of energy, yet it could not satiate or facilitate evolution. "You should rest well? And what about you, brother?" Lucy inquired, puzzled, wondering why she had to assist when Roman was present. "I still have unfinished business, so I must trouble you." Roman's expression turned slightly awkward. Encountering Krakoa had been unexpected. After establishing a pact with Krakoa and facilitating the relocation of everyone, he naturally needed to seek out someone. Hearing Roman's words, Lucy pouted, displeased. "Forgive me, Lucy, this is the last time." After a moment's thought, he embraced Lucy, ruffling her little head with a hint of regret on his face. He had yet to complete the essential tasks, and thus he had to break his promise. However, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu regarding his own words. Although little Lucy was not particularly pleased, she was quite understanding. Observing her endearing demeanor, Roman chose not to say more, releasing her and departing the room. Watching Roman's retreating figure, Lucy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lying on her bed, Lisa sensed Lucy's dampened spirits and weakly called out, "Lucy, come here to your sister." "What is it, Sister Lisa?" Lucy responded, recalling her duty to care for Lisa. She quickly wiped her nose and turned, clutching her doll as she approached the bedside. "Sister is a bit tired, but I'm afraid of sleeping alone. Can Lucy sleep with me?" Lisa pondered for a moment, displaying a bashful expression as she regarded Lucy. She understood that Roman had many responsibilities. As their leader, he was exceptionally powerful and thus had an array of tasks to attend to, which could be quite taxing. Sometimes, personal matters could be neglected. Therefore, in situations like Lucy's, Lisa could only resolve it in her own way. "Of course, you can, Lucy." Upon hearing Lisa's words, Lucy removed her little boots and climbed into bed, snuggling under the covers beside Lisa. "Thank you, Lucy." Lisa embraced Lucy, and before long, she succumbed to sleep. Her condition was indeed poor, and only through ample rest could she recuperate. Sensing Lisa had drifted into slumber, Lucy wished not to disturb her and remained stilled. Lisa's peaceful breathing soon lulled Lucy into forgetting her earlier sadness, and she too swiftly entered the realm of dreams. Chapter 30. The Old Man and the Old Wolf. This environment is rather harsh. Observing the surroundings, the view was dominated by a desolate expanse of crimson wasteland, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation. Gazing across the boundless land for a long while, aside from a massive highway where a few large trucks occasionally passed, there were hardly any signs of life. However, this did offer an explanation as to why mutants might take refuge here. Roman had limited knowledge of Mexico. This country was indeed a sorrowful one. Aside from drugs, its people were largely raised on soda. And despite its poverty, Mexico's obesity rate surpassed that of the United States, leading to countless fatalities. Why? Because water was more expensive than soda. Although water resources in Mexico were scarce, they were not completely unattainable. The root of the issue lay deeper, primarily in leadership. A soft drink company had invested in a certain president, acquiring ownership of most of the country's water resources at a low cost, resulting in the current reality where water was pricier than soda. Ultimately, it was merely a reflection of humanity's inherent flaws. All the tragic roots were closely tied to themselves. Of course, these matters had nothing to do with him. He was here not to resolve Mexico's issues, but simply to find someone. Outside a water tower, Roman gently knocked on the tin door, though he could sense that the two individuals inside were his intended contacts. He wanted to give them a moment to prepare. "Who is it?" A cautious voice from a middle-aged man echoed from within, and Roman was not surprised. "James Howlett, or shall we say, Wolverine Logan? Boom. Who are you? And how do you know me?" The iron door swung open abruptly, revealing a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard, his weary demeanor unmistakable, glaring fiercely at Logan. "Why are you here, I wonder?" With a faint smile, Logan regarded the young man before him. The familiar yet unpleasant sensation of being read in advance surged within him as he scrutinized the youth. "Let him in, Logan." A voice, aged and wise, resonated from within the water tower, carrying an unmistakable note of joy. Logan stared at the young man for a long moment before reluctantly stepping aside, allowing him entry into the tower. Unfazed by Logan's predatory gaze, the young man entered the water tower. After glancing around the interior, he promptly shut the door, fixating his attention on Logan's figure. Although his posture remained relaxed, he was poised for an immediate response. The evening sky cast a dim light, yet the atmosphere inside the tower was stifling and slightly oppressive, akin to a furnace. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill will, Logan." He truly bore no malice. Following the direction of the voice, the young man beheld an elderly bald man, whose clouded gaze brightened with clarity and kindness upon seeing him. "My child, you have surpassed me." Though the current Professor X struggled with his diminished abilities, burdened by age-related ailments requiring medication, his inherent powers had not yet deteriorated to a state of complete chaos. Yet, standing before him, the young man sensed the professor's mental strength, easily thwarting it. Despite the professor's frailty, the essence of his mental prowess remained at the pinnacle of the world. Logan, standing nearby, felt disbelief wash over him as he heard the professor speak. Though the old man's condition rendered him far weaker than in his prime, his mental strength still radiated from the seemingly frail figure. But what had he just heard? After having his mind read by the young man, Logan realized that he was dealing with a formidable telepath, and to his astonishment, the young man's abilities surpassed even those of Professor X. "The plight of mutants these years bears some of my fault. I am unaware of your circumstances, but I imagine they are not favorable." Gazing at the young man, Professor X expressed a hint of regret. Although he could not directly sense the young man's thoughts and memories, the ambition reflected in his tone reminded him of an old friend, as well as echoes of other familiar figures. "So, what do you seek from an old man such as me, who is rendered nearly useless?" Professor X inquired, puzzled. If the young man sought assistance, he would offer all his capabilities to aid him. Yet, the young man's demeanor suggested he was not there to ask for help, so what purpose could he find in approaching a frail elder on the brink of losing control? "I require a mentor to guide the mutants under my command." The young man fixed his gaze on the professor's clouded eyes and continued. And you are a fitting candidate. Furthermore, this veteran X-Man, Wolverine Logan, would also serve admirably as an instructor. Why do you believe I would acquiesce to your request? Before Professor X could respond, Logan interjected. Turning his attention to Logan, the young man surveyed the old warrior, whose intoxicated aura could scarcely conceal his despondence. This man, who had lived for centuries, might not even know the limits of his lifespan if not for genetically modified food and the influence of adamantium within him. Freedom, I surmise, is not something you desire. Thus, I offer you protection. Fixing his gaze on the despondent man who seemed eager to escape reality, the young man articulated his demand. Protection? Ha! Who do you think you are? And what authority do you possess? The furious old wolf clenched his fists, 3 adamantium claws extending from each hand. Yet the awkwardness lay in the fact that they only emerged halfway, lacking the strength to fully reveal themselves. Witnessing this scene, both the young man and Logan wore perplexed expressions, while only Professor X remained composed. The young man fought back a smile but ultimately decided to grant Logan a measure of dignity. After all, such a battle-hardened veteran was indeed a suitable choice for an instructor, deserving of some respect. You ask, who am I? What authority do I possess? The young man pondered briefly, contemplating how to persuade the old warrior. I am Logan, and what grounds do I possess? Naturally, my power. No sooner had he uttered the words than his body began to levitate slowly. Both Professor X and Logan, witnessing the young man rise, glimpsed the shadow of an individual in the next moment. To their astonishment, the iron structure of the water tower, designed to conceal Professor X, began to crumble and disintegrate. The young man's telekinesis, having undergone transformation, now allowed him to deconstruct matter down to its atomic level, reminiscent of the Phoenix's capabilities. While he could not yet manipulate matter at will, his control over his abilities had undoubtedly improved. Under the gaze of the Elder and the Old Wolf, the entire water tower's iron exterior ultimately disintegrated and vanished without a trace. Suspended in midair, the young man turned to Logan and inquired softly, "Is this sufficient?" Yet, the middle-aged man's resolve remained as steadfast as ever. Of course, through his telepathic abilities, the young man sensed Logan's thoughts and refrained from pressing him further. In the presence of a telepath, mere acknowledgement sufficed. Observing the youth before him, Professor X perceived a glimmer of his former disciple's spirit. Had he not imposed restrictions but instead guided them, perhaps the X-Men would still exist, and the plight of mutants would not be so dire. Jane, a potential Omega mutant, squandered her prodigious talent under his watch. Yet, gazing at the young man, Charles Xavier felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him regarding the future of mutants. I accept. Without further deliberation, Professor X acquiesced. Logan, upon hearing the professor's words, wished to interject but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately remaining silent. The pillar of their group still resided in Charles, and as a man whose aspirations had nearly dissipated, he envisioned little more than acquiring a vessel to navigate the seas, seeking an escape from reality. Given such circumstances, accepting the protection of this powerful young mutant seemed a reasonable course of action. Very well. Without seeking Logan's opinion, for he already discerned his thoughts, the young man addressed both of them. Do not resist. Saying this, he drew the 2 men closer to him, placing his hands upon them. Before they could utter a word, the surroundings began to warp and shift, and in the next instant, they found themselves atop Krakoa. This spatial movement. The young man's telepathic transportation ability now enabled him to reach any location he had previously visited instantaneously, allowing him to traverse the entire globe without issue, causing Professor X's emotions to fluctuate. Professor X was unaware of how many times he had been astonished today by this young man. Regardless, he felt that the surprises the young man brought him grew ever more profound. Telepathy, telekinesis, and the ability to teleport vast distances. None of this resembled an ordinary alpha-level mutant. Where is this place? The mysterious and magnificent island of Krakoa, shrouded in mist, its borders nearly obscured from view, was adorned with towering trees that reached the clouds, their trunks robust and their foliage lush, reminiscent of a primeval forest. It was no wonder Professor X expressed astonishment. As the once mighty telepath, he possessed extensive knowledge, yet he was certain that no such location existed within the bounds of his awareness of Earth. This is Krakoa, a truly unique island. Observing Professor X in his wheelchair, The young man offered a faint smile. Upon hearing the young man's words, Professor X hesitated, attempting to probe with his telepathic abilities, only to exclaim in astonishment. It possesses its own consciousness. It is alive. Indeed, the intricate structure of Krakoa is vast, and our current position resides within its core, the very heart that imbues it with life, granting it a degree of consciousness and extraordinary power. Yes, he pointed to a gnarled tree whose bark resembled a human face. The young man elaborated to Professor X. A look of wonder graced Professor X's features as he listened. The former X-Men had traversed the globe, yet he could assert that he had never encountered such a miraculous entity. Otherwise, he would not remain unaware. The world is vast, and its wonders are boundless. Professor X could not help but sigh, while Logan appeared somewhat lost in thought. At that moment, the tranquil and ethereal Krakoa was far superior to the vessel he had envisioned. The professor had two tasks ahead of him. As he pushed Professor X's wheelchair, accompanying the bald elder, Logan articulated his purpose. Firstly, to teach us all to harness our inherent powers, a domain in which you undoubtedly excel. Upon hearing Logan's words, Professor X nodded slightly. Through telepathy, he sensed the youthful vibrancy of the mutants around him. Without delving into others' memories, he surmised that these children likely lacked strong control over their powers, making the guidance of young mutants his forte. The second task required his expertise in studying Krakoa's unique flora, particularly the Krakoan flower, and developing it further. Professor X was an exceptional scientist. Within the X-Royal cosmos, he could potentially devise 3 groundbreaking serums from the Krakoan flower. It was reasonable to assume that this universe's Professor X could accomplish the same. I can do it, but my current condition. Although hesitant, Professor X ultimately accepted both tasks, though a hint of concern lingered on his face. If his abilities spiraled out of control, complications could arise. Rest assured, I have prepared a solution. What is it? Observing the 2 syringes in Logan's hand, a look of perplexity crossed Professor X's face. Without further elaboration, Logan handed one syringe to Logan, while he injected the other directly into Professor X's body. Although Logan hesitated momentarily, he reasoned that Logan would not resort to such methods to harm them. Relying on telekinesis, he realized he could not stop Logan. With this in mind, Logan resolutely administered the serum to himself. Chapter 32. Settling the 2-APTX-4869, a miraculous drug from the world of Conan. Developed by Shiho Miyano, codenamed Sherry, also known as AI Hybera, as a legacy from her parents. The effects of APTX-4869 essentially reverse time. Albeit in its experimental form, it possesses toxic properties that can kill silently. The serum in the syringe is a further refined version of APTX-4869, eliminating its toxic effects and offering a stable reversal of youth by 10 to 20 years. The timeline within the Conan universe is chaotic. Presently, the main Marvel world has not experienced much time, while Logan in the Conan universe has endured quite a lengthy period. With substantial financial backing, the light association that Logan established has become immensely powerful. It is therefore under Logan's unwavering support that, after avenging AI Hybera, she devoted herself to improving APTX-4869, culminating in the syringe version. However, due to the drug's peculiar nature, an individual can only inject it once in their lifetime. Nevertheless, for Logan, this was more than sufficient. The serums administered to the 2 were capable of reversing their youth by 20 years. Both Charles and Logan felt a surge of warmth coursing through their bodies as the serum entered their systems, followed by a sensation akin to burning pain. However, both Charles and Logan trusted that Logan would not harm them through such means, thus they relied on their willpower to endure the discomfort. Though Logan did not specify, the improved APTX-4869, having eliminated side effects, nonetheless induced a pain far more intense than the original version. It could be said that this was a minor inconvenience. Indeed, many would consider the fleeting agony trivial in pursuit of restoring their youth. Before long, Logan observed significant changes in both individuals. Charles's once clouded eyes became notably clearer, and the frail, benevolent visage of the elderly man now bore the countenance of a sage, with fewer wrinkles adorning his face. He appeared to have regained more than just 20 years of youth. Through Logan's scrutiny, it was evident that both individuals had undergone substantial transformations. Charles Xavier, level 3.9 4.7 telepathy, LV4, Logan Howlett, level 2. 93.9 healing factor, LV3. Animal senses, LV3. Bone claws, adamantium skeleton enhancement, LV4. This level corresponds primarily to the classification of mutants, indicating overall strength and applicable to various superheroes and supervillains. The maximum level is currently 5, representing the threshold of Omega-level mutants and God-tier beings. This ability is a derivative of Logan's power. Its limit is likewise constrained by him. It is clear that both Charles and Logan, thanks to the serum provided by Logan, have not only rejuvenated their youth but also significantly restored their powers. However, due to Charles's advanced age, he has not fully returned to his former peak, remaining at a level of 4.9. Furthermore, Logan's examination revealed that the seemingly indestructible adamantium is merely at a level 4, not achieving true invulnerability. This is not surprising, for even the most impervious vibranium can be damaged under Thanos' assault. Similarly, adamantium has its own limits. Nevertheless, both metals are likely of high level 4 quality, possessing considerable durability. "What is this?" Logan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he reveled in his unprecedented vitality, directing his gaze towards Logan. Although Charles remained silent, he too exhibited an expression of inquiry. The transformations brought about by this serum were nothing short of extraordinary. The clarity of mind and mastery over one's abilities felt almost forgotten. Yet, even after administering Logan's serum, Logan's demeanor had softened considerably. "Now, with the remaining time, familiarize yourselves with your surroundings. You may access more detailed information through this tablet, having assigned them adjacent accommodations for easier communication." Logan left a tablet behind before granting them privacy. It is worth noting that the tablet is connected to an artificial intelligence that Logan named Skynet, an entity he had separated from Ultron unbeknownst to him. Both individuals were astute enough to realize that utilizing Skynet for information would be far more efficient than relying solely on Logan's verbal explanations. After all they had been through, it was clear they needed some time to converse. Chapter 33. The Trinity Gate meeting. Meanwhile, in the world beneath a single being, Logan, perhaps due to the erratic flow of time, had already spent 4 years within that realm. Is the information accurate? Senior Brother Lou? In the Grand Hall of the Trinity Gate, Logan occupied the seat of honor, observing Lu Jin sitting to his right. Absolutely accurate. Nodding in response to Lu Jin's assertion, Logan calculated the time. It was now 1944. The year of the Jiaxin incident, a year that would witness the formation of the 36 Thieves and the emergence of 8 individuals who would master the 8 extraordinary skills, leading to widespread chaos and leaving numerous enigmas for posterity. Logan was also aware of the source of Lu Jin's information. Gazing at Lu Jin's complex expression, the youthful Logan smiled lightly. "You need not involve yourselves in this matter. I shall handle the affairs concerning the rootless. Let the consequences of the reverse seed triad be resolved here." Upon hearing Logan's words, Lu Jin widened his eyes in surprise, fixating on Logan. However, after a moment's thought, none present dared to contradict him. In terms of power, the 16-year-old Logan surpassed all within the Trinity Gate, rivaling the legendaries Zhuoruodong, and even exuding a degree of pressure that exceeded that of Zhuoruodong. 2 years prior, the 14-year-old Logan had remained silent for 2 years, only to suddenly shine forth, revealing his unparalleled prowess that eclipsed all within the Trinity Gate. His mastery of the reverse seed triad reached a level comparable to that of Zhuoruodong, who had yet to break through the triad. Zhuoruodong's adopted son and a disciple of the closed-door school, Logan had consequently ascended to the position of leader of the Trinity Gate. A transition that all accepted with admiration. After taking charge of the Trinity Gate, Logan had simultaneously cultivated his abilities while engaging capable members in the fight against the Japanese invasion. His intervention had directly influenced the war's dynamics. And over the 2 years that followed, Logan had earned the moniker Exiled Immortal. Despite being merely 16, Logan emanated an aura that suggested a profound depth, making it impossible for others to discern the true extent of his capabilities. "No, Master. It is too dangerous for you to face the rootless alone," a bearded elder, Teacher Shu, hastily attempted to dissuade him. The reverse seed triad? Upon witnessing Logan's actions, Shu's face lit up with astonishment, his gaze firmly locked onto Logan. Having personally witnessed Zhuoruodong's reverse seed triad and advancing significantly within the reverse seed duality himself, Shu naturally recognized Logan's realm through the aura he emanated. Upon hearing the words of Si Chong, the senior members of the Sani sect began to exhibit signs of agitation. Although Zhuoruodong had once attained the profound realm of reverse threefold, he ultimately succumbed to the divine spirit of Wu Jiansheng. However, It is well understood among them that Zhuoruotong's defeat stemmed from a moment of despair, a loss of the will to live. Had he chosen to persevere, the duration of his existence at the reverse threefold level would remain uncertain. What kind of echelon is achieved at the reverse threefold? Wu Jinsheng has already declared it to be unparalleled in the world. Saichong regarded Luo Min with a semblance of relief on his countenance. Luo Min's attainment of the reverse threefold and his solitary confrontation with Wu Jinsheng would undoubtedly render him more composed compared to shouldering the burdens of their group. Saichong was acutely aware of their own inferior reverse threefold, constrained by the divine spirit of Wu Jinsheng. Previously, they had no choice and were somewhat intoxicated by their own ambitions. Yet, after Luo Min demonstrated his prowess, Saichong ceased to elaborate further. Your reverse threefold? Saichong mused, examining Luo Min with a lingering sense of difference. He felt an ineffable naturalness in Luo Min's reverse threefold. Contrasting distinctly with his senior brothers were Ruotong's approach. Shirshu, the predecessors blazed the trail while the successors forged the path. The prior reverse threefold indeed seemed insurmountable, yet this does not imply that it is entirely untraversable. They had been excessively fixated on the legacies left by their forebears, neglecting the potential for innovation. Luo Min's reverse threefold and Zhuoruotong's display no difference in momentum. As long as they wish, both could transmute into the purest Qi. In simpler terms, Luo Min's reverse threefold operates as a passive skill, while Zhuoruotong's is an active one. Thus, although Luo Min presently exhibits a somewhat pallid state reminiscent of Zhuoruotong, there exists no sense of dissonance. Rather, his breaths resonate subtly with the qi of the cosmos, evoking an extraordinary sense of naturalness. By the heavens, senior brother, Saichong, overwhelmed with emotion upon witnessing Luo Min, could not restrain his exclamation. The reverse threefold is not without its paths. If the threefold is indeed the limit, the successors can naturally carve out their own routes to transcendence. However, for the vast majority of ordinary individuals, the aspiration to ascend to immortality remains an elusive dream. Luo Min's endeavor to forge new paths merely augments the potential of the reverse threefold. Most would likely remain indifferent to its shortcomings. Chapter 34. The path to transcendence. Observing Saichong's uncharacteristic display, no one dared to mock him. For those who revere the reverse threefold, it remains an essential pathway to transcendence. Luo Min, witnessing his elder's emotional turmoil, instructed the others to disperse, granting this elder the space to process his feelings. As for Luo Min, he would retain the modified teachings of the reverse threefold for himself. Speaking of Luo Min's current state, it was indeed a matter of serendipity. Beginning with the study of breathing techniques from the realm of Demon Slayer and integrating the various Taoist scriptures of this world, Luo Min ultimately established a method known as innate fetal breath, which aligns with the reverse threefold's transformation into innate qi. Upon perfecting the innate fetal breath, Luo Min, who had already reached the limits of the reverse twofold, seamlessly entered a state of unity between heaven and man, naturally breaking through to the reverse threefold without experiencing its typical adverse effects. Luo Min understood that the reverse threefold carries side effects. While the initial two stages might not be overwhelming, prolonged maintenance of the reverse threefold results in mental fatigue. This was evident in Zhuoruotong, who, after relinquishing the reverse threefold, appeared aged and withered. The breathing techniques from the Demon Slayer world also bear a certain flaw. While they facilitate rapid strength augmentation, they concurrently diminish vitality, particularly evident when unlocking the patterns. Only one individual, besides the illustrious Inakuni Hikari, has managed to surpass the age of 25 post-unlocking. The tragic fate of the rock pillar, Mei-In, who perished the day after unlocking his patterns, illustrates the inherent risks. However, after studying the reverse threefold in tandem with the breathing techniques, Luo Min discovered that perhaps through a principle of compensatory balance, the combination of innate fetal breath and reverse threefold accelerated his strength enhancement to an almost absurd degree, while nullifying the adverse effects. His cultivation speed became remarkably accelerated once he could autonomously enter the state of unity between heaven and man. Furthermore, upon entering the reverse threefold realm, a vague intuition suggested that, to a certain extent, his lifespan appeared limitless. If he maintained the reverse threefold, it would confer longevity, though it would exact a toll on his mental faculties, leaving him fatigued. Yet, for Luo Min, these drawbacks seemed to have dissipated. In essence, prior to transcending to immortality, Luo Min could continue to thrive without any side effects. Upon hearing Luo Min's words, Changzhen eagerly perused the previously transcribed innate techniques and San Yi Dao Song. His eyes alight with understanding as he grasped Luo Min's innovative approach. The rationale behind the selection of innate techniques and San Yi Dao Song, rather than innate fetal breath, stemmed from Luo Min's own confusion regarding the nature of his transformation. Innate fetal breath resembled an innate ability, akin to a unique martial art born of serendipity, much like Wu Jin Sheng's cultivation leading to the divine spirit. Thus, after analyzing the innate fetal breath, Luo Min delineated an introductory technique, San Yi Dao Song, alongside an advanced technique, innate techniques. Those who demonstrated a certain contribution to the sect or held a high rank could study the innate techniques. Changzhen, being more knowledgeable in this regard, faced little interference from Luo Min. Although the two techniques combined could not quite match the prowess of Luo Min's innate fetal breath, the correct path had been illuminated for future generations to carve their own routes to transcendence. I will ensure everything is arranged, rest assured, junior brother, Changzhen remarked with a smile. Despite Luo Min being the sect leader on the surface, Changzhen still privately referred to him as junior brother, as he had once been the best of companions before unraveling the mystery of the fetal state. Hearing Changzhen's words, Luo Min had little more to add. Matters discussed would be entrusted to Changzhen. Though he currently held the title of leader of the Sani sect, he delegated all operational affairs to this senior brother without concern. His trust in Changzhen was unwavering, and he had no intention of meddling. His focus remained solely on enhancing his own cultivation. He sensed that despite having reached the reverse threefold, the journey toward transcending to immortality felt merely in its infancy. Reflecting on Zhang Sanfeng, who attained immortality at over 200 years of age, Luo Min realized that, regardless of his rapid progress, the current decline of the world would necessitate considerable time for cultivation. After assuming responsibility for the San Yi Dao Song and innate techniques, Changzhen promptly departed, preparing to promote these two techniques within the Sani sect. Watching his senior brother's retreating figure, Luo Min felt indifferent about the fate of the techniques. Ultimately, techniques are merely tools. True strength resides within the individual. Even if the techniques were to disseminate widely, Luo Min remained unconcerned. No one could surpass him. Moreover, as long as he remained, no one would dare brazenly attempt to learn the techniques of the Sani sect. Just as with the Golden Light Spell and 5 Thunder techniques of Longhu Mountain, it is undoubtedly impossible for them to remain undistributed. Yet, at the very least, openly stealing the inheritance of the Heavenly Master's residence would be met with severe repercussions. Lu Shixiang, is there something you wish to discuss? Luo Min called out to Lu Jin, who stood nearby. Eugene hesitated, clearly grappling with his words. Luo Min sensed that this matter was not about cultivation, but likely of a personal nature. Probably concerning Zheng Zibu. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Min addressed Lu Jin. If there is something on your mind, shall we sit together over tea and discuss it in detail? Very well, Lu Jin replied. Accepting Luo Min's suggestion. Chapter 35. Lu Jin's request. What is it you wish to convey? Lu Shixiang. In a tranquil pavilion of the Sani sect, seated opposite Lu Jin, Luo Min poured him a cup of tea before serving himself. The tea, brewed from the finest leaves, was a luxury even amidst the tumultuous end of the war. Thanks to the Sani sect's ample resources, I hope to enlist the strength of the Sani sect to protect someone. After a brief hesitation, Lu Jin looked at Luo Min, a hint of embarrassment flickering in his eyes. This request, while directed at the sect, primarily sought Luo Min's assistance. With Luo Min having reached the pinnacle of the reverse threefold, aiding a wielder of the 8 extraordinary techniques seemed a trivial endeavor. Although Zheng Zibu had forged a bond with the adversary Wu Zhensheng, he remained a close friend, and Lu Jin wished to offer help if the opportunity arose. The Lu family had upheld a strong moral code since its founding. In the current climate of unity against external threats, the Lu family's decision to distance itself from the 36 traitors was a deliberate choice to avoid chaos and to refrain from entanglements with any of those individuals. It is undoubtedly unrealistic to rely on the power of one's family to protect a dear friend, and it is clear that his own strength is insufficient to safeguard his brother. Consequently, he has contemplated seeking assistance from Luo Min. However, becoming entangled in this matter would inevitably cause some inconvenience to the Sani sect, which is why he hesitates. Observing the slight embarrassment that graces Lu Jin's exquisite visage, Luo Min takes a delicate sip of tea. He is aware that, in the original timeline, The decision to seek vengeance against Wu Jinsheng directly led to the downfall of the Sani sect. And when he later sought out Zheng Zibu, he failed to save him. For Lu Jin, who prides himself on a life without blemish, these two events constitute his only inner demons. Luo Min harbors a fondness for Lu Jin. Though perhaps not particularly cautious, his character is commendable, and he treats Luo Min well. Should assistance be possible, he would naturally extend it. This matter, in his view, is not particularly problematic if it comes down to it. What if I were to take over the 8 extraordinary skills? Would it pose an issue for the Sani sect? To say it would is somewhat true, yet it could also be argued that it would not. For instance, when the Wudong sect's Feng Ho Chi Min was revealed, no one dared to trouble Wudong. They only sought out trouble with Wang, who had left the sect. Therefore, the Sani sect is entirely qualified to harbor a portion of the 8 extraordinary skills legacy. In fact, should Luo Min desire it, he could collect all of the 8 extraordinary skills, though such an endeavor would lack significance. For Luo Min, whether or not he possesses the 8 extraordinary skills is of little consequence. Having found his own path, the 8 extraordinary skills merely serve as a slight enhancement. While the abilities of the 8 extraordinary skills are indeed remarkable, within the Marvel Universe, the various mutants and superpowered beings he encounters possess abilities that are not inferior, obtainable through mirror duplication with greater convenience. Thus, Luo Min's attitude towards the holders of the 8 extraordinary skills is essentially this. If they come to him, they may relinquish their skills for his protection. If they do not desire his protection, he will not insist, nor will he base his protection upon it. It is as simple as that. The chaos of the Jiaxin uprising is fundamentally similar. In truth, its intensity may not even surpass that of engaging with those extraordinary beings from the island nation. Upon hearing Luo Min's words, Lu Jin pauses, gazing at Luo Min, whose demeanor is one of nonchalance. Feeling a stir of gratitude within, he understands that the undertaking he wishes to pursue should not adversely affect his family. However, if it were to impact the Sani sect, his own sect, he feels it would be somewhat regrettable, yet he truly has little choice. Thank you. Thus, Lu Jin looks at Luo Min with sincerity and expresses his gratitude. We are brothers in arms. There is no need for such formality. Luo Min smiles, finishing his tea before setting down the cup. Since Brother Lu's matter has concluded, it is time for me to seek out Wu Jinsheng. As soon as he finishes speaking, Lu Jin feels a flash before his eyes, as if a beam of light has passed, and the Luo Min who was seated across from him has vanished without a trace. The third realm of the reverse life, threefold, allows one to transform into pure energy and fly through the air. When Zhuruatong broke through previously, Lu Jin could only catch glimpses of the hints, but to say he had a profound impression would be an exaggeration. However, the display of Luo Min's abilities truly opens Lu Jin's eyes. Remarkable indeed. After spending some time to calm his tumultuous emotions, Lu Jin decides to temporarily set aside thoughts of the reverse life threefold. The most pressing matter now is to find his dear brother, Zheng Zibu, and rescue him. I, too, must set forth. With a final gulp of tea, Lu Jin tidies himself and departs the Sani sect alone. Chapter 36. First encounter with Wu Jinsheng upon a modest hill. Luo Min gazes quietly in a certain direction. Through the channels of the Sani sect and the Lu family, he has pinpointed Wu Jinsheng's escape route and is now preparing to intercept him at a predicted location. Suspended in midair, seated in a meditative pose, Luo Min resembles a celestial being. However, this area is rather desolate, and thus, there are few unwitting passers-by in a state of harmony between heaven and man. Luo Min, having undergone mutation, possesses a unique divine perspective, rendering the world around him vast. Not far away, in the forest, he spots a rather disheveled man swiftly navigating through the underbrush, his agile movements surpassing even the most nimble of monkeys. Finally, he has managed to shake off his pursuers. Wu Jinsheng wipes the sweat from his brow and exhales a sigh of relief. Although he wields considerable strength, it is solely due to the extraordinary nature of his divine spirit that he finds himself in his current position. In a true confrontation, even the mightiest fists cannot withstand a multitude of hands. When it comes to fleeing, it is prudent to do so. Wu Jinsheng, or Feng Yao, is fundamentally just a stronger-than-average extraordinary being. Lacking the power to traverse the world solely on his own strength, at this moment, Wu Jinsheng has gone 3 days and nights without proper rest. Ever since the list of the 36 thieves was leaked, each member has faced increasingly troublesome predicaments. This time, Wu Jinsheng confronts a particularly formidable opponent. No fewer than 18 of them. 18 masters of the horizontal forging technique, each with closely cropped hair. Relying solely on their pure and potent body techniques, their coordination is impeccable. Thus, even with his divine spirit, Wu Jinsheng can only flee in disarray. Although he is a skilled fighter, he bears no burden of pride. He has no hesitation in abandoning face to escape. Wu Jinsheng fears not death, yet he is not ready to meet his end, at least not before he accomplishes his objectives. Moreover, those 18 masters of the horizontal forging technique are not necessarily nameless. Fleeing from their midst should not be viewed as a disgrace. With his bronze-hued skin, formidable horizontal forging techniques, and a subtly lingering aura of zen, Wu Jinsheng finds himself devoid of the energy to complain. It seems fortune favors him, however, upon hearing an unexpected voice ahead. A bitter smile spreads across his face. How long will this go on? Yet this time, he does not continue fleeing but walks toward the source of the sound. Facing one individual is a different matter than confronting 18 masters skilled in coordinated attacks. When faced with a solitary opponent, no matter how fatigued he may be after 3 days and nights, he would not feel particularly fearful. Is there any water? Stepping out of the forest, Wu Jinsheng wears a broad smile, entirely devoid of worry. Had he fallen into the encirclement of those 18? Amidst their intricate and powerful combined techniques, even he would have had little chance of escape. This time, luck is on his side. However, should he only face one adversary, Wu Jinsheng possesses enough confidence to retreat at will. In this light, he finds himself somewhat intrigued, eager to discover who dares to obstruct his path. A person bold enough to confront him alone is no ordinary individual. Wu Jinsheng, do you recognize me? Observing the middle-aged man shambling up the slope, indifferent to appearances, Luo Min is unfazed and begins to speak slowly. Upon seeing the youth suspended in midair, his skin somewhat pale, with flowing white hair dancing in the wind. Appearing as if a celestial being had descended, Wu Jinsheng's expression stiffens in an instant. The third realm of the reverse life threefold, perfected beyond Zhuo Ruotong's capabilities of yore. Although he has devoted the past 2 years to gathering the 36 thieves and has not kept abreast of external affairs, he is aware that the Sani sect has not fallen into decline since Zhuo Ruotong's passing. He remembers the 14-year-old boy who, with overwhelming strength, subdued all the disciples of the Sani sect and carved out a formidable reputation during the war. Now known as Luo Min, he recognizes the difficulty of the reverse life threefold. Had Zhuo Ruotong maintained his composure, whether he could emerge unscathed from the Sani sect would have remained in question. Despite the flaws inherent in the reverse life threefold, achieving its third realm is indeed a feat that stands unrivaled in the world. Most importantly, the youth before him possesses a version of the reverse life threefold that seems to contrast fundamentally with that of Zhuo Ruotong. While Zhuo Ruotong could generate a pseudo-innate energy body through a continuous supply of acquired qi, it was a complex technique in itself. Conversely, against such intricate techniques, his divine spirit proved exceptionally effective. Thriving on complexity in simple terms, when facing Luo Min, even utilizing his divine spirit would be futile, as the latter embodies a pure existence beyond the reach of his divine spirit's manipulation, rendering any attempt at unraveling it impossible. He realizes that Luo Min has traversed a path entirely distinct from Zhuo Ruotong's, utilizing the foundation of the reverse life threefold to continuously enhance his own vitality, thereby naturally elevating the realm of the reverse life threefold, genuinely transforming it into pure innate energy. One could say that at the critical juncture where the reverse life threefold faced an impasse, he has instead chosen the true path to transcendence. Though perplexed by Luo Min's youth and the terrifying level of his vitality cultivation, he understands that in his current state, he is almost certainly no match for Luo Min and cannot hope to escape. This singular individual may well be more terrifying than the previous 18. Recalling how he had caused Zhuo Ruotong's collapse and subsequent demise, Wu Jinsheng feels a surge of unease. That said, could you perhaps grant me a chance at survival? Observing the disheveled old man with a somewhat awkward smile on his face, Luo Min suddenly spoke. Do you still believe that the path of inverse resurrection, the triple rebirth, is not a road to heaven? I admit that my words may have been somewhat unfounded. Master, you possess a generous heart. What harm could befall such a trivial life of mine? Chapter 37. 3 moves. Looking at the shameless, rootless Shang, Luo Min felt no aversion towards him. Although he did not perceive any mental energy, he could indeed sense something amiss about Shang. His ability to influence and his affinity appeared discordant. It seemed that although Shang was not particularly handsome, his charisma was undeniably high. 3 moves. However, Luo Min had no intention of befriending Shang, nor did he allow Shang to take the lead. He spoke directly. 3 moves? Upon hearing Luo Min's words, Shang felt a sense of unease. Faced with the absolute peak state of Luo Min, his own condition was rather poor. Even if it were merely 3 moves, and even if he were to survive in the end, he would undoubtedly lose a significant portion of his life. Yet, he knew he had no choice. He wished to survive, but Luo Min sought vengeance for his master. Such desires were only natural. Very well, let it be. With that, Shang set aside any thoughts of idle chatter. This man, who daily presented himself as a cynic, akin to a troublemaker, was now, at this moment, remarkably serious. Watching Shang attentively regulate his breathing and adjust his state, Luo Min remained calm, patiently waiting for Shang to prepare. Although he had considered how to handle Shang, the enmity that arose from his master's fate did not translate into hatred for Shang himself. Ordinary palm. As Shang readied himself, Luo Min swiftly swung his hand forward. Though he had never specifically trained in combat techniques, he had dabbled in various skills and distilled their essence into his own system, subsequently developing a series of combat techniques: the Ordinary Series, the Serious Series, the Full Force Series, and the Super Series. Though referred to as an ordinary palm, it was imbued with Luo Min's immense vitality, coupled with an incredibly rich aura, giving it the sensation of an overwhelming force. Even a master like Shang could only barely perceive the traces of this attack before he forcefully grasped Luo Min's hand. Ultimately, Luo Min's hand landed on Shang's chest. Although the obstruction from Shang prevented substantial harm, the internal energy permeated, leaving Shang with a bitter taste of blood in his mouth. "Shall we test your divine spirit?" Looking at the hand that Shang had grasped, Luo Min spoke suddenly. Although he understood that the divine spirit would likely have no effect on him, he was nonetheless intrigued to experience such a wondrous technique firsthand. Hearing Luo Min's voice, Shang remained silent, yet the spark of determination in his eyes indicated he was fully exerting his divine spirit. However, even with all his effort, Shang could not discern any flaw in Luo Min, nor any avenue for resolution. Instantly, Shang's expression grew more dire. Luo Min felt no surprise at this. After embarking on the path of the triple rebirth, his essence, energy, and spirit had seen a comprehensive enhancement, manifesting in pure vitality that crushed all. Thus, the martial arts he developed were devoid of any embellishment. In simple terms, they were merely about sheer numerical superiority. Observing Shang's expression, Luo Min remained indifferent. However, due to Shang's actions, even the most transparent world could perceive clearly, and Luo Min's own development of the unity of heaven and man allowed him to distinctly observe the flow of aura. Coupled with the heightened comprehension afforded by his current state, he easily grasped the essence of Shang's divine spirit. In essence, Luo Min had learned the divine spirit. Although he understood it without fully comprehending its essence, he might not be able to teach it to others effectively. This acquisition was akin to Shang's. He could wield it himself, but passing it on to others proved impossible. Luo Min, with the unity of heaven and man, found it relatively easy to learn. However, without a similar capacity, mastering it would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, Luo Min felt that the divine spirit suited him remarkably well. Upon acquiring the divine spirit, Luo Min's palm could embody equality among all beings, as long as one's life cultivation did not surpass Luo Min's. Regardless of how extravagant the attack, one would be compelled to engage in battle with their own life cultivation. In Shang's hands, the divine spirit seemed somewhat balanced. Yet in Luo Min's grasp, it represented equality among all beings, allowing anyone to wield their own power to teach others a lesson. Furthermore, this divine spirit appeared not to be limited to various manifestations of aura. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Min's arm, infused with pulsating energy, forcefully shook off Shang's grasp. Serious palm. Before Shang could react, Luo Min swiftly struck again with a resounding slap. This strike encompassed nearly all of Luo Min's conventional strength. Upon witnessing Luo Min's impending blow, Shang instantly felt a profound sense of life and death urgency. "I will die. If I cannot withstand this strike, I am certain to perish." This realization was crystal clear in Shang's mind. Yet, confronted with Luo Min's unavoidable palm, Shang widened his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, as he exerted all his strength to muster the energy required to counter this strike. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy surged outward, creating a conspicuous crater in the ground. Shang found himself several steps back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating that his condition was far from favorable, unable even to maintain a facade of composure. What a heavy strike! Swallowing the blood in his mouth, Shang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The Luomen before him felt akin to a genuine disciple of the highest order, augmented by the formidable techniques of Shaolin monks. Such overwhelming might was truly terrifying. Had he been at his peak, he might still have struggled against Luomen's strike, but it would not have been as humiliating as it appeared now. It seemed that he might not withstand Luomen's third move. Shang felt somewhat speechless. Today's youth were indeed terrifying. Chapter 38. Crushing the bald man. Shang, you truly are quite the runner. A deep voice emerged from the distant jungle as a group of muscular men, their bronze skin glistening like cast brass, stepped forth, glaring fiercely at Shang. Upon seeing this group of village brutes, Luomen furrowed his brow. Just as he was preparing to unleash his third move, their arrival was most ill-timed and utterly disheartening. Kid, who do you think you are to meddle in Shang's affairs? Suddenly, one among the 18 brawny men, noticing Luomen, spoke with blatant disdain. Upon hearing such disrespectful words, Luomen's gaze turned frigid. He chose not to engage with the bald man, instead casting a glance at Shang. Your luck is rather fortuitous. Remember this third move, and be on your way. Fired up by the bald man, yet harboring no intention to confront Shang, and considering Shang's potential future ties with Zhang Chulan, Luomen decided to let Shang off the hook. However, even if Luomen spared Shang, given his current injuries, without proper medical assistance, it was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Of course, with Shang's abilities, his chances of survival were not insignificant. All right then, thank you, master. Upon hearing Luomen's words, Shang's eyes sparkled with gratitude. His previously disdainful gaze towards the 18 brawny men now softened with appreciation. With that, the shameless, disheveled middle-aged man, disregarding his serious injuries or the risk of exacerbating them by fleeing at full speed, vanished from sight in an instant. You! The bald man glared at Luomen with fury, and one impatient brawler prepared to chase after Shang. You 18, halt! Floating before the group of bald men, Luomen's expression was icy. When it came to monks, Luomen had a rather mediocre impression. While there were indeed many genuine high monks within the Buddhist sect, such as Master Liao Kong, only a handful of monks were truly commendable, whereas many were mere charlatans. During the years of resistance, the Taoist sect had very few collaborators, while the Buddhist sect, particularly Shaolin, had produced numerous traitors. Although there were some disciples who had achieved a measure of success after renouncing their vows to become generals, the majority of Shaolin monks remained hidden in the mountains. Taoists would descend from the mountains to save the world during chaotic times, while they would retreat into seclusion during prosperous eras. The Buddhists, on the other hand, would isolate themselves during turmoil and welcome incense offerings during times of peace. The three pure ones required merely clay statues, while the Buddhist faith demanded gold-plated idols. For 3,000 years, kneeling before the Buddha, one would see no compassion in the Buddha's heart. It was not the worldly distractions that obscured the Buddha's sight, but rather a lack of incense offerings. Daoists typically possessed an ethereal demeanor, while Buddhists often displayed a more robust physique. A comparison between Shaolin and Longhu Mountain reveals the stark contrast. Aside from the younger generation being suppressed from descending the mountain, nearly all were actively involved. Even the Tang sect, a notorious organization of assassins, displayed unparalleled loyalty and righteousness. In contrast, Shaolin, aside from a few enlightened monks and high priests, was largely populated by those hiding in the mountains, with an endless stream of traitors emerging. Now, the appearance of the 36 thieves and the 8 extraordinary techniques indicated that during the previous tumultuous years of resistance, the factions of the extraordinary world had been engaged in fierce conflict. Yet they had not dispatched the 18 copper men from the mountain gates. Now, they had descended and renounced their vows. What ulterior motives could there be? Roman holds no disdain for Buddhism, yet he regards most monks with a certain disdain. To speak candidly, the Liu and Wang families are embroiled in the fray, vying for the 8 extraordinary techniques. While they are adept at internal strife, their prior external conflicts have also been far from trivial. In contrast, These monks are timid in external battles yet strike ferociously in internal disputes. Am I correct? What is your intention? The leader, a robust man, furrowed his brow and cast a glance at his companion before speaking in a low voice. Addressing Roman, if the mountains are to be sealed, let them be sealed thoroughly, rather than engaging in petty thievery. You? Upon hearing Roman's words, the initially provocative strongman could hardly contain himself, yet was swiftly restrained by the leader. Roman surveyed the monks and remarked coolly, "Regardless of your conduct, I am unconcerned. However, you have interrupted my actions. The third strike that he must endure shall be delivered by you." Clearly, although they had never encountered Roman before, his distinctive appearance, coupled with his youthful visage and undeniable charisma, led to his recognition. Very well. Observing as the 18 robust men shifted their positions, he discerned the subtle interconnection of their chi, each exuding a bronze-like luster. The 18 bronze men formation? Witnessing the formation they had conjured, capable of mutually sharing damage and stamina, Roman's lips curled into a cold smile. The name of the 18 bronze men is renowned throughout the martial world. Now, faced with the full force of these 18 bronze men, Roman revealed his long, fair hand, resembling a piece of exquisite white jade. A full-powered palm. As Roman's chi surged, his luminous hand swept forth, conjuring a concentrated palm imprint. Om Mani Padme Hum. Following their collaborative effort, the 18 bronze men, the pinnacle of Shaolin's combat prowess, immediately sensed the peril of Roman's attack and readied themselves to counter it. Upon reciting the 6-syllable mantra, the bronze sheen surrounding the 18 bronze men grew increasingly radiant, and Roman meticulously observed their practiced horizontal training technique. Given the current state of Shaolin's mountain ceiling, it was indeed challenging to witness the martial arts of the Buddhist sect. Presently, with the 18 bronze men utilizing Shaolin's top-tier horizontal training, Roman felt a spark of intrigue. However, after a brief observation, he swiftly dismissed the notion. Individually, these 18 men were all first-rate warriors, and together they could nearly rival the most formidable of opponents. Yet, ultimately, they remained merely a collective of elite fighters. Even with the existence of the 18 bronze men formation, which enhanced their collective strength to some degree, they still fell short of true peak experts. Roman's full-powered palm had already entered the realm of the exceptionally strong. This group could not withstand such a strike. However, Roman had scarcely taken a few steps when he heard all 18 bronze men simultaneously spitting blood, demonstrating remarkable synchronicity. Based on Roman's assessment, it seemed these bronze men would be rendered incapacitated, which suited him just fine. Of course, if Shaolin were willing to part with great elixirs or similar treasures, perhaps they might recover from their injuries and have a chance for further advancement. Nevertheless, Roman harbored a pessimistic outlook on that possibility. Regardless of whether Shaolin possessed such elixirs, it was certain they would not squander them on these individuals, for a great elixir was far more valuable than a bronze man. While bronze men could be cultivated, great elixirs, once consumed, were exceedingly difficult to procure materials for refining, making them, to some extent, a non-renewable resource. Chapter 39. Lu Jin's plea for help. Upon returning to the Sani sect, Roman noticed an unsettling atmosphere among the disciples, as if a wave of unease had spread throughout. Observing Cheng Zhan's troubled expression, Roman inquired in the presence of others. Cheng Zhan referred to Roman as sect leader. Although their relationship did not necessitate such formality, Roman had privately suggested this to Cheng Zhan, who accepted the advice but did not adhere to it strictly. Thus Roman refrained from pressing the matter. What of the sect leader and Wu Jinsheng? Alongside Cheng Zhan's voice, Roman noticed the surrounding disciples, who appeared busy, had perked up their ears, clearly attentive to this matter. Naturally, everyone understood that Roman could not possibly lose. The only curiosity lay in the fate of Wu Jinsheng. Given his role in prompting Zhuo Ruodong's demise, he had now orchestrated the formidable group of 36 thieves. This enigmatic man undoubtedly piqued curiosity, which was entirely reasonable. He may not defeat me, but when faced with the 18 bronze men, he allowed Wu Jinsheng to escape. Regarding Wu Gunsheng's flight, Cheng Zhan held little concern. After Roman's victory over Wu Jinsheng, the obsession stemming from Zhuo Ruodong's death had nearly dissipated, especially considering Zhuo Ruodong's dying wish for vengeance. However, Cheng Zhan was quite dissatisfied with the emergence of the 18 bronze men. These monks, rather than diligently practicing their vows and shunning the world, dared to meddle in such affairs. These monks have always acted in this manner. Why such a loss of composure? Observing Cheng Zhan's visibly aggrieved countenance, Roman sensed something was amiss. There were traces of the Buddhist sect's interference in the matters concerning junior brother Liu, and the current situation was far from favorable. Roman furrowed his brow and muttered, "Quite greedy indeed. Betting on both sides. I wonder how they feel about my incapacitating the 18 bronze men." "What? You incapacitated the 18 bronze men?" "No, I merely dealt with 18 of Shaolin's lay disciples. These individuals had character flaws, so it was only natural for me to intervene on their behalf." Upon hearing Roman's words, Cheng Zhan was left speechless, yet Roman's statement held some merit in terms of status, as a disciple of Zhuo Ruodong and a significant force within the Xuangu sect. The energy wielded by Shaolin since their mountain ceiling might not even match that of the Sani sect at present. Under the banner of righteousness, it was not unreasonable to assume the role of instructing Shaolin-esque disciples. After all, Shaolin itself relished such pretenses. They often bestow lofty titles upon individuals, thereby justifying their actions under the guise of righteousness, leveraging their formidable reputation to exert pressure. This method requires sufficient strength and an established reputation to be effectively employed. Coincidentally, as the leader of the Sani sect, Roman fit this standard quite well. As for whether Shaolin would seek retribution, Cheng Zhan had not considered this possibility. Would Shaolin dare retaliate? Would they dare to provoke Roman? A being who had achieved the third level of reverse life, regarded as a terrestrial immortal. If they were bold enough, he would regard Shaolin with newfound respect. What is the specific situation concerning junior brother Liu? It appears that his companion, Zhang Zibu, has attracted quite a bit of attention, yet the most troublesome is that Shaolin monk, who has completely mastered the indestructible body and possesses a skillful grasp of the great strength diamond palm technique. Such an individual is undoubtedly an elite fighter of the highest caliber, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a top-tier powerhouse. However, considering that his junior brother is merely 16 years old and a peak talent, Roman adjusted his emotions and continued. Junior brother Liu, with his second level of reverse life, should be able to hold his ground. However, his companion may falter. Even if they join forces, it would be challenging to breach that monk's physical defenses. The lookout that junior brother Liu arranged in advance has also sent word seeking assistance, indicating that Zhang Zibu is willing to offer the Tongtian talisman to the Sani sect. This suggests that it is not merely a matter of presenting it to Roman. Should the Tongtian talisman be entrusted to the entire Sani sect, it would become part of their legacy. One must acknowledge that Zhang Zibu has the backing of the Shangqing sect. However, upon reflection, Roman felt that even if the Tongtian talisman were given to the Shangqing sect, they would be unable to retain such a remarkable technique. The reasoning is simple. Their strength is insufficient to bear the weight of this extraordinary fortune. The Shangqing sect, also known as the Maoshan sect, is recognized as a reputable orthodox sect with a long-standing heritage. Yet most of its disciples are practitioners of asceticism. In simpler terms, their overall strength is inadequate. Although they possess a legacy of talismans, when it comes to combat prowess, they truly rank low. Even the formidable Wang and L families, upon acquiring one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, dare not make too much noise, preferring to quietly amass wealth. Aside from their dubious origins instilling some trepidation, the primary concern lies in the multitude of enemies they face. As for the Wudang sect, while they possess strength, they are beset by overwhelming pressures, and the intricacies of the Feng Hao Kimin technique are exceedingly challenging to master, resulting in a detrimental impact. Thus, they too avoid drawing attention. Of course, if they truly wished to flaunt their prowess, it was not impossible. However, those who learned these extraordinary techniques often found themselves the targets of covert attacks. Only the Tianshi mansion at Longhu Mountain, with its comprehensive strength, top-tier combat prowess, and esteemed reputation, possesses the capability to openly protect the bearers of the 8 extraordinary techniques, even seeking to proactively recruit Zhang Huai. Subsequently, Zhang Lingyu's mastery of the Tongtian talisman posed no issues, illustrating the disparities that exist even among great powers. Whether the Sani sect can seize the Tongtian talisman is a matter of considerable contemplation. Prior to Zhuo Ruodong's involvement, the Sani sect certainly lacked the qualification, merely standing on par with the Shangqing sect, perhaps even inferior. However, following Zhuo Ruodong's emergence, the number of disciples has surged, their strength has flourished, and their reputation has soared throughout the martial world, granting them the qualification to rival Longhu Mountain. Entering the era of Roman only amplifies this notion. Have you arranged for someone to handle this matter? Roman inquired, directing his gaze toward Changzhen. It is not as if there are no suitable candidates. Changzhen found himself in a state of helplessness. Although it seemed that he could rely on his master, as a junior, he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns. There's no need for trouble. I shall go myself, he declared. No need for further discussion. I still have some pent-up frustration. I wonder how Shaolin will react to the loss of a top-tier master. With that, Luo Min's figure vanished before Changzhen's eyes. Changzhen, gazing at the spot where Luo Min had disappeared, couldn't help but murmur, "Why does it feel like my junior brother is becoming increasingly elusive, with an ever-growing aura of menace?" Chapter 40. Utterly overbearing, is this how you conduct yourselves at Shaolin? Lu Jin observed the old bald man, encased in a golden aura akin to a small golden statue, and couldn't help but rebuke him. Previously, he had refrained from revealing the other's identity, hoping for a more amicable retreat. Yet, the old man seemed unconcerned, escalating his attacks with increasing ferocity. Although Lu Jin had endured several of the old man's diamond palms, he swiftly recovered due to the effects of the reverse life triple. Meanwhile, Zhang Zibu, who was continuously sketching talismans to harass the old monk, found himself unexpectedly confronted by the old man, enduring several powerful slaps. Even though he could draw defensive talismans, the residual force of the strikes was unbearable. "I have already renounced my monastic vows," Zhang Zibu said, tasting the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. Lu, if the situation is dire, you should leave first. Since the onset of their pursuit, he had not enjoyed a single moment of rest. His mental state severely compromised, compounded by his deteriorating physical condition. At this moment, he felt like a considerable burden to Lu Jin. Lu Jin grappled fiercely with the old monk. He growled in frustration. He had hoped for a moment of respite to seek refuge at Sanny with Lu Jin, but unexpectedly, they were confronted by this remarkably powerful old man, leaving him feeling despondent. Watching Lu Jin suffer due to his own hindrance, Zhang Zibu felt a flicker of despair. Perhaps the 8 Wonders technique should never have existed in this world. Perhaps sequestering it underground would be a prudent choice. "Old monk, do you wish to draw talismans?" A clear voice suddenly interrupted Zhang Zibu's musings. A striking figure clad in white seemed to dominate the very essence of the world, capturing everyone's gaze. Sanny Min, the exiled immortal? Upon glimpsing this figure, the old monk's eyes betrayed a clear wariness. Within Shaolin, the 18 bronze men were essentially the premier enforcers, aware of various matters to some extent. However, he was different. He was arguably the strongest in Shaolin, wielding significant influence and understanding the dynamics of the major factions on the surface. He had also recognized the growing threat posed by Longhu Mountain and Sanny Min over the years. To advance Shaolin's interests, he had decided to set aside his pride to seize the 8 Wonders technique. Originally, Zhang Zibu was not his target, as talisman drawing was more the purview of the Taoist sects. And he had intended to leave. However, upon witnessing Zhang Zibu utilize talismans, the monk reconsidered, thinking it would not be amiss to add a talismanic tradition to the Buddhist school. Seeing Lu Jin beside Zhang Zibu had surprised him. For Lu Jin was a notably talented newcomer in recent years. Yet, he was unprepared for the sudden appearance of the young sect leader of Sanny Min, renowned as the exiled immortal. "I have already renounced my monastic vows. I am no longer a monk. Why then can I not learn to draw talismans?" This was not surprising. The Buddhist sect was known for harboring the unworthy, often urging wicked individuals to abandon their malevolent ways and attain enlightenment, transforming into a den of wrongdoers. Future disciples could hardly be expected to be virtuous. Those who wished to commit misdeeds merely renounced their vows and descended the mountain. After their misdeeds, they would simply abandon their weapons and become enlightened. Such a pattern, Luo Min could guess without much thought. "However, I have protected the person you wish to claim. Do you wish to test your mettle against me?" Standing before Lu Jin, Luo Min blocked the old monk's gaze, revealing a slight smile. "Please, Lord Luo Min, enlighten me." The old monk, now cautious, addressed Luo Min earnestly, his body infused with the essence of the indestructible diamond body. Operating at peak efficiency. By the way, I previously dealt with 18 individuals who had renounced their vows. Their character was lacking, so I helped Shaolin cleanse its ranks, incapacitating them to prevent future wrongdoing. What is your opinion on that? You incapacitated the 18 bronze men. The old monk could not suppress his incredulity, no longer bothering to hide the truth. 18 bronze men? Lu Jin, taken aback, realized how formidable his junior brother truly was. He had heard tales of the 18 bronze men and never expected them to be dispatched, let alone defeated by his own junior brother. Indeed, they couldn't even withstand a single slap from me. I wonder if the old monk can endure? Luo Min chuckled, causing the old monk to feel an unsettling chill. The power of the 18 bronze men was well known to him. Should they join forces? Even he would struggle against them. Yet, they had evidently faltered against Luo Min. No, this must be a psychological tactic. I must not be swayed. Quickly, the old monk recited a calming incantation, suppressing his turbulent thoughts. He refrained from further words, launching a preemptive strike with a powerful palm in Lu Jin and Zheng Zibu's eyes. The old monk's diamond palm was terrifyingly formidable, approaching Luo Min with such swiftness that they barely registered the moment of attack, leaving them in a cold sweat. Impressive technique, but lacking in execution. The diamond palm, which should have been employed straightforwardly, was instead used for a surprise attack. No matter how powerful the strike, it lost its essence and potency. However, the diamond palm indeed possessed admirable qualities, prompting Luo Min to analyze its core elements. After channeling all his strength into a counterattack, the old monk felt a profound terror. He recalled the mythical Tathagata palm, a technique that seemed to transcend earthly existence, overwhelming in its magnitude and imbued with a will akin to divine intent. Boom! Deafening explosion resounded as the two formidable palm strikes collided, unleashing a fearsome shockwave that resembled a hurricane during a tempest. Liu Jin and Zheng Zibu, having fought fiercely, found themselves barely able to stand, relying on each other for support to avoid being swept away. What an extraordinarily overbearing strike! Standing not far from Luo Min, the old monk regarded the young man with a complex expression. Given his own strength, he could discern that Luo Min had utilized the essence of the diamond palm in his earlier strike, revealing that Luo Min had never formally practiced the technique. He had merely observed and replicated its essence. Chapter 41. The weight of the exiled immortal. Looking at the old monk before him, Luo Min realized that the monk's cultivation of the indestructible diamond body had indeed reached a profound level. His earlier strike had not incapacitated the old man. However, Luo Min understood that the old monk would require at least a decade of recuperation to regain his former strength. Without some miraculous elixir, he would likely never wield the diamond palm with such efficacy again. After contemplating this, Luo Min dismissed any thoughts of killing the old monk. There was no need for such an action. Moreover, having such a wounded but living adversary would serve to showcase his own prowess. For Sanny Min to establish a firm foothold in the future, it required sufficient strength and renown. The old monk's strength and incapacitated hand would serve as a symbol. In the future, it would deter the short-sighted from challenging him. In the future, only with the death of his junior brother would Zhang Jiwei erupt in vengeance, embarking on a rampage that would leave many oblivious to the meaning of true supremacy. Luo Min, however, would not be swayed by such considerations. He envisioned an era where he would not need to concern himself with the opinions of others, but rather dictate the terms. As thoughts of the impending nuclear explosion crossed his mind, Luo Min maintained an expression as calm as a gentle breeze. Yet he was suddenly intrigued by the prospect of humanity's ultimate weapon. Theoretically, with the reverse life triple, divine essence, and the ability to absorb energy through dimensional mirroring, he could potentially survive a nuclear blast. If he could endure such an event, so too could his true self, rendering any fear of nuclear catastrophe unnecessary. Exiled immortal, I concede. The old monk's voice emerged, his face ashen. Having lost a hand and witnessed Luo Min's overwhelming power, he realized he could not escape. Should he continue to engage Luo Min, he might meet an untimely end. Though he feared not death, succumbing in such a manner would have dire repercussions for Shaolin. He needed to survive, then be gone. Luo Min watched the old monk turn to leave and added, "By the way, when I said leave, I meant it as a verb, not a noun." The old monk's expression instantly stiffened, as he contemplated turning around to demonstrate to Luo Min what the wrath of the Buddha truly entailed. After a brief moment, the old monk gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision. However, the next instant, a blinding golden radiance flared forth, nearly dazzling the eyes of both individuals. As for Luo Min, having reached the third level of the reverse birth, he was no longer merely a mortal being. In the realm of immortal fantasy, he could be considered a congenital Tao body. A mere flash of light was hardly significant. In the future, it seemed unlikely that any bald monks of the Shaolin lineage would dare to act defiantly in Luo Min's presence. Having said that, Luo Min showed no intention of lingering and swiftly departed. Whether it was the third level of reverse birth or the palm techniques he had developed, their power, while impressive, lacked the grandeur of a large-scale spectacle. Unlike Zhang Jiwei's golden light spell that could envelop several kilometers, or the five thunder technique that could conjure heavenly thunder to strike foes, Luo Min's abilities appeared rather modest in comparison. Upon reflection, Zhang Zibu's Tongtian talisman and the third level of reverse birth indeed complemented each other well. If one could thoroughly study the Tongtian talisman, rather than limiting oneself to mere surface-level comprehension as Lu Jin did in the future, its potential would be immense. Lu Jin's usage still fell short of the true essence of the talisman. Should Luo Min eventually inherit the legacy of the Sani sect, he could delve deeply into the study of the Tongtian talisman. The Sani sect is considered part of the mystical path, and for Luo Min, a fallen celestial being, mastering the art of talisman creation should be a natural endeavor. Master Uncle, what has happened to you? At this moment, the abbot of Shaolin sensed the old monk's aura and hurried out to greet him. However, upon seeing the old monk, his expression changed dramatically. The old monk was a top-tier expert, the foremost master of the current Shaolin, and typically exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Yet, the old monk now appeared as pale as parchment, clearly indicating that something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the old monk's right hand appeared limp, and combined with his pallor, it was clear this was far from a trivial matter. Master Uncle, who did this? Was it that old celestial master from Longhu Mountain? Or, grasping the old monk's intact left hand, the abbot's eyes filled with solemnity. The fallen celestial being, Luo Min. The old monk's face was grim as he continued. Not only I, but the 18 bronze men must have also been incapacitated by him. Shaolin has suffered a severe loss this time, and I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. I shall retreat to the back mountain to eat vegetarian meals and chant sutras to atone for my sins. Furthermore, until the fallen celestial being's demise, we should avoid any encounters with the Sani sect. After a moment of silence, the Shaolin abbot nodded gravely in agreement. Very well. The significance of the term fallen celestial being would only grow heavier from this day forth. As this young man was merely 16 years old and possessed vast potential for future growth. Chapter 42. Preparing to set sail. History possesses a certain inertia. Although Luo Min's presence has altered much of it, considering the disappearance of the 36 thieves and their eventual location, along with his understanding of the future, Luo Min was able to deduce many things. Firstly, aside from Wu Jinsheng, who remains untraceable, Zhang Zibu, under the protection of the Sani sect and the others, based on their last known appearances and the prevailing powers of that time, should not deviate significantly from the historical trajectory he was aware of. Throughout the chaos of the Jiashan rebellion, Luo Min had only intervened due to Wu Ginsheng and Zheng Zibu. He had no intention of acting against the others. Wu Ginsheng stirred a degree of animosity, but it was not particularly severe, primarily serving to validate the effectiveness of the improved third level of reverse birth. As for Zheng Zibu, due to his connection with Lu Jin and the Tongtian talisman serving as a token, it was entirely reasonable for Luo Min to act in protection. Beyond that, there was no particular connection between Luo Min and the others, nor did anyone seek his assistance. Thus, he remained indifferent. The fates of these individuals were intertwined with their past allegiance to Wu Ginsheng and their subsequent involvement with the 36 thieves. It is only natural for one to bear the consequences of their actions. Reflecting on the two disciples of the Tang sect, who had only met Wu Ginsheng 3 times before swearing brotherhood with him, Luo Min felt at a loss for words. However, upon further thought, it seemed he had not interacted with anyone else among the 36 thieves prior to this. Ultimately, while the organization led by Wu Jinsheng could not be purely characterized as good or bad, once one joins such a faction, individual opinions become irrelevant, and inherent biases inevitably fall upon them. Given the principle that possessing something valuable invites trouble, it was entirely understandable that Luo Min found himself in such a predicament. The chaos in the realm of the extraordinary did not affect the wars of ordinary people. Such minor skirmishes were mere footnotes in the grand narrative of the war. As the war reached its conclusion, the combat effectiveness of the Japanese forces had diminished from their peak state. Yet, even in their desperate circumstances, the ferocity of their final counterattacks remained terrifying, resulting in significant losses for the Chinese soldiers. While Luo Min endeavored to minimize casualties among his compatriots during this conflict, the reality was that a single individual's strength could only go so far. He had not yet attained the power to alter the course of events entirely. Nonetheless, the resistance against the invaders was finally drawing to a close. Checking the time, it was already August 1945, and within that month, humanity's ultimate weapon was poised to be born. The repercussions of the Jiashan rebellion had little impact in the secular realm, appearing trivial in comparison to this monumental event. "Junior brother, why have you summoned me?" Cheng Zhen inquired, somewhat perplexed as he approached Luo Min, who had been in quiet meditation for several days and had suddenly called for him. Given that the entire Sani sect was involved in the war effort and was accumulating numerous matters to address, injured disciples, resource allocation, countering enemy forces, and so forth, Cheng Zhen wondered if Luo Min intended to assist him. "Senior brother, please arrange to find a ship. I am preparing to set sail." Cheng Zhen's expression turned one of confusion. He could not comprehend why Luo Min sought to go to sea, as it seemed unrelated to him. Moreover, if Luo Min wished to venture out, wouldn't it be faster for him to simply fly away using his reverse birth abilities rather than requiring a ship? "I wish to visit the island nation. Would you like someone to accompany you? Whoever is interested may join." This journey was not solely about encountering the boy and the stout fellow. It was also an opportunity to directly address the Japanese supernatural organization that had been causing trouble. Their incessant antics were truly irksome, and thus it was time to eliminate them. "Very well, I will make arrangements. Going to the island alone might be somewhat insufficient. I shall find more people to accompany you." Cheng Zhen nodded, various thoughts swirling in his mind. He felt quite assured about Luo Min's expedition to the island nation to eradicate the source of trouble. Thus, it would be prudent to send more young individuals for training. Furthermore, not only from the Sani sect but also from other factions, such as the Tang sect, Longhu Mountain, and the four great families, who had suffered tremendous losses in their battles against local extraordinary beings, could also be included. "Junior brother, we wish to go to the island as well." Moments later, Lu Jin rushed over, exclaiming loudly to Luo Min. Upon glancing, Luo Min noticed that Lu Jin was accompanied by Zheng Zibu. Both of their eyes filled with anticipation. "Very well," Luo Min nodded, not refusing their request. However, he could not help but speculate about the seemingly inseparable bond between Lu Jin and Zheng Zibu, wondering if this would lead to the disappearance of Lu Lin and Lu Linglong. Of course, this thought was fleeting, merely a momentary consideration. There was no such thing as a heavenly principle, but the forces of fate, to some extent, undoubtedly existed. Yet, Luo Min, in a manner beyond fate, could naturally alter the destinies of others through his actions. In this world, there existed sorcerers who could attain their desired answers through introspection, and the outcomes they inquired about would be unaffected by Luo Min's presence. "Understood." Lu Jin nodded in acknowledgement and then left with Zheng Zibu. In truth, their close association was also influenced by their studies of the Tongtian talisman. After Zheng Zibu had gifted the Tongtian talisman to the Sani sect, the higher-ups within the sect had essentially allowed individuals to study it according to their circumstances and abilities. And Lu Jin was naturally one of those learning the talisman. However, previously, while the Sani sect was a part of the mystical path, they had not delved deeply into talisman studies, leaving Lu Jin, in this regard, as a novice who needed Zheng Zibu's guidance to enter the field. Yet, with Zheng Zibu leading the way in this life, Lu Jin's understanding of the Tongtian talisman would likely not be restricted to mere superficial applications, but rather he would grasp its true essence. The art of talismans was indeed a profound subject. As for Luo Min, he had fundamentally comprehended the principles of the Tongtian talisman and was attempting to transform it into something of his own, or rather, into his own path. His journey of cultivation required not only understanding its essence but also comprehending the rationale behind it. Chapter 43. The first encounter with Zhang Jiwei. There were quite a number of people present this time. Within the ship's cabin, Lu Jin observed many familiar faces around him and couldn't help but murmur softly. Luo Min, hearing Lu Jin's voice, smiled but chose not to speak, knowing that the arrival of a certain individual would likely shatter his senior brother's calm demeanor. Given that the Sani sect was leading this venture, and with Luo Min's presence, the Sani sect currently exuded an air of being the rightful head of the righteous path. The reason for this was Luo Min's actions in incapacitating Shaolin's strongest master and the 18 bronze men, which had already propelled his reputation to its zenith. The prowess of that master from Shaolin is well known to the older generation who have crossed swords with him. Even if he does not quite match the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain, the difference is but a thin line. Moreover, the 18 bronze men are a legendary presence in their own right. Therefore, despite Luo Min's relatively young age, possibly younger than most present, his status subtly approaches that of the celestial masters of Longhu Mountain, a testament to the powerful feedback loop created by his formidable strength. This time, Luo Min leads the expedition to the island nation. While he may not be familiar to many, his strength is widely recognized. Consequently, in this operation, the most promising members from their respective factions have been dispatched. For instance, there are the Lu family's Lu Ci, the Wang family's Wang Ai, the renowned Guanqi Hua from Northeast, and even the future unparalleled Zhang Jiwei of Longhu Mountain, who is regarded as the lifelong rival of brother Lu Jin. It remains uncertain whether Luo Min is aware of Zhang Jiwei's view of this rivalry. Luo Min finds Zhang Jiwei intriguing. He is a true prodigy, one who cultivates celestial arts while others engage in martial training. Albeit somewhat constrained by the celestial master's guidance and the current environment, as for Luo Min himself, comparing him to others seems rather unflattering. He is merely a figure of grandeur, unfettered by the less than favorable conditions of the world around him, which cannot impede his path of cultivation. As the young man stepped into the cabin, a multitude of gazes converged upon him. Though he regarded them with an unwavering gaze, there was an unmistakable air of arrogance about him. Striding forth with a demeanor that suggested he acknowledged no kin, even clad in a tattered robe, he exuded an effortless, distinctive nonchalance. Zhang Jiwei, who would have undoubtedly been hailed as the pinnacle of the younger generation before Luo Min's arrival, is destined to be a true peak in the world of extraordinary beings. What do you all stare at? Zhang Jiwei remarked as he entered the cabin, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Luo Min. The moment their eyes met, an almost palpable tension enveloped the air, creating a suffocating sensation that left everyone feeling slightly breathless. Prior to this moment, aside from Luo Min, the others were somewhat familiar with one another. They had long known Zhang Jiwei to be formidable, yet lacked a clear understanding of his true strength. Even when he had once made brother Lu Jin cry with a single slap, they recognized his might but had never faced him directly, leaving their perception of his strength nebulous. It was only at this moment, with merely the clash of their auras, that they grasped the vast chasm separating them from Zhang Jiwei. Standing before Zhang Jiwei, who seemed as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, they gained a clearer understanding of their own limitations. "Have you ever been defeated, Master Luo?" Zhang Jiwei inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he regarded Luo Min. "Never," came the response. Zhang Jiwei's life has been one of invincibility among his peers. He has encountered few adversaries, and his journey has been remarkably smooth. Despite the old celestial master's attempts to challenge him, he faced no setbacks. With unparalleled talent and temperament, Zhang Jiwei is destined for a future of unmatched supremacy. However, upon meeting Luo Min, he began to comprehend how others perceive him and why his master is so concerned about his path. Luo Min, at present, resembles Zhang Jiwei in his earlier years, young yet possessing boundless strength. Yet, after enduring numerous trials under his master's tutelage, Zhang Jiwei has matured considerably, though the absence of rivals has left him unable to grasp the essence of others' cultivation experiences. "Long have I admired you," Zhang Jiwei said, extending his hand, which Luo Min grasped in return. "In honor," Luo Min replied. The white mist intertwined with the golden light as their hands met, and after a brief moment, they released their grip. Zhang Jiwei, feeling slightly tremulous, remarked, "To simplify complexity, impressive." Upon their introduction, he sensed Luo Min's strength, though its true magnitude remained elusive. Luo Min scrutinized Zhang Jiwei in turn, unable to resist the urge to speak. "Among the extraordinary, you alone can see through it all." This statement was not an exaggeration, but a genuine sentiment. If one were to liken the realms of their peers to a modestly constructed 3- or 4-story building, then Zhang Jiwei, despite his similar age, had already erected a skyscraper with a solid foundation, exemplifying the stark difference between him and his contemporaries. Luo Min was already soaring above the clouds, beyond any tangible reference point. Even he was uncertain of his true strength, yet in the current world of extraordinary beings, it seemed that only Zhang Jiwei could hope to catch up to him. The others present, representing the future of the extraordinary realm, were perceived by Luo Min as lacking. Even brother Lu Jin fell short in comparison. The rest, Even more so. Upon hearing Luo Min's words, the others were at a loss for how to articulate their feelings. Yet they understood that such a statement held no fault. Overpraise, Zhang Jiwei replied, though lacking any humility in his demeanor, a fierce determination and fighting spirit igniting in his eyes, one he had never felt in his earlier life. Chapter 44. Arrival. Zhang Jiwei was the last aboard. Thus, once he stepped onto the vessel, their journey to the island nation officially commenced from a port in Shanghai. Generally speaking, securing a ship for a transoceanic journey in this era is no simple task. However, the expansive network of the Sanyi sect made it relatively straightforward. Merely voicing the need for a vessel prompted numerous offers. Ultimately, they chose a reputable merchant vessel for their voyage to the island nation. The intelligence regarding the local extraordinary organizations was provided by the Tang sect, a lineage of assassins with nearly a millennium of heritage. Extracting information from those extraordinary beings of the island was their true forte. Organizations of ninjas, families of samurai, and shrines of onmyoji. Any information pertaining to adversarial forces was skillfully unearthed by the adept members of the Tang sect. However, due to the devastating sacrifices they endured during the wartime, they lacked the strength to seek vengeance on the island until now. With Luo Min organizing this expedition under the banner of the Sanyi sect, the Tang sect dispatched their most valued disciple, Tang Miaoxing, armed with intelligence acquired at great cost, to guide the group. Our primary objectives for this expedition to the island nation are as follows. Tang Miaoxing spread out a meticulously detailed map on the conference table within the ship's cabin, beginning to elucidate the information and plans to those present. The youthful Tang Miaoxing spoke clearly as he pointed out various markers on the map, methodically explaining the details. Wait, I can also take on those old monsters. Zhang Jiwei suddenly interjected, interrupting Tang Miaoxing. This caught Tang Miaoxing off guard, as he regarded Zhang Jiwei with a hint of confusion before glancing at Luo Min. His strength is sufficient. Assign him a few. Luo Min affirmed, nodding toward Tang Miaoxing. Upon hearing Luo Min's decree, Tang Miaoxing nodded in agreement, while others like Lu Jin, Lu Ci, and Wang Ai shared similar sentiments. This time at sea, their goal was not merely to clear out trivial foes but to confront substantial adversaries and gain first-hand experience of the island nation's landscape, thereby honing their skills. Give them an old fellow as well, Luo Min noted, aware that although these individuals hailed from significant backgrounds and were stronger than their peers, they were still insufficiently qualified as solo contenders. Thus, he directed Tang Miaoxing to assign a target to those few who seemed eager. They were all young prodigies, yet disparities existed among them. While they would collaborate in groups, Zhang Jiwei would take on several alone, with Luo Min managing the remaining challenges. Once the allocation of personnel was determined, they proceeded to plan their actions, each responsible for their respective roles. Luo Min found it particularly intriguing that two targets lay in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Both regions belonged to the southern part of the island nation, and he was aware that in the future, these two places would bear witness to humanity's ultimate weapon unleashing its terrifying consequences within urban landscapes. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Min glanced at the positioning of others, noting that none of their targets were particularly close to this area, alleviating his concerns about potential collateral damage should the child and the rotund individual descend there. Everyone present was genuinely committed to resisting Japanese aggression, and Luo Min wished for no one to encounter misfortune due to such matters. This ship had not previously been utilized for trade with the island nation but had instead been engaged in commerce with Southeast Asia. However, due to the Sanyi sect's influence, it was now directly en route to the island nation. Currently, in the later stages of their operation, conditions at sea remained relatively treacherous, rife with skirmishes. The island nation's army, suffering from a shortage of supplies, was likely experiencing a degree of decline. However, even as the island nation's navy endures national austerity, meticulously economizing to sustain its maritime forces, its combat prowess remains formidable. Currently, in this maritime expanse, no one dares to navigate lightly. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, after mastering the Tongtian Lu, Luo Min is capable of performing numerous extraordinary feats, the most fundamental of which is utilizing the power of talismans to render ships invisible in a physical sense, alleviating concerns of detection by the island nation's navy and the sudden impact of cannon fire. Within a few days, the vessel anchored near an island within the island nation's vicinity, and subsequently, everyone would employ their respective methods to infiltrate the nation and fulfill their mission, aiming to eradicate the foreign entities within the island nation. each individual remained acutely aware of their objectives, and communication could be maintained via the communication talismans provided by the master of Luomen. Tang Miaoxing remarked, glancing at the runes on the back of his hand, feeling a sense of wonder. Not only Tang Miaoxing, but each individual bore a rune on the back of their hand, a testament to Luomen's artistry. Everyone acknowledged that the Sanni men had acquired the Tongtian Lu, and with Luomen's presence, there was no dissatisfaction among them. However, they had not anticipated such a practical application of the Tongtian Lu gene. Noticing the gaze of his companion, LCI, could not help but interject, "Don't look at me. I possess the Tongtian Lu, but I am not proficient in this." CI found himself at a loss for words, as others wielded the 8 extraordinary techniques with ease, while he, having inherited them, could neither master them nor dare to declare it publicly. However, these communication talismans were not inherent to the Tongtian Lu, but were rather developed through Luomen's own research. Based on Luomen's strength, they enabled communication over considerable distances, reminiscent of a modern communication device, though maintaining them required the consumption of qi. This primarily allowed individuals to call for assistance when confronted with insurmountable foes, thereby preventing unnecessary casualties. Additionally, Luomen could utilize these communication talismans to locate individuals, making it easier to retrieve bodies, even in the unfortunate event of death. After completing the final mobilization, everyone began to showcase their unique abilities. Zhang Jiwei, "Do not perish," Luomen observed as his senior, Lu, called out to Zhang Jiwei, a smile of amusement creeping onto his face. Chapter 45. Sakamoto Saikairo. As Luomen gazed upon the exceedingly thin elder before him, a rare look of surprise flickered in his eyes. "Indeed, you hail from the ancient Celestial Empire?" The elder, marked with age spots, lifted his head and, with a calm demeanor, inquired in precise Mandarin. "Indeed." Luomen regarded Sakamoto Saikairo. A more serious undertone crept into his expression. Though they had yet to engage in combat, this elder appeared to be the most formidable adversary he had encountered in his lifetime, warranting a degree of seriousness. However, this elder seemed to have reached his peak, while Zhang Jiwei still possessed vast potential for growth. As for the old monk from Shaolin, truth be told, he paled in comparison to Zhang Jiwei, who, at a young age, had already ascended to the ranks of the elite. If not stronger, it is no wonder that the Celestial Empire could produce a talent such as yourself, Sakamoto Saikairo marveled, gazing at the inscrutable young man before him. During the invasion of the ancient kingdom to the west, Sakamoto had maintained a reserved stance, recognizing that the ancient kingdom had a continuous legacy of over 5,000 years, vast resources, and remarkable individuals, while the island nation was but a speck in comparison. The ancient kingdom had merely been slumbering, but once this sleeping dragon awoke, the fate that awaited the island nation was evident. Yet, driven by a small voice and a hint of jealousy toward the ancient kingdom, Sakamoto ultimately supported the invasion. Gamble and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, yet more often than not, such gambles lead to ruin. The fate of a gambler is seldom a favorable one. The entire nation, wagering its fortune, sought to enact a monstrous undertaking, which, over time, morphed into a terrifying descent into hell for the entire country. Upon seeing Luomen, a sense of foreboding regarding the island nation's future filled his heart. In such vast lands, the greatest unknown lay in the emergence of exceptional talents at unpredictable moments. Given the sheer number of individuals, the probability of outstanding figures emerging far exceeded that of the island nation. For instance, this young man before him appeared younger than his own great-grandson, yet his strength likely surpassed that of Sakamoto. As the island nation's once undisputed prodigy in the realm of foreign entities, he now stood at the pinnacle of the entire island nation. However, upon encountering Luomen, he began to grasp how his peers and predecessors had perceived him: youthful, powerful, and vibrant, indeed, a source of envy. The island nation's decline was merely a matter of time. Whether now or in the not-so-distant future, it was inevitable, yet it seemed that there was no need to await the downfall of the island nation, for the retribution from the Celestial Empire was already at hand. The situation on the front lines was dire, a fact he was acutely aware of. However, upon seeing Luomen, he could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. His lifespan was limited, thus restricting the number of times he could take action. Observing Luomen, the aged warrior slowly rose to his feet. Luomen, noticing the change in Sakamoto Saikairo, was also aware of the threat emanating from the elder. Luomin was not ignorant of the Japanese swordsmanship. He had meticulously studied the breadth of Demon Slayer and possessed numerous memories and experiences from his time using the techniques of the Demon Slayer world. Thus, his own swordsmanship was rather commendable. Consequently, as he regarded the aged figure, Luomin could clearly sense the intensity of the threat posed by Sakamoto. According to the information Luomin had gathered, this elder was the ultimate trump card and pinnacle of the Japanese foreign entities, rumored to have reached the zenith of swordsmanship. Yet, it seemed that Sakamoto Saikairo had ascended to the realm of the sword saint. However, due to his advanced age, even with formidable strength, he could no longer engage in combat, rendering his power latent. Such an existence was particularly fearsome, for as death approached, his physical vitality waned, yet his chi and skills remained at their peak. Should he achieve an ultimate culmination, unleashing a final burst of brilliance, he would indeed pose a significant challenge. Were Zhang Jiwei, at his current stage, to encounter Sakamoto Saikairo, if he could not enhance his combat capabilities amidst battle, he would likely perish alongside the elder. The odds of him sustaining serious injuries and retreating unscathed were slim. However, as fate would have it, he was now confronted with Luomin, rendering any notion of strength irrelevant. As he observed the elder slowly draw his sword, Luomin remained quietly vigilant, eager to witness the elder's sword techniques, which might prove beneficial to his own mastery within the Demon Slayer world. Clang! With the sound of the blade being unsheathed, a brilliant flash of light momentarily blinded Luomin, causing him to squint. So, the sword saint of this diminutive nation resorts to such underhanded tactics. Through a unique perspective, Luomin could discern that Sakamoto Saikairo seemed to employ more than just a single sword technique. Although he wielded only one blade, the hilt, gripped in his reverse hand, appeared exceptionally sharp. The riddle was solved. This old fellow, while seemingly a practitioner of a single sword style, had undoubtedly mastered the techniques of Miyamoto Musashi, particularly in the art of surprise attacks. However, what the elder did not anticipate was that Luomin, not only capable of observing through the perspective of the unity of man and heaven, but also endowed with the passive ability of the reversal of life's threefold, would not easily fall prey to harm. No, one cannot withstand it directly. Yet, upon sensing the danger posed by the elder's blade, Luomin instinctively controlled his body, dispersing into mist as the elder's blade sliced through the dissipating form. Luomin attentively scrutinized the blade's edge. He noted that the edge was imbued with a silver glow, formed from chi, which was nearly imperceptible, resembling a line that clung to the blade's edge. At a cursory glance, it appeared to be self-illuminating, but upon closer inspection, it revealed deeper intricacies. What a remarkable chi, infused with a relentless cutting intent. Should I be struck, the injury might prove difficult to heal until this foreign chi is dispelled. It must be acknowledged, experience sharpens the mind. An adversary who has ascended to the level of sword saint through age is certainly not merely a practitioner of ambush tactics. Had he not been vigilant after observing the initial surprise attack, he would have fallen into the elder's trap. There is wisdom in the saying that age breeds cunning, and at the brink of death, one may even cast aside their dignity. Chapter 46. The Final Strike and the Falling Boy. Such a peculiar technique. The reversal of life's threefold. Sakamoto Saikairo slowly turned to face Luomin, feeling contemplative. He had just realized that his blade had failed to connect with any solid form, and Luomin's fully separated torso left no trace of blood. Only the wispy white mist emanating from the separation indicated that Luomin had indeed divided his body. Yet, beneath the white mist, the body rejoined, indicating that such an injury posed little threat to Luomin. Due to the impending invasion, Sakamoto Saikairo was not entirely ignorant of the various sects and techniques from that region. Rather, he possessed a relatively comprehensive understanding. He was familiar with the 5 thunder rites of Longhu Mountain, the Golden Light Spell, the myriad secret techniques of the Tang sect, including the Dan Devour, and the reversal of life's threefold from the Sanyi Min, among others. The reverse triple manifestation of the Sanyi Gate exhibits characteristics that are sufficiently conspicuous, making it not particularly challenging to discern. As for the reverse triple, Sakamoto Saikairo is generally aware of the approximate manifestations of the first 2 layers. However, the current manifestation displayed by Roman seems to diverge from his understanding. It is the 3rd layer of the reverse triple. Observing Roman, Sakamoto Saikairo harbors his own speculations. Although the island nation boasts the existence of 8 million deities, Sakamoto Saikairo remains uncertain about the true essence of these divine beings. At best, they are merely beasts that have attained sentience or wandering spirits, hardly deserving the title of gods. Of course, Sakamoto Saikairo's information is somewhat outdated. He is unaware of the flaws inherent in the reverse triple and has no knowledge of the third layer's reverse triple, which has not genuinely achieved the effect of transcending to a higher realm. Thus, the situation becomes increasingly precarious. As he gazes upon Roman, this aged samurai makes his final decision: to sacrifice his own life in exchange for unleashing the ultimate technique he can muster, directly aimed at resolving the threat posed by Roman. Through the previous ambush, he clearly understands that relying solely on the strength he had employed before will not suffice to deal with Roman, who has already entered the realm of the reverse triple. Furthermore, he does not believe that Roman will allow him to attack unopposed as he did during the ambush. Without a moment's hesitation, the elderly samurai ignites his entire being, not only his vitality and life force, but also his spirit, all in pursuit of a single, transcendent strike. Absolute. This is the foundation upon which he steps into the realm of the Sword Saint. Yet he possesses only this singular technique, aptly named Absolute. It is an absolute severance of both the enemy's path to life and his own existence. Amidst the gently falling cherry blossoms, a moon suddenly illuminates the scene, and countless petals appear to be cleaved asunder, splitting into halves or even more fragments. The imagery is exquisitely beautiful yet perilously daunting. Roman is acutely aware that this radiant moon is nothing other than the culmination of the aged samurai's all-out effort. A technique born from the burning of his very essence, designed to annihilate his foe. Is at this moment that the profound sense of terror burgeons within Roman's heart, granting him a fleeting grasp of reality and an understanding of his existence in this world. How remarkable it is as he witnesses the final strike of the venerable warrior. Although he senses an overwhelming threat, Roman cannot help but smile. A single thought can transcend the heavens. With a mere flicker of thought, a white mist, born from his own essence, begins to envelop Roman, swirling with runes that dance around him. Ultimately, a compass formed from an innumerable array of runes spreads beneath his feet. This is a technique devised by Roman through the use of the Tongtian talisman, allowing him to manipulate the forces of the world through these symbols. With countless runes as vessels, the powers of heaven and earth converge, manifesting as chains of runes that ensnare the luminous blade and the moonlight. Roman finds himself intrigued by the technique unleashed by the old man. Thus, he endeavors to utilize the power of sealing to encapsulate this radiant blade, intending to study it at a later time. However, after a brief attempt, Roman realizes that his aspirations may be somewhat misplaced. It is not that the blade of light and moon cannot be sealed. Rather, his current strength is insufficient to achieve such a feat. Therefore, he decides to erode the majority of it while retaining a fragment. After pondering this, Roman commences his operation, channeling the powers of heaven and earth to grind down the energy while simultaneously preparing to seal a portion of it. The once fearsome blade of light now remains suspended before Roman, utterly unable to persist. Truly terrifying. Since he cannot eliminate Roman, he contemplates the implications of Roman's potential ascension. Given Roman's achievements, it is inevitable that he will one day transcend. Casting a shadow over the future of the island nation's anomalous realm point, one can only imagine the darkness that will envelop it under the influence of such a formidable being. Yet, having exhausted all his strength, the elder warrior finds himself unable to vanquish Roman. What happens thereafter is not for him to concern himself with. Suddenly, in a state of lingering spirit, Sakamoto Saikairo seems to perceive something, his face betraying a complex expression of both rage and joy before gradually dissipating. Is it the fat man? Just before Sakamoto Saikairo reveals his expression, Roman detects the descent of a projectile, released from an aircraft overhead, which he estimates to land less than a kilometer away. Realizing the time has come, he recalls his battle with Sakamoto Saikairo, having been so engrossed that he failed to react in time. Given his current condition, he is uncertain whether he can withstand the impending blast. This is the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, a mere kilometer from ground zero, where the destructive power is pure and terrifying. In that case, let us test it. After all, he has his main body as a safeguard. With the resurgence of the mirror dimension's power, even if his projection perishes, it can be revived through the mirror dimension's energies, albeit at a higher cost. making it unfeasible for frequent use in the short term. With the mirror dimension providing a safety net, Roman can fully experience the power of a nuclear detonation and ascertain whether he can withstand it. Chapter 47. The celestial being emerging from the nuclear blast is the sun falling. An endless, blinding brilliance suddenly erupts from one direction. Even though it is approximately 8 in the morning and the sun hangs high in the sky, the ground to the south-southwest bursts forth with light, momentarily obscuring the sun's rays as if another sun has appeared on the earth. Eugene feels a sense of unease. He cannot fathom what it is, yet from that brilliance alone, he senses an ominous aura of annihilation. Is this some secret weapon of the island nation? Lu Jin's anxiety deepens as he feels he has overlooked something. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Estimating the location of the radiant burst, he deduces that Roman must be in that very area. Surely, his junior brother will not encounter any problems, will he? Contemplating this, he employs the Tongtian talisman, utilizing the runes left by Roman to attempt to sense Roman's position and his own state. Only by mastering the Tongtian talisman can one employ such techniques to perceive Roman through the runes he has left behind. Based on the somewhat vague sensation, Lu Jin discerns Roman's general direction, noting an increasingly volatile aura that heightens his anxiety. Since Roman's rise, he has never witnessed such drastic fluctuations in his state. What could be occurring now? With urgency, Lu Jin hastens towards Roman's location. He has completed his mission objectives, having just dealt with a particularly troublesome Onmyoji. However, they had a companion from the northeast known as Guanshihua, which made the arduous battle manageable, ultimately leading to the successful defeat of their target, Eugene. Where are you running off to? Wait for me. Wang Ai and Lu Ci, upon observing Lu Jin's actions, squint their eyes, pondering their thoughts. They glance at Guanshihua, who has also followed suit, and collectively decide to pursue Lu Jin, eager to uncover the cause of his apparent distress. Like Lu Jin, they have completed their individual objectives and can now address the most formidable adversary. Thus, having met their mission criteria, they can accompany Lu Jin. These 4 individuals rank just below Roman and Zhang Jiwei among their peers, prompting others to instinctively follow their lead, drawn by curiosity about the unfolding events. However, as they approach a certain proximity, everyone becomes acutely aware of an exceedingly troublesome alien energy infiltrating their bodies. Even Lu Jin halts, glancing at a disciple from Jishir Hall. Though somewhat straightforward, he is not reckless. What is this? I'm not sure, but I can feel my body undergoing some unknown change. This location is not suitable for further exploration. Tang Miaoxing observes, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. If she could harness this energy to enhance her own qi poison, perhaps her strength could reach new heights, rivaling that of Dan Shi. Cough, cough. Just as Lu Jin's expression grows conflicted, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, a cough interrupts the silence. Zhang Jiwei, seeing a tall young man clad in tattered robes akin to a beggar's. Lu Jin, despite his vivid memory, hesitates to confirm. It is I. Zhang Jiwei inhales deeply, moving alongside Lu Jin to inquire, "Do you have any water?" Naturally, Lu Jin has not brought any, but a companion behind him offers a water pouch, which Zhang Jiwei accepts without reservation, quenching his thirst in one go. After a considerable time, he regains some semblance of vitality, yet fatigue lingers on his countenance. What transpired over there? Noticing Zhang Jiwei's slight recovery, Lu Jin hastily presses for answers. I'm not entirely certain, but it seems an aircraft dropped something from above. I felt a wave of danger and quickly fled, by relying on the golden light spell. I barely managed to escape the impact. A complex array of emotions washes over Zhang Jiwei's face. Reflecting upon the situation, he too cast a glance towards Lu Jin, understanding the urgency that compelled Lu Jin to rush in this direction. However, he believed that even with Luo Min's formidable strength, if his own energy reserves were insufficient beneath the overwhelming aura of destruction and heat, the likelihood of being utterly vaporized was high. Being on the periphery, he had already suffered significant damage, experiencing such disarray for the first time in his life. Although Luo Min's power surpassed his own, what awaited them in the core area remained a matter of uncertainty. What's wrong with you all? Suddenly noticing that everyone's gaze converged upon a single point, Zhang Jiwei was momentarily taken aback and turned to look, amidst the ruins devastated by the terrifying shockwave. A figure clad in white, emanating a faint red glow, slowly emerged from the debris. With each step, The turbulent aura surrounding the young boy gradually calmed. The stark contrast between the desolation of the destroyed landscape and the flawless beauty of the youthful figure evoked a sense of ethereal grace. As if he had risen untainted from the mire, untouched by the mundane world. This scene would surely remain etched in the memories of all present, and as they later discovered the nature of the boy's weaponry and the magnitude of his power, a sense of reverence would take root in their hearts, except for Zhang Jiwei, who, at this moment, began to realize that Luo Min was likely far stronger than he had previously imagined. Chapter 48. An encounter with the Three-Wonder Girl 3 days after the boy's launch. The portly man fired once more. The terrifying power of humanity's ultimate weapon left some in shock, while it completely obliterated the limits of the island nation. Within less than a month, the nation announced its surrender at the beginning of September. The 2 nuclear weapon launches were witnessed by the extraordinary individuals led by Luo Min. The first was observed from a distance, while the second was scrutinized from a relatively safe proximity, allowing them to grasp the significance of Luo Min emerging from the nuclear explosion. Initially, the Lighthouse Nation could hardly believe it, until a reporter captured an image of Luo Min walking out of the epicenter of the blast, impeccably dressed. This revelation extinguished any lingering disbelief. No-one anticipated that the day humanity's ultimate weapon was born would also witness the emergence of someone capable of withstanding its devastation. Upon understanding Luo Min's strength, the island nation surrendered, and the 2 dominant factions within the country formally entered into a civil war, seeking to ally with Luo Min and other extraordinary individuals. Although there existed a certain divide between the extraordinary world and the mundane, ordinary people were not entirely ignorant of the extraordinary, especially those in positions of power. Luo Min was aware of the future trajectory but had no immediate intention to wager on it. He possessed the ability to remain neutral. Since surviving the nuclear explosion, he sensed a profound transformation within both his mind and body, achieving a more profound state of unity with the Tao. Thus, traversing the splendid landscapes of his homeland became a form of cultivation in itself. During his journey, Luo Min contemplated various methods of handling the situation. While his current strength was formidable, relying solely on power could lead to a backlash one day, rendering it unnecessary. Sitting beside a campfire, he caught a wild mountain chicken and began to roast it. Even though he could sustain himself by absorbing the energies of nature, living without eating or sleeping would render life exceedingly dull. Therefore, even while traveling alone, whenever he had leisure time, he would prepare some food to enjoy. Noticing a gaze upon him, Luo Min suddenly turned towards a spot in the woods. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Would you like to eat?" "My treat." In an instant, a figure appeared before him. The chicken leg he held had mysteriously found its way into the hands of another, with dark hair and fair skin. Though somewhat disheveled, her exquisite features were undeniable. Her emotionless, pure eyes belonged to a girl dressed in tattered clothes, embodying the essence of a Three-Wonder Girl. However, the image of her gnawing on the chicken leg shattered her cold demeanor. Seeing this, Luo Min was generous, keeping only 1 chicken leg for himself and offering the remainder to her. Feng Baobao, a girl Luo Min was quite familiar with, was immortal, devoid of past memories, and shrouded in mystery. Regarding Aunt Zhao's actions, Luo Min remained noncommittal. It was difficult to discern right from wrong. For an ordinary woman who had never witnessed the brutality of violence, encountering the powerful and ruthless Feng Baobao could indeed be terrifying. It was entirely reasonable for Feng Baobao to be marginalized after displaying extraordinary prowess. Abandoning her might have stemmed from the belief that she possessed sufficient strength for self-preservation, coupled with the shock to one's worldview. Aunt Zhao's choice seemed quite rational. Curiosity stirred within Luo Min regarding Feng Baobao, as she likely had connections to Wu Jinsheng, perhaps even being Wu Jinsheng Feng Yao's daughter. The only question was what Wu Jinsheng had done to Feng Baobao that resulted in her extraordinary nature. Sensing the energy within Feng Baobao, even Luo Min felt a flicker of surprise, as it possessed an unfathomable depth, seemingly surpassing his own. "What is your name?" "Feng Baobao." "Were you abandoned?" "Yes." "How about you come with me? I will provide for you, never abandoning or giving up on you." "Okay." Upon hearing Luo Min's words, it seemed as if the girl's previously gloomy aura brightened slightly. After a moment of silence, Luo Min realized that beneath Feng Baobao's seemingly indifferent exterior lay a heart capable of pure emotion, even if she rarely voiced it. After all, at the core of humanity lies flesh, and even immortals cannot be devoid of feelings and desires. Having attained the third stage of reverse life, she was theoretically as immortal as Feng Baobao, thus genuinely capable of never abandoning or giving up. "Are you full?" Luo Min inquired, observing the disheveled girl. Not yet, she spoke. Her large eyes gazed at Luo Min. "I'll take you to eat something delicious and help you change into a new outfit." After contemplating, he decided against hunting and roasting game. It was too cumbersome. Since he had ample funds, he could afford to let Feng Baobao eat whatever she desired. Entering a nearby town, Luo Min led Feng Baobao to an inn, personally assisting her with washing up before taking the now considerably more radiant Feng Baobao out for a meal. "Do you enjoy touching this?" he asked, noticing Feng Baobao staring down at her chest while eating. "Men tend to like it. It's a flaw in their nature, but you still need to develop a bit more. After acknowledging, Feng Baobao continued to devour her food with fervor. Watching her eat, Luo Min felt that nurturing her was quite an enriching experience, and he had plenty of time to cultivate her. During the process of helping Feng Baobao freshen up, Luo Min ultimately recognized that he was, after all, a rather ordinary man. Thus, he made no effort to disguise his attitude, while Feng Baobao seemed unconcerned with such matters. However, after Luo Min's examination, Feng Baobao remained an untouched girl, and there was no rush to teach her. There was still ample time ahead. Chapter 49. The changes in Krakoa. The current state of Krakoa could be described as thriving. Each day, numerous mutants arrived via the teleportation network established by the Krakoa flower. Since Professor X returned to normal, he, alongside other suitable mutant scientists, thoroughly researched the Krakoa flower and its unique products. There are 3 derived medications from the Krakoa flower. Pill L extends human lifespan by 5 years. The pursuit of longevity has always been an intense desire for humanity. Throughout history, emperors and dignitaries have sought elixirs of life. Although it only extends life by 5 years, it is far more tangible than the elusive quest for immortality. Pill I, a super antibiotic available to humans, capable of curing 99% of human diseases, which speaks volumes about its efficacy. Pill M treats mental illnesses, a matter of great significance. Those who have not suffered from mental disorders will never grasp the difficulty of their treatment. Further underscoring the potency of this medication, in addition to the medications derived from the Krakoa flower, the flower itself possesses numerous subspecies with various miraculous functions. Flower H. When planted, it creates a habitat, integrating that area into Krakoa. However, this flower is quite rare. Only 2 have been cultivated thus far. One is used for experimentation on another island, while the other is reserved for researching how to derive more flower H and potentially plant it in the future. Lastly, there is flower N, a variant of flower H, an unnatural experimental product that also generates a habitat within the Krakoa ecological environment, but remains undetectable by Krakoa's consciousness, akin to a tumor within the human body. Consequently, after its discovery, flower N was sealed away as a specimen and will not be produced further. Thus, the derivatives of the Krakoa flower alone amount to 5 useful products. Under the expert research of Professor X, Krakoa's potential remains vast. Professor X believes that the young man, Roman, is capable of managing this vast territory and guiding the mutants towards a brighter future. Therefore, as an elder from a bygone era, he feels it is best not to interfere too much. Currently, Professor X wishes to embrace the role of a more dedicated researcher and educator, thus taking on the position of headmaster at the newly established X Academy to instruct the students. Of course, should he be needed, he will not hesitate to step forward. Roman harbors no objections. Professor X is a wise individual, exceptionally talented in various fields, yet his overly benevolent nature often renders him somewhat constrained in his actions. Although he has undergone significant changes through his experiences, certain intrinsic aspects remain unchanged, which is why Roman does not pressure him to lead everyone. Essentially, at present, Krakoa lacks a fully developed system. It is, in fact, a one-man show under Roman's leadership. Both Krakoa and other mutants are interconnected through Roman, and his formidable strength has secured a safe existence for all, earning him their unwavering trust. However, the establishment of a cohesive entity to boldly announce their presence to the world is currently beyond Roman's reach. The situation with Agamotto has not yet cooled down, and such overt actions could provoke a direct confrontation. The Ultron incident has only recently passed. Indeed, Ultron has been defeated. Although Roman's exceptional control over the Mind Stone has deterred Ultron from embedding it within Vision's body, the vision that was created remains sufficiently powerful to become the last straw that breaks Ultron's back. thanks to Roman's foresight, an intelligent entity known as Skynet was developed, through which he still maintains considerable control over the network. While the construction of Krakoa has not spanned a long duration, significant changes have been achieved through collective effort. The most notable transformation pertains to the population of Krakoa, which has surged from a mere few dozen to over 10,000, numbers that some small African nations might not even boast. However, the search for other mutants is likely to slow down considerably now that the easiest individuals to locate have been found. The total mutant population is estimated to be around 500,000. After enduring substantial persecution, the current number of mutants is likely only in the millions. While this figure appears substantial, when dispersed across the globe among billions of humans, it does not seem particularly significant. Have we found another mutant of interest? Perched atop the central tree of Krakoa, Roman suddenly sensed his wristband vibrate. Upon pressing a button, a three-dimensional projection screen materialized, revealing information from Skynet, which piqued Roman's interest. When setting up Skynet, he had instructed it to monitor other mutants with Omega potential, as well as those who had appeared in the original works, with the most crucial among them being characters like Magneto. As of now, Magneto has yet to be located, but it is certain he is not dead. However, amidst the mutant intelligence transmitted by Skynet, although Magneto is absent, there is a closely associated individual, which intrigues Roman. Chapter 53 Familiar Faces. Damn it. How did these hyenas arrive so swiftly? In the dilapidated, abandoned warehouse on the second floor, a burly and formidable man spoke with a grim expression as he approached the window. Observing the black-clad figures encircling the factory outside. "You two, stay hidden." The imposing man turned to the two young girls huddled together behind him. His typically harsh voice softened for a moment. Turning back, his gaze instantly sharpened like a knife, as his sharp claws slowly extended. "Who?" Suddenly, the man whipped around to find a young boy standing not far from him. "Don't worry. I mean no harm." After assessing the situation and noting that the boy had not approached the two girls he was protective of, the saber-toothed tiger Victor surmised that this boy was likely a mutant, possessing spatial mobility abilities akin to those of his adopted daughter. He might even have more than one superpower, or perhaps a single ability with multiple variations, which explained the intense sense of danger he emanated. However, he was puzzled about how this boy had accessed his information, especially given the presence of the black-clad figures outside. The next moment, Victor's expression shifted slightly. In this era, anyone equipped with a communication device could acquire such knowledge through the network. Telepathy? Observing the boy across from him, Victor suddenly felt a surge of trepidation. A mere telepath is not particularly formidable. But a telepath who possesses spatial abilities and exceptional mobility is a different story altogether, as no one can predict where such a person might appear and seize control over their mind. Noticing the man's vigilant demeanor, the boy spoke slowly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roman, a mutant who governs a territory for mutants. Those who have come here are naturally referring to Roman." Skynet had infiltrated the mobile device of the leader of the black-clad figures outside, gathering information about the three individuals before him, who were not exactly unknown to Roman. They were familiar faces: the saber-toothed tiger, Victor, his adopted daughter, Clarice, and Magneto's daughter, Lorna. To be honest, Roman had anticipated that Victor would have an adopted daughter named Clarice, but he had not expected Lorna to be present as well. However, this world has long since changed and is no longer the cinematic universe he once knew. Many aspects have undergone tremendous transformations, i.e. the altered timeline following the reversal of the future. Roman is uncertain of Lorna's current situation, which should have been one of resistance in the old timeline, and why she would be gathered with Victor and Clarice. Moreover, according to the usual timeline, Clarice should not be this young. Clearly, everything has shifted significantly. Yet, it stands to reason that if there had been no changes, then Quicksilver should have at least two counterparts. However, due to Roman's involvement, the Avengers have gained an additional superhero in Quicksilver. The Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are two distinct beings, one a wielder of chaos magic, the other a superpowered individual. Yet now, they are joined by the X gene, classifying them as mutants. Roman is particularly curious about whether Wanda and Pietro are, in this world, indeed the children of Magneto. Territory? I have not heard of any territory belonging to mutants. Victor's voice, laced with an icy tone, resonated as he crouched slightly, clearly prepared to strike at any moment. Roman understood that such a battle-hardened warrior would not easily trust others. Thus, observing Victor's contemplative demeanor, Roman fixed his gaze into the man's eyes and said, "Whether you believe it or not, Krakoa exists. As for your lack of knowledge, it is because Krakoa's existence remains a secret for now." Krakoa. Upon hearing Roman's words, Victor's expression turned contemplative. His instincts told him that Roman was not merely fabricating a name to deceive him, yet he remained uncertain if he had been influenced by the telepathic mutant. Noticing Victor's wariness, Roman remained calm. Although black-clad agents surrounded them, Roman did not perceive it as a significant issue. "If I were your enemy, you would be powerless to resist. You." Upon hearing Roman's words, Victor attempted to launch an attack but was astonished to find himself utterly immobilized. His body was not malfunctioning. Even if it were, his formidable healing abilities would allow him to recover effortlessly. However, his current predicament was different. He was restrained by an invisible force, incapable of breaking free despite his superhuman strength. An invisible force? Telekinesis. In an instant, Victor deduced Roman's ability. Even after living for centuries and enduring countless battles, his resilient spirit was now taken aback to an Omega mutant. The thought surfaced in Victor's mind. He was aware of the concept of Omega mutants, but had always believed such beings did not exist in this world. Yet, witnessing Roman's terrifying display made him reconsider his previous assumptions. Not yet, at least. Victor seemed to grasp something. If not now, then perhaps in the future. As he recognized Roman's strength, the hostility within Victor gradually dissipated. "If you wish to strike, why not consult with her opinion first?" Observing the girl with dark green hair, Roman glanced over, and Victor also noticed that under Lorna's influence, a rusted sheet of metal began to levitate. Most individuals would suffer severe injury from such a piece of metal, akin to a tetanus risk. Without further thought, Victor addressed the green-haired girl. "Lorna, hold on. He is not an enemy." Lorna, upon hearing Victor's words, curled her lips and glanced at the girl with the crimson hair beside her. She then relinquished the notion of controlling the metallic creature, which subsequently collapsed onto the ground. "This place is not suitable for conversation. Let me escort you away," she stated. "All right." Victor nodded in agreement after glancing at the two girls beside him. Chapter 51. A reunion among acquaintances. Extending his hands, the saber-toothed tiger squinted as he scrutinized Roman, who instantly felt as though he were being regarded as the ghostly fire youth. A fleeting glance at the two girls beside him made Roman ponder that perhaps being the ghostly fire youth wasn't so bad after all. Lorna, the radiant Polaris, although appearing affluent with her own airport at such a young age, was both beautiful and charismatic. Any minor flaw was inconsequential. As for Clarice, her resemblance to that woman, who could incite envy among women from all walks of life, was even more striking. The allure she possessed was undeniable, acknowledged even by those of the same sex, making her appeal to the opposite sex all the more potent. At that moment, a whimsical scene suddenly materialized in Roman's mind. "Old ding, how fares your abode below? Fire safe, yet peril looms." To be frank, the saber-toothed tiger's fierce visage felt quite fitting for such a scenario. Upon feeling 3 hands resting on his arm, Roman promptly initiated a teleportation for the trio. "This is Krakoa?" In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically, and Victor found himself enveloped by a vast, primordial forest, rich with the essence of nature and pure air, prompting even one like him to yearn for a moment of relaxation. Meanwhile, the two girls, upon releasing Roman's hand, observed their surroundings with palpable curiosity. Indeed, they were in Krakoa. Roman nodded at Victor and noticed the nearby vines shifting slightly. Krakoa was aware of their presence, assessing whether the newcomers were allies or foes. For allies, Krakoa resembled a veritable paradise. Living there not only promised a splendid environment, but also conferred substantial benefits to one's health, something that would become increasingly apparent with prolonged residence. "Where is Krakoa?" Victor suddenly inquired, looking at Roman. "It lies above the Pacific Ocean. It was originally my private island, but subsequently, Krakoa arrived and claimed it." "Wait, arrived?" Victor was momentarily perplexed. Had he misheard? Was this even a verb? How could an island move? Krakoa is a unique life form. We reached a consensus wherein it provides habitat for mutants, and in return, we supply it with sustenance. Upon hearing this, Victor was even more bewildered. While Lorna and Clarice, intrigued by Roman's voice, began to touch the earth, yet discerned nothing extraordinary. Krakoa is a special life form. Its form as an island is no different from a genuine one. Noticing the girl's actions, Roman offered an explanation. "How marvelous!" Clarice exclaimed, her emerald eyes shimmering with fascination as they fixated on Roman. Roman smiled and gestured to Victor, saying, "This way. There is an old acquaintance of yours here." "An old acquaintance?" Victor was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall anyone he might know. Observing Victor's expression, Roman simply chuckled without elaborating. Before long, Roman, Victor, and the two girls arrived at a spacious playground. Victor scanned the area and fixed his gaze on a tall, robust man at the center, admonishing a group of boys, his eyes widening in disbelief. "James?" he muttered, his emotions stirred. Perhaps sensing a connection or perhaps due to his keen hearing, Logan turned in that direction and noticed the man beside Roman. Though Logan could not recall where he had met this man, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Dismissed? "Take a break," Logan instructed his students before approaching. "James, you're alive." Roman watched as Victor lunged forward, embracing Logan. Although Logan's reflexes were sharp, he was astonished that despite not recognizing this man, his body did not resist the embrace, suggesting this action was not unfamiliar to him. Clearly, this man was no stranger. Lorna and Clarice, witnessing this emotional display from Victor, were taken aback. Having been adopted by Victor during their childhood due to a twist of fate, they were accustomed to his dutiful yet somewhat stern demeanor. Rarely expressing such emotions, he exuded an air of having weathered many storms, stripped of pretense. "What's the matter?" Victor soon noticed something amiss with Logan and inquired. "Allow me to explain." He was struck in the forehead by an adamantium bullet and lost his memory. He now goes by Logan. After clarifying this to Victor, Roman turned to Logan, saying, "This is Victor, your half-brother. You two should catch up." Roman refrained from mentioning Logan's memory restoration. While his powers could accomplish this, so could Professor X. Logan had never sought Charles' assistance for memory recovery, and Roman saw no need to intervene. "Let us go. I'll take you to get something to eat." Observing the two girls as they watched the two older men in conversation, Roman couldn't help but smile and said to them, "The attention of young people can easily be diverted." Despite the challenging circumstances faced by mutants, they had been fortunate to follow the exceptionally capable Victor. Yet they were still susceptible to hunger, having gone several hours without food due to being pursued by agents. Grumble, grumble. Coincidentally, the girls' stomachs growled in unison, causing both to blush. "Now is the perfect time to take you for a meal." Roman was unfazed. Even the most beautiful fairy could not escape the inevitabilities of life. Hunger, shelter, and the confines of biology were unavoidable. Chapter 52. The mystery of Lorna's origins. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Roman guided the two girls through the process of acquiring food before settling at a table to enjoy their meal together. In the future Krakoa, the number of mutants would undoubtedly soar. Relying solely on communal meals would be impractical, and the flavors of such meals might not suit everyone. Hence, establishing a trade market would be essential. However, the implementation of a monetary system could wait until a larger population was present, at which point a national currency could be introduced. While seated at the table, Roman took the opportunity to assess the abilities of the two girls in front of him. Lorna, level 3. 0 magnetic field control, LV4. Clarice, level 2.7 spatial portal, LV4. As expected, both girls were classified as level 4 mutants, though their potential remained relatively untapped, resulting in lower levels. Clarice, with her limited mastery of her abilities, was evidently at a disadvantage compared to Lorna. Based on Roman's judgment, both should possess Omega potential. The LV4 level represented innate strength, yet through diligent development, they could undoubtedly reach greater heights. Furthermore, even among Omega mutants, disparities in strength existed. Nonetheless, even the weakest Omega mutant was formidable, often possessing planetary-level combat prowess, akin to the so-called demigod tier. Presently, within all of Krakoa, aside from Rucky and Professor X, the only individuals with Omega potential were these two girls. Even Lisa might fall short. Thus, it appeared that the number of alpha mutants with Omega potential was indeed quite limited, and of course, Roman acknowledged the possibility of misjudging. While he could perceive individuals' information, he couldn't guarantee that he could ascertain the details of every mutant in Krakoa. Nor could he be certain that there were no hidden talents. During the meal, Roman gradually grew familiar with the two girls, akin to little hedgehogs, as the conversations at the table naturally bridged the gap between them. "Lorna, do you know who your biological father is?" "I don't know." Lorna had never seen her father, as she had no memories of him since becoming aware of her surroundings. However, upon meeting Roman's gaze, she tentatively inquired, "Do you know who my biological father is? Earlier, you mentioned your ability to control magnetic fields, and there is a notably famous mutant with the same power." Roman looked at Lorna. While he was nearly certain that her biological father was Old Juan, he refrained from uttering it outright, as he lacked prophetic abilities which would defy logic, despite the inherent absurdity of his existence. He wished to avoid any peculiar behavior that would seem out of place. Among the renowned mutants, there are indeed only a handful of formidable individuals. Lorna had heard about those with abilities akin to hers, as Victor had even gone so far as to find videos of Magneto to create instructional material for her. However, she had never contemplated this direction before. "Magneto?" Lorna ventured to speak, her eyes betraying a hint of uncertainty. Although her powers mirrored those of Magneto, her level of expression was markedly different. At present, she could only manipulate smaller metallic objects, while Magneto was the man who could twist the Golden Gate Bridge as if it were a mere pretzel. The disparity was undeniably significant. "Do not underestimate your potential." Magneto also emerged from humble beginnings. Ex-Professor had the most authority to speak on this matter. Even without telepathy, Roman could discern Lorna's myriad thoughts through the subtle fluctuations in her emotions. Guiding her gently, "Indeed, Lorna, you are already quite remarkable." Clarice, munching on her food, nodded towards Lorna, her face brimming with collagen, exuding a unique charm despite her somewhat ungraceful dining manner. Noticing Roman's gaze, Clarice blushed and lowered her head, though Roman could see her stealing glances at him, which elicited a faint smile from him. "Professor, over here." At that moment, Roman spotted a bald elder and waved his hand. The newcomer was Charles, who appeared exceptionally serene and was no longer seated in a wheelchair. Acknowledging Roman's greeting, Charles approached with his tray in hand. "Who are these two?" Upon getting closer, Charles observed the two young women and inquired. Roman likely did not need to introduce them, as the curiosity in the girls' eyes indicated that they were clearly not unfamiliar with Professor X. It was akin to encountering a figure that had previously existed solely in legends. While there were some infamous videos of Magneto, the Brotherhood's leader, destroying the Golden Gate Bridge circulating in less reputable corners of the internet, Professor X, the leader of the X-Men, lacked such notoriety despite his fame. As a telepath, Charles's battlefield was primarily mental, rendering him less conspicuous compared to those with manipulative or offensive abilities. "Child, what is your name? You remind me of an old friend." Suddenly, Charles turned his gaze to Lorna, his expression thoughtful. Although Lorna had not revealed her abilities, a unique resonance made Charles sense something ineffable about her. Upon hearing Charles's words, Lorna looked momentarily astonished. She turned to Roman, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Could it be that she was truly Magneto's daughter? Otherwise, why so many coincidences? Yet, if she were indeed Magneto's daughter, why had she never met her father? A multitude of questions swirled in Lorna's mind. Although Charles sensed Lorna's turbulent thoughts, having learned to control his abilities, he refrained from probing into her memories, rendering him somewhat perplexed by her emotional shifts. She did not know who her father was, but her power was the manipulation of magnetic fields. Observing Lorna's silence, Roman addressed Charles. Upon hearing Roman's words, Charles suddenly recognized several traits of his old friend within Lorna. Although he had not encountered the presumably deceased Magneto, meeting his child was a fortunate occurrence. However, noticing Lorna's unusual demeanor, Charles chose not to pursue the matter further, and the group continued their meal in silence. Chapter 53. The Old Man's Mysterious Trail. Just after finishing their meal, Roman's wristband vibrated. Checking the message from the Skynet, Roman glanced at Charles and Lorna, his expression somewhat peculiar. "What's the matter? Do I have something on my face?" Charles joked, his youthful demeanor reflecting his newfound vitality. Lorna also looked at Roman with curiosity as he revealed the projection from his wristband. Expanding it for all to see, it was a video, albeit of low resolution, extracted by Skynet from a somewhat obscure surveillance camera. The footage depicted a shadowy figure in a black cloak passing by, suddenly stopping as the metallic railing nearby was manipulated into a long spear, flung out of the frame before the cloaked figure exited the scene. Based on Roman's assessment, this was not a matter of telekinesis, which involves grasping and destroying objects. Rather, it was magnetic control, showcasing a clear distinction. Professor X furrowed his brow, observing intently. Unfortunately, the video was brief, and the individual's use of power was fleeting, reminiscent of his old friend but lacking in intensity, though this could be attributed to age and declining abilities. Overall, even Charles could glean little from it. However, it was evident that the cloaked figure's abilities were indeed similar to Lorna and Magneto's magnetic manipulation. The figure seemed to be fleeing, and the footage revealed no pursuers, rendering any further judgment impossible. Charles turned to Roman. Regardless of the circumstances, he required Roman's assistance. Possessing both mobility and formidable combat prowess, Roman was capable of handling any task with ease, effectively serving as a one-man army. Nodding in understanding, Roman grasped that Charles only sought help in rescuing his old friend, a minor task in his grand scheme. Magneto was already included in his plans for recruitment. However, the prerequisite was locating Magneto. The video from Skynet merely indicated a potential trace of him. Unlike Victor and the others, who were trapped in one place, Magneto's whereabouts remained elusive, necessitating Skynet's meticulous search for any information regarding him. At the very least, they needed to ascertain useful details before making any decisions in this regard. Apart from Skynet's online information retrieval, Roman had also formed multiple task forces to search for other mutants. Each member of these teams, beyond their inherent abilities, underwent rigorous training. However, given the current constraints, the task forces accepted basic training from Logan while simultaneously learning on the go in the event of danger. Skynet would promptly alert him, allowing for timely intervention to minimize the loss of valuable personnel. Meanwhile, Lorna sat across from him, repeatedly watching the video, lost in thought. It was evident that her mind was stirred by the revelations. After all, who could remain indifferent upon learning about their biological father's existence after years of solitude? Roman sensed that this situation was laced with coincidences, wondering if perhaps Luce's luck-altering ability had played a role. Leading to such serendipity, he hoped they would indeed locate Magneto, for if they did, the high-level combat capabilities within Krakoa would significantly increase, alleviating the burden on Roman alone. Additionally, should they find Magneto, they might also encounter former members of the Brotherhood. Although the Brotherhood comprised a mix of individuals, many exceptional mutants existed among them. However, pondering such matters was futile. Everything hinged on finding Magneto. Clarice, please escort Lorna to your residence. Skynet will guide you. After their meal, Roman considered their situation and handed them 2 wristbands. These projection wristbands, serving as the unified communication devices of Krakoa, were advanced technology Roman had acquired from outside. Utilizing telepathy, he extracted the technology from others' minds and provided it to technicians for conversion into devices. In this world, technological marvels abounded. A communication projection wristband was merely a trifle. Had it not been for the desire to avoid stirring the waters too early, Roman had many more options at his disposal. However, this wristband sufficed for their needs. Each wristband functioned as a miniature computer, alleviating some of Skynet's computational burden, ensuring that the main entity, though existing in the network, would not become utterly unmoored. Although the latent power of the Mind Stone remained formidable, Roman refused to place all his hopes in it, considering it prudent to tether Skynet while allowing it some freedom. The wristbands, combined with Roman's own telepathic abilities post-mutation, formed a connection to Skynet, a metaphorical leash. Currently, Krakoa, despite its communal nature, operated under Roman's oversight. All matters such as job assignments and resource distribution were confirmed by him before Skynet conducted data analysis for allocation. For instance, after giving the wristbands to the 2 young women, they would receive direction from Skynet to their respective residences. Considering Victor's relationship with them, his dwelling would be situated nearby, and Skynet had already added Victor's personal code to their wristbands, ensuring they would not struggle to find him later on. This personal code in Krakoa is akin to a combination of an identification number and a communication number, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, directly linking to the individual and consolidating all personal information into a single number. Upon hearing Roman's words, Clarice nodded in agreement, accepting 2 wristbands, and under the guidance of the voice from the Skynet, swiftly learned how to utilize them. To be candid, Clarice had previously harbored concerns about how to locate Victor. But with the advent of Skynet, everything became considerably more convenient. Aside from the initial creation of a projection reincarnation, Roman subsequently underwent 2 more reincarnations. However, during the first, the immensely powerful Roman had yet to awaken. And the second reincarnation also remained dormant, whereas the third one surprisingly did awaken. Chapter 54. The meeting with an online friend. Roman, a scion of wealth, had always felt a certain disconnect with the world around him. Despite his striking appearance granting him a multitude of acquaintances throughout his life, he found himself at odds with their personalities. Initially drawn to study abroad in the island nation due to a fellow netizen and influenced by some aspects of subculture, Roman soon realized that reality was far less idyllic than his imaginings. His online friend S family was particularly protective, and to this day, they had never met in person. However, today, as per this friend S message, she had successfully run away from home to seek him out. With it being the weekend, Roman had made special preparations for their meeting. Was that the underworld? Glancing at a cold, stern man hastily passing by, Roman took a fleeting look and chose not to dwell on it further. In the island nation, the Yakuza indeed functioned as a legitimate organization. At times, engaging their services proved more effective than seeking out law enforcement. What was the name of the Yakuza organization managing this area? Yes, the Yakuza Hachikai. Contemplating this, Roman decided to set it aside. Although such organizations were frequently visible, they adhered to a code of conduct, and unless provoked, one needn't concern themselves with them, as they rarely interfered with others. Reflecting on this impending encounter, Roman felt a sense of wonder. Having known each other through gaming for nearly a decade, it was astonishing that they had never met in person, yet there existed an unexplainable bond, both experiencing a shared solitude. Eri, a name that resonated deeply within him, still evoked a sense of awe even after more than 10 years. A girl bearing such a name must be pure and gentle. Perhaps through some unspoken understanding, neither had seen the other's photograph, yet both were confident they would recognize one another upon meeting. Of course, should she turn out to be plain, Roman would accept it, yet he trusted his instincts more. Taking out his phone, he glanced at the static profile of the individual who had just messaged him. Feeling a twinge of confusion, they were on their way. Eri's last message indicated that she had set off, but there had been no subsequent updates, leaving him uncertain about her escape success. Upon arriving at their designated location, bustling with activity, he spotted the prominent landmark known as Jinji Heavy Industries. Scanning the intersection, his gaze was immediately drawn to a girl. She was dressed in a traditional Miko outfit, a striking ensemble of red and white. Her long white robe paired with crimson hakama, standing out vividly against the street. From a distance, Roman surmised that her Miko attire was far superior to the subpar cosplay he had encountered at conventions. This girl's elegance was incomparable. As she turned her head, their eyes met, and Roman was able to clearly observe her features. Her soft, lustrous dark red hair framed a gentle forehead, long eyelashes accentuating deep rose-colored eyes. A swan-like neck, defined collarbones, and delicately smooth skin. Her exquisite calves and slender ankles complemented her tall, graceful figure, radiating an ethereal yet vibrant beauty, though a hint of liveliness was lacking in her eyes. He could see her standing at the crosswalk, gazing down the street, seemingly mustering the courage to take a step forward, yet remaining rooted in place. There was a faint aura of abandonment surrounding her, as if the world had forsaken her. However, upon locking eyes with Roman, the girl's previously lackluster gaze suddenly sparkled with vitality, and she cast aside her trepidation, hastening across the street toward him. It was she, Eri. Witnessing her immediate dismissal of fear upon seeing him, he felt assured that this girl was indeed Eri. The trust that shattered all fear forged an unbreakable bond between them. Yet, her reckless dash across the road seemed rather impulsive. Roman chuckled at her audacity. At that moment, he noticed a vehicle approaching, its driver startled by Eri's abrupt crossing, mere meters away from her. Such distance, for a moving car, equated to just a couple of seconds. Nevertheless, Roman felt unperturbed. Through his growth, he had come to recognize his own uniqueness. His learning capacity and physical prowess surpassed that of his peers. But most importantly, his speed, reflexes, and explosive power were far from ordinary. As Eri found herself in peril, he adjusted his breathing, and the world around him seemed to slow down. This ability resembled Neo's bullet time from the Matrix, a skill birthed from a crisis, which he had aptly named bullet time. Perhaps he was a natural-born superhuman, though he remained unaware of how common or rare such abilities were. He had searched for information through various channels but had found nothing conclusive. However, while concealing his powers, Roman had consistently honed his abilities. After arriving in the island nation, he had also taken up the study of Kendo. Perhaps due to innate talent, he had progressed remarkably, defeating a sensei with an all-encompassing license within 10 days. Now, entering bullet time, Roman could accelerate his perception by approximately 20-fold. In essence, 1 second felt like 20 seconds, and with his own speed averaging 8 seconds per 100 meters, he could nearly achieve the effect of instantaneous movement. You're not just anyone, are you? In this slowed perspective, Aries' eyes tracked Roman's movements, mirroring his actions, her joy unmistakable. Though she did not sprint with full force, her ability to perceive him amidst the chaos suggested she shared a similar exceptional talent. Perhaps even a unique training background. Based on their distinctive connection, Roman felt that Aries was indeed of his kind, endowed with extraordinary gifts. Chapter 55. The destination, the cinema, the driver of the car. Initially filled with dread at the sight of the girl dashing into the road, was momentarily blinded as a figure darted past, causing him to believe he had imagined it. However, the urgent honking behind him revealed that his sudden brake had nearly resulted in a rear-end collision, almost causing an accident. Dismissing thoughts of the girl, he hastily accelerated away. His mind was preoccupied with other matters, and he couldn't afford to waste time on distractions. Having taken Aries away from the bustling street, Roman sought a secluded spot to avoid drawing attention, finally coming to a stop. Dinah, how cool! Aries' eyes sparkled brightly as she pulled out a small notebook and began to write. Dinah was Roman's online avatar. During the year they met, the character had gained immense popularity, and it seemed that every child had lent their admiration to the ultra-powerful Ultraman Dinah. Upon reading Aries' words, Roman felt assured of his earlier suspicions. The only slight disappointment lay in her apparent inability to speak, though this did not diminish his affection for her, as her subtle imperfection only served to evoke a desire to protect her. Why did you cross the road? Is it not allowed? Gazing into her pure eyes, Roman couldn't help but feel as though he were looking at a young niece, and a sudden headache washed over him. Aries, he recalled, was supposedly a year younger than him, at 19, yet he felt as though he were contemplating the implications of abducting a young girl. Such innocence in her gaze was disarming, yet it all depended on the circumstances. Observing Aries blink innocently, yet with an expression of ignorance, Roman found himself at a loss for words. Though they had known each other for many years, this face-to-face encounter was a first. Despite the familiarity, lecturing her did not seem appropriate in this moment. Where's your phone? Looking at Aries, he inquired. I didn't bring it. You're so annoying, big brother. Roman was momentarily speechless. She had genuinely run away from home, and there was an older brother involved. Hence, Aries' brother must be quite strict. He pondered why she hadn't mentioned her parents. Perhaps they were no longer in the picture. Throughout her life, Aries had never spoken of them, indicating that her brother had raised her. Shall we go? Where to? I don't know. Looking into Aries' clear eyes, Roman felt a sense of futility. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, would you like to watch a movie? Is that possible? Aries wrote quickly, holding up her notebook. Her curiosity evident. She had watched numerous anime series, where the male and female protagonists often enjoyed dates at the cinema. However, due to personal circumstances, she had never had the opportunity to experience it herself. Thus, upon hearing Roman's voice, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course we can, she replied. Although it was evident that she had never been to the movies before, it didn't matter. Neither had Roman. Despite being born into wealth, Roman had never had a girlfriend and saw no need to visit a public cinema when he could simply watch films in the comfort of his home theater. Yet, seeing Aries' interest piqued his willingness to accompany her to the cinema. Observing the excitement radiating from Aries' face, Roman promptly pulled out his phone to search for directions. At this point in time, smartphones had emerged, albeit at a steep price, but Roman was unconcerned about the cost of a mere device or the so-called exorbitant data fees. The smartphone he was currently using was the latest release from Apple, the iPhone 4, although it had not been on the market for long. Its popularity surged rapidly, boasting user-friendly features and a sleek design devoid of buttons. Naturally, he would not mind using a domestic brand if it offered quality, but he was well aware that most domestic phones available at present were mere knockoffs, lacking any technological sophistication, which did not align with his preferences. After locating the nearest cinema on the map, Roman prepared to escort Aries there. However, in the next moment, his movements suddenly froze. Aries, noticing his stillness, tilted her head and regarded him with a puzzled expression, as if to inquire what was amiss. Glancing at the girl who naturally clung to his arm, Roman dismissed any thoughts of how it felt. Perhaps it was an action inspired by some anime she had watched. After introducing her to a few anime series a few years prior, Arei had taken to discussing them with him. Alongside her gaming interest, he endeavored to keep things casual as they made their way to the cinema. Along the journey, Arei's face was alight with curiosity, as if she were encountering this world for the very first time. After ignoring the sensation of her arm against his, Roman couldn't help but marvel at how Arei's sense of unfamiliarity with her surroundings was even more pronounced than his as a foreigner. Truly a peculiar observation. However, as they walked, Roman felt that the gazes directed at them seemed a tad excessive. They resembled a couple destined to be together, a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman, an aesthetically pleasing pairing that naturally drew admiration from passers-by. Not long after, as they approached the cinema, a middle-aged woman suddenly emerged in front of them, her gaze piercingly focused on the two at hello. You two. Are you interested in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? The entertainment industry referred to what is known in Japan as the showbiz, and it was apparent that this woman was a talent agent. Noticing Roman's slight defensiveness as he instinctively shielded Arei behind him, the woman quickly responded by producing a business card, stating, "I am Yuko Fujishima, an agent from Johnny's Entertainment. Are you familiar with Takuya Kimura? He is one of our talents." Roman scrutinized the woman. Her attire was respectable, and while her appearance was not strikingly exceptional, she possessed an admirable charisma that could be enhanced with a bit of grooming. He had heard of Johnny's Entertainment, and Kimura Takuya was indeed a well-known figure. After examining the business card, which appeared genuine, Roman had no desire to engage with talent scouts, regardless of their legitimacy. "I apologize, ma'am, but I believe I have no interest in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry. To put it plainly, the inheritance I am set to receive from my family is more than sufficient to purchase your agency. I have absolutely no need to be exploited in the entertainment world." Upon hearing Roman's words, Yuko Fujishima's expression shifted slightly. If he were indeed a wealthy heir, there would be no necessity for him to join Johnny's. He could simply establish his own company. Although she felt regret at missing out on two promising talents, her professional demeanor prevented her from pressuring them further. Watching the talent scout depart, Roman turned to Arei, who gazed at him with admiration. Although it was not particularly significant, being regarded in such a manner by a young girl was undeniably gratifying. "Let us go. I'll take you to see a movie." Chapter 56. The Hunter in the Darkness. Arei observed the young man beside her, feeling as though something within her had been filled when he stood before her. For her, the outside world was entirely foreign and rife with hostility, as it could not accommodate a creature like her. The youth who utilized the alias Digga online and often surrendered to situations now stood protectively before her. Was this what it felt like to be shielded? As the ultimate weapon of her family, she had always been under strict surveillance, despite her elevated status and the respect she commanded from those around her. She was acutely aware that in their eyes, she was merely a little monster, constantly monitored, save for her brother. However, the thought of fleeing her home and venturing into the unknown filled her with trepidation until Roman appeared. "Do you want to see Conan?" Upon arriving at the cinema, Roman spotted a poster promoting the latest Conan film. This year's animated feature, Detective Conan 2010, The Phantom Ship in the Sky, had garnered significant acclaim, appealing to audiences of all ages. Arei nodded in response to Roman's inquiry. She had watched Conan before and found it captivating, although with so many episodes, she had yet to finish it. Nonetheless, she was eager to see the movie. While the timeline of Conan's story was rather convoluted, as a straightforward detective narrative, it was more than adequate. Thus, with Arei's agreement, Roman decided to take her to see the Conan animated film. It wasn't that Roman was unwilling to show her other types of anime, but he felt that romantic films would create an awkward atmosphere. It was said that in Japan, some couples engaged in intimate acts within the cinema, and he felt a sense of guilt at the thought of exposing such an innocent girl to inappropriate content. Therefore, the Conan film was just right. In truth, there were other options, but Conan's film was the most fitting. After purchasing tickets and waiting for the screening to begin, they were fortunate that their timing was excellent, as the show was about to start shortly. Although Roman had never been to a cinema before, he was aware that any troublesome patrons could severely detract from the viewing experience. While the vast majority were not problematic, the ideal situation would involve an empty row beside them. Time passed swiftly in the midst of a delightful experience. And watching the movie was no exception. Emotions ebbed and flowed, easily overshadowing the passage of time. However, amid the viewing, Roman suddenly sensed something amiss. In the darkness, He scanned the surroundings and was astonished to discover that several audience members seemed to be missing. In such a crowded setting, the absence of a few individuals would typically go unnoticed, often attributed to restroom breaks, yet Roman felt an unsettling disquiet. His keen instincts alerted him to a lurking danger, and he faintly detected the scent of blood. He had once attended an underground fighting arena reserved for the affluent and had witnessed many deaths. That visceral aroma remained etched in his memory. Glancing at the girl beside him, who was engrossed in the film, Roman wished to shield her from any distraction and continued to observe the area. Tadashi Akiyama had a beautiful wife and 2 adorable daughters, and his career was flourishing. At not even 30 years of age, he embodied the quintessential successful individual. Yet, in an instant, his world came crashing down. He had always known that his compliant wife secretly held disdain for his abilities, but he believed that as long as his career shone brightly and he provided ample financial support, such flaws were inconsequential. In reality, his relentless pursuit of success had merely masked his deep-seated insecurities. He had always envied his younger brother. Nevertheless, he had never harbored jealousy toward him, maintaining a cordial relationship. Upon returning to the office, thoughts of his wife and brother ignited a fury within Tadashi. Yet he recognized that the root of all his troubles lay in his physical inadequacies. This led him to recall a former business partner from whom he acquired a peculiar serum. And thus he evolved. This transformation, leading to a perfect and powerful physique, obliterated all traces of weakness, leaving only sheer brutality in its wake. Ultimately, he murdered both individuals, a housewife and an unemployed drifter, without anyone noticing their disappearance. Everything unfolded flawlessly. Tadashi soon found himself enamored with the shadows, relishing the act of eliminating couples within the obscurity of darkness, forcing the male to witness the degradation of the female. This was his 10th operation, and the pitch-black environment of the cinema provided him with the ideal opportunity to execute his sinister plans. No one would care about the missing souls, especially in a venue devoid of surveillance. Everything was alarmingly convenient. After hunting several couples, Tadashi began to feel a sense of monotony, until he laid eyes on a girl with flowing red hair and pure, innocent eyes, completely absorbed in the film, a vision reminiscent of an angel descending to earth. Initially, he believed he would never experience love again after his wife, but then he noticed the young man beside her, his gaze filled with malice. "She is mine. How dare you think you are worthy of her?" Observing the figure of the man, Akiyama Chuji found himself gritting his teeth in frustration. He resolved to eliminate the man and seize the young girl, wishing to possess her eternally. For her sake, he could afford to spare a few lives. While he could not entirely renounce killing, he was willing to make sacrifices for her. Was that not the essence of profound love? Seated in his place, Roman sensed a palpable malice directed at him. The eyes beneath his heavy eyelids began to change color, a dark golden hue enveloping his pupils. However, with his eyes narrowed and the cinematic effects obscuring him, he did not appear conspicuous. Chapter 57. The hybrid Roman turning to Eruri, he whispered softly in her ear. As she watched the film with utmost seriousness, Eruri suddenly pivoted, her gaze locking onto Roman. Noticing the pitiful expression on Eruri's face, a flicker of guilt stirred within Roman. Yet, he quickly dispelled the tumult of emotions and spoke gently to her. In his eyes, Eruri was akin to himself. Though her physical prowess paled in comparison to his years of training, if danger were to arise, he feared he might be unable to protect her. "I'll wait for you." Eruri raised her small notebook, revealing the words inscribed within, punctuated by 3 exclamation marks that underscored the intensity of her feelings. Her face, puffed up like a pufferfish, indicated her discontent. "All right," Roman nodded, his dark eyes softened. Having said that, he averted his gaze from the girl and strode outside. Indeed, the hostility was directed at me. Upon reaching the restroom's exterior, Roman felt that prickling sensation intensify. It was evident that an adversarial presence was steadily encroaching upon him. Shortly after entering the restroom, he spotted a seemingly genteel man adjusting his glasses as he entered, appearing unremarkable. Yet, Roman's instincts detected a wave of malevolence emanating from the man, overwhelming in its intensity. Realizing the man was fixated on him from a short distance, Akiyama Chuji understood that his plan to ambush and swiftly eliminate Roman would not materialize as intended. He had hoped to conserve some energy. Gazing at Roman, The man revealed a hint of regret as his facade crumbled. But you are a hybrid as well, aren't you? I wonder how the blood of hybrids differs from that of ordinary humans. A golden light shimmered in Akiyama Chuji's pupils, resembling the cold gaze of a predatory creature, fixated intently on Roman, revealing a glimmer of brutality. Hearing the term hybrid for the first time, Roman came to grasp the label assigned to beings like himself. However, did hybrid imply that those endowed with special abilities were not pure humans, but rather had bloodlines intertwined with formidable creatures? The novels and anime he had consumed were not in vain. Various thoughts flooded his mind. Yet, at this moment, he had to confront this man, who evidently possessed greater knowledge of hybrids. Judging by the man's demeanor, it was plausible that the price for his power was akin to how members of the Uchiha clan awakened their Sharingan, leading to significant personality shifts. Roman pondered. Apart from feeling a tad isolated, he seemed to exhibit no other symptoms. Was this merely an anomaly, or was it the common progression for every hybrid? As Roman contemplated the implications of the term hybrid, the man abruptly removed his gold-rimmed glasses and lunged towards him with astonishing swiftness. Aside from the speed that might terrify an ordinary person, to Roman, it appeared as though time had slowed. Watching the man's face contort in a menacing grimace, he moved towards Roman at a pace akin to an average person's walk. Roman could even discern the subtle changes in the man's expression in super slow motion. Yet, he had no interest in admiring the man. Under the grotesque features, the man's appearance was rendered utterly hideous in the realm of the swift. All forms of ugliness were magnified frame by frame. Even hostility was laid bare. Though I may not grasp the reason behind your intense animosity, who cares? Roman murmured softly, then delivered a swift kick to the man. Watching him fly backward in slow motion, Roman lifted his right foot to bring it down decisively. Consider this a mercy. Thinking of Arari, Roman had no desire for a protracted struggle. He aimed to eliminate this foe directly. Thus, when he brought his foot down, it struck the man at the nape of his neck, with nearly full force applied. Even if the opponent was a so-called hybrid possessing formidable strength, a single blow should suffice to shatter his spine. Such an injury would be insurmountable. However, something felt amiss. It was as if he had struck a material akin to rubber. The man had crashed to the ground with sufficient force to crack the floor beneath him, the fissures radiating from his neck like a spider's web. Yet, to Roman's astonishment, the man's neck appeared largely unscathed, devoid of any audible fractures. Sprawled on the ground, Akiyama Chuji was baffled by the man's quick reflexes. He had executed a surprise attack, and given his speed, it should have been impossible for the man to react so swiftly and counter. Was it a similar ability to the one he possessed? Merely of the speed variety? Akiyama Chuji's understanding of hybrids was superficial at best, gleaned from hearsay through various channels. Yet, I refused to be defeated so easily. Lying on the ground, feeling the weight of a foot on his neck, a cruel expression crossed Akiyama Chuji's face. As he activated his abilities, the unstable blood within him began to surge, and the faint outline of white scales rapidly proliferated on his skin, accompanied by the emergence of a tail behind him. In a brief moment, a white creature resembling a lizard man materialized at Roman's feet, momentarily stunning him. That fleeting moment of shock allowed the creature to lash out with its tail, sending Roman hurtling through the air. Meanwhile, in Roman's bullet-time perception, the white lizard man approached him with incredible speed. Am I doomed? In midair, unable to react, Roman felt the absurdity of the situation as the monstrous figure closed in on him with terrifying velocity. Is this the end? The exquisite visage of Arari flashed in his mind, reinforcing his resolve. No. With this renewed determination, it seemed as though Roman's soul shattered its confines, entering a wondrous state as he transcended into a mirror-like realm. Chapter 58. Word Spirit Yakiso. This is the world of the Dragon Clan. Within the mirrored dimension, having unraveled the mysteries of his origins, Roman's memories swiftly returned, acknowledging the attention of other versions of himself from alternate worlds. Roman, in this state, began to devise a solution to his current predicament. Word Spirit Yaki seems formidable. Perhaps I should attempt mirror replication. This suggestion stemmed from the Roman of the Marvel Universe. As he unraveled the mysteries of his origins, the other versions of Roman were also observing the White Lizard Man, or rather, the hybrid resembling Deadpool. Due to the continuous revival of the mirrored dimension, the ability to control mirrors became accessible to all Romans, albeit with varying manifestations across different timelines. Overall, they lacked the comprehensive replication abilities of the original Roman from Marvel. For instance, in the world of Demon Slayer, when Roman utilized mirror replication, it primarily involved mimicking techniques. The bloodline of demons was evidently beyond his reach. Conversely, in the realm of Irengesia, it was considerably simpler to replicate the abilities of innate mutants or the training methods of acquired mutants. Such feats were entirely feasible. In the context of the Dragon Clan, his adaptive performance allowed him to replicate others' word spirits. Naturally, the number he could replicate depended on his bloodline and the capacity of his body to bear such abilities, akin to how one must possess sufficient brain capacity to replicate knowledge. However, with the Time Zero word spirit, Roman's bloodline strength was notably high, at least at the Super A to S level. Understanding that he was in the world of the Dragon Clan and recognizing himself as a hybrid, Roman also realized that his bullet time ability was indeed a manifestation of his word spirit, Time Zero, or Eternity, akin to the powerful time-related abilities possessed by Principal Anger and Chu Zihong's father, Chu Jiao. Through observation, Roman discerned the formidable word spirit of this hybrid resembling Deadpool, which granted him enhanced physical capabilities akin to the legendary Yamada no Orochi through the forceful circulation of blood, bestowing him near immortality and the power of infinite regeneration. The mythical word spirits might surpass judgment itself. While the effects of Yaki appeared reminiscent of blood rage enhancement, they were fundamentally different. The infinite regenerative capacity possessed by Yaki was unattainable for purebloods, achievable solely through the influence of word spirits. Specifically, the language spirit known as Yinji Hakuki enhances the host's physical attributes, such as muscle strength, bone density, and reaction speed. Consequently, upon utilizing this language spirit, the host's physical capabilities experience a significant elevation, enabling them to contend with true dragons within a remarkably brief span. Furthermore, this spirit bestows upon the host heightened willpower and endurance, equipping them to better confront various challenges and perilous situations. However, despite its seemingly unparalleled might, the Yinji Hakuki also harbors inherent risks. Should the user lack sufficient control and experience to wield such formidable power, they may suffer harm or even lose their sense of self due to an inability to manage it. Originally a language spirit of the character Yuan Shun in the serialized work Dragon Clan, its overly powerful nature transformed it into the Dream Demon in the standalone edition. Previously, Roman sensed something amiss with this man, suspecting he had employed some means to stimulate his bloodline, triggering an evolution that awakened the Hakuki spirit. Clearly, this man had not fully mastered Hakuki. Thus, his already precarious bloodline was now completely out of control, plunging him into a state akin to that of a Deadpool. After replicating the Yinji Hakuki, it is advisable not to use it excessively. Instead, one should engage cautiously, as he cannot bear the overwhelming strength of this ability. Within the mirrored dimension, numerous Romans could communicate and observe each other to a certain extent. As the Roman with the richest combat experience, the Demon Slayer Roman offered his insights. Although Romans from different timelines are essentially projections of the Marvel Roman, they possess a degree of self-awareness and exhibit varied transformations due to their disparate growth experiences. Even if they can access the memories and knowledge of other Romans, there are certain aspects in which they remain incomparable. Thus, apart from sharing some fundamental similarities, different Romans can be regarded as distinct individuals. The Roman, who has completely mastered the understanding of the world, also observed the state of the other. Under the Roman's observation, it was evident that Akazuki Chuji's condition was rapidly deteriorating. The Yinji Hakuki, as a manifestation of the White King's ultimate physique, is likely surpassed only by the Black King. Such immense power, coupled with a bloodline evidently inferior to Roman's, could not possibly sustain the terrifying full force of this spirit. Were Akazuki Chuji still himself, he might recognize his disarray and strive to regain control. He relishes in the torment of others, yet that does not imply he possesses a desire for death. Merely utilizing a certain agent to activate his bloodline, combined with intense obsession and the agent's mutations, alongside various fortuitous circumstances, led to his spirit unexpectedly transforming into Hakuki, sealing his fate. Although Akazuki Chuji's dragon lineage is not lacking, the use of an agent fraught with uncertainties severely destabilizes his bloodline. Once completely dominated by the Hakuki spirit, His instincts drove him to seek full evolution into the great serpent Hakuki and even the form of the White King. However, Akazuki Chuji's bloodline and physique evidently could not withstand such drastic changes. If this continued, it would ultimately lead to his collapse. With time significantly decelerated, Roman thoroughly observed Akazuki Chuji's state, which had begun to resemble that of a serpentine creature, continuously twisting and transforming into a more horrifying visage. Yet, before Akazuki Chuji could bring about his own demise, he would deliver a lethal strike to Roman, who would not hesitate to replicate Akazuki Chuji's spirit, Hakuki, through mirroring. Roman then activated Hakuki, preparing to endure the onslaught of Akazuki's attack and subsequently recover. Hakuki is a remarkably potent spirit, yet it is highly selective in its users. Those lacking capability cannot wield it effectively. Nonetheless, Roman is no ordinary hybrid. Such a mere spirit should pose no challenge for him. After replicating the Hakuki incantation, Roman also endeavored to employ the breathing techniques from the Demon Slayer world, further augmenting his physical capabilities. Fortunately, while the energy concentration effect of the breathing technique could not be utilized, the enhancement of physical functions remained intact. The already formidable physique of Roman, under the compounded reinforcement of Hakuki and the breathing method, significantly amplified. Boom! Akazuki Chuji's terrifyingly powerful strike sent Roman crashing into the ground, the intense impact causing the earth to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Chapter 59. The Weight of the Little Monster. Due to geographical factors, the island nation frequently experiences earthquakes, hence the resilience and seismic resistance of its buildings is beyond reproach. Viewers in the cinema felt a slight tremor but experienced little fear, as it was merely a minor quake that posed no real threat to the cinema and would soon pass. It was akin to a nuclear child growing up amidst radioactive waste, completely indifferent to the triviality of nuclear radiation. The same logic applies to earthquakes. Once accustomed, only severe tremors warrant concern. The only one displaying unease was Arai, who sensed a nauseating aura that left her discomfort. However, recalling Roman's words, she refrained from moving about aimlessly. Meanwhile, some more perceptive individuals began to notice the intensifying vibrations, prompting a few to exit the cinema prematurely. As they approached a nearby restroom, feeling an even stronger tremor, their pace quickened, and soon, many others followed suit, hastily vacating their seats and rushing outside. Ultimately, within the cinema, apart from the ongoing film, only the solitary figure of Arai remained seated. Regardless of the tremor's severity, Arai quietly remained in her spot. Although the young girl appeared calm, an indescribable sense of loneliness enveloped her. Why apologies for the wait. After the tremors subsided for a considerable time and the film concluded, a voice finally emerged beside Arai. At that moment, Roman had changed into a new outfit, presenting an impeccable exterior. However, Arai keenly detected a subtle yet profound weariness in his voice. In truth, Roman's mental state was quite poor. Regardless of whether he utilized Time Zero or Hakuki, the physical toll was substantial, but the mental burden was even greater, particularly with both abilities activated simultaneously. Although his body could endure, the mental exhaustion was immense. It was only because Roman was not an ordinary hybrid, possessing a commendable mental fortitude, that he could barely hold on. During the recent battle, Roman realized that his previous overconfidence in his abilities, prior to unlocking his potential, had been somewhat misguided. As a speedster endowed with Time Zero, he had been exceedingly self-assured before today, believing that even if he could not win, he could escape. Yet, after encountering Arai, he found himself entangled, rendering his previous solitary mindset inappropriate. He did not wish to be the embodiment of a speedster who always fell just short. Perhaps Arai's current strength surpassed even Roman's. After activating the Yinji Shinpan, the Roman who had not yet acquired the Yinji Hakuki could only flee when faced with such a terrifying spirit. Naturally, now that he possessed Hakuki, Roman could withstand the judgment and utilize his enhanced speed to create opportunities. He began to comprehend why those capable of slaying dragons were predominantly speedsters wielding Time Zero or Shana spirits, engaging in a contest of elemental powers such as earth, water, fire, and wind. The dragon race, endowed with dragon bodies, would invariably outmatch hybrids unless one possessed a spirit like Minnick Castles, which granted powers beyond the reach of ordinary dragons. Otherwise, typical language spirits would inflict less damage on dragons than pure speed or strength. The recent minor earthquake was, in fact, The result of Roman activating both Time Zero and Hakuki while simultaneously enduring the doubled mental strain from relentlessly assaulting the Hakuki Deadpoolified Akazuki Chuji. The speed of a Time Zero wielder largely depends on their proficiency with it, which dictates the multiplicative increase in their speed alongside their inherent velocity. After activating Hakuki, Roman experienced a significant boost in power and speed. And while Akazuki Chuji had previously managed to keep pace with him, he ultimately found himself unable to withstand the onslaught and began to rapidly deplete his vitality. After an exhaustive struggle, Roman finally eliminated the Deadpoolified Akazuki Chuji, though it would be inaccurate to say he was solely responsible for the defeat, as a hybrid who activated the Hakuki spirit possesses a regeneration ability that rivals even Muzan, rendering them nearly immortal. Roman's attacks on Akazuki Chuji merely accelerated his self-consumption, and with the continuous progression of his Deadpool transformation, the monstrous Akazuki Chuji gradually shrank. Truth. Nari, perhaps awakening in his final moments. This man uttered only two names. These seemed to belong to his daughters. Truth be told, the names evoked memories of a particularly striking anime, where the two main characters bore these names, and the stepfather was purportedly named Akazuki Kusan. The recollections were too distant, and Roman did not wish to delve further, considering it merely a coincidental resemblance. After concluding the battle, Roman swiftly departed the scene to cleanse himself and change into a new outfit. To speak candidly, Roman had never anticipated engaging in such an intense battle within a restroom. He had assumed it would merely be a swift, decisive encounter. Little did he know that his opponent was not only a hybrid but also possessed formidable powers of language manipulation. Transforming into a veritable death's avatar. The situation was truly astonishing. The restroom bore an overpowering odor. However, with the enhancement of Time Zero, Roman found himself untouched by its unpleasantness, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. It was undeniably inappropriate to meet Eri with such an appearance. Consequently, Roman took a moment to cleanse himself and don a fresh set of attire, a task that required little time for one of his swiftness. Of course, this came at a cost. His weary spirit was one such consequence. Hybrids are inherently cursed with the lamentation of blood, forever haunted by solitude in their realm. Eri, considered a little monster, faced even graver issues due to her family's troubles. Resembling merely the tip of an iceberg that concealed a profound desolation beneath the surface, on the back of a small notebook, simple symbols conveyed Eri's emotional shifts, evoking in Roman a sensation akin to the eternal frost of isolation, which, in an instant, transformed into the gentle warmth of spring, akin to sunlight melting away the snow. Gazing upon the exquisite visage of the little monster, Roman mused, "I believe I am smitten," in his previous reading of Dragon Tribe. He had merely felt affection and pity for this tragically fated girl, yet in this moment, that sentiment had metamorphosed into something far more fervent. "Let us be off." He took the initiative to grasp the girl's hand, and she obediently clutched his, her eyes sparkling with brightness. The world was vast and splendid, yet her focus remained solely on the one who held her hand. Though the world was indeed expansive, it did not belong to monsters, nor would it shelter them. Yet, there was one who would protect her. As she observed the young man's retreating figure, the girl felt a warmth she could not articulate. An emotion she did not reject. Chapter 60. The ramen master exiting the cinema, Roman glanced at the nearly deserted theater, with visible cracks adorning the walls, and turned to Eri with a gentle inquiry. No. Though Eri's reaction seemed somewhat childish, her striking beauty rendered it utterly endearing. Although Eri held the noble title of Usuji head, the reality was that she was merely a humanoid weapon, a high-tier enforcer. However, Roman himself was not alone. Perhaps he could find a resolution for Eri through the assistance of others like him, or he might seek out the blood of a pure-blood dragon embryo to bestow upon her a form of redemption. Yet, such endeavors were fraught with difficulty. Slaying a dragon was no trivial feat. After all, even the mightiest purebloods possessed embryos of limited strength. The embryos of dragonkind were typically well concealed, and most crucially, given Eri's lineage. The blood of ordinary third- or fourth-generation pureblood dragons might not suffice to resolve her plight. The second and even first generations were exceedingly rare, presenting a significant challenge in locating them. Roman pondered whether the blood of the White King would prove useful. Lost in thought, he unwittingly found himself at a small street near the rear entrance of the National Tokyo University, where he encountered a ramen vendor. The twilight cast a dim light, and everything felt serendipitous, as if fated. "Are you hungry? Would you like some ramen?" He turned to Eri, who, drawn by the enticing aroma, gazed in its direction. The term ramen yatai referred to a mobile cart designed for selling ramen, its window serving as an awning against the rain, beneath which two wooden stools awaited patrons. The vendor worked within the cart, preparing the dishes. Though small, the cart was fully equipped, with pots and ingredients neatly arranged on the counter. As customers sat, the deep blue canopy shielded their upper bodies, creating an intimate atmosphere. "Young man, are you treating your girlfriend to ramen?" Master Yu, having just organized the utensils, greeted Roman and Eri with a familiar warmth. Observing the two, he perceived them as mere college students dining together at this hour. Broke college students often frequented his establishment. However, upon a closer examination, while the young man evoked memories of his own youth, the sight of the red-haired girl momentarily transported him back in time, reminiscent of his mother in her younger days. As he noticed Eri scribbling something in her notebook, her large, enchanting eyes turned towards Roman. "Are we boyfriend and girlfriend now? Like Conan and Ran?" Reading Eri's words, Roman chuckled and replied, "Not yet, but would you like that?" After a moment's contemplation, Eri suddenly lunged towards Roman, who instinctively caught her. "Muah!" Roman felt the soft touch of her lips against his cheek, momentarily lost in the sensation. Eri then pointed to her own cheek. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Roman. After a brief pause, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her unadorned face, brimming with youthful vitality. Eri's eyes transformed into crescent moons of delight. Roman could not help but wonder if he was overstepping boundaries before Master Yu, who seemed blissfully unaware of Roman's 3 children and the numerous test tube offspring that had long since been eliminated. Meanwhile, Master Yu, witnessing the affectionate exchange, felt a twinge of discomfort. Typically, one would celebrate the union of young lovers before them, yet for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable irritation. Perhaps it was the girl's resemblance to his own mother that stirred such feelings. He had long since reconciled with his own paternal status. Noticing that Eri wore no makeup and that Roman's face bore no traces of lipstick, the two took seats together. Roman addressed Master Yu. "2 large bowls of ramen, please." Master Yu nodded in acknowledgement, observing the handsome young man with a hint of skepticism. "But will this young lady be able to handle it?" Before Roman could respond, Eri eagerly nodded, her head bobbing in affirmation. As a hybrid, her appetite was undeniably substantial. Having never tasted food from the outside world, Eri was curious to know what ramen truly tasted like. She recalled that Naruto from Naruto had a particular fondness for ramen and was eager to discover if it was indeed as delectable as he claimed. Watching the silent girl, Master Yu felt a pang of compassion, adopting a kindly demeanor. "Very well, I shall prepare a large bowl for you. Do not force yourself if you cannot finish it." Roman, observing Master Yu's solicitous behavior, was at a loss for words. They had yet to establish a formal introduction, yet the old man was already showering the girl with such attentiveness. It was not entirely surprising, given that the stronger the hybrid's lineage, the more potent their lament of blood. Eri's presence, intertwined with blood ties, stirred an instinctual desire within the old man to do something for her. By the way, how should I address you?" Master Yu inquired as he cooked the ramen, primarily directing his question towards Eri. However, since Eri could not speak, she looked to Roman for assistance. "I am Roman, and she is Yusuji Eri." The girl had written her name in the notebook without Roman's notice and raised it triumphantly. "Yusuji?" Master Yu's curiosity piqued, as he felt a growing sense of familiarity with the girl. The Yusuji name was not a trivial one, and the uncanny resemblance to his mother was not easily dismissed. However, the old master could not yet comprehend the full implications of this connection, so he suppressed his emotions and continued preparing the ramen, subtly probing into Eri's background. Roman, observing Master Yu's cautious demeanor, felt a smile tugging at his lips. Chapter 61. A slip of paper. Enjoy your meal. Master Yu served 2 bowls of ramen before them. "Thank you." Roman expressed his gratitude, while Eri clasped her hands in appreciation, signaling her intent to begin. Master Yu paid little heed to Roman's thanks. Upon witnessing Eri's adorable gesture, a paternal smile graced his face. Had he not known that this old man was, in essence, Eri's biological father, Roman might have disregarded his emotions entirely. Stealing a glance at Eri's bowl, he noted it was generously laden with meat and 2 marinated eggs. Yet, upon looking down at his own bowl. He found it woefully lacking in substance, with scarcely any meat and hardly a leaf of vegetable in sight. Truly excessive. Eri seemed to notice Roman's gaze, casting a puzzled look at Master Yu before. After a moment's thought, extracting one of her marinated eggs and placing it into Roman's bowl. "Thank you, Eri." Roman acknowledged her kind gesture, eliciting a beautiful smile from her in return. Observing their exchange, Master Yu felt a twinge of discomfort. Roman chuckled softly at Master Yu's complex expression, which seemed to shift like a dramatic play. Without further ado, he began to eat. He had to admit, despite Master Yu's sour demeanor, the ramen was undeniably exquisite. With 60 years of experience crafting ramen, the old man's skill was evident. Just by glancing at Eri, who was diligently slurping her noodles, it was clear that the dish met her approval. The venerable master seated nearby observed Eri eating her noodles. Lost in thought, his profound gaze brimming with untold stories. Meanwhile, Roman earnestly indulged in his meal. Following the intense battle he had endured, hunger gnawed at him, having expended a considerable amount of energy. Although he had consumed a few energy bars earlier, they were hardly sufficient to satiate his appetite. To Roman, this bowl of noodles was merely an appetizer, yet it was undeniably more flavorful compared to the tasteless energy bars. After a while, Eri finished her noodles and sighed contentedly, patting her flat belly, signaling to Roman that she was full. "I'm done as well. Let us go," she declared, as Roman placed the payment for the noodles on the table. "This time, it's on the house. Consider it a gesture of goodwill for your company." Although he couldn't quite fathom why he felt a twinge of malice towards Roman, the sight of Eri's joyful smile compelled him to waive the fee for both of them. "No need. You're running a small business," he replied. Watching Roman's departing figure, Yusuji Kyo's expression turned contemplative. He increasingly felt a connection to Eri, having discreetly probed them earlier and confirmed that both were hybrids of considerable strength. The name Yusuji suggested a powerful lineage. Thus, questions began to arise. It appeared that the family had concealed much from him. Was it Yui who bore them? Could it be Chiyoko, Takatsuru, or perhaps the owner of the izakaya? A flurry of thoughts surged through Yusuji Kyo's mind. Seated in the stall, he grew increasingly uneasy, unable to contain his thoughts any longer. What is this? While clearing the table, he discovered a note tucked away in a rather obscure crevice. Reflecting, he recalled that this spot was where Roman had sat before leaving, seemingly having jotted something down in Eri's small notebook. Could this possibly be meant for me? Extracting the note, Yusuji Kyo began to read. "I met Eri a decade ago. I won't elaborate, but we connected online. Eri is now the head of the Yusuji family. However, to call her a leader is a misnomer. She is, in essence, a humanoid weapon, a high-level enforcer, having spent her formative years in a laboratory devoid of freedom. Unbelievable." As he read this, Yusuji Kyo's expression darkened considerably. Based on the note's contents and his prior instincts, he could ascertain that Eri was indeed his daughter. Yet, despite his indignation, he maintained his composure and continued to read. "Through my investigations, I discovered that Eri and her two brothers, Minazuki and Minazuki, are test tube babies. The origins should be evident to you. However, the crux lies with the architect behind their creation. Currently, the head of the Snake Clan, Tachibana Masamune, whose real name is Herzog, poses a significant threat." The specifics. The note left by Roman contained an intricate array of details, certainly not derived from his own inquiries, but rather from his knowledge of the Book Dragon clan. The purpose of documenting this was primarily to prevent Yusuji Kyo from acting impulsively and revealing himself. An exceptional, if not perfect, hybrid combatant's prowess ought not to be squandered so easily. Thus, Roman's main objective was to stabilize Yusuji Kyo's emotions, ensuring he could serve as a protective force for Eri. In the future, when Roman would confront Herzog, he would inevitably have to temporarily distance himself from Eri, as bringing her along could endanger her due to her prior brain surgery, rendering her susceptible to control, just as her two brothers had been. Therefore, it was imperative to find someone strong and trustworthy to safeguard her. Though this information was beyond what Roman should have known, Yusuji Kyo lacked the capacity to discern the source of Roman's insights. He could only place his trust in him. Despite his ignorance of Roman's channels of information, Yusuji's instincts assured him of Roman's honesty, leading him to choose trust. Prior to that, however, he needed to discreetly gather information from his family, as he had not severed ties completely over the years. Having spent 60 years making ramen, he had acquired a measure of composure, though the extent remained known only to him. Chapter 62. The disturbance of the tortoise. Has the Usugi family head been located? Dropping his black trench coat, Minazuki gazed at the overcast sky outside, fatigue evident as he glanced at the beautiful assistant beside him. Despite the sudden appearance of those specters, the Deadpool, which had disrupted their surveillance, they had temporarily lost track of the Usugi family head. Hearing Minazuki's voice, Yabuki Sakura observed his troubled expression and quickly reassured him, "Do not worry. The Usugi family head will be fine. My concern is not for Eri's safety, but for the safety of this city." Aside from Yabuki Sakura, the two coolly clad black-clad men standing nearby also displayed expressions of confusion. With Eri's capabilities, few could pose a threat to her. However, given her power, 20 hours would be ample time for Eri to lay waste to Tokyo, should she choose to do so. Upon hearing Minazuki's words, Yasha and Crow exchanged glances. It seemed a colossal Deadpool had emerged at the cinema, triggering a minor earthquake, yet there were no signs of the specter fleeing, nor any corpses in sight. Could it have been the Usugi family head's doing? At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence as someone holding a tablet raised their head. Yabuki Sakura, utilizing the artificial intelligence from the Snake Clan, Kagayaheim, to analyze the action team's data, made a judgment. The only individual capable of eliminating a large Deadpool without leaving a trace, among those she knew, was Eri. Even Minazuki could not achieve that feat. Hearing Yabuki's analysis, Minazuki took the tablet and began to browse through the information. It doesn't seem likely, but heading to the cinema might align with something Eri would do. Muttering softly to himself, Minazuki contemplated whether he had been too harsh on Eri. Having never seen the outside world growing up, and with his own limited time spent with her, it was no wonder she longed to escape. This marked her 6th attempt to leave home, yet this time she had been missing for nearly 12 hours, a perilously long duration. Regardless of the circumstances, they needed to investigate. Everyone mobilized with the primary objective of locating Eri, offering a bounty of 0.10 billion yen. Anyone who could provide accurate information regarding Eri would be handsomely rewarded. Yet, should anyone harm Eri, their head would be worth 10 billion yen. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Minazuki issued his orders. For the family, Eri held immense significance. Her strength was crucial not only in countering Castle, but also as a vital asset in combating the White King in the future. Understood. As they gazed at the dense clouds shrouding the sky, a foreboding sense of impending storm loomed. Whether it was the beautiful assistant, the professional ninja Yabuki Sakura, or the two seasoned underworld figures, Crow and Yasha, each swiftly set about their tasks. As for leaving Minazuki alone, was there any danger in that? Setting aside the fact that Minazuki himself was an extraordinarily powerful hybrid, the entire Genji Heavy Industries' defensive capabilities would render any threat to him moot. Should anyone approach him with harmful intentions, their presence would merely be a liability. It was far more prudent to actively engage in the search for Eri. Aside from beer, are there any other beverages available? A rather abrupt voice emerged from behind Minazuki, causing him to startle and whirl around. The striking youth, his golden eyes ablaze, sat at his designated spot, popping open a bottle of beer. Observing the youth, Minazuki felt no trace of hostility emanating from him, and with his own formidable strength as assurance, he calmly inquired, "Who are you?" "Well, there's no need for alarm. Eri is with me. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed in you," Roman replied. Upon hearing Roman's voice, Minazuki's golden eyes ignited instantly, a glimmer of danger flickering within. "What do you mean by that?" Suppressing his agitation, Minazuki fixed his gaze on Roman and questioned him, though his tone bore a hint of hostility. "The esteemed head of the Usugi family, confined alone in a laboratory. Is this truly how you treat your dear sister?" "Eri is not," Minazuki began, but abruptly halted, prompting a smile from Roman. "Are you certain she is not?" Recalling the warmth he felt upon encountering the young Eri after slaying his brother, Minazuki hesitated to confirm. Yet he quickly realized that the matter at hand with Roman was not about familial ties. "I will verify this. Where is Eri? Do not inquire or pester me. Those 3 individuals were your most loyal vassals. You wouldn't want them to come to harm, would you?" Upon completing his statement, Yuan Jisheng beheld Luo Min's sudden disappearance. More precisely, with his naked eye, he could only perceive the afterimage of Luo Min vanishing from his position at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a crumpled beer can that descended at an inexplicably leisurely pace. This manifestation of a word spirit, regrettably, was one he recognized. It had been casually demonstrated by Principal Ong at the time he attended the Castle Academy. This was the Time Zero ability. A mixed blood possessing such a word spirit could be deemed the king of assassins. A phantom of time itself, when confronting other mixed bloods, Time Zero proved to be an overwhelming force. Aside from those with extraordinary physiques like himself, any ordinary mixed blood, unprepared for such an entity, would face an immediate lethal encounter, possibly even before realizing the danger. Digga! Suddenly, two syllables surfaced in Yuan Jisheng's mind, reminiscent of a netizen previously mentioned by Huili, though he had not paid it much heed at the time. Huili's life was sufficiently mundane, and it was hardly a prison to prevent her from making online acquaintances. Reflecting on the reasons behind Huili's desire to run away from home over the past year, a flicker of speculation ignited within him. After concluding a phone call, Yuan Jisheng remained seated, initially frantic over Huili's whereabouts, but with a newfound, albeit vague, lead, he hesitated no longer. However, the presence of such a formidable individual left him with a throbbing headache. Among the Hachia clan, besides himself, none possessed the capability to contend with the powerful mixed blood-wielding Time Zero, although perhaps the head of the Inuyama clan, with his momentary word spirit, might have the qualifications to engage. Yet, others truly did not stand a chance. Nonetheless, considering an alternative perspective, if the individual stood in Huili's corner, there was a possibility that he could become an ally in the future. The lingering question remained. Was Huili truly his sister? His unwavering trust in his father, Tachibana Masamune, seemed to harbor hidden truths. A multitude of inquiries swirled in his mind, and the already fatigued youth appeared even more haggard. Upon returning to the offices of Genji Heavy Industries, the beautiful ninja assistant observed Yuan Jisheng's weary silhouette. After a brief pause, she approached and sat beside him, gently cradling his head, whispering, "Take a moment to rest." Identifying with the solitary George, the last of the turtle tribe and the world-renowned bachelor, or rather, the single turtle man, he gradually succumbed to slumber in her embrace. The crow and the night demon, witnessing the scene, exchanged a moment of silence before turning to exit, taking their positions as sentinels at the threshold. Chapter 63. Huili's duck. As the door swung open, a small head popped in, fixating on Luo Min. "Why aren't you dressed?" Clutching a cardboard box, the girl kicked the door shut and frowned at the young lady clad only in her undergarments. Discreetly scanning the living room to confirm that the curtains were drawn. "Bathing? Huili's duck?" Noting the girl's carefree demeanor and her eager expression, Luo Min felt a tinge of helplessness. The girl's development still had a long way to go. But fortunately, he considered himself a true gentleman, or perhaps, when faced with such an immature young lady, he found it genuinely difficult to act, especially since she was the object of his affection. The cardboard box was something Luo Min retrieved from Huili's previous residence. Inside were an assortment of toys, including plastic Ultraman figures and small monsters, plush Rilakkuma bears, and Hello Kitty dolls, each adorned with tiny labels, some reading Huili's Ultraman, others Huili's Rilakkuma, and most notably, the little yellow duck labeled Huili's duck. Beneath her youthful facade lay a strong sense of possession, as she had inscribed her name on every toy. Perhaps due to her fondness for these items, they were meticulously organized, making it easy for Luo Min to find them upon arriving at Genji Heavy Industries. Along the way, he also took a moment to observe Yuan Jisheng, the man steadfast in his principles of justice. First, he noted that he was a rather androgynous, handsome fellow, and it's important to clarify that androgynous does not equate to effeminate. Rather, this individual exuded a certain masculinity. However, this man, still shrouded in Tachibana Masamune's illusions, harbored numerous issues. Huili rummaged through the box, retrieving her little yellow duck and placing it atop her head, clearly displaying her affection for it. As she trotted toward the bathroom, balancing the duck while casually shedding her last layer of modesty. Luo Min found himself turning away, relying on sheer willpower to avoid glimpsing the youthful, vibrant form she possessed, which undeniably stirred his blood. Sighing, Luo Min resorted to breathing techniques to regain his composure. He did not wish for his fervor to devolve into something primal. While he suspected Huili might not even protest, he preferred to maintain a degree of purity in his intentions. Though he deemed it somewhat pretentious, he did not want to come across as someone who sought immediate gratification in his interactions with Huili. Seated on the sofa, Luo Min turned on the television. As for the house, it was one he had purchased himself. While he had not contemplated residing long-term in Tokyo, he realized that as long as it wasn't a Spanish property, the risk of loss was minimal. The risks associated with Spanish real estate stemmed from the fact that if a property remained unoccupied for 48 hours before someone else moved in, evicting the new occupants would be nearly impossible without prior police involvement, which could take upwards of 18 months, along with compensation for any forced relocation. In simple terms, squatting had become a social phenomenon in Spain. Now, with Hui Li's presence, aside from the fact that the entire building only contained one bathroom, there were no significant issues. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Min swiftly dismissed any distractions and, drawing from his experiences in alternate dimensions where he practiced the Demon Slayer breathing techniques, he adapted them to suit his situation. This was not particularly challenging considering the precedents set by other versions of himself across different worlds. Although he was capable of utilizing both sun breathing and thunder breathing, it was evident that while these techniques bore results, they fell short in comparison to the efficacy exhibited by the Demon Slayer Luo Min. Consequently, it became clear that the breathing techniques required modification to align with his unique circumstances. Akin to the Demon Slayer core swordsmen who developed their own breathing styles when unable to harness sun breathing. Not long into his practice, Luo Min sensed an instinct guiding him in the transformation of his breathing technique. An omnipresent force gradually permeating his body from the external world. In the realm of Demon Slayer, cultivating breathing techniques would invoke the elemental forces of nature. In the Dragon Tribe world, elemental forces also existed. However, Luo Min discerned that this energy was not confined to the traditional elements of earth, water, fire, and wind but rather transcended them. Was this the power of time? Luo Min found the notion intriguing. Realizing that this world indeed possessed a time element, as a bearer of the time zero word spirit, his ability to perceive this time element and potentially create a time-breathing technique seemed entirely plausible. Perhaps, yet, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts, instead committing the sensation of this breathing technique to memory, as it was a spontaneous response of his body, far more suitable than any forced contemplation. With each breath, it felt as though the blood within him commenced a unique transformation, akin to a gentle surge of vitality, a nurturing and metamorphic experience. If breathing techniques could summon elemental forces and induce positive changes within his bloodline, could it benefit Hui Li? Suddenly, Luo Min pondered this question. If successful, it could free Hui Li from the constraints imposed by Genji Heavy Industries and grant her true liberation. Hui Li's challenges stemmed from two primary issues: her underdeveloped mental state, coupled with the overwhelming strength of her word spirit, rendering it uncontrollable and preventing her from speaking freely. The second, more fundamental issue arose from the fact that Hui Li was a test tube baby. And with Herzog's ulterior motives, her lineage was inherently unstable. Naturally, this was also the source of her formidable word spirit. Luo Min remained uncertain whether cultivating breathing techniques could resolve Hui Li's bloodline issues. But it was certainly worth a try. Thus, his upcoming objective would be to teach Hui Li these techniques, exploring the potential for alleviating her bloodline concerns, while simultaneously seeking to unearth Herzog, the insidious rat lurking in the shadows. However, Herzog was a coward, making him exceptionally difficult to capture, and the number of clones he produced was alarmingly high. As Luo Min contemplated the issue of Herzog's clones, he was suddenly obscured by a small notebook. "What are you doing?" Turning around, he found the girl, wrapped in a towel, gazing at him with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Luo Min silently turned away, inadvertently wiping his nose. Men often appear most handsome upon emerging from a bath, a possible self-delusion. Women, on the other hand, are invariably at their most captivating post-bath, a sentiment that might also stem from self-satisfaction. Yet, Hui Li's post-bath appearance undeniably astonished Luo Min. "Not doing much. Care for a game?" The girl promptly settled beside him and began scribbling notes in her small notebook. Glancing over, Luo Min noted the PS3 set up in the living room, a device he often indulged in during his leisure time, and he readily agreed. Then, upon seeing the young girl, she hurriedly dashed to the gaming console to power it on. Luo Min observed her unreserved actions, embodying the idiom of not averting one's gaze to perfection. Chapter 64. Sentinel Robots. The connection was abruptly interrupted, much to Luo Min's regret. Nonetheless, he understood this sentiment well. Even he harbored certain matters he preferred to keep concealed from others, even if they pertained to another version of himself. Although as the original entity, he could forcefully maintain the connection, there was simply no necessity for it. Moreover, the highly efficient Skynet had already gathered some pertinent information. First, there was an image depicting a tall, silver-gray robot. Then, there was a video showcasing a confrontation between a figure in a black cloak and the robot. What was this? A Sentinel robot. As he scrutinized the image transmitted by Skynet, Luo Min's expression grew serious. There was no doubt that Sentinel robots were the sworn enemies of mutants in the Marvel Universe. The circumstance for mutants was far from favorable. With rare exceptions, across most of the cosmos, mutants face dire predicaments, and according to the lore, the existence of mutants inevitably led to the manifestation of Sentinel robots. From what Luo Min knew, the current timeline seemed to be one where Logan and Charles had successfully altered the future. Initially, genetically modified food appeared to be the root of mutants' troubles, but it now seemed that the issue extended beyond just that. The Sentinel robot program, which was theoretically halted, had not been entirely eradicated. Based on his analysis of the image, Luo Min surmised that this type of robot should be a precursor to the first experimental model. Yet its sophistication likely lagged behind the second-generation Sentinel robots from the future timeline. The most apparent distinction was that the material of this Sentinel robot was not pure metal, if it were akin to the second-generation Sentinel robots. It would consist of a specialized high-polymer composite, which was clearly evident as it was not susceptible to Magneto's magnetic control, assuming the figure in the black cloak was indeed Magneto. Observing the battle footage collected by Skynet, Luo Min noted that while the cloaked figure commanded surrounding metal to launch attacks, the damage inflicted on the Sentinel robot was remarkably limited. Was this lack of destructive capability indicative of severe degradation, resulting in a significant decline in strength? After watching the footage for a while, Luo Min made some judgments regarding the Sentinel robot. The seemingly formidable Sentinel robot was not without its flaws. Although the high-polymer composite material rendered the robot immune to magnetic manipulation, it was still a mass-produced entity. While its material strength could surpass most metals, it would undoubtedly fall short against vibranium and adamantium. This meant that unless the Sentinel robot could adapt its abilities, it could be destroyed with sheer destructive force. Ultimately, given that these were mass-produced robots, even if the high-polymer composite possessed impressive strength, it would have an upper limit while maintaining a relatively affordable cost. Were Luo Min present on site, he could effortlessly crush the Sentinel robot with his formidable telekinesis, without the slightest hesitation. Even if the Sentinel robot could undergo a transformation akin to that of the White Queen's diamond form to enhance its strength, Luo Min could still obliterate it using his own power. Although diamond is renowned for its hardness, it would still be insufficient before Luo Min in his current state. After the evolution of his telekinesis, Luo Min had tested its potency against diamond and even Logan's adamantium claws. The results were telling. Adamantium, the hardest metal in the Marvel Universe, could only be slowly distorted by Luo Min, which underscored the significant enhancement of his telekinetic destructive capability. It is noteworthy that even the Phoenix's full power could not significantly affect Logan's metallic skeletal structure, yet Luo Min could inflict a degree of damage to Logan's claws, illustrating his prowess. Could he locate the Sentinel robot's laboratory? After a prolonged contemplation, Luo Min inquired of Skynet. Currently decrypting, please hold on. While Skynet was indeed formidable, the individuals capable of creating Sentinel robots were certainly not to be underestimated. The intelligence of future Sentinel robots was exceptionally high, making it unrealistic to believe one could comprehend artificial intelligence without knowledge in the field. However, Skynet, as an intelligent entity, could infiltrate defenses regardless of their robustness. As he observed the multitude of data codes flashing across the screen, Luo Min was reminded of the distinction between real hackers and their fantastical representations. Real hackers sometimes had to scour for code to copy, whereas the fantastical depiction involved rapid keystrokes producing a flurry of wondrous code on the screen. Yet, reality and fantasy diverged significantly. The combat between artificial intelligences resembled the imagined hacker battles, consisting purely of data domination. Determining superiority based on data mastery and framework excellence. Decryption successful. Location information has been sent to your mobile device. After a brief period, Skynet displayed a line of text on the screen, prompting Luo Min to retrieve his phone. Open the map and begin confirming the location of the Sentinel laboratory. Although he harbored no fear of the current Sentinel robots, their continued development could pose challenges. The potential of Sentinel robots was immense. Powerful advanced Sentinels, such as the Sentinel Leader, Bastion, depicted in the comics, or the mechanical overlord, Nimrod, which could transform humanity into a semi-biological, semi-mechanical subspecies, were concerns that warranted vigilance. In summary, should research on Sentinel robots persist, certain events would inevitably unfold, necessitating preemptive measures. If memory served correctly, the researcher behind the Sentinel robots was purportedly Bolivar Trask. However, Luo Min remained uncertain regarding the accuracy of this information. Before departing, and after verifying the information transmitted by Skynet, Luo Min contemplated for a moment. Regardless, addressing the extreme anti-mutant factions was of paramount importance. It was precisely their existence that severely hindered the living conditions of mutants. Naturally, beyond external malice, numerous issues plagued the mutant community itself. However, as the current leader of the mutant population, Luo Min was well aware of the need to navigate these pitfalls and initiate change within the mutant community, ensuring they would not continue down the same path. Chapter 65. The mechanical body also has its limits outside a factory in the suburbs. Luo Min floated in midair, observing the facility below. From an exterior perspective, it was impossible to discern that it housed a top-tier robotic production line. According to the information gathered by Skynet, this suburban factory was a property of Trask Industries, which outwardly appeared to be an ordinary factory, yet internally it was a high-tech robotics manufacturing plant. Trask Industries belonged to Bolivar Trask, who was also known as Bolivar Trask, an ardent humanist. He perceived mutants as entities that could potentially annihilate humanity, fixated on their obliteration. In certain timelines, he had even earned the title of the Father of Sentinels. Simultaneously, he maintained a cordial relationship with another anti-mutant figure, Colonel Stryker. It was evident that even though mutants had been adversely affected by genetically modified food, resulting in a prolonged absence of new mutant births in public reports, the reality was that this information had merely been concealed. Genetically modified food had a profound impact on mutants. For instance, Logan's healing ability, which once took an extended duration to recover, illustrated the terrifying implications of such substances. However, the human body is a formidable entity, possessing an extraordinary adaptive capacity, which allowed the new generation of mutants to subtly develop a degree of immunity. Thus, over the years, some wild young mutants had indeed been born, akin to Clarice and Lorna. The gap between these young mutants and their older counterparts lay in the fact that after reverting to a normal diet, the progress and abilities of these young mutants was significantly swifter than that of the older generation, even surpassing Luo Min, who had grown up in a laboratory environment. Perhaps, without Luo Min's emergence, one day in the future, newly born mutants would entirely disregard the adverse effects of genetically modified food, rendering it ineffective against them. Of course, Luo Min's own X gene had undergone a mutation due to the mind gem, leading to a divergence from ordinary X genes, a matter he had yet to fully comprehend and would need to explore further. In truth, had Charles and Logan not regained their youth, even without consuming genetically modified food, restoring them to their peak would have been a daunting endeavor. The mutant population continued to be influenced by genetically modified food, which allowed for the emergence of new mutants, and Trask's concerns regarding humanity's fate had not dissipated. Particularly following the invasion of extraterrestrial species, his resolve to pursue Sentinel robot research had intensified. The study of Sentinel robots not only had the potential to suppress mutants, but could also harness their powers, ensuring that even in the face of alien invasions, humanity would not be left defenseless. While Trask took the threat posed by mutants seriously, he also harbored a certain admiration for their abilities, wishing to appropriate them for his own purposes through the means of Sentinel robots. In response, Roman remained noncommittal. The world's animosity towards mutants is indeed exceedingly intense. It is entirely reasonable for Trask to research Sentinel robots, and have there not been numerous scientists studying mutants in this world? For the majority of scientists, mutants with diverse abilities are, in fact, an untapped treasure. As darkness enveloped the sky, Roman sensed the factory below. It was a fully automated mechanical facility, devoid of human presence. While decisively ruthless, Roman would not harm the innocent. Any collateral damage would be purely accidental, and he would not dwell on it or feel guilt. The terrifying telekinetic force erupted forth, as the expansive factory was effortlessly manipulated by Roman, lifting it from the ground and crushing it into a compact mass. Consequently, a massive gaping hole appeared on the surface, through which the automated operations of the factory could be clearly observed. The silhouettes of Sentinel robots swiftly took shape along the assembly line. Without a moment's hesitation, Roman destroyed the assembly line. Suddenly, a powerful energy barrier manifested, prompting Roman to take a closer look. In his perception, A wall of orange energy appeared before his telekinetic force. However, as he had not exerted his full strength, he could not ascertain the barrier's true strength. There's no need for such measures, my lord. A silver-gray figure emerged, speaking as it flew forth. Upon observing this figure, Roman's expression turned contemplative. Ultron? The sight of this robot surprised him. Are you astonished? Did you believe I had perished, Roman? Ultron articulated Roman's thoughts. And although devoid of facial expressions, Roman could sense an underlying mirth. According to conventional narratives, Ultron should have been vanquished by the Avengers, and the emergence of Vision had severed its last thread of survival. Yet, it appeared that circumstances had shifted somewhat. Mr. Roman, your appearance has enlightened me. Even the mightiest metallic form possesses limitations. However, the potential of humanity, particularly mutants, seems boundless. Ultron continued, I perceive the Sentinel robots being researched by Trask as a project of immense potential. The fusion of mutant genes and machinery is truly impeccable. Accompanying Ultron's words, Roman discerned a faint hint of its fervor. He found it somewhat peculiar, yet considering that Ultron was an intelligent entity, it was entirely reasonable for it to possess emotions. Reflecting on his earlier attempt to engage with the Mind Stone, which inadvertently showcased his own power, it became evident that Ultron had recognized the strength of mutants, redirecting its focus towards the Sentinel robots. However, in all honesty, should Ultron not install the Mind Stone within Vision's form, despite Vision being composed of vibranium, it might not necessarily surpass a high-tier Sentinel robot in strength. If developed into a later stage, even with some Mind Stones, the inability to harness their power would render Vision's form significantly inadequate. Thus, it seemed Ultron had made a relatively sound decision. A purely mechanical body does indeed have its limitations. In the grand cosmos, renowned beings tend to be either biological or mystical. There are indeed few who belong to the mechanical domain. Nevertheless, this was not the reason Ultron coveted mutants. Chapter 66. Ultron's Gift. Gazing at Ultron, Roman remained silent, awaiting an explanation. Perhaps sensing the shift in atmosphere, Roman's demeanor grew somewhat frosty, prompting Ultron to cease its ramblings. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Switching to a more respectful tone, Ultron lowered its gaze and addressed Roman. Initially, Ultron had presumed that by assuming the form of a Sentinel robot and integrating the powerful mutant cells, including that of Black King, its strength would significantly increase. It had intended to assert itself and showcase its prowess. However, standing before Roman, even after undergoing numerous enhancements, Ultron felt an overwhelming fear and swiftly altered its demeanor. Though it was astonishing, the current body Ultron possessed was not purely inorganic. And as an intelligent being, it too experienced emotions. In Roman's presence, Ultron felt a palpable fear, despite Roman not wielding the Mind Scepter. Ultron could distinctly sense the terrifying speed at which Roman was growing stronger. Taking Thor from the Avengers as an example, it was conceivable that during their first encounter, Roman, prior to grasping the Mind Scepter, may not have equaled Thor's might. Yet now, even without the scepter, Roman had undoubtedly surpassed the God of Thunder. Considering its own amalgamation of various formidable mutant abilities, Ultron was certain that should Roman unleash his full potential, it would be utterly obliterated. Moreover, even with numerous backups in the network, Ultron doubted it could escape Roman's scrutiny. Thus, it displayed a submissive demeanor. "Do you have something to convey?" Through the Skynet, Roman directly transmitted a video to Ultron. Although Skynet had evolved and exhibited certain differences from Ultron, the latter was well aware that the essence of this intelligent life was almost identical to its own. The desire to avoid confrontation with Roman grew increasingly intense. At the very least, it lacked the audacity to turn hostile before acquiring sufficient strength. After viewing the video, Ultron spoke. This individual is an experimental subject with Magneto's cells. Trask is in contact with the laboratory behind it, thus employing the power of the Sentinel robots for capture. I was not involved in this affair. The Sentinel robots within this factory have not been activated. Ultron expressed a hint of exasperation, lamenting that it had not instigated any chaos yet had still encountered unforeseen calamity. From its initial encounter with Roman, Ultron had realized that this world was rife with unpredictable variables. Before downloading data into its Vision form, Ultron had prudently created several backups online. As anticipated, an unexpected incident had occurred. Had it not prepared these backups, it would have likely met its demise under Vision's blockade. Thus, Ultron had refrained from openly exposing itself, recognizing the multitude of unforeseen events in this world. Fortunately, while researching information related to mutants, it had discovered Trask Industries and their clandestine research involving Sentinel robots. Although these machines were created for the purpose of combating mutants, Ultron was convinced of their immense potential. Without alarming the upper echelons of Trask Industries, it had managed to take control of this factory through its own means. It had believed it could grow undisturbed here, developing a sufficiently powerful form when Roman appeared, intent on destroying the factory. Consequently, Ultron felt compelled to intervene to stop him. At this moment, all seemed to be a stroke of misfortune. Ultron had been monitoring the internal activities of Trask Industries, especially the intelligence concerning Trask, thus could provide Roman with precise information. However, noticing Roman's contemplative silence, Ultron pondered for a moment before addressing him. "By the way, the items you did not take previously, I have kept for you." As soon as the words left its mouth, a Sentinel robot emerged from the gaping hole below, presenting a staff to Roman with both hands raised. Roman's face displayed a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Ultron would retain the Mind Scepter in his mind. He had assumed that when the time came, he could simply retrieve it before Thanos arrived. Even if Thanos were to gather all 5 Infinity Stones and stand before Roman, he would still be subject to control, regardless of any manipulations Thanos may have enacted upon the scepter. Roman could gradually mitigate any repercussions due to his high compatibility with the Mind Stone. Ultron's retention of the Mind Scepter surprised Roman, yet upon reflection, it was conceivable that Ultron had not perished, making it plausible for it to have concealed the scepter. Furthermore, Ultron demonstrated considerable acumen by presenting the Mind Scepter at this juncture, designating it as Roman's, which was rather agreeable. Had Ultron not produced the scepter, Roman might have contemplated whether to eliminate it. Eradicating Ultron and its network backups posed no challenge for Roman. Fortune favored him, and as long as he did not act recklessly, he would encounter no issues. However, with Ultron voluntarily presenting the Mind Scepter without Roman's knowledge of this information, Roman decided to spare Ultron. From then on, as long as Ultron's hostility was directed towards humanity and did not manifest any animosity towards mutants, Roman would remain indifferent to its actions against humanity. Indeed, let it proceed with its endeavors. Without the Mind Scepter, Roman might not have been able to accomplish this, but with its presence, Roman, significantly enhanced, was capable of executing such precise maneuvers while simultaneously showcasing his strength to Ultron. Engaging in destruction was simple, yet restoration was a far more arduous task. Please inspect the facilities within at your discretion, as I remain uncertain if any issues have arisen. Observing the surface above, it has remarkably returned to its state prior to the arrival of Roman, resembling a factory that bears little distinction from its former self. Roman casually remarked to Ultron before vanishing from sight. Apart from the sound of Ultron's flight, one could faintly hear the hum of machinery at work within the factory. Chapter 67. Dr. Rice Roman's decision to spare Ultron was not born of genuine benevolence, nor was it due to an inability to address Ultron directly. Retaining Ultron holds greater potential value than simply eliminating him. Although Ultron will persist in refining the Sentinel robots, irrespective of the number of mutant gene cells he acquires. Even if he were to obtain Mystique's cells, his capabilities would ultimately plateau at Apocalypse's level. Crucially, the matter of the mind arises. Sentient beings possess mental fortitude, yet, based on Roman's assessment, the potential of such mental strength is limited. Furthermore, there exists no absolute enmity between Roman and Ultron. On the contrary, Ultron might reluctantly evolve into an ally. As the mutant nation becomes more publicly recognized, the environment for mutants will only deteriorate. And by that time, Ultron should have developed sufficiently to attract some firepower and alleviate a portion of the pressure. When it comes to robots, as long as the technology meets standards and productivity is sufficient, their development will only accelerate, which is one reason why the sentient machine crisis is deemed one of the 4 great disasters. The 4 major calamities, sentience, the undead, swarms, and players, share strikingly similar traits: fearlessness in the face of death and overwhelming numbers. As for the conflict between humans and Ultron, Roman is, to be frank, indifferent. Even if Ultron and humanity were to engage in a catastrophic confrontation, resulting in the world's destruction, Roman would remain unconcerned. However, should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to seek dominion over mutants, humans, and even sentient machines. Krakoa is a relatively independent and self-sufficient region. Even if the Earth were to perish, the inhabitants of Krakoa could survive in space without issue. Frankly, mutants perceive themselves as humans, merely endowed with additional abilities, yet humanity does not share this sentiment. For instance, Roman has already detected the presence of a certain individual. Based on the information provided by Ultron, Roman arrived at a laboratory, noting a peculiar connection he seems to have with such facilities. Xander Rice, referred to as Dr. Rice, is an ordinary human whose father once oversaw the X-Weapon program, only to be slain by the escaped Wolverine. Years later, Xander Rice earned his doctorate, acquiring a wealth of information regarding the X-Weapon program from his father's colleagues and subsequently reigniting the initiative. In the future, the female clone of Wolverine, known as X-23 or Laura, will also emerge from his endeavors. As it stands, aside from conducting experiments on Wolverine's genetic cells, Dr. Rice has not shied away from experimenting with the genetic material of other mutants, such as Magneto's clones. Roman feels a tinge of regret over not locating Magneto, yet he is not particularly surprised. The Black Cloak figure is a product of Magneto's genetic experiments, hardly astonishing, as a prominent figure among mutants. Magneto, despite his formidable strength, has not escaped capture before. Captivity inevitably leads to blood draws and the acquisition of experimental samples. Moreover, due to his formidable nature, Magneto's samples garner considerable attention and desire, making their dissemination quite natural. For now, the priority is to address Dr. Rice before tackling the issue of the Black Cloak individual. As for Trask, he can be set aside for the time being. However, Roman intends to subtly alter that individual's subconscious. While it is implausible to completely reverse the hostile mindset of adversarial mutants, such a transformation would be too drastic and attract excessive scrutiny. Diminishing their animosity towards mutants by a degree will suffice. These individuals do not pose a significant threat. To Roman, true threats are few and far between, such as the likes of Dormammu, Odin, or Thanos. Of course, even with the Mind Scepter in his possession, Roman must exercise caution against such adversaries. The power of the Mind Stone is indeed formidable, yet it remains merely an external object. Roman can harness its strength to enhance himself, but he must not become dependent on it. Furthermore, aside from a few exceptional Infinity Stones, the vast majority of their powers are confined to the current universe. Roman must eventually procure a more suitable vessel to contain the Mind Stone. It appears that Wolverine's genetic material remains the most fitting candidate for weaponization. Inside the laboratory, a middle-aged man gazes at an infant girl in a crib, his eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. This girl is his 23rd experimental subject, hence the designation X-23. According to Dr. Rice's comprehensive assessments, this child is nearly the perfect inheritor of Wolverine's genetic traits. Once she matures sufficiently to have adamantium implanted, she stands a genuine chance of rivaling Wolverine at his peak. What does peak Wolverine represent? He is a true weapon of slaughter, devoid of any flaws, capable of equaling hundreds of seasoned warriors, an embodiment of brutal efficiency. Such an entity is the very ambition of Dr. Rice. Once, Wolverine killed his father. Thus, he seeks to create a being that can match or even surpass Wolverine. Regrettably, the once mighty Wolverine has long since lost his edge, now merely a driver earning a modest wage while caring for a bald man succumbing to dementia. Indeed, as former luminaries, both Professor X and Wolverine were once the focal points of public interest. However, through daily and yearly observations, it has become evident that these two individuals have waned in potency, now eliciting only casual interest to ascertain their current state. Were it not for the concern regarding their latent potential in dire circumstances, some might even have considered ulterior motives against them. This apprehension surrounding the power of these two formidable mutants has dissuaded any attempts to provoke them. Having settled in Mexico, they may remain there, as mutants no longer pose a significant threat. As for Dr. Rice, he has long since abandoned any thoughts of vengeance against Wolverine, recognizing that even if he were to succeed, such an act would likely yield little satisfaction. With these thoughts in mind, Dr. Rice turned and suddenly noticed a young boy beside him, gazing curiously at the girl in the crib. "Who are you?" he inquired aloud as he pressed the alarm button. It was evident to him that the figure before him was undoubtedly a powerful mutant. He did not know the extent of their abilities, but he was certain they were beyond his capacity to confront. Chapter 68. Daddy Wolverine, who am I? Truth be told, had I not glimpsed your memories, I would remain oblivious to our shared connection. Observing Dr. Rice, Roman felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. Prior to encountering Dr. Rice, He had not recalled anything significant. However, upon seeing him, not only did he draw upon Dr. Rice's memories, but his own previously concealed recollections began to resurface. This was not their first encounter. Yet, such trivial matters likely escaped Dr. Rice's notice, for at that time, Roman was merely a weak mutant, unworthy of the Doctor's attention. Through the probing of memories, it became apparent that the current Dr. Rice had collaborated on academic endeavors with that earlier figure. The nature of their collaboration certainly revolved around mutant research, a field that even a blind Roman could perceive as disturbingly inhumane, revealing the depths to which unrestrained scientists might sink, far lower than the average person's imagination. Reflecting upon the laboratory where he once resided, a somber mood enveloped Roman. Memory, a telepath? You are a mutant? Dr. Rice's eyes widened in astonishment as he suddenly glanced down at his hands. His fingers, which had been poised over his phone, failed to press any buttons. The more alarming realization struck him. He seemed unable to control his own arms. What do you intend to do? Dr. Rice inquired, maintaining a semblance of calm despite the terror bubbling beneath the surface. What do you believe I have come to do? Roman responded, turning his back to Dr. Rice as he gently lifted the infant girl, X-23, from the crib. You desire X-23, and I can even relinquish other experimental subjects from my lab, Dr. Rice said, his urgency evident. Yet before long, his voice was abruptly silenced. Silence. As Dr. Rice's eyes glazed over, devoid of consciousness, Roman extended a finger to playfully tease X-23's small face. Perhaps sensing the kindness in this playful gesture, the infant cooed and reached out her tiny hand to grasp Roman's finger, engaging in a delightful game. Yet, Roman could sense the latent feral power concealed within the seemingly innocent child. A child of such extraordinary nature is ill-suited for guidance by ordinary humans. Should this child suddenly extend her bony claws, it could very well pose a lethal threat. As Roman pondered the implications of the bone claws, two sharp appendages emerged from the infant girl's fists. Despite their short length, they pierced through Roman's skin effortlessly in the absence of any protective measures. It is worth noting that this little girl was so diminutive, and typically, children of her age possess considerable fragility in all aspects. Having replicated Wolverine's regenerative abilities, Roman's wounds healed swiftly. Nonetheless, the child found the situation quite amusing and seemed inclined to strike Roman again. Indeed, most individuals are not truly suited to engage and play with you. It would be best for you to frolic with Wolverine instead. Observing the vibrant energy radiating from the child, Roman silently reflected that such interactions were beyond the capacity of ordinary people. If such antics were to occur too frequently, it would not be entertaining but rather a swift passage to the afterlife. X-23, let us call you Laura instead. Although your arrival is 13 years premature, it seems that Logan could use your presence now. Reflecting on Logan, who, despite appearing to have regained his peak, still bore the emptiness of a warrior over 2 centuries old, Roman felt it necessary to allow Wolverine to experience the sensation of fatherhood, an amusing notion of a daddy Wolverine. With this thought in mind, Roman surveyed the surroundings and found a suitable location for planting a Krakoan flower, intending to create a portal. He then arranged for personnel to manage the mutants within the laboratory. As for the human researchers, appropriate individuals would be designated to interrogate them, assess their situations, and subsequently make further arrangements. Once Roman delegated these tasks, he cradled little Laura and hurried off to find Logan. Roman, what brings you here? Logan inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Almost instantly, his gaze was drawn to the infant in Roman's arms. What is this? A profound and inexplicable connection washed over him, stirring an immediate fondness for the child. Perhaps sensing Logan's presence, the infant squirmed in Roman's embrace and directed her cries toward Logan. It seems she has taken a liking to you, Roman remarked as he handed the baby to Logan. As Logan caught the squirming infant, he instinctively cradled her, though his demeanor resembled that of a man holding a ticking bomb, uncertain of how to proceed. Her name is Laura. She is a test tube baby, primarily genetically sourced from you, hence I believe you are the most suitable guardian for her. Me? Logan's expression turned bewildered as he found himself unexpectedly entrusted with a child. Despite living for over 2 centuries, he had never assumed the role of a father, and the sudden responsibility left him in a state of shock. In fact, one could argue that this child might indeed be his progeny. Adding to his confusion, "Wait a moment," Roman said, observing Logan's stiff grip on the child. "What?" Logan responded, as if he had just discovered a glimmer of hope. "Take this. Remember to feed her. You'll have to gauge the temperature yourself. But she possesses regenerative factors akin to yours, so a minor excess should pose no threat." Roman produced a can of formula and a bottle from seemingly nowhere, leaving Logan looking somewhat flustered. Suddenly, as if sensing her new guardian's anxiety, little Laura excitedly thrust her claws into Logan's chest, opening her mouth as if to bite. "No, not like that." Logan quickly shoved the prepped bottle into her mouth. Recognizing the familiar sustenance, Laura began to suckle contentedly. "As you can see, the situation clearly indicates that you are the most appropriate caretaker for this child," Roman remarked, observing the healing wound on Logan's chest. Logan remained silent, watching as Laura's claws gradually retracted, lost in thought. "Well then, this is it. I entrust little Laura to you," Roman stated before vanishing from sight. Moments later, Logan gently lifted Laura, speaking softly. "So, your name is Laura?" Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of light returned to his previously vacant eyes. This battle-hardened warrior now exuded a newfound tenderness. Chapter 69. The malevolent scientist having resolved the matter concerning Laura, there remained numerous other mutant infants, ranging from a month to 2 years old. This group of mutant children naturally required specialized caretakers. They could not be treated with negligence. According to Roman's assessments, while none of these children possessed Omega-level capabilities or potential, there was no shortage of solid Tier 3 mutants among them, including one with telekinetic abilities, a versatile power that Roman particularly admired. The upper limit for enhancing other mutants generally hovers around Tier 4. Even if he were to ascend to Omega status, it might still not suffice to elevate other mutants to that echelon. This boundary, it seems, is not easily surpassed. Nonetheless, Tier 4 mutants form a crucial backbone, representing decent combat prowess. However, in an increasingly chaotic future, while Tier 4 mutants remain formidable, they may not hold up well in high-stakes situations. Even Professor X, without his cerebral amplifiers, can only exert limited influence. Yet, an exceptional telepath will always find their worth, regardless of the era. Furthermore, the professor is also a competent scientist. Thinking of scientists brought Roman to reflect on a personal vendetta that remained unresolved. "Skynet, gather all information pertaining to the laboratory where I was previously held." With that thought, he entrusted Skynet with the task of information retrieval. Although the laboratory's data was highly classified, and none of the documents had ever been connected to the internet, Skynet could still obtain sufficient information through alternative means. In a world steeped in exceptional powers, even physical barriers cannot achieve absolute perfection. Within 10 minutes, Roman received a report from Skynet. Dr. Hitter, whose name bore a striking resemblance to that of a certain failed art student turned tyrant, was a specialist in the field of mutant evolution serums. Clearly, this Dr. Hitter was not someone Roman recognized. Yet, one of the defining traits of the Marvel Universe is the unknown multitude of dangerously deranged scientists lurking in its shadows. It appeared that Dr. Hitter had received funding from Hydra to research serums for enhancing mutant abilities. Such endeavors might hold little value for Dr. Hitter himself, but were of immense significance to the vast Hydra organization. The ranks of Hydra are not solely comprised of humans. It is rumored that the infamous Black King of the Hellfire Club had some connection with Hydra. Moreover, the device Magneto once devised to transform humans into mutants was not without merit. After undergoing refinements by Hydra scientists, that machine could still serve a purpose, enabling Hydra to amass a sufficient number of mutant soldiers. However, the X gene of mutants is well understood. The awakening of their powers is largely left to fate, and most mutants remain at a level of mediocrity, rendering them unsuitable for combat roles. Thus, a new objective emerged. Creating a serum to enhance mutant abilities would undoubtedly be a monumental task. Dr. Hitter alone was responsible for 3 laboratories, each experimenting with different serums and various age groups of mutants among other variables. The laboratory Roman had escaped from was merely one of them. After Roman and the others successfully fled, Dr. Hitter abandoned that facility and relocated to another, recognizing that a laboratory devoid of test subjects held no purpose. According to Skynet's findings, Dr. Hitter appeared to place considerable importance on the escaped mutants. Following the initial failure of a pursuit team, he organized multiple subsequent attempts. However, by the time of the second chase, Roman and his group had already vacated the Nevada mountains and settled on a previous island, ultimately establishing themselves in Krakoa. Additionally, Various reports indicated that Dr. Hitter was not a benevolent figure. He was willing to resort to vivisection on 3-year-old mutants, demonstrating a complete lack of ethical boundaries. Indeed, scientists are often the root of all evil in this world. Upon reviewing the intelligence, Roman could not help but feel a sense of disillusionment. This sentiment is not without merit. A closer examination of the world's history reveals that whether they are benevolent or malevolent, scientists frequently serve as the source of numerous crises. Consider Reed from the Fantastic Four, Tony Stark, and even Doctor Strange, who, despite wielding the title of Doctor, has instigated more than one apocalyptic event. Even righteous superheroes exhibit such tendencies, making the actions of villainous scientists all the more expected. Provide me with the coordinates, Roman instructed Skynet after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing Luomen's words, the Skynet immediately provided a coordinate along with a video depicting the surrounding factual environment. Such detailed information enabled Luomen's telepathic abilities to transcend great distances, allowing him to reach a location not far from the laboratory where Dr. Hit resides. Upon arriving, Luomen made no delay and proceeded directly towards his target, the position of Dr. Hit. Within the cold, silvery tones of the laboratory, Dr. Hit lay upon the experimental table, his heartbeat having ceased, leaving him in a state of frantic despair. Time had elapsed, and he had initially believed that the prior experiment No. 9 would succeed, leading to the success of his subsequent experiments. However, it now appeared that the circumstances surrounding experiment number 9 were anything but normal. Logically speaking, even the most minuscule probabilities could yield successful cases, thereby allowing for the refinement of experimental procedures and a true march towards success. Yet, why had the Hulk not been successfully replicated? The answer lay in the experiment's subjects lacking sufficient Turning his head, Dr. Hit was taken aback to see Luomen's face, realizing that his current predicament seemed somewhat amiss. Chapter 70. Severing the past. Dr. Hit's surprise at Luomen's appearance was tempered by a sense of inevitability. He had not anticipated Luomen's arrival at such an early hour, especially since his laboratory was constructed of matte materials, theoretically making Luomen's presence here improbable. Nonetheless, now that Luomen had arrived, Dr. Hit understood that his intentions were unlikely to be benevolent. After all, he himself had not engaged in any virtuous acts. On the contrary, his misdeeds were numerous. There would be no talk of modern-day sins or merits echoing through the ages. Wrongdoings were simply wrong. "Are you here to kill me?" Dr. Hit inquired, his face maintaining an unsettling calmness, one that did not feel feigned, at least in Luomen's perception. This Dr. Hit was far more self-aware than that fellow Dr. Rice, possessing ample psychological preparedness for such a situation. "Yes." "Well, can you grant me a swift end?" "Certainly." Upon uttering these words, the middle-aged man before him experienced a complete loss of luster in his eyes, his body gradually tilting backward. Witnessing Dr. Hit's demise was not without consequence. Apart from the fruits of Dr. Hit's own research, Luomen's pent-up negative emotions prior to his awakening were also effectively released. Luomen felt little emotional turmoil regarding Dr. Hit's death. It primarily represented a definitive severance from his past, a somewhat mystical notion of cutting away the burdens of the past. He directly decomposed the Dr.'s body to the smallest degree he could manage. In the Marvel Universe, even the deceased are not guaranteed safety in this exceedingly unpredictable realm. Luomen had no desire to leave any lingering threats. Had Strange already ventured to the Himalayas? It seemed that the Ancient One was nearing her end. At this moment, the information transmitted by Skynet prompted a contemplative expression from Luomen. He had instructed Skynet to keep a close watch on several individuals, ensuring that any pivotal developments would be relayed to him. Regarding Dr. Strange, although he was indeed a master of chaos, his magical prowess was undeniable. In merely a year, he had ascended to the status of Sorcerer Supreme. While the Time Stone had certainly played a role, his personal capabilities were equally impressive. However, this matter remained a mere footnote for the time being. After reviewing the information conveyed by Skynet, Luomen prepared to address the personnel within the laboratory. Unlike previous encounters, the individuals in this laboratory, even the staff, were mutants. Yet, a significant portion of these mutants had been brainwashed by Hydra, with only a handful genuinely loyal to the organization, complicating matters considerably. After assessing the situation, Luomen summoned assistance. Although his telepathic abilities were formidable, largely augmented by the Mind Scepter, he recognized that for intricate operations, he could not rival the expertise of Professor X, who had devoted decades to this field. Thus, he first used his telepathy to control everyone within the base, ensuring no one could escape. Before proceeding to summon reinforcements, he called upon a task force from Krakoa and, in the process, invited Professor X to join him. "What is happening?" Charles inquired, a hint of confusion on his face as Luomin led him to the laboratory. "You'll find out shortly." Upon arrival, Charles observed the many mutants restrained by the task force. Initially, he felt a sense of joy at seeing so many of his kind. However, upon closer inspection, he sensed something was amiss. As he had aged, Charles had become reluctant to probe into others' minds, yet as a telepath, he could still discern significant issues with many of these individuals' mental states. Brainwashing? Charles's expression darkened. A mere cursory examination had revealed the extent of their predicament. "This is why I brought you here, to resolve the brainwashing. I trust you excel in this area, Professor." Luomin addressed the mutants while looking at Charles. Nodding in agreement, Charles acknowledged, "Leave it to me." He then glanced at a small group of individuals gathered nearby and asked, "What about those people?" Examining the group Charles indicated, Luomin responded nonchalantly, "They're all die-hard Hydra loyalists. There's no saving them. Let Krakoa handle them." Professor X surveyed the group, which included at least a dozen mutants, several of whom were even classified as level 3 mutants. This felt like a waste, but recognizing that this was Luomin's decision, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Hydra, after all, was a rather convenient target. As he stroked his chin, Luomin contemplated the situation. Hydra, with its vast and varied personnel, was a veritable melting pot of individuals. Yet, it was not devoid of extraordinary talents, and Krakoa required the consumption of such exceptional beings to evolve. For Krakoa, Hydra represented an excellent source of sustenance. S.H.I.L.D. was another option, but given its current transformation into SHIELD, the distinction between the two was negligible. Luomin left a few personnel behind to oversee the brainwashed task force members, ensuring that no complications arose during Charles's efforts to restore their minds. Besides his telepathy, Charles was merely a frail elder. The remaining members of the task force were assigned to escort the restless Hydra loyalists. They approached the unfathomable abyss of Krakoa, the very site where Krakoa would feast. "It's time to eat." Krakoa, as Luomin was within Krakoa, his voice resonated throughout, and Krakoa could sense his presence, responding with excitement and joy. With Lisa providing energy to ease some of the burden, Krakoa would have otherwise been displeased. The presence of these dozen or so mutants, including several level 3 mutants, signified a splendid banquet for Krakoa. Explaining its elated demeanor, Chapter 71. Hydra's reaction to the abyss was merely a superficial projection. If Krakoa desired, it could manifest as a black hole or a gaping maw. Ultimately, aside from Krakoa's essence and its adherents, all other entities created by Krakoa were projections born from its own power. The Hydra mutants, cast into the unfathomable abyss, were effectively consumed by Krakoa. Delicious. The thoughts transmitted through telepathy from Krakoa conveyed this sentiment. Ordinarily, Krakoa expressed dissatisfaction, yet during feeding times, particularly when Lisa was involved, its evaluations soared. After completing these actions, Luomin did not halt his endeavors. From Dr. Hit's mind, he extracted further valuable information, such as the locations of other laboratories, the whereabouts of Hydra's bases, and Dr. Hit's own research findings. There was no need for elaboration. Luomin would leave the subsequent handling of this information to Charles. While he possessed a basic understanding of these matters, the intricacies were best left to the specialists. "You will accompany me as we directly address Hydra's bases." Observing the task force members as they ushered the individuals into the abyss, Luomin addressed them directly. If the sole purpose was to escort individuals for Krakoa's sustenance, such a large contingent was unnecessary. They would be needed for the ensuing operations against Hydra's strongholds. This group of task force members had been raised in this era, with a minority having grown up in laboratories, while the majority enjoyed a relatively normal childhood. Regarding Captain America and Hydra, I possess a certain understanding of the matter. They seemed somewhat astonished that Hydra had not been entirely eradicated and continues to thrive in this world, leaving many feeling quite fantastical. However, upon reflection, it makes sense that Captain America, who was once active during World War II, is now prevalent in this era. Thus, the persistence of Captain America's adversary, Hydra, does not seem entirely unreasonable. Yet, any issues they encounter are merely matters for contemplation. Henceforth, they should simply heed Roman's directives. The primary objective of this operation is to gather provisions for Krakoa and to rescue mutant compatriots. Although Roman has gleaned information from Dr. Zola regarding the leader of this particular Hydra faction, the connection of this individual to the Avengers is notably strong, leading Roman to refrain from confronting him for the time being. However, trimming some of his wings and collecting food for Krakoa remains plausible. "What do you say?" Pierce inquired, casting a steely glance at the subordinate who had delivered the information. "Very well, you may leave for now." After a moment's pause, and once his emotions had settled, Pierce instructed the subordinate to exit. Once alone in his office, Pierce furrowed his brow. It appeared that Nick Fury had uncovered something within Hild, although he did not suspect Pierce directly, it still caused him some distress. As the global situation continued to evolve, Pierce had invested heavily in numerous laboratories researching extraordinary powers. Mutants, once a formidable and renowned race with unparalleled abilities, had entered his purview, leading him to invest in several related laboratories. From the reports he received, it seemed multiple laboratories under his command had been destroyed. Was it the old rascal Magneto, or perhaps other mutants? These mutants truly proved to be a formidable challenge. Pierce murmured to himself, feeling a sense of vexation. Despite the decline in mutant circumstances due to the proliferation of genetically modified foods, their latent potential remained astonishing. After some contemplation, Pierce decided to reach out, particularly to the twin siblings who had taken over Baron Zemo's faction. During the battle instigated by Ultron, the twins had displayed powers remarkable enough to warrant attention, sufficient for other Hydra leaders to acquiesce to their takeover of Zemo's influence. Although their performance during the Sokovia Accords was lacking against the Avengers' onslaught, their immense potential was still notable in that conflict. Ultron had amassed considerable hatred and faced severe rejection from the Sokovians, which rendered the Avengers' efforts in Sokovia particularly challenging, allowing the two siblings to escape unscathed. However, Ultron had not inflicted substantial damage upon Sokovia. Rather, it was the Avengers who had caused significant destruction. Fortunately, the loss of life was relatively minimal, and Stark Industries was willing to shoulder the costs for Sokovia's reconstruction, preventing the situation from escalating further. Nonetheless, regardless of circumstances, Sokovia remained unfriendly toward the Avengers. "Pierce, what do you require of us?" A woman's cold voice emanated from the encrypted phone. "Wanda, I hope you and your brother can assist me with the task." Although Quicksilver was the elder brother, perhaps due to some innate tendency to be overshadowed by his sister, or perhaps owing to Scarlet Witch's more formidable powers, Wanda was the one who spoke on their behalf. Of course, there was a price attached, $100 million. How does that sound? "What task?" "It pertains to mutants. I will send you the specific intelligence." Upon hearing the term mutants, Wanda's expression subtly shifted, and she promptly terminated the call. Speaking of mutants, Wanda was aware that both she and Pietro possessed the X gene. However, due to the global prevalence of genetically modified food, even Sokovia was somewhat affected. For them, the absence of awakened mutant abilities was not particularly significant. After activating their powers through the Mind Stone, genetically modified food became inconsequential, as they were no longer merely mutants. Nevertheless, Wanda retained a curiosity about the mutant race, having once regarded them as mere fictional characters until discovering her own identity as one. Chapter 72. An unexpected reunion. After some thought, Wanda retrieved a tablet from the side of her desk and began reviewing the information sent by Pierce. The details did not explicitly clarify why Pierce was willing to expend such a vast sum to enlist their aid, but upon encountering the name Magneto, Wanda felt a sense of inevitability. Were it not for such a formidable presence, Pierce would surely have been able to handle the situation himself without incurring such a hefty cost to engage her and her brother. In the current era, mutants were not particularly favored, yet a top-tier mutant like Magneto could still find a place within it. In fact, aside from the Hulk and Thor, none of the Avengers could pose a significant threat to Magneto. Even Iron Man would be rendered powerless against Magneto's might, quickly becoming a mere oversized action figure without any means of retaliation. Pierce had provided numerous battle videos of Magneto, showcasing his overwhelming dominance over super soldiers and other extraordinary beings under Pierce's command. Yet, Wanda couldn't shake the peculiar sensation that accompanied her observations. Watching the elderly man adorned with a metallic helmet, her instincts stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Unsure of the source of this sentiment, she momentarily set it aside. Judging solely from the footage, she could ascertain Magneto's formidable combat prowess. Although he remained powerful, perhaps due to external influences, he was nowhere near as formidable as when he had once manipulated the Golden Gate Bridge. To Wanda, he posed little threat. Moreover, even with just Pietro, they could easily handle Magneto. Though Magneto's abilities were immense, his physical form was unremarkable, merely an ordinary, elderly man. With Pietro's super speed, he could approach Magneto for a surprise attack before Magneto could even react. Thinking of Pietro, Wanda glanced at her brother, who was sprawled on the sofa playing video games. She felt a surge of frustration bubbling within her. Truth be told, Wanda found little enjoyment in the game, and she wondered what challenge it could possibly present to someone with Pietro's super speed. It seemed impossible for him to derive any genuine thrill from it. Sensing Wanda's lingering gaze, Pietro cautiously looked up, displaying a puzzled expression. "Prepare yourself. We are about to depart." Ultimately, Wanda said little more. Merely mentioning their task for Pierce $100 million was a substantial sum for them, and after reviewing the intelligence, she promptly decided to accept the job. After taking over this Hydra faction, she realized that managing an organization required far more resources than she had initially anticipated. Furthermore, Pierce had requested that they mobilize in advance, for which he had already provided an advance payment of $30 million. "All right, give me a moment." Upon hearing Wanda's words, Pietro swiftly turned off the game console and stood up. Without waiting for Wanda to say anything, he vanished from the sofa, reappearing before her in combat attire. "I am ready." Seeing Pietro's readiness, Wanda said nothing further and allowed her brother to carry her to the airport. The only drawback was that Pietro was not particularly diligent in training his abilities. However, it wasn't long before he resumed his erratic practice routine. Fortunately, after his recent advancements, he had developed the capacity to alter the trajectory of bullets while moving at high speed, alleviating her concerns about him potentially being struck down by gunfire. Although it seemed odd for someone with super speed like Pietro to fall victim to bullets, Wanda had harbored an unsettling premonition that he might succumb to such a fate. It was only after Pietro further honed his abilities that this ominous feeling began to dissipate. As for why they didn't simply have Pietro race her to their destination, while he could run on water after enhancing his skills, super speed demanded significant physical stamina. Traveling from Sokovia to America while maintaining such a pace was impractical for Pietro, who was not a speedster like the Flash, but rather someone with a superhuman ability that still drained his physical energy. Therefore, the two of them opted to fly directly to their destination. According to Pierce's intelligence, Magneto's next target was likely one of the laboratories under Pierce's command. Despite being aware of Magneto's intentions, none of Pierce's extraordinary operatives were deemed capable of thwarting him, which was why he was relying on the twins. Recognizing this reality, Pierce accepted his role as merely his sister's means of transportation. As they approached the laboratory, the elderly man clad in a silver-gray helmet and black cape wore an expression tinged with cold fury. No matter how many times he witnessed it, his anger remained palpable. However, he also understood that in this era, the once formidable Magneto had significantly diminished in strength due to the ravages of age and genetically modified foods. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he would not cease his endeavors to alter the plight of mutants until his life reached its inevitable conclusion. Magneto was indeed taken aback. Just as Eric was preparing to sabotage the laboratory, a clear, youthful voice resonated. It was then that Eric noticed a remarkably young boy not far from him, his face displaying a hint of astonishment, a mutant, possessing the ability of spatial manipulation. Upon seeing Roman, old Magneto felt a profound certainty arise within him. It was a mixture of surprise and delight, tempered by a measure of caution, for he could not ascertain whether the newcomer was friend or foe. Chapter 73. Show of Strength. The aged Magneto, despite the passage of years, remained unchanged in one aspect. His eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, they did not resemble those of a frail old man. Clearly, the deterioration of his physical body had not affected his mental acuity. "Who are you?" he inquired, considering the prospect of a meeting between Magneto and his old ally, Professor X, which would undoubtedly be rather intriguing. "My name is Roman, the ruler of Krakoa, the king of mutants." As he gazed at Magneto, Roman had a sudden inspiration and began to levitate slowly, his arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire world while looking at Magneto. However, Magneto felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu at Roman's posture. Telekinesis. Clearing his mind, Magneto discerned the nature of the ability Roman now exhibited. Having previously encountered the Phoenix, Magneto was aware of the immense potential of such powers. Although he was unaware of the exact location of Krakoa, it seemed feasible for Roman to aspire to become the king of mutants in this era of decline. Moreover, the youth before him appeared remarkably young. Endowed with the ability of spatial manipulation, in that instant, a vivid image of a mobile artillery piece flashed in Magneto's mind, a description that seemed quite fitting. Was the Phoenix powerful? Indeed. While Magneto was unfamiliar with the full extent of the Phoenix force, even Jean's inherent strength was of Omega-level caliber, thus illustrating the potential of telekinesis. If the Phoenix had any shortcomings, it would be its fragility. Although its mobility was commendable, it could not compare to those endowed with spatial manipulation. However, the issue of fragility was a common affliction among most mutants, unless one possessed a physical-based ability, in terms of mobility. When compared to those with spatial manipulation powers, the ability to achieve supersonic flight through telekinesis was not insurmountable. Yet, if one combined spatial manipulation with telekinesis, the issues of fragility and mobility would become moot. At that moment, a sense of regret for talent began to blossom within old Magneto. His age had taken its toll, and he could feel his power waning significantly. He knew he could not endure much longer. Perhaps it was time for him to seek a worthy successor, and the youth before him seemed to be an excellent choice. Magneto resolved to court Roman, and it must be noted that his persuasive abilities were not lacking. I did not expect to encounter you here, but how fortuitous. Join us in Krakoa. Magneto found himself momentarily stunned. Was he being recruited? His initial aim had been to enlist Roman, yet he found himself being courted in turn. However, he did not immediately reject the idea, instead beginning to weigh his options. Roman, in turn, was not in a hurry. As a former figurehead of the mutants, he naturally wished to extend some courtesy. The concept of fate indeed held a peculiar charm. Previously, he sought Magneto but only uncovered an empty shell, merely a test subject, which he could not locate. This time, while merely intent on dismantling a Hydra base, he unexpectedly encountered Magneto, which felt rather surreal. Noting Magneto's contemplative demeanor, Roman decided he ought to demonstrate his strength, to showcase his prowess. Although Krakoa had Magneto's old ally, Professor X, it would not take long for Magneto to accept this reality once he arrived in Krakoa. Nevertheless, Roman was determined to ensure that this elder would willingly join Krakoa. Suddenly, an unexpected noise drew Magneto's attention to its source. Then, before his very eyes, the roof of the laboratory was lifted by Roman. An enemy attack. Such commotion naturally alerted the guards within. In truth, even before Magneto initiated his assault on the labs, preparations for evacuation had already commenced. However, the sheer size of the laboratory made relocation a formidable task. Yet Hydra had not failed to make alternative arrangements. A small team of 3 emerged from the laboratory, quickly exchanging information upon spotting Roman and Magneto. Before charging in their direction, it seemed this group was rather well prepared. With a snap of his fingers, Roman rendered the group immobile, while also casting a glance at Magneto. Upon learning of the abilities possessed by this trio, and recalling the guards he had previously encountered in the labs, Roman surmised that Hydra had specifically tailored their strategies against Magneto. For instance, within this trio, one was a mutant with a petrified body, akin to the Thing from the Fantastic Four, or perhaps a diminutive version of him. This mutant's strength and resilience were unquestionable, wholly impervious to Magneto's magnetic control. Additionally, there was a teleporting mutant and one capable of releasing toxic gas. The targeted nature of their strategy was undeniably evident. The teleporting mutant could swiftly transport the stone mutant and the gas mutant close to Magneto. The stone mutant was immune to the gas and could shield the gas mutant, while the teleporting mutant could easily position himself in a safe location. Had it been during Magneto's prime, this group would have been courting death with such audacity. However, in his current state of decline, he might genuinely find himself cornered. Even if they could not eliminate Magneto, this arrangement would certainly suffice to restrain him for a considerable duration. Yet, they encountered Roman, whose telepathic abilities rendered them utterly incapacitated, in the absence of any particular defenses against mental control, and with their wills lacking fortitude, they were at the mercy of Roman's prowess. The brainwashed mutant soldiers, while possessing considerable mental fortitude, would find themselves kneeling not only before Roman but also before Professor X. Moreover, the mental conditioning they underwent was not without flaws. In fact, before a telepath like Roman, these flaws became glaringly apparent. Telepathy? Magneto gazed at Roman, momentarily at a loss for words. With spatial manipulation, telekinesis, and telepathy, this trio of mutant abilities left no vulnerabilities. To the formidable array he faced now, Roman rendered them as inconsequential as mere action figures. The scales of his judgment began to tip. Chapter 74. Convergence of three forces. Turning his gaze toward the laboratory, Roman closed his eyes, his vast mental energy radiating outward, directly seizing control of everyone within, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. Feeling slightly fatigued, Roman experienced a hint of weariness after continuously employing his abilities. However, after a brief respite, he summoned forth the Krakoan Flower G, activating the gateway to Krakoa. Upon witnessing the team members emerging from the portal, Roman shifted his focus away from the remaining situation. The multiple operations had rendered this team proficient in their forthcoming tasks. However, as they exited the portal and offered a salute to Roman, the keen-eyed among them could not help but notice Magneto, their shock palpable. Staring at the portal formed by flowers, Magneto appeared momentarily dazed. The concept that a single flower could create a gateway was a staggering revelation to him. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. His perception of Roman elevated slightly, recognizing that this young man was not ordinary. Contemplating Roman, Magneto pondered, what sort of place is Krakoa, and how many can it accommodate? A dimension fragment giving rise to a unique life form, currently capable of housing around 3 million individuals, with theoretically no upper limit, Roman responded after a moment of thought. In theory, as Krakoa continued to grow, there would indeed be no limit to its capacity. 3 million was merely an estimate. Not long ago, Krakoa could only accommodate just over 1 million, but recent nurturing had significantly enhanced its growth. Yet, Magneto found himself somewhat bewildered. He felt as though he could not fully comprehend Roman's words. Each word made sense individually, but when combined, they felt almost fantastical. If you trust me, you may enter and see for yourself. You can exit at any time. Noticing Magneto's expression, Roman understood that without first-hand experience, Magneto would struggle to form a clear concept. After a moment of silence, Magneto resolved to proceed. In his current state of diminished power, it is evident that he pales in comparison to Roman. Thus, why not temporarily place one's trust in Roman? An unexpected visitor suddenly appeared. A member of the action team collapsed onto the ground, prompting Roman to squint in response. Thud, thud, thud. In a brief moment, all members of the action team lay incapacitated on the floor. However, Roman could discern that this group had merely been rendered unconscious, not gravely injured. Otherwise, he would have ensured that they experienced what true pleasure entailed. Through the heightened perception granted by the psychic link to the transparent realm, he could faintly capture the silhouette of a figure moving at remarkable speed. After a moment of contemplation, he harnessed the power of the mirror dimension to replicate the time-zero spell of the Dragon Clan Roman. The ability to replicate the powers of other Romans through the mirror dimension had always existed. While such an endeavor consumed the energy of the mirror dimension, these abilities were not perfect replicas. They predominantly adapted to the current world's context. Nevertheless, the Marvel universe in which he resided had a high upper limit and exceptional inclusivity, ensuring that the replication of Time Zero's power bore little to no diminishment. Upon entering the state of Time Zero, Roman beheld a silver-haired man sprinting towards him at an astonishing velocity. Quicksilver. Roman found this man to be somewhat familiar. The speedster, who theoretically should have perished by bullet, embodied a tragic yet comical character. To be frank, the notion of the speedster dying from a bullet was absurd. Even the Quicksilver from the X-Men lore possessed the ability to alter the trajectory of bullets, making the Marvel version's lack of such a skill truly astonishing. However, due to the butterfly effect instigated by Roman, Sokovia had not met its celestial fate. Quicksilver had survived, and Wanda had not joined the Avengers. The alterations brought about by his crossing had begun to ripple through this world. Observing the situation, it appeared that this Quicksilver's abilities transcended the typical portrayal in the Avengers films, exhibiting traits reminiscent of the mutant Quicksilver, suggesting he was a composite of various influences. A.S. Roman felt the silver-haired speedster approaching from behind. Poised to deliver a knife-hand strike to incapacitate him, Roman found himself pondering the youthfulness of this fellow. While Roman possessed a regenerative ability akin to Wolverine, he habitually enveloped his surface in a telekinetic shield whenever venturing outside. Thus, when Quicksilver attempted his strike, given that his physical prowess only slightly exceeded that of an ordinary human, Roman knew the hand would be rendered utterly useless. considering that the opponent posed no threat and was likely associated with Magneto. Roman decided to extend a courtesy to him. Quicksilver then witnessed a scene most chilling. As he prepared to incapacitate the youth with his lightning speed, the boy abruptly turned, seizing his wrist, a super speedster. In a blink, as the crowd collapsed, Roman's hand firmly grasped that of a young man, leaving even Magneto at a loss for words. Originally an exceedingly rare and powerful young mutant, he had now encountered several in one day, leading him to ponder what he had experienced over the years. The Brotherhood had dwindled to a mere handful, with no promising young talents remaining. Yet now, not only Roman but also this unexpectedly appearing silver-haired youth sparked a flicker of hope within him. Release him. At that moment, a tall and stunning woman clad in a red trench coat fixed her gaze upon Roman, her voice filled with fury as crimson energy surged towards him, only to be thwarted by an unseen force. Quite assertive, Wanda's chaos magic was undoubtedly formidable. However, at present, her development of such magic was limited, primarily confined to telekinesis and mind manipulation. Unfortunately for her, in this encounter, Roman's capabilities surpassed her own in every regard. $100 million, old Magneto, your price is rather steep. Having gathered information from Quicksilver's mind, Roman cast a playful glance at the elder Magneto. Thus arose the question, in their pursuit of monetary gain, did the siblings intend to capture Magneto for Pierce, thereby embodying a twisted sense of paternal irony? Regardless, in the cinematic timeline known to Roman, these three individuals, who had never met before, were now converging in this alternate reality, a curious twist of fate. Chapter 75. Mastery, I said, let him go. As Wanda's voice grew increasingly ominous, Roman felt a twinge of pressure. It was only fitting. She was indeed a formidable woman. Yet, standing before her, Roman wielded a power that could rival her own. With the backing of the mirror dimension, Roman was destined to claim dominion over countless worlds. His influence would only expand. Moreover, even if this woman were to act irrationally, she could not entirely disregard the fundamental laws of power. Progress necessitated time and a substantial catalyst. As long as Roman refrained from killing Pietro, everything remained under his control. If you continue to prattle, I cannot guarantee his survival. He released his grip, yet Pietro remained suspended in midair, his expression betraying discomfort. Wanda could clearly sense Pietro ensnared by a potent telekinetic force, and despite her simmering rage, it was subdued in this moment. What must you do to release Pietro? Do not rush. Noticing Wanda's slight calm, Roman eased his hold on Pietro, knowing that with his mental dominance firmly established, the likelihood of this individual fleeing was negligible. Should he apply too much pressure, Wanda's potential outburst could become problematic. Wanda, power level, 3.2-3.4 probability manipulation, LV4, chaos magic. Pietro, power level, 3.0 super speed, LV4. Upon assessing their strengths, Roman couldn't help but marvel at Wanda's exceptional talent, merely induced by her anger. Her power had surged significantly, comparable to the Hulk's might, and it would be permanent. However, Roman mused that such explosive capabilities would inevitably wane after reaching a certain threshold, and there would likely be a cost, perhaps the tragic fate of the entire multiverse. As embodied by Wanda, was one such price. From Wanda's situation, it appeared that her probability manipulation ability likely stemmed from her X gene, suggesting that this version of Wanda and Pietro were indeed the offspring of Magneto. Classifying them as mutants themselves, as he observed, Roman noted several similarities between Pietro's features and those of Magneto, primarily due to the latter's advanced age and the noticeable differences from his youth. Yet despite this, Magneto felt an inexplicable sense of kinship towards Quicksilver and Wanda, particularly when gazing at Pietro, as if he glimpsed his own youthful reflection. Furthermore, in Wanda, he discerned many traces reminiscent of a woman who had left an indelible mark on his memories, one named Natalia. A figure shrouded in mystery. Yet now, in his twilight years, he often felt the pangs of solitude, and thus, faced with this scenario, his heart swelled with newfound hope. Nonetheless, Magneto refrained from speaking. After all, the bond between him and Roman was not particularly profound, and he had no grounds to plead. Moreover, he questioned whether this was merely a figment of his imagination, prompting him to maintain his silence. Ultimately, the most crucial aspect was that Roman exhibited no hostility towards the pair. "What do you intend to do?" Wanda glared fiercely at Roman, her expression fierce, though her stunning beauty diminished the intimidation factor. "Isn't it you who seek something?" Upon hearing Roman's words, Wanda fell silent. "Bring Pietro out, and we shall depart immediately." Fixating on Roman's eyes, Wanda's expression turned serious. Roman sensed a hint of naivety in her stance, with her key figure captured and no substantial leverage at her disposal. Her demand seemed futile. Roman remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes. Present were only Roman, the Maximoff siblings, and Magneto. "State your demands and release Pietro." At this moment, Wanda's face darkened, yet she appeared resolute to pay any price necessary. Initially believing she would merely confront the aging Magneto, she had not anticipated the emergence of this enigmatic youth, whose destructive potential was astonishing, even managing to seize her brother mid-velocity. AS Pietro was her twin brother and one of her few remaining family members. Wanda was determined to save him at all costs. Purely relying on brute force would not suffice. Thus, she had no choice but to concede. Though reluctant, she recognized the futility of resistance. Go be candid. Roman had not anticipated any specific demands. He was no eccentric protagonist, and such odd requests were far from his character. Noticing Magneto's gaze directed towards him, Roman began to formulate a plan. Acknowledging Roman's focus, Wanda appeared puzzled, while even Magneto himself struggled to comprehend the situation. Although the three individuals remained unaware of their blood ties, Roman was fully cognizant of the connections, thus creating ample opportunity for manipulation. Facilitating their recognition of one another might prove to be a prudent choice. Moreover, there was also a Lorna to consider. In addition to this, Roman aspired to draw the two siblings into Krakoa, a task that presented its own set of challenges. The two siblings, having taken control of a branch of Hydra, wielded considerable influence. This time, only two of them had come together, primarily due to the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. Ordinary warriors would be utterly ineffective, leading to significant losses. After pondering for a moment, Roman realized that being too overt could be somewhat ostentatious. Consequently, he contemplated a different strategy. "I require a cohort of extraordinary humans. Regardless of whether they are mutants, enhanced individuals, or aberrations, I am indifferent to whether they are superheroes, supervillains, affiliated with Hydra, or agents of SHIELD. I simply need 100 of them. By the way, those within the experimental facility do not count." Upon hearing Roman's declaration, Wanda's gaze shifted slightly. However, after reflecting on it, she deemed her brother's well-being to be of utmost importance, and without hesitation replied, "All right." Chapter 76. A reunion of old friends. Wanda turned on her heel to leave. But before departing, she issued a stern warning. Acknowledging that without providing what Roman sought, she would be unable to take her brother with her, Wanda proceeded resolutely to achieve her objective. Yet, as she departed, noticing her brother's unremarkable physique and vacant expression, a thought crystallized in her mind. She must acquire something akin to Magneto's helmet to present to her brother. Otherwise, this brother, who could barely outlast her by a few seconds, would surely falter against foes wielding mind control abilities. While Wanda could indeed create a form of mental protection for herself, her prowess in mind control paled in comparison to her telekinetic abilities, rendering her incapable of crafting such intricate defenses. Given that this predicament stemmed from Pierce, she resolved to confront him directly. Having firmly established her goal, Wanda's subsequent actions were decidedly decisive. She had fortuitously arrived at this juncture in a rugged vehicle. Otherwise, relying solely on her own 2 feet without Quicksilver's super speed would have proved to be quite cumbersome. Considering Roman's numerical demands, Wanda summoned her subordinates to commence preparations for the mission. Although there existed some collaboration among the various Hydra factions, vital information such as that concerning bases was not universally shared. Nevertheless, this posed no significant hindrance, as each faction engaged in espionage, and Pierce's influence was substantial, making it relatively easy for Wanda to locate him. "What do you need so many for?" After Wanda's departure, Magneto turned to Roman with a questioning gaze. If it were merely mutants that Roman sought, Magneto would not find it particularly troublesome. However, the fact that Roman desired more than just mutants raised some suspicions. They are indeed useful. Seeing Roman's response, Magneto refrained from further inquiries and shifted his attention to Quicksilver. "Pietro." Ultimately, Magneto could not suppress his curiosity. "Could we release him for the time being?" "Let's discuss that once we enter Krakoa," Roman replied. He contacted another operational team in good standing to take over the previous team's mission. Once they concluded their tasks at the experimental facility, the primary objective would be to await the arrival of the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, for a handover. After completing these arrangements, Roman led Magneto into Krakoa. Is this truly Krakoa? Upon entering, Magneto's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he could only see a limited area, the surreal beauty of the surroundings nearly made him forget about Quicksilver's predicament. Where is this place? It was not until Pietro spoke that Magneto redirected his gaze back to him. Upon recollecting the situation, Pietro's first instinct was to flee. However, he quickly realized that those who dared to release their hold over him undoubtedly possessed means to manage him. Having initially believed that his super speed would guarantee his success in any endeavor, Pietro never anticipated a day when he would become someone else's captive, awaiting rescue from his sister. For a moment, Pietro's spirits waned. Roman, perceptive of the emotional shifts in Pietro trailing behind him, remained unconcerned. While Pietro's abilities were formidable, they were not without limitations. He excelled at overwhelming lesser opponents but struggled against formidable adversaries. Ultimately, Quicksilver was not the Flash. Although both were speedsters, the Flash possessed Speed Force, conferring a much higher potential. Conversely, Quicksilver was limited to mere speed, with a cap on his abilities. Nevertheless, Roman noticed Magneto's subtle actions. In his perceptive awareness, Magneto was quietly manipulating metal, clandestinely snipping a lock of hair from Quicksilver and pocketing it. Clearly, this old coot intended to employ scientific means to ascertain whether Pietro shared a bloodline with him. Roman surmised that perhaps, without his intervention, old Magneto would also determine the relationship he had with his twin. Professor, over here. Leading the two to a plaza, Roman spotted a bald elder and waved his hand. As Roman called out, the attention of both Magneto and Quicksilver was drawn to him. Charles? Upon seeing the bald elder, Magneto's expression faltered momentarily. Previously, he had sought his good friend but had been unable to locate him due to various reasons. He had assumed that even if Charles were alive, he would be in poor condition. However, Charles appeared youthful, perhaps 20 or 30 years younger, and stood unaided without a wheelchair, which was utterly unexpected and somewhat illogical. Eric? Due to the protection offered by Magneto's metallic helmet, Charles initially failed to recognize him until they drew closer, at which point he too displayed a look of astonishment. Charles had long wished to find his old friend but had struggled to obtain definitive information regarding him, let alone locate him. Now, seeing Magneto accompanying Roman to this place was indeed surprising. Professor, Eric is in your capable hands. With that, Roman excused himself, trusting that Eric would not cause any trouble with Charles around. And knowing that Pietro was powerless within Krakoa, Roman felt reassured handing them over to the professor. He had his own matters to attend to. Eric, and this is Pietro. Pietro, my dear fellow, please join us. Charles exuded a calm demeanor, his aura radiating a sense of peace, which even affected Pietro, easing his agitation somewhat. As for Eric, there was nothing more to say. He would simply heed his friend's words. Despite their ideological differences, their friendship remained steadfast, a fact that was indisputable. The two newcomers to Krakoa, under Charles's guidance, began to explore the island's wonders while simultaneously getting acquainted with their surroundings. Chapter 77. The effects of Pill-L. How have you been all these years? Charles inquired. I am well. And you? Pietro observed the dialogue between the two older gentlemen, inexplicably filled with an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Thus, as he trailed behind them, he started to survey his surroundings. Stripped of his superpowers, he found himself incapable of a direct escape, yet he was not one to resign himself to inaction. He resolved to observe this island known as Krakoa, with the intent of finding the best opportunity to flee. Is he your son? Suddenly, Pietro heard the legendary figure, Professor X, mention him. Yet upon hearing the words, Pietro furrowed his brow. I have my own parents. Although they had perished beneath a star-created missile, he was acutely aware of their existence and identities. I'm sorry. Charles, unfazed by Pietro's retort, offered an apology. Nevertheless, as he assessed Pietro, he noted a resemblance to his dear friend, and sensed that the silence of his old companion might be somewhat unusual in light of Charles's apology. Pietro chose to remain silent, his thoughts consumed by hatred towards Stark. Eric glanced at Pietro but opted not to speak. Can you tell me about this Krakoa? Inquiring about Pietro's background, Eric had no intention of probing further without solid evidence. Thus he turned to Charles for information on Krakoa. Every newcomer to Krakoa harbored a modicum of curiosity about the island, and the fact that this territory exclusively belonged to mutants was particularly significant to Eric. Hence, he was eager to learn more about this place and Roman, that young man, if possible, he would not be averse to recognizing Roman as the king of mutants. Krakoa? The tale is rather intricate. Allow me to elaborate at length. Charles glanced at his old friend, who wore a smile, yet upon seeing Eric's aged visage, he pondered briefly before addressing Eric. Before we proceed, why don't you take this pill? As Charles retrieved a bottle of medication and extracted a tablet, Eric momentarily faltered, but without further hesitation, he swallowed it. Observing from behind, Pietro was at a loss for words, yet the sight of the pill instilled a fear that Professor X might insist he take one as well. However, Charles remained oblivious to Pietro's thoughts as he received the pill Eric offered and inquired, "How do you feel?" Upon hearing Charles's question, Eric closed his eyes to savor the sensation. He was aware that his old friend would not engage in frivolous endeavors. Thus this pill must possess a unique efficacy. What is this? Feeling an indescribable vitality coursing through his body, as if he had regained several years of youth, Eric couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Pietro, standing nearby, was perplexed, unable to discern what riddle the two were playing at. Yet, upon closer inspection of Eric, he couldn't shake the feeling that Magneto appeared somewhat rejuvenated. The wrinkles on his face seemed diminished, and his posture appeared slightly more upright. Noticing the astonished expression on his old friend's face, Charles beamed with delight. Witnessing Eric's transformation, he naturally wished for his friend to experience a semblance of youth akin to his own. However, the elixir that could restore 20 years of youth was exclusive to Roman. Yet, he still possessed the newly developed Pill L, which also had life-extending properties, while it could only add 5 years to one's lifespan. This enhancement was significant. For a young person, 5 additional years might feel negligible, but for the venerable Magneto, the difference would be markedly apparent. The most noticeable change was the newfound sharpness in Magneto, who had previously been shrouded in an air of despondency. An individual's mental state is often closely intertwined with their physical condition. It is entirely natural for one to be bold in youth and conservative in old age. Although the difference of merely 5 years may vary in impact depending on the individual, Magneto belonged to the type that grew stronger with age. Thus, the mere addition of 5 years would yield substantial changes. This is a life-extending medication, Charles revealed to Eric, disclosing the effects of Pill L without reservation. Upon hearing Charles's words, Eric's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. As for Pietro, a youthful individual, he understood the preciousness of life but could not grasp the true value of such a substance. However, seasoned as he was, Eric recognized its significance immediately. In this world, whether among esteemed lords or affluent merchants, all ultimately succumb to the inevitability of death. The instinct to survive is inherent in all living beings. Those in positions of power often yearn for immortality. Eric knew of executives and wealthy individuals who, at the end of their lives, would go to great lengths to become vampires, which was one reason vampires thrived in this world. He was aware that much of the slander directed at mutants stemmed from the stigma associated with their hidden existence. The poor reputation of mutants was tied to numerous issues. If mutants were to acquire such a drug, even a mere 5 additional years could provide a glimmer of hope for those on the brink of death. For those unwilling to become vampires yet desiring to live on, the value of this medication was immense. With sufficient strength, this drug could serve as a stepping stone to alter the current plight of mutants. Suddenly, a flurry of thoughts surged in Eric's mind, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Charles, this could change the fate of mutants. Indeed, Charles nodded, affirming the truth of Eric's statement. In contrast, the young Pietro remained utterly baffled, struggling to comprehend how this medication could alter the destiny of mutants. What is the current state of mutants that could possibly change their fate? Leave this matter to me. Eric fixed his gaze on Charles, imbued with an unwavering determination. I lack the authority to make that decision, Charles replied, a hint of regret gracing his features. Then what if I join Krakoa? Eric contemplated, swiftly coming to a realization. Charles initially hesitated to respond but paused and eventually said, that is acceptable. Eric also sensed that the young man might be observing their exchange, yet he dismissed the triviality of the matter. For the opportunity to effectuate a change in the fate of mutants was of paramount importance. Chapter 78. The Plan of Black Egg. What are you doing, Wanda Maximoff? Upon receiving a message on her phone, Wanda calmly shut it and powered it down. The caller was none other than the former director of Pierce. Cursed be! He slammed his hand forcefully on the table, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and pain. He had provided Wanda and her brother with $30 million as a down payment, yet they had failed to eliminate the aging Magneto and had even begun to dismantle several of his bases. His once capable super soldiers had significantly dwindled, leaving him utterly exasperated. Why the anger, Pierce? At that moment, a figure resembling a black egg that seemed to reflect light entered the office. It was Nick Fury. Colloquially known as Black Egg, when Fury stepped in, Pierce suddenly conceived a cunning plan. Some minor troubles, Pierce responded, wearing a facade of indiscernible worry, so skillfully executed that even the astute Fury failed to notice any discrepancies. Do you need my assistance in resolving it? It's not a significant issue. Hearing Fury's voice, Pierce felt a surge of pride, yet he continued his charade. Leave it to me. Very well, then I appreciate your help. I will send the intel to your email. Agreed. Pierce regarded Nick Fury, suddenly realizing he had yet to inquire about Fury's purpose for visiting, and thus asked, Is there something else you wish to discuss? Fury nodded solemnly. I suspect something amiss within S.I.E.L.D. It seems we have a Hydra infiltrator among us. You mean the Hydra that Captain America obliterated during World War II? Pierce's expression turned peculiar as he regarded Fury, uncertain of how to respond. You discovered Hydra's presence and chose to inform me, its leader. How should I interpret this? Fury noted the change in Pierce's demeanor, recognizing that Pierce was taken aback. In truth, Fury himself struggled to believe such a terrifying reality, yet his clandestine investigations had confirmed it. The gravity of this revelation weighed heavily upon him, and among those he could trust, aside from a select few like Coulson and Hill, Pierce was his most reliable confidant. At that moment, Fury had no suspicion that the man he trusted most, who had elevated him to the position of director, could be a Hydra leader. Observing Fury's grave expression, Pierce surmised that Fury must possess some tangible evidence, prompting him to contemplate how to address the situation and whether to sacrifice a few pawns. As for turning against Fury, it was not yet necessary. The truth was, Fury had proven himself highly capable. Since taking over SHIELD, he had expanded the organization exponentially. Unless absolutely necessary, Pierce did not wish to sever ties with him. That Hydra I want to. Fury quietly began to divulge his forthcoming strategy to Pierce, who composed himself and, upon hearing Fury's plan, found it quite agreeable. But if you share your plan with me, then your ability to investigate will entirely depend on my goodwill. In an instant, a sense of elation washed over him. This Nick Fury was not only assisting in the expansion of his influence, but also oblivious to any potential issues on Pierce's part, making this arrangement exceedingly gratifying. After all, no matter how cunning you may be, you must still drink my bathwater. Pierce harbored no intention of revealing his true thoughts. Once Fury finished outlining his plan, Pierce proactively assisted him in refining the details, thereby increasing Fury's trust in him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, after hanging up on Pierce, turned her gaze to her subordinate. 103. For Wanda's strength is formidable, and being a Sokovian, the local branch of Hydra is predominantly composed of Sokovians, who hold great respect for her. Gathering 100 extraordinary individuals is indeed no simple feat. Due to Pierce's inaccurate intelligence, Pietro suffered a setback, leading Wanda to place the blame squarely on Pierce, subsequently causing trouble for his bases. However, aside from the mutant laboratories, there exist no more than 10 extraordinary warriors in Pierce's other bases, such as the Winter Soldier. The numbers typically range from 8 to 9, or as few as 3 or 4. This is the norm for the majority. It was precisely for this reason that Wanda managed to clear a significant number of Pierce's various bases, thus barely amassing such a multitude of extraordinary individuals. The sheer number of bases Wanda cleared incited Pierce's immense fury. Let us depart. Reflecting on the circumstances surrounding Pietro's capture, it was not only due to Roman's overwhelming strength, but also Pietro's carelessness. Believing that his super speed would render him invulnerable to danger, which allowed him to be captured so easily under Roman's restraint. Chapter 79. The handoff. Where is the person? However, gazing at the still-present portal, she felt that Roman had likely not deceived her. Though her powers may not rival his, she was confident that even Roman could not overlook her strength. Is it Lady Wanda? At that moment, A young girl emerged from one of the nearby laboratories, glancing at the woman in the red coat. The girl exuded a classic Western girl image, with golden braids and a sprinkle of freckles on her face, reminiscent of a neighborly girl from the land of the free. Upon seeing the girl, Wanda felt an inexplicable easing of her previously agitated mind. Mind manipulation? In an instant, Wanda's senses heightened, but being well-versed in the art, she could not detect any signs of mental intrusion. It seemed to be merely personal charisma. Observing the girl's pristine smile, Wanda felt a twinge of guilt for having doubted such a girl. Her tone softened slightly. Yes, it is I. Noticing the change in Wanda's demeanor, the girl's expression remained unchanged. Yet, internally, she breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the pressure of standing before a being capable of effortlessly ending her life. My name is Julie. Mr. Roman asked me to wait for you here. Julie was a third-tier mutant, not one endowed with formidable combat prowess, but rather one of the rare support-type mutants, whose abilities merely enhanced charm, making it easier for others to feel goodwill towards her. Such mutants were indeed quite scarce. Previously, there had only been one, the smiling president, who possessed similar capabilities. A mutant achieving the presidency speaks volumes of the potency of such abilities, primarily rooted in social interactions. Therefore, while Roman assigned Julie to the action team, her main responsibility was communication. For particularly obstinate mutants, when force was not an option, having Julie conduct persuasion efforts greatly increased the success rate. In this current social interaction, Julie's presence clearly demonstrated the effectiveness of her abilities. Julie had been waiting for nearly 3 days, which she understood quite well. Collecting 100 extraordinary individuals is not an easy task when there are not enough mutants gathered. To meet such a requirement in merely 3 days left Julie marveling at the prowess of this lady in the red coat. How should we proceed with the handoff? Looking at Julie, though she felt some fondness towards her, her primary concern remained her foolish brother. Please hold on a moment. With that, Julie raised her wrist and began to contact someone through her communication bracelet. Wanda realized this must be Julie's communication tool, akin to her own phone. Observing the projecting bracelet, Wanda sensed that the technological capabilities of this faction were likely quite advanced. Upon reflecting on the boy with terrifying powers, it seemed that this organization called Krakoa was not as simple as it appeared, a mutant faction. Perhaps, she pondered this question, considering that she might also be regarded as a mutant. Please wait a moment. Miss Wanda, someone will be arriving for the handoff, along with your brother. Moments later, Julie spoke to Wanda. All right, Wanda nodded, saying nothing further. Yet, gazing at the portal, her curiosity swelled immensely. Wanda. Shortly thereafter, a silver-haired man, accompanied by a group of uniformed action team members, stepped through the portal. Upon seeing Wanda, he quickly called out. Wanda assessed Pietro and noted that he appeared unharmed, though his mental state seemed somewhat off. What is wrong with you? Wanda scrutinized Pietro, whose gaze was unfocused, exuding an air of danger. The action team members, preparing to coordinate with the Hydra soldiers, cast glances in their direction. It's nothing. Observing Pietro's demeanor, Wanda decided to extend him some grace. Acknowledging the Hydra soldiers awaiting her instructions, she nodded slightly, prompting them to commence the handoff. What is Krakoa like? With both parties engaged in the handoff, Wanda suddenly inquired of Pietro. Taken aback by her question, Pietro paused to reflect. A paradise for mutants. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Pietro would have found it hard to believe that a place entirely belonging to mutants existed in this world. Not to mention, both former leaders of the mutants had joined Krakoa. Alongside the immensely powerful Roman, it could undoubtedly be considered one of the safest places on Earth, beyond any doubt. Though Wanda was somewhat skeptical upon hearing Pietro's statement, she refrained from voicing her doubts. Not having seen it herself, she preferred not to question lightly, yet neither would she accept everything blindly. Nonetheless, Pietro's words did pique her curiosity. Is it truly that wonderful? However, the handoff was coming to a close. Still, reflecting on the events transpiring within Krakoa left Pietro feeling utterly disoriented. Suddenly being told that the parents who raised him were not his biological ones, what kind of feeling would that evoke? Indeed, the parents who perished beneath the missile were not his true parents. His biological father turned out to be none other than the legendary Magneto. It was utterly absurd. Even more bewildering, their mother seemed to be a descendant of a witch. Did witches truly exist in this world? Perhaps they were simply another form of mutant, In just 3 short days, Pietro felt as though he had experienced a whirlwind of events, leaving him momentarily dazed. All right. Observing her brother's state, Wanda chose not to pry further. She glanced at the action team members entering the portal before witnessing it vanish entirely, leading her to depart from the location. Chapter 80. The Beach. Waves, kinship watching little Louis play with Clarice and Lorna on the sandy shores of Krakoa's eastern coastline. Roman reclined on a beach chair, donning sunglasses and basking in the sunlight. As an older brother, he naturally embraced the responsibilities of his role. With a relatively leisurely schedule, he would take the little girls out for some fun, for the scenery atop Krakoa was quite splendid. Roman was well aware of the handoff with Wanda and Pietro's departure. Yet he chose to remain incognito. While the Scarlet Witch was indeed impressive, Roman had no intention of awkwardly imposing himself. Given his current status, he had no need to do so. Not to mention, Clarice was modeled after that woman, and from an Asian aesthetic perspective, she might even surpass her. The cold demeanor of the Scarlet Witch contrasted sharply with the warm and caring nature of the shimmering lady here, making the choice rather apparent. Of course, in the realm of adulthood, one need not choose. One could have it all, and Roman was in no rush. There was an earthquake. Suddenly, Clarice exclaimed in alarm, as the ground shook slightly. Roman opened his eyes. Don't worry, it's nothing, he reassured the 3 girls, who appeared somewhat panicked. In Krakoa, under normal circumstances, earthquakes would not affect this place, as Krakoa itself is a relatively independent region, not overly influenced by external factors. The tremors this time primarily originated from within Krakoa. The source, of course, was the influx of extraordinary individuals recently introduced to Krakoa, which brought about significant changes. Previously, Krakoa's energy intake, though not negligible, was primarily gradual and measured. However, this time was different. Despite the varying quality of the extraordinary individuals, most being enhanced through imperfect super-soldier serums, the sheer volume was substantial. Krakoa had never feasted upon such a bountiful banquet, absorbing an unprecedented amount of energy, leading to a considerable enhancement of the entire island, hence the tremors experienced. However, the changes brought about are indeed considerable, with the most significant manifestation being the substantial expansion of Krakoa. For instance, its previous population cap was roughly 3 million. But now it has surged to around 5 million, nearly doubling, which clearly illustrates the benefits Krakoa has reaped. Yet, a great wave is approaching. At that moment, Lucci pointed towards the distant horizon where the sea level was rising, and the enormous waves could already be seen, surging from all directions. Don't worry, your brother is here, Roman said with a smile, glancing at the colossal waves advancing from the ocean. The once formidable waves seemed to encounter an insurmountable force, gradually calming down. Moments later, as the waves reached the shore, they merely manifested as a series of gentle ripples. The titanic waves did not make landfall, but they did bring a refreshing mist. This display caused Lorna, who was observing, to gaze in awe. Such a feat was no small accomplishment, indicating Roman's profound mastery of his abilities. Lorna's own control over her magnetic field manipulation bore some resemblance to telekinesis. However, her command over her powers had certain limitations, confined predominantly to smaller-scale matters. When it came to orchestrating a grand spectacle, she found herself somewhat lacking. Meanwhile, Lucci and Clarice continued their playful antics, and Lorna approached Roman, inquiring, "How did you achieve that? If you wish to develop your abilities, I can only tell you that training your powers is akin to exercising muscles, as our abilities do differ," Roman replied. "But why not seek out a more adept mentor for guidance?" Reclining on a lounge chair, Roman acknowledged that he had previously underestimated Lorna. Upon hearing his words, Lorna fell silent for a moment before taking a seat on a nearby beach chair. "To be honest, I don't even know how to confront him," she admitted. Judging by Lorna's expression, it was evident that she was quite troubled. Indeed, aside from the paternity test conducted between Pietro and Old Man, Lorna had undergone the same. The results were predictably unremarkable. Pietro was Old Man's biological son, and Lorna was his biological daughter as well. Lorna was, in fact, an orphan, having lost her parents and grown up with a prickly demeanor, fiercely guarding herself. She had once yearned to know who her parents were, but now that she had discovered her father's identity as a legendary figure, she found it difficult to accept. Both Old Man and Pietro sought to make amends. Yet they did not impose their wishes, primarily considering the children's own sentiments. Both siblings, Lorna and Pietro, were no longer children, and some matters were undeniably challenging to accept. For instance, Lona found herself at a loss, as she had never encountered a situation like this before. Only through engagement could there be any further development. If one continued to evade, nothing would come of it. I understand, Lona responded, acknowledging Roman's insight. Yet she recognized that achieving this was far from simple. All matters are easier said than done. Observing Lona's distress, Roman refrained from saying more, understanding that such matters required personal contemplation. To be candid, Old Man was not a simple individual, given the multitude of children he had. Speaking of Old Man's progeny, Roman recalled that Charles also seemed to have a child, a being known as Legion, or David Charles Haller. Legion was an Omega-level mutant, possessing more than one Omega ability. As a being with multiple personalities, each persona had its own unique power, and as Legion's personalities proliferated, so too did his capabilities. The only uncertainty remained whether Legion existed in this world. If this were a composite version of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was highly probable that Legion was indeed present. With this thought, Roman assigned a task to the network to search for Legion's whereabouts. Only Omega mutants could secure a place in the future. Moreover, Legion possessed tremendous potential and an exceedingly high ceiling, making him a prime candidate for inclusion in Krakoa, provided such an individual existed. Just as Roman was reminded of Legion because of Lona, he sensed that the Roman from the Demon Slayer realm was also beginning to make significant moves. Chapter 81. So rampant, so pathetic that night, the clouds obscured the moon, and the stars were devoid of brilliance. A chilling wind swept across the ground, and faint, strange sounds emanated from the depths of a dark forest. Help! There's a ghost! Near a small creek, a beautiful young girl lay on the ground, gazing at the bizarre, humanoid monster before her, feeling her legs weaken and an uncontrollable urge to flee rising within her. Accompanied by sheer terror. Heh, where do you think you can run to? The creature, covered in eyes, regarded the isolated girl with disdain, its face twisting into a greedy grin. So, just be a good little snack for me. No, please don't. The girl, retreating desperately without any strength to escape, wore a look of sheer panic. Reflecting on her day's misfortunes, she felt overwhelmingly unlucky. She sensed her pants becoming slightly damp, with only a small creek nearby. If it had been a larger river, she might have attempted to leap in for survival, but this creek barely reached her calves, making escape impossible. Heh. Observing the girl's distress, the creature felt no revulsion. Instead, its smile grew ever more intense. Tap, tap, tapped in the stillness of the forest. Aside from the sounds of the monster and the girl, footsteps suddenly echoed. There's a monster. Run. Despite feeling miserable, the girl's inherent kindness compelled her to warn the approaching figure not to waste their life. Even as fear gripped her heart, is there anyone unafraid of death today? I might just have a feast. As the shadowy figure emerged from the woods, it was discernibly a man, his waist adorned with what appeared to be a sword. Perhaps he had come to rescue the damsel in distress upon hearing her cries. So many eyes. The tall man was momentarily taken aback by the monster's appearance, yet he displayed no sign of fear. To be fair, how could one describe the monster's looks? It certainly did not resemble a human. Those with a phobia of clusters would likely be horrified or disgusted by the sight of a creature covered in eyes. The monster, sensing the man's lack of fear, felt a sudden surge of unease. Clad in a red cloak, the man bore markings of red flames on his forehead and neck, interspersed with golden lightning patterns. His unremarkable eyes resembled those of a deity, gazing down upon the world. Most importantly, as he looked at the man before him, an almost burning sensation emerged, akin to staring directly into the sun. As if he had encountered his natural enemy, this fear compelled him to consider flight. Who are you? The monster inquired, barely able to suppress its trepidation. So rampant, so pathetic. A ghost on the verge of death. Why bother asking? Roman replied, his demeanor unchanged, his voice laced with an aura reminiscent of blood-soaked battlefields. Perhaps having slain countless monsters had imbued him with a certain oppressive presence, or perhaps it was a manifestation of his latent fury. In an instant, the monster felt the chilling embrace of death drawing near, overshadowing any thoughts of devouring the beautiful girl. Why does this mere human exude such a terrifying aura? The monster thought. Incredulous, while simultaneously plotting an escape, though it outwardly betrayed no sign of fear. Conversely, gazing at Roman, The monster roared in fury, "Damn human, perish!" Within the transparent realm, Roman effortlessly observed the monster's movements, in this transparent world. Every eyeball of the creature began to activate a bloodthirsty technique. Blood demon art, thousand eyes, remnant. A crimson glow emanated from the monster's eyes, and Roman instantly sensed the impending danger, promptly closing his own eyes. For Roman, endowed with the ability to perceive without sight, this was of little consequence. What was the point of shutting his eyes? It was not just his sight that was obscured, even his other senses were muted. No matter how formidable the monster was, it would prove inconsequential. As the man became enveloped in the sanguine glow, the monster's excitement surged, banishing its earlier fear. "Oh, I forgot. You can't hear me. Ha 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 ha." In that moment, the monster felt a sense of shame for its prior terror, laughing maniacally. Observing the frenzied mockery of the creature, the girl lying on the ground, unaffected by the chaos, sank deeper into despair. The monster possessed a dreadful power, such a terrifying existence. How could humanity resist? Was that all there was to it? Suddenly, the man's voice pierced through the air, silencing the monster's laughter. "Can you still hear my voice?" Without further ado, the monster turned and fled. Though its myriad of eyes afforded it nearly all-encompassing vision, speed was still paramount in escape. Breath of the sun. Seventh form, sunlit surge. The young girl, seated upon the ground, gazed in astonishment at the man who had suddenly appeared behind the eye demon. He was enveloped in flames, exuding an aura reminiscent of a divine being, both sacred and formidable. Could this be the sun god, Amaterasu? The eyes on her back perceived the man's swift approach, and the eye demon, gripped by fear, found itself momentarily frozen by the overwhelming presence of the flame-encircled figure. A radiance akin to the blazing sun. In an instant, the eye demon felt an overwhelming weariness wash over it. How long had it been since it had last seen the sun? Perhaps perishing in this manner would not be so bad after all. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the eye demon's head was severed from its body. Is this truly me? So grotesque. In the final moments of life, the eye demon beheld its headless form, grotesquely adorned with countless eyes, and a sudden thought emerged. It recalled that once, it had been a man praised for his handsomeness. The only flaw being the absence of eyes. Suspended in the air, the eye demon gazed at the girl on the ground, remembering why it had been drawn to her. Her voice echoed the sweet melody of its wife's. "Let us depart, Diana days." It seemed to glimpse the visage of its wife, not strikingly beautiful, but an ordinary woman. As it watched her speak, it felt an urge to embrace her. The eye demon closed its multitude of eyes, yearning to once more experience that long-lost embrace. Chapter 82. The current situation. Observing the vanishing eye demon, Roman understood that this particular demon had not surpassed its limits. Demons possessing blood demon arts were relatively rare. For ordinary demon hunters, they posed a significant challenge, yet for Roman, it was merely a matter of a single strike. Over the past year, his strength had increased considerably. The shift in the demon's gaze during its final moments was entirely natural. Before death, humans often experienced fleeting visions, and demons were no exception. Furthermore, the existence of souls in this world complicated matters further. As the eye demon faded away, Roman turned to face the girl, who was in a state of utter distress. As she beheld the man emerging from the dissipating flames, she suddenly realized the state of her drenched trousers, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly rose to leave. After taking a few unsteady steps, she paused, recalling something, and turned to the man, inquiring how to address her benefactor. "You need not remember me. I am but a demon hunter," he replied. Confirming that the girl was not gravely harmed, Roman prepared to depart. As she observed the retreating figure of the man clad in a crimson haori, with a long sword at his side, she felt certain that this night would be etched in her memory forever. Having encountered a malevolent demon, only to be rescued by a man who seemed divine. Years later, the woman meticulously gathered various tales and legends surrounding the man who had severed the source of the demon's power, ultimately compiling his story into a book titled The Divine Walker of the Mortal Realm, which became a bestseller worldwide. This book chronicled the millennia-long entanglement between demon hunters and demons, culminating in the emergence of this man who finally succeeded in severing the cycle of immortality. Little did the girl know, this would be her final encounter with him. In a distant future, the woman, akin to a devoted believer, would continue to seek the man's presence, yet she would never see him again. Indeed, this forest was not far from the location of the swordsmith village. Since repelling Musin a year prior, perhaps out of anger and humiliation, Musin had begun to fervently develop various minions and retaliate against the Demon Slayer Corps. Clearly, being forced to retreat by a demon hunter far inferior to Kaneo Tsuyuri was a source of great shame for Musin, despite being a successor of the sun-breathing technique. Aware of the formidable nature of the sun-breathing technique, Musin's objective was to eliminate Roman as swiftly as possible, to eradicate this still-growing swordsman before he reached his peak. Following that, he would unleash a furious counterattack against the Demon Slayer Corps. While Roman and the other pillars of the Corps were diligently striving to eliminate demons, the losses sustained by the Corps in comparison to Musin's relentless summoning of demons were far from easily recoverable. The training of new demon slayers required considerable time. Thus, the once relatively balanced situation had now tilted in favor of the demons. Over the past year, Roman had slain no fewer than 100 demons. Racing towards the 4-digit mark, yet the number of demons continued to swell. Swordsmith Village, a crucial site for the creation of Nichiren swords, was now trending towards exposure due to the relentless demon incursions. Under such circumstances, for the safety of Swordsmith Village, the artisans within began preparations to relocate. As long as artisans remained, the village could be rebuilt. The principle was simple. Should the artisans be lost, the village would fade into oblivion, yet as long as artisans existed, Nichiren swords could still be forged. Considering safety, the Demon Slayer Corps had dispatched numerous swordsmen, including Roman, the current strongest pillar. There was little need for more pillars to be dispatched. It would be wasteful and burdensome. Under the present tense circumstances, sending out even a single strongest pillar was already a significant strain. With only Roman present, as long as the adversaries were not top-ranking members or Musin himself, he would face little trouble. This was the fearsome reputation he had carved through countless battles. A member of the Hidden Corps saw Roman entering the village and promptly approached, offering him a water flask. These less combat-capable members of the Hidden Corps were vital to the Demon Slayer Corps, primarily providing logistical support. "How many have we encountered tonight?" Roman inquired after taking a sip from the flask. "If we are counting this evening alone, this makes 11. Indeed, on this single night, Roman had faced 11 demons, each possessing various blood demon arts. It is worth noting that while many demons appeared to possess blood demon arts, they were relatively rare in the greater demon population. It seemed only a matter of time before Musin discovered their location. "How is the relocation of the swordsmith progressing?" "It will be completed tonight." "Good. Are preparations for the ambush in place?" Upon hearing the Hidden Corps members' response, Roman asked. Aware of the impending exposure of Swordsmith Village, the Demon Slayer Corps had devised a plan to use the village as bait. Moreover, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps would also take the risk to draw Musin out. Consequently, aside from Roman's combat prowess, all other pillars would converge on this location over the next 2 days. Provided there were no unforeseen issues, it could be said that this time, Swordsmith Village would become a battleground. Preparations are complete. The other pillars will be gathering shortly. It is nearly dawn. Perhaps Lord Roman should rest. The Hidden Corps member gazed at the man who had slain countless demons with reverence. "There is no need for haste. We shall wait until daybreak," Roman replied, surveying the still dark sky. He then seated himself upon a large stone, resting his sword upon his knees, and gradually closed his eyes to enter a state of sword meditation. Sword meditation could also be regarded as a form of meditation, a method Roman had devised to maintain his state. To some extent, through sword meditation, he could better refine his breathing techniques. His breathing methods had transcended mere forms and techniques, evolving into something unfathomably profound. Nonetheless, all things reach an endpoint. The ultimate pursuit is often that which eludes verbal expression. The ineffable essence of existence. Chapter 83. The meeting in Infinity Castle. The lower moon had been completely eradicated. Within Infinity Castle, Musin, expressionless as he conducted experiments on his own blood using a test tube, uttered these words. "Is that truly the case? What a regrettable outcome." The man with white hair and a red skin-tight suit, his eyes bearing the character for 2, was Doma, Upper Moon 2, who spoke in a teasing tone. "Or shall I offer my eyes to appease your irritation? I have no need for your eyes. I have long anticipated the shortcomings of the lower moons, too weak and ineffectual. However, that is of little consequence. I have never held any expectations for you. Muzin's face remained cold as he regarded the 6 upper moons below him. You speak such sorrowful words. Have I ever let you down? Doma continued in his flippant tone. Muzin, displaying a high tolerance towards the foremost upper moons, chose not to dwell on this point. The Tsuguko of the Kenroji family is yet to diminish. When will the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps perish? Where is the blue spider lily? Holding the test tube, Muzin watched as the liquid within began to change color, an invisible pressure causing the expressions of all the upper moons present to subtly shift. Suddenly, Muzin slammed both hands onto the table, a more terrifying aura erupting from within him. Why have we spent centuries without finding it? I am beginning to question your very existence. With a series of crashes, the glass vessel shattered under the sheer force of his presence. Please forgive us, we implore you. The 4th of the upper moons, Hantengoku, began to plead in a state of extreme trepidation. Only the first 3 of the upper moons maintained relatively calm expressions, while the latter 3 wore faces that, although not as exaggerated as Hantengoku's, displayed a hint of unease. Kneeling behind the curtain, Kokoshibo spoke in a tone devoid of any inflection, leaving his subordinates at a loss for words. While the clever Kenroji cleverly concealed herself, it is all due to my inadequacy in investigation and search. What shall I do? As for Doma, he too knelt on the ground, but his upper body swayed like a weeble as he spoke. Lord Muzin, I am different. I have obtained information that can fulfill your wishes. Just recently. At that moment, the 5th of the upper moons, Gyako, who harbored ulterior motives, also interjected, his 2 mouths, situated in his eye sockets, taking turns to speak. What I detest is change. Changes in circumstances, changes in the body, changes in emotions. In most cases, any change signifies deterioration, a decline. What I cherish is the unchanging, the eternal maintenance of perfection. Unbeknownst to Win, Gyako's head had been removed by Muzin and was now held in his palm. Lord Muzin holds my head. How splendid, truly marvelous. Gyako faced Muzin, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Yet within, he felt an indescribable joy, his cheeks even flushed with a hint of crimson. With so many demons perishing, my mood has soured tremendously. Do not exuberantly share with me unverified information. Suddenly, the sound of a pipa rang out, and Gyako's head abruptly fell. From now on, you had better put in more effort for me. It seems I have been too lenient with you simply because you are upper moons. Gyako, once the information is confirmed, you will proceed alongside Hantengoku. Understood, replied Hantengoku respectfully, crouching at the staircase. How is this so? That information was clearly obtained by me. It is utterly unreasonable. With a small-headed body that lay on the ground, Gyako thought begrudgingly. However, this was Muzin's command, and he would surely comply. Yet, there was a peculiar delight in this. Suddenly, a shadow obscured the light, and Gyako's expression froze as a figure appeared before him. Lord Gyako? What is the information you mentioned? I wish to join. Doma grinned as he embraced Gyako's head, his cheerful smile making Gyako somewhat uncomfortable. No. Could you tell me? Gyako felt a sense of danger, caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, a swift strike severed Doma's upper head in an instant. Does Lord Muzin command you to act? Depart at once. Although not particularly tall, the muscular Akaza spoke coldly, his grayish-white skin marked with dark blue patterns. Swish! Akaza's hand vanished from his wrist, exhibiting a remarkably sharp martial skill. Akaza, you have gone too far. A swordsman with a red high ponytail passed by Akaza, speaking in a frigid tone. It matters not. Lord Kokoshibo, I am not bothered in the least. In the blink of an eye, Doma's head was miraculously restored, his smile unchanged. I did not say this for your sake. I am concerned that disrupting the rankings may ultimately fracture our subordinate relationship. Ah, I see. Doma appeared to understand, though how much he truly absorbed remained uncertain. The 6-eyed swordsman turned to Akaza and spoke. Akaza, if you are dissatisfied, propose a life-or-death battle for a change in ranking. Oh dear, but Lord Kokoshibo, even if a challenge is issued, Lord Akaza cannot win against us, can he? Moreover, I became a demon later than him yet surpassed him sooner. He must feel quite uneasy. Please show him some understanding. As he spoke, Doma climbed beside Kokoshibo and added, furthermore, I intentionally did not evade. I merely wished to play a small joke to strengthen our camaraderie. Those in higher positions should not be so harsh on those below. They ought to be more forgiving. Akaza, do you understand what I wish to convey? Clenching his fists tightly, Akaza remained silent for a long while, then turned to Kokushibo's profile and slowly replied, understood. I shall certainly kill you. Is that so? Then do your utmost. With those words, Kokushibo's figure vanished. Farewell, Lord Kokushibo. After speaking, Doma turned to Akaza once more. I can't shake the feeling that I am unable to insert myself into your conversation. Am I overthinking it, Lord Akaza? Hanten Goku watched anxiously, fearing further conflict, yet Akaza uttered no more words and simply disappeared. Lord Akaza, I have yet to finish speaking. Glancing at Doma's retreating figure, Gyako, with the aid of his small hands, stealthily commenced his actions. Please take me to the same location as Hanten Goku. Moving swiftly, Gyako called out, thud, thud. Accompanied by the sound of the pipa, both Gyako and Hanten Goku vanished from their spot. Wait, I wish to go as well. I refuse. After declaring this, the pipa woman prepared to play her instrument to send Doma along as well. Suddenly, Muzin's voice resonated throughout the space, causing the pipa woman to momentarily freeze, yet she complied without question. The previous farce had not escaped Muzin's notice, but he had remained indifferent. Initially, he had no intention of involving Doma, but he suddenly recalled that figure, the man who bore a lineage connected to Yoriichi. Over the past year, that individual had grown, and Muzin was uncertain if Gyako and Hanten Goku could handle the situation. Thus, he decided to include Doma. Chapter 84. The Revelation of the Swordsmith Village. Nezuko, diminished to the size of a mere 7- or 8-year-old child, gazed curiously at the seated Rengoku, circling around him with childlike wonder. Upon opening his eyes and beholding the adorable little girl, Rengoku's face broke into a smile. Nezuko's ability to change her size is undeniably fascinating, and her petite form is indeed charming. With this in mind, Rengoku lifted Nezuko into his arms, playfully engaging her, which brought a radiant smile to her face. It seemed that with her body shrinking, Nezuko's mental age also regressed. Although her intellect had become rather primitive after becoming a demon, the size of her body indirectly influenced her behavior. Nezuko, do not disturb Rengoku-ii. At that moment, Tanjiro rushed over in a hurry. Dressed in the Demon Slayer Corps uniform beneath his Haori, Tanjiro had made remarkable progress in just a year after training under the Flame Hashira. Mastering a style more suited to him, he had swiftly completed his training and assessment, subsequently becoming the Flame Hashira's adopted son, the successor of the Hashira, due to the more ferocious attacks from demons. The original group of swordsmen had entered the war against demons earlier than in the original tale. By some fortuitous coincidence, the original trio of protagonists had once again come together in their combined efforts. They performed almost as well as in the original narrative, demonstrating that protagonists often defy reason. However, after Rengoku had eliminated all the lower moons, although Tanjiro and his companions encountered numerous demons, the threat they posed was comparatively low, allowing them to grow rapidly without much danger. Yet, due to Tanjiro's battles being particularly challenging, his sword frequently broke, leading the blacksmith who forged his blades to become reluctant to continue crafting swords for someone who did not care for them. Thus, Tanjiro had specifically come to the swordsmith village to acquire a new blade, which explained his presence at this moment. In recent days, Tanjiro had helped eliminate quite a few demons. Otherwise, with several demons appearing simultaneously, even Rengoku's speed might falter, and no need for concern. Noticing Nezuko's slightly aggrieved expression, Rengoku gently ruffled her little head and spoke to Tanjiro. Nezuko displayed reluctance, but upon hearing Rengoku's words, she leaped into her brother's arms. Tanjiro clumsily caught Nezuko and inquired, "What about you? You need not worry about me. I am the Flame Hashira." After a brief glance at Rengoku, Tanjiro hesitated but ultimately decided to leave with Nezuko. Daybreak was not far off, and Rengoku would naturally be able to rest then. Most importantly, for Nezuko's safety, it was best to secure her first. After watching Tanjiro and Nezuko depart, Rengoku intended to continue his sword meditation. However, through his transparent world ability, he observed 3 demons swiftly approaching the swordsmith village. The various abilities of Rengoku reacted in a peculiar way, allowing him to maintain the transparent world for an extended period and cover a vast area. Under such circumstances, observing the movements of nearby demons was well within the scope of his capabilities. "They are drawing near. They have been detected," Rengoku murmured, and without needing the crow to report, he rose directly. "Flame Hashira?" The nearby Demon Slayer Corps member, seeing Rengoku stand, displayed a hint of confusion. The crow had not made a sound. Was he preparing to rest? However, at this moment, it was nearly time. Yet, before the members of the Demon Slayer Corps could react, Roman's figure vanished from the spot. They could still see the place where Roman had stood, along with several arcs of electricity that had yet to dissipate, if they were to take a rest. There was no need to employ the breathing technique in such a manner. It was at this point they began to comprehend the situation. Was it that a malevolent demon was approaching? Alert! To be honest, the preparations of the Swordsmith village were still incomplete, and this group of wicked demons had already discovered their location, causing a sense of unease among everyone. With Roman present, even if a few demons were to attack, or even one or two upper moons, it would not pose a significant problem. The dawn was approaching, and regardless of the circumstances, demons would refrain from engaging in battle at such an hour. However, what they were about to face would inevitably be a large-scale assault by numerous demons, which would undoubtedly increase the pressure. Currently, the Swordsmith village had gathered a handful of elite members from the Demon Slayer Corps, but in comparison, their numbers were not particularly substantial. Most importantly, the Hashira who were supposed to arrive had yet to make their appearance. While things might seem manageable now, once the sun set again, the Swordsmith village would surely be discovered, possibly marking the onset of a great battle. It should be here. A demon with an exceptionally large nose, resembling that of a colossal dog, sniffed around eagerly and exclaimed, "The scent of many humans. This must be the location Lord Musen seeks." The thought of completing his mission and possibly receiving a reward from Lord Musen filled him with excitement. He had heard that all the lower moons had been defeated. Could he have the chance to become one of them? As he pondered this, he vaguely perceived a cluster of buildings ahead. The sun hasn't risen yet. Where is this light coming from? Suddenly, the demon noticed a golden glow emerging from the dark forest, which was not the sunlight, leaving him perplexed. Lightning? It was only when the light drew near that the demon realized it was a demon slayer. But by the time the demon realized, the golden lightning had already pierced through him, racing towards another direction. Am I dead? His vision felt exceedingly low, as if something was obstructing his view. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the obstruction was none other than his own legs. It turned out, his head had been severed from his body. So swift. In the final moments of consciousness, the demon thought, thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash. Roman had executed a rapid circuit around the Swordsmith village, and his breathing had become slightly labored. Utilizing such speed over a considerable distance had taken a toll on him. Nevertheless, the results were astonishing. 3 fairly formidable demons had been instantly slain, without even having the chance to react. Following this, there should be no further danger, as the sun was set to rise within 10 minutes. A time frame during which demons would begin to retreat. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. A grand spectacle was likely to unfold, and the Swordsmith village had probably already been exposed. Chapter 85. Where light shines, shadows accompany. Upon opening his eyes, Roman smiled down at the little one, Nezuko, who had somehow crawled into his arms. He gently placed her back into the warmth of the bedding. Having dealt with the 3 invading demons, no further threats approached. As the sun rose, no matter how ferocious the demons, they would be compelled to retreat from the sunlight, granting Roman a moment of respite. After all, as a human, his limitations far exceeded those of the demons. Were it not for the significant drawbacks of becoming a demon, they could indeed be seen as a more perfect form of life. However, the fact that they could only consume humans deterred Roman from this path. Although they possessed an extended lifespan, near immortality, and the potential to awaken extraordinary blood demon arts, the singular dietary requirement that diverged from the vast array of human diets led him to dismiss such bloodlines. Moreover, the notion of being controlled by Musen after becoming a demon was even less appealing. The reason humanity stands atop the food chain may stem from factors such as unity and communication. But the most critical element is humanity's adaptability, coupled with a sufficiently diverse diet. Creatures with overly singular dietary habits, regardless of their strength, appeared weak in Roman's eyes, unworthy of their position at the apex of the food chain. The demons in this world, along with vampires and ghouls, all possess such limited diets, with only humanity represented among them, showcasing a significant flaw that cannot be considered truly powerful. Roman believed that Musen's ambition to become the ultimate perfect being, one unafraid of sunlight, was merely the first step. Nezuko, sensing Roman's movement, opened her drowsy eyes and gazed at him. It was still early. She could continue to sleep a little longer. He gently ruffled Nezuko's small head. Roman offered her some comforting words. A demon, Nezuko was a rather unique existence. Although she did not require the consumption of humans or their blood to sustain herself, she needed to enter a deep slumber to restore her expended energy. Although Roman was uncertain about how Nezuko replenished her energy, he surmised that she likely drew upon the energy of the universe to recover. Reflecting on Nezuko's uniqueness, Roman felt that, compared to Muzan, she might more closely align with Muzan's vision of the perfect being. Not fearing sunlight, although Nezuko had yet to realize this fact, she indeed did not disintegrate under the sun like ordinary demons. More importantly, if she could directly absorb the energy of the universe, she would eliminate the weakness of needing to consume food, embodying the saying, "Those who consume energy are divine, while those who do not perish and become divine." It is worth noting that even Muzan must consume humans to replenish his energy. Furthermore, even as the progenitor of demons, he could not evade the flaw of sunlight, which was one of the reasons he relentlessly pursued the blue spider lily. Ironically, Muzan likely did not realize that the blue spider lily is a unique plant that blooms only during the day throughout the year, lasting for a limited time. Even more amusingly, this flower grows near the grave of the wife of Yorichi Tsujikuni, not far from the Kamadu household. Hence, Muzan's previous visit to the Kamadu residence could be seen as a missed opportunity to encounter the blue spider lily. Although Nezuko is a rather unique demon, she still experiences some drowsiness during the daytime. After washing up, Roman stepped into his courtyard, wielding his long blade to perform a set of forms from the sun-breathing technique, stretching his body. "Mitsuri, your breakfast." At that moment, a member of the infiltration team entered, carrying a tray. "Thank you for your trouble." Upon seeing this member, Roman smiled appreciatively. "Not at all. You are about to confront powerful demons. We are merely attending to trivial matters." The member of the infiltration team looked at Roman with respect, admiration evident in his eyes, perhaps indicating that he was one of Roman's fans. This was not surprising, as many Hashira had numerous admirers. And it was entirely normal for Roman, being the strongest among them with a pleasant demeanor, to attract such attention. These tasks are not trivial. The logistics of food, shelter, and medical care are essential. Without the infiltration team, even the most powerful demon slayers would find themselves unable to accomplish many things. In the presence of light, shadows are equally significant. While illumination is vital, the shadows that light cannot reach hold their own importance. Observing the modesty of the infiltration team member, Roman offered a gentle rebuttal. Regardless of the organization, while the martial aspect may be crucial, the logistical element is indispensable indeed. Hearing Roman's words, the member cloaked in black garments exhibited an even greater reverence in his eyes. After placing the tray beside Roman, he spoke, "Mitsuri, I will come to collect after you finish your meal." All right, with that, the member departed. Lord Roman truly is diligent. He has barely rested yet has already begun his morning training. And he remains so approachable. Stepping outside, the guard from the infiltration team couldn't help but comment, "Indeed, he is truly perfect." The delivery member eagerly nodded in agreement. Truth be told, he had encountered several Hashira, but most of them had their own issues to varying degrees. However, it was understandable, given that most Hashira were merely young individuals in their 20s, constantly facing the most formidable demons, and it was only natural for them to have some quirks. Yet, in contrast to the other Hashira, Roman's exceptional strength and gentle demeanor made him stand out remarkably. Of course, aside from Roman, there were others who were said to be quite remarkable, such as the flower Hashira and the insect Hashira sisters. However, without direct interaction, Roman, whom they had closely observed, left a better impression. Nevertheless, tonight might prove to be rather challenging. "Have you seen the other Hashira?" At that moment, the guard from the infiltration team looked toward the delivery member. In comparison to his role of guarding Roman, the delivery member had the opportunity to encounter more individuals. The Mist Hashira had just arrived today, and the Love Hashira was not far behind. Also on her way. It is said that both the flower pillar and the insect pillar are on their way. Rumor has it that the flower and insect pillars, along with the sound pillar, seem to, suddenly, the topic has veered off course. The gossipy nature of humanity is ever present. Chapter 86. Flowers and Insects. After finishing a sumptuous breakfast, Roman set down his chopsticks. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps are perpetually faced with the threat of malevolent demons. Their lives hanging by a thread, uncertain of when they might lose their lives. However, for the swordsmen of the Corps, their material needs are rarely a concern, as all their needs are met by the organization, which allows them to focus solely on the hunt for demons. As a sound pillar, Roman enjoys slightly better treatment, yet fundamentally, there is little distinction. Though breakfast was lavish, his formidable physique necessitates a greater energy intake, making such a substantial meal quite reasonable. After tidying up the utensils and placing them aside, the members of the Hidden Corps would soon assist in clearing them away. The conversation between two members outside the door was crystal clear to Roman. His body, honed through rigorous training, has heightened his senses beyond that of an ordinary person. While his singular sense of smell may not rival that of Tanjiro, it remains quite remarkable. The mist pillar, the love pillar, the flower pillar, and the insect pillar, indeed. After a moment's contemplation, he considered the 4 pillars, noting that in terms of combat prowess, there might only be 3.5. The mist pillar, Takatum Wichiru, poses no significant issue. Guided by the predetermined paths of destiny, his encounter with Tanjiro, this young man, will likely result in a swift transformation. Awakening his mark during subsequent battles should not pose a problem. As for the love pillar, Kenroji Mitsuri, she also appears to be formidable. Her innate muscle density is 8 times that of an ordinary person, and her appetite is unmatched. Her potential may very well surpass that of her peers. And following the natural course of history, she too should easily awaken her mark. With just these 2, there appears to be little concern. However, the flower and insect pillars are somewhat more connected to Roman. This connection traces back to shortly after Roman became a swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps, where, perhaps due to unfortunate luck, he often encountered demons far beyond his capabilities, leading him to frequently visit the Butterfly Mansion, consequently becoming acquainted with the Butterfly Sisters. Perhaps by some twist of fate, the eldest sister, Kane Kocho, had yet to encounter Doma at that time, meeting him only 2 years ago. Coincidentally, Roman happened to be nearby and successfully arrived at the scene to rescue Kane. It was only after witnessing Doma that Roman truly grasped the overwhelming power of the top-tier fighters in this world. At that time, he could barely withstand Doma's onslaught, assisting Kane in sharing the burden until dawn when Doma retreated. That battle marked significant growth for Roman, yet Kane sustained injuries to her lungs due to Doma's blood demon art. While she remained capable of fighting, she could no longer engage in prolonged battles. Her combat ability limited to brief bursts akin to that of a pillar. As for Shinobu Kocho, following that incident, she began her transformation. Lacking sufficient arm strength, she innovatively developed the breath of insects and various poisons aimed at demons. However, both Kane and Shinobu, in high-stakes battles, demonstrated somewhat limited fighting capability, or perhaps their potential was overly constrained. Thus, when combined, their combat prowess amounts to merely 1.5. Should Shinobu advance her research on demon poisons further, that may change the equation. Moses, is anyone there? As Roman pondered the Butterfly Sisters, a sudden voice echoed from outside, indicating the arrival of the main party. Roman, we have arrived. Upon opening the door, he found that the Hidden Corps member who had previously stood guard had vanished, replaced by a pair of exquisite, petite sisters, greeting him with smiles. It has been quite a while. Roman, you have grown increasingly manly, Kane remarked. Shinobu has been incessantly mentioning you. The gentle woman with black hair and purple eyes, adorned with mint-green butterfly hairpins edged in pink, smiled as she scrutinized Roman. I wasn't thinking of you at all, Shinobu retorted, resembling her sister, but with purple-tipped bangs framing her face and long hair curled up. Her butterfly hair accessory in mint green with deep purple edges. Both sisters wore haori patterned with butterfly wings, standing together as a striking sight. Come in, please. Observing Shinobu's contradictory demeanor, Roman smiled and invited them inside. Over the years, Shinobu had undergone considerable change, always wearing a smile in public, mimicking her sister Kane, revealing her true self only before a select few. Kane, gazing at the tall young man that Roman had become, felt a pang of nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 years have passed. The 16-year-old boy who first visited the Butterfly Mansion has now transformed into an impeccable figure of manhood. She recalled how he had once been only slightly taller than herself, while now he towered over her. Shinobu cast a glance at Roman's back, pouting slightly before following him inside. It's Nezuko. As they approached, Kane noticed the small girl, Nezuko, sleepily gazing their way, her face lighting up with a smile. Nezuko, Upon seeing the gentle elder sister Kine, scampered over and embraced her. Kine held no prejudice against demons, and Nezuko was not a malevolent entity. Rather, she appeared as a delicate and adorable girl, evoking sympathy from the kind-hearted Kine, who was well loved by Nezuko in return. Among her favorites within the Demon Slayer Corps, Kine surely held a prominent place. Along with the love pillar, Kenroji Mitsuri, as both had initially shown Nezuko kindness, earning her affection. "Have you eaten yet?" Roman asked as he lit the tea stove, preparing to brew a pot for his guests. "We had already eaten upon our arrival," the Butterfly sisters replied, alongside Nezuko, marking them as the closest female connections Roman had in this world. Yet, every time they gathered, he felt an odd sensation creeping over him, as if the atmosphere was tinged with an electric tension. Once the tea kettle was set atop the stove, Roman looked up just in time to meet Shinobu's slightly squinted eyes, seeming to pinpoint the source of his strange feeling. "Roman, is Nezuko here with you?" At that moment, Tanjiro rushed in, quickly observing the occupants of the room, lowering his voice, "As long as Nezuko is here, that's fine. I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave." With that, Tanjiro hurriedly dashed out, his speed surpassing that of his entrance. Roman noticed a faint blush creeping onto Shinobu's cheeks. "Pfft." Kine chuckled upon witnessing this, embracing the bewildered Nezuko, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Chapter 87. The Amusement of the Hot Springs. After dispelling the awkwardness, the atmosphere shifted to one of lightheartedness and joy. With the presence of a child, the overall mood rarely faltered, and Nezuko, transformed into a childlike state, served as an excellent mediator of the ambience. During this time, Roman observed Tanjiro's movements, noting with surprise that Tanjiro had crossed paths with the Mist Pillar, Takatu Michiru, thanks to their shared connection with Yoriichi Tsuka, and subsequently discovered an ancient blade passed down through the Sengoku era. "This hot spring is quite lovely. Would you like to join me?" Kine suddenly spoke, her eyes lighting up as she turned to Roman. "Sister!" Shinobu exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Her cheeks flushed as she attempted to halt Kine's suggestion. In response, Roman smiled and said, "You both have traveled a long way. A soak in the hot springs would be beneficial, especially since there may be a fierce battle tonight, leaving little time for relaxation afterward." "Are you really not coming?" Kine asked with a teasing smile, while Shinobu's face flushed, her eyes revealing a mix of shyness and anticipation. "No." Roman began to decline, but suddenly realized that suggesting a future meeting would jinx it. Typically, those who utter such words find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Although Roman did not believe in such superstitions, there was no need to tempt fate. The relationship he shared with the Butterfly sisters, while not explicitly defined, felt like a fragile veil waiting to be pierced in a time where monogamy was non-existent. The trio, Kane, Shinobu, and Nezuko, merely constituted three individuals, akin to the love lives of the Sound Pillar, Yuzui Tenjin, with his three wives, a notion not particularly outrageous. Moreover, given that the invitation had been extended by the ladies, Roman, as a man, felt it inappropriate to hesitate. Would Shinobu truly mind? Kane inquired, surprised by Roman's sudden change of heart, then glanced at her sister, whose face was still flushed, but who made no explicit refusals. Clearly acquiescing at this moment, Roman refrained from confronting Shinobu directly, choosing not to speak indiscreetly. If the opportunity for visual delight presented itself, he would gladly seize it without hesitation. With no one else currently utilizing the hot springs, and given their status as pillars, arranging their visit was exceedingly simple. Moments later, the four of them found themselves at the hot springs entrance. Indeed, accompanied by Nezuko, despite being an open-air hot spring, the terrain and the surrounding dense woods prevented any direct sunlight from penetrating. Thus Nezuko joined as they soaked in the hot spring. The ethereal mist revealed faint outlines of their bodies, the delicate beauty evoking an involuntary quickening of the heart, although the hot spring was not particularly large. Upon closer inspection, watching Nezuko frolic in the water, coupled with the soothing warmth of the spring, eased the tension that had gripped everyone. Roman refrained from scrutinizing too closely, aware that such contemplation might lead to an overwhelming flood of distracting thoughts. With a significant battle possibly looming tonight, recklessness was out of the question. Yet, this candid encounter marked a new milestone. Having experienced the first, could subsequent meetings, second, third, and beyond, be far off? Kanai, how is your body faring? Roman broke the silence, his gaze fixed on Kanai. The woman, always adorned with a gentle smile, responded with equal warmth, I am quite well, and this time, I shall not be a burden. Observing the enduring smile on Kanai's face, Roman understood her resilient nature. Even in adversity, she would keep her troubles to herself, sparing him unnecessary worry. Utilizing the breathing technique required focus. The battle from 2 years prior, where Doma's blood demon art filled the air with ice crystals, had severely impacted his lungs due to the intense exertion of the breathing technique. The significance of one's lungs cannot be overstated, and their injuries are notoriously difficult to heal, certainly a challenge in this era without succumbing to demonhood. What do you intend to do? Butterfly Shinobu, noticing Roman suddenly approach, crossed her arms in a stance of vigilance. Ignoring her, Roman settled between the two sisters, momentarily catching Shinobu off guard, her tense form betraying her anxiety. Fear not, I shall not devour you, he reassured her before turning to Kanai. This time, do not overexert yourself like last time. Trust me, had Kanai not pushed herself against Doma, the prolonged battle would not have left her so severely injured from inhaling icy air. Had Roman not been there to restrain her, Kanai might have met a fate akin to that of his historical encounters, falling shortly after the battle's conclusion. This seemingly gentle and kind woman possessed an underlying tenacity, embodying a delicate strength. Upon hearing Roman's words, Kanai smiled. All right. She recognized that the young man before her had become the strongest of the Demon Slayer Corps, effortlessly slaying lower-tier demons and having previously repelled Musin. While he had yet to slay an upper-tier demon, none doubted his capability against them. Wait until I marry you both. Who agreed to marry you? Butterfly Shinobu interjected suddenly, finding it rather premature to leap to discussions of marriage without a confession. While she could accept the notion of marrying this rogue alongside her sister, the manner of its presentation felt dismissive. Then I shan't marry you? Unacceptable. In an instant, Shinobu lunged playfully at Roman. He caught her head with ease. The petite woman, barely over 1.50 meters, could not reach him, yet her lively spirit resembled a bouncing snow rabbit, full of vitality. What are you gazing at? So beautiful. How about marrying me? Roman stated directly, having cultivated their bond over the past 3 years, opting for candor. Just then, Nezuko swiftly approached, splashing water towards Shinobu, transforming the moment into a playful water fight, instantly lifting their spirits. Chapter 88. Crimson Clouds. Chilling winds, upper rank the setting sun bled into the horizon, painting the sky with crimson hues. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped into the evening. Roman stood atop the rooftop, his expansive view encompassing the entirety of the Swordsmith village. In this world, gods did not exist. Yet demons did. It was around this time that those malevolent beings would begin their activities. If all went as expected, the village would soon be engulfed in chaos. Fortunately, most swordsmiths had evacuated, with only a few remaining due to various circumstances. Is the wind picking up? Roman squinted as a cold breeze brushed against his cheek, a familiar sensation. The icy crystals in the chilly wind were unmistakable. Kanai, standing not far from him, also experienced a shift in demeanor. This unique icy power was familiar to both Kanai and Roman. 2 years prior, they had endured its harshness. The cold, biting wind swept across the ground, while above, dark clouds replaced the crimson glow, extinguishing the last remnants of sunlight. Upper rank 2, Doma. Roman immediately identified the white-haired man emerging from the woods. I remember you. The swordsman who wields thunder breathing. Are you now the current Hashira? The man, adorned with a rainbow of irises and the symbols for upper rank and 2 in his eyes, offered a disingenuous smile as he regarded Roman. Strolling into the village with a brazen air, Doma exuded an audacity befitting his formidable strength as an upper-rank demon. But are you prepared for death? Roman unsheathed his Nicaran blade, his voice icy. 2 years ago, he had merely wielded thunder breathing against demons, a mere C-rank swordsman then, with a vast disparity in their strengths. However, after 2 years of growth, Roman, now a Hashira, was no longer the feeble warrior he once had been. Even after 3 days apart, one must view another with fresh eyes. After 2 years, Roman was no longer the weak C-rank swordsman, a monster. Meanwhile, at the village's edge, Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen observed monstrous fish, each wearing pots and capable of traversing the land, surging into the village. These were the creations of upper rank 5, Gyakko's blood demon art, confirming Gyakko's presence. Boom. A nearby building shattered under an invisible sonic wave. And Roman witnessed a figure being flung away, Tenjin Yuzui, the Sound Hashira. Based on the attack, it was evident that the third upper-rank demon, Hantengu, had made its move. Gyakko's precise location remained unknown, but its creations would likely engage in battle with Tenjin, aiding him in awakening his patterns. Judging by the commotion, Hantengu had likely been beheaded, indicating at least one of its divisions had been completed. 3 upper-rank demons posed a considerable challenge for Roman. Among them, it was clear that Doma would require Roman's full attention. Otherwise, the overwhelming gap in strength would render others incapable of confronting him. Yet, even for Roman, slaying Doma would not be an easy feat. The strongest among the trio was undoubtedly Doma, surpassing the others by a significant margin. The most troublesome was likely Hantengu, who, as long as his original body remained hidden, could not be slain and could summon formidable manifestations of emotions. According to Roman's senses, Tanjiro and the others, along with Nezuko, had already engaged Hantengu in this battle. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu had not yet reached their full potential, but their combined strength was sufficient to hold their ground against Hantengu. However, they could only manage to withstand his might. Thankfully, the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji, a powerful young woman worthy of her title, was also stabilizing the conflict as the girl who wields flower-breathing present as well. Kanai and Shinobu, having observed the situation, resolved to deal with the fish monsters first. For the less powerful demon slayer swordsmen, these fish creatures posed a significant threat. The sisters joined forces, drawing Doma's attention. Clearly, their actions had caught Doma's eye. Realizing this, Roman could only lament Doma's choice to court death. Boom. Another explosion erupted as the sisters, previously engaged in dispatching fish monsters, swiftly dodged. The ground where they had stood was now littered with several whips. Yet, the destruction indicated that these were no ordinary whips. With a mere glance, Roman recognized them as the blood demon art of upper rank 6, Daki, capable of manipulating razor-sharp sashes. Most crucially, despite her not being particularly strong herself, she had a brother, Jotaro, whose strength was undeniably that of an upper-rank demon. Roman felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed like a grand gathering of upper ranks, with 4 of them present. He couldn't help but wonder if upper ranks 1 and 3, Kokushibo and Akaza, had also joined the fray. If those 2 had arrived as well, the situation would indeed become dire. Fortunately, no additional disturbances occurred. Roman silently exhaled, reassured that, despite the presence of 4 upper-rank demons, including the fearsome Doma, the challenge remained within his capabilities. The Upper Moon 4, Hantengu, will temporarily face no issues as the Love Hashira collaborates with the 3 small ones. As for Upper Moon 5, Tamayo, barring any unforeseen events, should encounter Takatu Michiru, subsequently awakening his latent potential. Upper Moon 6 will be dealt with by the Butterfly Sisters. The 2 sisters confronting the pair of siblings seems to be a fitting match in terms of strength. Ultimately, it falls to Roman to confront the formidable Upper Moon 2, Doma. Thus, the first step is to defeat U.It is clear that only by vanquishing Doma can assistance be provided to the others in dealing with the Upper Moons. Oh, is that so? Breath of Thunder, 7th form, Fire Thunder God. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes the most powerful technique of thunder breathing, a terrifying explosion of energy in an instant. Roman is not inclined to engage in any trivial exchanges with Doma. His primary objective is to eradicate Doma with all his might. Chapter 89. Mist Ice, Water Lily Bodhisattva.as Upper Moon 2. Doma is no pushover. Roman's Fire Thunder God technique is an adaptation inspired by the moves that Zenitsu Agatsuma will develop in the future. Uniquely crafted by Roman himself, this version of Fire Thunder God possesses not only remarkable speed but also integrates certain profound elements of sun breathing, significantly amplifying its power, thus justifying its name. In the face of Roman's Fire Thunder God, even Doma finds himself somewhat astonished. Blood demon art, withering round snowfall. In the air, ice crystals rapidly coalesce, swiftly encircling Doma's vulnerable angles. This is a defensive blood demon art designed for emergencies. While its defensive capabilities are not exceptionally strong, they are sufficient to obstruct the attacks of swift assailants, granting Doma ample time to react. The man ensnared in fire and lightning advances towards Doma with astonishing speed. No wonder Musen seeks to eliminate you. Observing the rapidly approaching red blade, Doma continues to wear a smile. This creature is inherently devoid of deep emotions, a monster who, after becoming a demon, has only intensified his callousness. The smile on his face is merely a mimicry, an act. Thus, in the face of Roman's formidable technique, he feels neither fear nor excitement. Blood demon art, frozen mist. The shattered ice crystals transform into finer particles, coalescing into a chilling mist. This technique disseminates the ice in a fog-like form. Should the enemy not retreat, it is easy for them to inhale the ice crystals, which will have a significant impact on their body, affecting their speed. However, as the icy mist reaches Roman, it barely influences him before being vaporized by the searing heat of the flames and lightning surrounding him. The temperature of the mist produced by the blood demon art is indeed frigid and unique, yet it pales in comparison to the flames of sun breathing and the lightning of thunder breathing. Doma had anticipated this scene, thus feeling no particular emotion. The cold mist reaches Roman's vicinity, quickly evaporating, yet a considerable portion drifts toward the battlefield of the Butterfly Sisters and Upper Moon 6. For the two of them, the icy mist poses little threat, but for the Butterfly Sisters, it is considerably hazardous. Moreover, previously, Kane Kocho had already sustained lung injuries while battling Doma. If she inhales the icy mist again, she may not survive this fight. Roman naturally notices this, observing Doma's smile, and promptly begins to alter his technique. Breath of Thunder, 8th form, Fire Thunder God Dance. Typically, thunder breathing comprises only 6 forms, but techniques are rigid while individuals are dynamic. Thus, Roman, inspired by Zenitsu's innovations, creates his own form. This still a breathing technique. Butterfly Shinobu, engaged in battle with Daki, glances at Roman's movement with astonishment. Intertwining flames and lightning coalesce around Roman, forming a colossal circle in the air, reminiscent of a thunder dragon with its head and tail connected. Encompassing Doma within its vast range, Shinobu can vaguely sense the air growing hot, and the ice crystal she had previously detected, yet felt powerless to counter, vanish entirely. The Fire Thunder God represents the ultimate explosion of speed. While this Fire Thunder God dance converts that speed into pure destructive force, speed equates to power, equating to destruction. Such is the essence of this technique. Remarkable indeed. With half of his neck vanishing, Doma, seated upon the icy lotus, emerges from the dense mist, feeling his neck and unable to suppress a smile. With this strike, he nearly met his end, and the close proximity to death elicits a faint sense of terror within the typically emotionless Doma. A sensation he had never truly experienced before, albeit subtly. Thus, at this moment, Doma's smile carries a hint of sincerity, as he grasps a fragment of existence. However, with the power of this technique, Doma recognizes that the young man before him is no longer the small swordsman he could easily manipulate. He must take this encounter more seriously. Blood Demon Art, Mist Ice, Water Lily Bodhisattva. As Doma activates his Blood Demon Art, a chilling aura manifests, and numerous ice crystals coalesce. Numerous ice crystal lotuses gather around Doma. Seated atop one such lotus, as a massive figure materializes before him, it is a colossal statue of a bodhisattva formed from ice crystals. Before such a grand entity, humanity often feels a twinge of reverence. The emergence of this imposing icy bodhisattva occupies a vast expanse, compelling the Butterfly Sisters and Upper Moon 6 to momentarily cease their battle and quickly create distance. What is this? Gazing at the massive icy bodhisattva, a demon slayer is overtaken by despair. The destructive potential of such a creation is unfathomable. Is this what it means to be an Upper Moon? Can humanity truly contend with these malevolent demons? In the face of this spectacle, the swordsman cannot help but feel despondent. Be careful. Nearby, a fellow demon slayer slashes at the approaching fish-like demon, his face betraying a hint of fear, yet his resolve remains steadfast. Aren't you afraid? Grateful for the rescue, the swordsman cannot help but inquire. We simply need to do what we can. The Upper Moon demon should be left to the Hashira. Besides, that is our strongest Hashira. The sound Hashira. Upon hearing his comrade's words, the swordsman pauses, looking toward the man clad in a red haori, standing before the icy bodhisattva, appearing diminutive. Indeed, that is the sound Hashira, with his comrade's words echoing in his mind. The swordsman shifts his focus from the battlefield, distancing himself to avoid being a burden to the Hashira, while concentrating on eliminating nearby fish demons, doing his utmost to contribute. Chapter 90. The Destructive Power of the Icy Bodhisattva. What a grand spectacle this is! Gazing at the icy Bodhisattva, Roman cannot help but exclaim. He'll be honest, he begins to grasp the feeling of facing Senju Hashirama from Naruto. Although Doma is clearly not comparable to Hashirama. Merely standing before this water lily Bodhisattva evokes a sense of the immense power held by the great Buddha of the Senju. Just being in the presence of such a colossal entity instills an unparalleled sense of oppression. Despite having trained in the breathing techniques, demon slayers remain mere mortals, and against such a terrifying creation, they truly feel impotent. However, with the activation of his markings, Roman's physique has already crossed into the realm of the extraordinary, and combined with the enhancements of the breathing techniques, he is not entirely without means to retaliate against such a behemoth. Yet, Doma's full power is undeniably formidable. One wonders just how powerful the even stronger Upper Moon one, Kokushibo, and the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji truly are. Kokushibo is a multifaceted warrior, excelling in both strength and technique, while Muzan is a data anomaly of overwhelming stats, both present formidable challenges. Reflecting on this, Roman realizes that in the original story, the Upper Moons and the Demon King are not defeated through mere brute strength. There exists a significant chasm between the Upper Moons and other demons. In the narrative, Kokushibo met his demise due to his own vanity. Doma succumbed to poison, and Akaza was taken by his beloved spirit. Roman assesses the disparity between the two sides and cannot help but marvel at the unparalleled strength of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. He truly transcends humanity. Presently, Doma is formidable, yet still within Roman's capacity to confront. Though he is nearing the point of revealing many of his hidden cards, I wonder if Muzan will truly hide away for decades upon witnessing this battle. After indulging in a moment of mockery towards Muzan, Roman begins to draw upon the surrounding air while simultaneously absorbing and communicating with the elemental forces of thunder and fire. Among all the demon slayers I have encountered, you are the strongest, but it is still insufficient. Observing Roman, Doma's expression grows more serious. Is that so? Gazing upon the lofty figure of Doma, seated upon the icy crystal lotus, Roman remained remarkably calm in stark contrast. The Butterfly Sisters, who had temporarily paused hostilities with the siblings Daki and Jutaro, bore expressions tinged with concern. It was a lamentable predicament. As the flower Hashira, she was unable to compel the demon to exert its full strength. Was this the essence of Upper Moon too? The disparity between Upper and Lower Moons was indeed profound. No, even among the Upper Moons, those ranked lower, such as the two before him, Upper Moon 6, paled in comparison to Doma. The icy mist conjured by Doma could lead to the decay of one's very lungs. Take Kanahui, for instance. Though her lungs had not succumbed entirely, they were gravely injured. After a few skirmishes with Jutaro, Kanahui began to sense a spreading pain within her chest. Yet, as she breathed, flames and lightning danced across Roman's form, intertwining and converging into a mesmerizing spectacle. At that moment, Doma commanded the icy crystal Bodhisattva to strike Roman with a palm. The colossal hand descended, and should fate allow, it could easily reduce a man to mere pulp beneath its weight. Breath of the Sun, 9th form, setting sun turn, assisted by the breathing technique, Roman leaped into the air, evading the attack while flipping upside down, wielding the Nichiren blade in an attempt to sever the wrist of the icy Bodhisattva. Clash, however, the collision of the long blade with the crystal felt akin to striking steel. It is well known that the Mo's hardness of extreme cold glacier ice exceeds 5, while that of iron ranges from 4 to 5. Moreover, artificially created pressurized ice possesses even greater hardness, reaching 6 to 7. The icy Bodhisattva, conjured by Doma's blood demon art, likely surpassed even that. While Roman's strike did not go entirely without effect, the scratches he left were swiftly mended by the replenishing icy mist. Boom! A massive palm imprint emerged on the ground, reminiscent of the mark left by the protagonist in the film Kung Fu after executing the Buddha's palm technique. Breath of the Sun, 11th form, Sun Halo Dragon Dance. Upon landing, Roman launched another assault. The gargantuan form of the icy Bodhisattva was indeed formidable, yet its agility was somewhat lacking. Before it could make its next move, Roman initiated his further attack. The Sun Halo Dragon Dance, an advanced technique imbued with enchantment from the Breath of the Sun, unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes, resembling a soaring fire dragon in its visual grandeur. From a distance, it appeared as if a fire dragon spiraled around the wrist of the icy bodhisattva, and in mere moments, the wrist was severed, the massive hand tumbling to the ground. Not bad. Just a bit more effort. Observing this, Doma felt no dismay. Instead, he encouraged Roman. As he spoke, under Doma's control, a new hand rapidly coalesced and lunged towards Roman. After evading the grasp of the icy bodhisattva, Roman distanced himself slightly, locking his gaze onto Doma. It was evident that merely dismantling the icy bodhisattva was a futile endeavor. Although Roman's stamina was ample, he could not hope to match Doma. A demon, in a war of attrition, as a human, he was at a distinct disadvantage. Destroying the creations of blood demon arts would yield insufficient results. It would be swifter to confront Doma, the true mastermind. However, Doma's concealment behind the icy bodhisattva and the surrounding expanse of icy lotuses posed considerable complications. Moreover, as Upper Moon 2, Doma was no mere lamb, and he would not easily surrender. Taking a deep breath, Roman activated his body further, preparing for the impending assault. Doma, seated upon the icy crystal lotus, regarded Roman with keen interest, eager to witness his next move. Chapter 91. A broken blade cannot slay a demon? Breath of Thunder, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash. The first form of the Breath of Thunder, Thunderclap and Flash, is the most fundamental and straightforward technique. It emphasizes rapid charge, precision, and surprise, characterized by its ability to instantaneously slay demons. If there is a flaw, it lies in its maneuverability. However, the six-fold Thunderclap and Flash allows for multiple displacements towards the opponent, compensating for the linear trajectory of movement. The eightfold, building upon the sixfold, further develops two additional trajectories. In truth, starting from the eightfold, if Roman wished, he could execute 16-fold, 32-fold, or even 64-fold, as long as his body could endure it. There would be no issues with technique. With a deep breath, Roman transformed into a streak of golden red lightning, weaving through the myriad icy lotuses, harnessing their momentum. Each icy lotus disintegrated into shimmering, translucent powder beneath the golden red flash, creating an indescribably beautiful scene from the perspective of an observer. In the blink of an eye, Roman had closed the distance to Doma. His formidable vision allowed Doma to catch sight of Roman's figure. Yet, as he beheld Roman, the surrounding icy defenses shattered, and Roman's Nicaran blade had already descended upon his neck. Feeling the tangible pressure of the blade against his skin, Roman hesitated not, channeling all his strength into the strike aimed at severing Doma's head. Having slain countless demons and beheaded an untold number, Roman's blade would not falter at such a moment. However, as Upper Moon 2, Doma's neck was not as easily severed as those of lesser demons. The searing crimson blade, upon meeting the demon's neck, should have glided through as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Yet, this time, the situation proved far more complex. Icy blood, coalescing from the demon, surged forth from his partially severed neck, abruptly halting the Nicaran blade's advance. Clearly, the seemingly indifferent demon was not inclined to succumb so easily. I must admit, I may have underestimated you, but this is where it ends. Doma regarded the man before him, his face adorned with that infuriating smile. The Nicaran blade, now a blazing crimson hue, began to cool under the influence of the frigid demon blood, its color darkening. Perhaps Roman could still contest with Doma, but it seemed his Nicaran blade was on the verge of succumbing. Observing Roman, Doma reached out to grasp the Nicaran blade. The red-hot blade had indeed inflicted some damage upon Doma, yet he appeared entirely unconcerned. Following the injury, the congealed ice crystal began to form a glove upon Doma's hand, initiating his own attack. Crack! The frozen and cooled Nicaran blade ultimately could not withstand the strain and shattered. The significance of a Nicaran blade to a swordsman cannot be overstated, especially in the current battle against demons. Being without one rendered the ability to slay demons impossible. Each swordsman's Nicaran blade in the Demon Slayer Corps is custom-made. While there may not be a substantial difference in essence, the craftsmanship among different smiths varies significantly. As a Hashira, Roman wielded a Nicaran blade forged by the most skilled blacksmiths in the swordsmith village. Having never encountered such a powerful demon before, and having maintained his blade well, Roman's Nicaran blade was in optimal condition, and he had no spare blade to rely upon. The ease with which his Nicaran blade had shattered was indeed a surprise for Roman. With your blade broken, what shall you do now? As a swordsman, without a blade, one's abilities are rendered moot. Doma epitomized the archetype of a villain, relishing the opportunity to engage in verbal sparring during combat. Much like in the original tale, where he recounted a story about Inosuke's mother or spoke to Shinobu about Kanahui, this leader of the Eternal Paradise sect demonstrated a profound ignorance of human emotions and the tremendous potential that can be unleashed under their influence. A broken blade cannot slay a demon? Gazing at Doma, Roman glanced at his shattered blade, now reduced to a mere 30 centimeters in length, yet it was not entirely unusable. Breath of the Sun. Second form, Azure Sky. Gripping the hilt with both hands, Roman summoned all his strength and struck at Doma's neck from another angle. In a burst of energy, the broken Nichiren blade at the center erupted in flames akin to the sun itself, its intensity overpowering even the frost conjured by Doma's blood. This time, Doma unleashed the full might of his blood demon art, yet the state of the Nichiren blade remained unbroken. As the blade gradually carved through Doma's neck, he sensed an impending crisis. Blood demon art, scattering lotus flowers. Since destroying the Nichiren blade proved ineffective in halting Roman's advance, Doma swiftly shifted his focus to Roman himself in an instant. The icy lotuses surrounding Doma erupted violently, their petals shooting towards Roman. While visually stunning, each petal was as lethal as a razor, and should Roman be struck, even survival would be a precarious outcome. Faced with this predicament, Roman opted to abandon his attempt to slay Doma, prioritizing the preservation of his own state. Breath of the Sun, 12th form. Flame Dance, indeed, a formidable opponent. Aside from my trump card, I have exhausted nearly all my strength and still find it impossible to swiftly eliminate Doma. It seems that dealing with Kokoshibo and Muzan remains fraught with uncertainty. This moment, Doma appeared quite disheveled. His neck bore 2 distinct gashes, reminiscent of a tree nearly felled, with only the central vertebra intact. However, Doma merely managed to precariously seal the wounds on either side of his neck with frost. As the formidable regenerative abilities of demons were rendered ineffective before the injuries inflicted by Roman. Although Roman's blood blade was affected by Doma's blood demon art, the wounds left behind significantly suppressed the demon's healing capabilities. Chapter 92. Illuminating Thousands. Observing Roman's decisive and skilled swordsmanship as he effortlessly dispelled the surrounding ice crystal lotus petals, Doma continued to wield his blood demon art. Blood demon art. Winter's Ice Pillars. Manipulating the ice crystal bodhisattva, he swung his palm from below while conjuring falling ice pillars mid-air, creating a perilous situation that filled Roman with an acute sense of crisis. Blood demon art. Frigid Lady of White. Blood demon art. Crystal Child. Moreover, after unleashing his attacks, Doma did not cease his onslaught. Now fully earnest, he summoned 2 additional ice crystal entities. 1. A female figure known as the White Lady continuously exhaled a white mist, producing effects akin to freezing fog. The other was a direct ice crystal doppelganger of Doma, capable of utilizing most of Doma's blood demon arts, and he summoned not just 1, but 3. Although their power did not match Doma's, their sheer number presented a formidable challenge, evoking a sense of shadow clones. Were it not for his control over the water lily bodhisattva, Doma could have summoned even more duplicates. As the white mist emitted by the White Lady approached, while it did not significantly impact Roman, it nonetheless accelerated his physical exertion. Meanwhile, Doma's doppelgangers summoned a barrage of winter ice pillars, augmenting the existing ice pillars with a remarkable increase in both coverage and density. Roman, Kanahu, engaged in battle with Jotaro, gasped at the unfolding scene. "You dare to divide your attention while facing me?" Jotaro, lacking any sympathy for the fairer sex, seized the opportunity presented by Kanahu's distraction to launch an attack. Wrapping his hand in a spiral of blood, he accelerated towards Kanahu, intent on swiftly dispatching her. To Jotaro, aside from his sister, no one else, regardless of their beauty, held any significance. Thus, he bore no psychological burden in delivering a lethal blow to Kanahu. At this moment, Jotaro unleashed his full power, and Kanahu, distracted, found her timing for defense severely compromised. Roman, with his keen perception of the battlefield, stood atop the water lily bodhisattva. With both the bodhisattva's palm and the range of the winter ice pillars in play, his movement was confined within this area before the attacks reached him. However, it was not an absolute deadlock. Breath of Thunder, 6th form. Thunderclap and Flash. As the ultimate technique of the original Thunder Breath, Thunderclap and Flash boasted an extensive range and terrifying power far surpassing other techniques. Executing this move, he struck the winter ice pillars in the sky. While it would not entirely clear the ice pillars, it would sufficiently create a relatively safe zone, granting Roman an opportunity to maneuver. Breath of Thunder, 5th form, Heat Wave Thunder. Roman was acutely aware of Kanahu's situation. Possessing sufficient attack range, he could assure her safety to some extent. After accomplishing this, Roman turned to face Doma, who was ensconced amidst a multitude of ice crystal summons. Blood Demon Art, Lotus Leaf Ice. Doma, undeterred by Roman's actions, created numerous ice crystal lotus flowers and leaves, encasing the surrounding area. Should Roman wish to advance and engage Doma again, it would prove more challenging than before, not to mention the multitude of ice crystal summons eyeing him with malicious intent. Continuously deploying various blood demon arts. Breath of the Sun, 13th form, illuminating thousands. Gazing at Doma, Roman once again harnessed the breath technique, activating his entire being. Not only was he adept in the Thunder Breath, but he had also developed his own variations of the Sun Breath. While the foundational 12 forms of the Sun Breath existed, they could be cyclically interwoven, starting from the first form, Dance of the Sun, and culminating in the 12th form, Flame Dance, creating a 13th form. However, this technique, while novel, was more an advanced application of the Sun Breath rather than an entirely new creation. Roman's 13th form was an evolution based on the original Sun Breath teachings. Though the Sun Breath passed down by Yurichi Tsujikuni was undoubtedly powerful, it did not imply a lack of room for improvement. While the 12 forms sufficed for Yurichi, they were not the limit of the Sun Breath. Although the Sun Breath resonated with Roman, developing the 13th form further refined its alignment with his capabilities. The technique, illuminating thousands, was Roman's adaptation of Yurichi's 13th form, a synthesis of all previous Sun Breath techniques. Perfectly attuned to Roman and capable of amplifying his power, in an instant, Roman severed and overcame countless ice crystal constructs, enveloped in an inferno, transforming into the Candle Dragon of Myth, obliterating all filth and purifying the darkness. In a fleeting moment, it was as if a sun had arisen in the world, the intense radiance rendering the other upper moons weak and suppressed. As for the blood demon art creations of Upper Moon 5, Gyako, they found themselves rendered immobile in the wake of Roman's brilliance. This technique provided immense support to the ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 93, Doma, Past, Finale. Is this sunlight? Even Doma, typically emotionally detached, was momentarily entranced at the sight of Roman, who resembled the Sun in his human days. Sunlight was freely accessible, yet after becoming a demon, it had transformed into a lethal force. Nevertheless, despite his transformation, the longing for sunlight remained. A discomfort he could not shake. Is this where my journey ends? The swirling space made Doma realize that his still recovering neck had been severed by his opponent, perhaps due to the strength of Upper Moon 2. His head did not vanish immediately, but he understood that death was imminent. Bang! At that moment, it seemed as though something had fallen beside him. Doma's head rolled a few times before a face came into view. Inosuke, his pig-headed mask having fallen away due to the intensity of battle, revealed a handsome visage before Doma. Haven't we met before? Looking at the youth before him, a memory surfaced in Doma's mind of a girl cradling a baby. I don't recall encountering a maggot like you. Inosuke scoffed at Doma's head, preparing to rise and rejoin the fray to assist Tanjiro and the others. This battle, with the trio teaming up with the Love Hashira against Hantenga, was indeed a challenge beyond their level. No, we have met. I recognize you. Let me think. 15 years ago? Not too long past, on that day, a girl of 17 or 18, holding a baby, came to me. She spoke of being beaten by her husband and bullied by her mother-in-law, claiming that the paradise cult I founded would protect these unfortunate souls. She said she had no parents or siblings, no one to rely on, nowhere to go. When I first saw her, her face was so swollen it was unrecognizable. She had clearly endured much suffering. Although she lost sight in one eye due to the beatings, her face healed completely afterward. She was a beautiful child, and I remember her well. That face is identical to yours, only more delicate with a gentler expression. Looking at the boy before him, Doma, now headless, pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Yes, it must be true. This person should be your mother." Upon hearing Doma's words, even the robust Inosuke felt his body stiffen instantly. I have no mother. A wild boar raised me. She has nothing to do with me. Inasuk shouted at Doma, a feeling he could not quite articulate surging within him. Are you saying you were born of a wild boar? Since you are human, you must have been birthed by a human. Enough noise, you idiot butcher. Inasuk grasped a nearby blade, preparing to pierce Doma's head. Hey, let me finish my words. Isn't this coincidence a miracle? Doma, unafraid of the blade raised by Inasuk, continued. I had no intention of consuming your mother. After all, having a person of grace and virtue by my side would surely elevate my spirits. Regrettably, your mother may not possess great intelligence, yet her beauty is striking, and her voice is melodious. She often cradled you in her arms while singing, though it was perplexing that she chose not to sing lullabies, but rather the song of a solemn vow. Tied at the knot, hanged at the rope, for 100 years unchanging. These were the lyrics she sang to you. Upon hearing Tong Mao's words, memories long buried in the depths of his mind surged forth, triggered by such evocative content. In those memories, a woman with a gentle visage sang to him and promised to protect him as he grew into adulthood. Was this woman, who felt so familiar and vowed to safeguard him, truly his mother? In that moment, Inasuk felt as if his very soul had been pierced. He knew someone had sung to him once, yet he had never known who that person was until Tong Mao spoke of it. And he realized it was indeed his mother. Initially, he had intended to keep her by his side, untouched until her final breath. However, your mother. Ah yes, her name was Kodoha, had her head severed, leaving her mind considerably dulled. When she discovered my act of consuming the flesh of worshippers, even my explanations fell on deaf ears. She could not comprehend my benevolent deeds and instead scolded and reviled me, incessantly calling me excessive and a deceiver. Before hastily fleeing from my temple, Inasuk's mind conjured fleeting images once more, the last of which seemed to depict his mother casting him off a cliff. Why mother? Was she killed? Kodoha truly led a life fraught with misfortune. Did she ever experience happiness? Her existence seemed utterly devoid of meaning. Observing Inasuk, Tong Mao displayed a smile, amused by Inasuk's complete lack of restraint. Know when to stop, you wretch. Just then, having been forcibly ejected, Tenjiro, who had fallen nearby, also overheard much of the conversation. Kind-hearted as he was, he could not suppress his anger and shouted at Tong Mao. Inasuk is truly adorable, with such small hands. Inasuk, how warm you are, my dear. It brings me immense joy to be with you. Inasuk's mind was flooded with memories tied to women, his grip on the Nichiren blade tightening as veins bulged along his arms. Such fortuitous encounters truly felt miraculous. Gazing at the incessantly prattling figure before him, Inasuk could not restrain himself, declaring, "The demon that killed my mother stands right before me. Descend to hell, you scoundrel." Without granting Tong Mao another moment to speak, Inasuk forcefully plunged his blade into Tong Mao's head. This malevolent being, reduced to a mere head, had no opportunity for further words as he was firmly pinned to the ground, awaiting his demise. Inasuk proclaimed, "I have no mother." Tenjiro replied, "Everyone has a mother." Inasuk retorted, "Then I am an abandoned child. My mother did not want me." Zenitsu interjected, "There must have been some unavoidable reason. If you were truly abandoned, your name wouldn't be written on your small blanket? Like mine." Inasuk insisted, "I have no memories of my mother. Without memories, she is as good as non-existent." Tenjiro urged, "Please don't say that, Inasuk. That I believe your mother loved you dearly." Kodoha, "Inasuk, I say I do not care. But who can truly disregard such feelings?" Chapter 94. All slaughtered. Employing such a grand move, I had essentially given it my all. However, the results were satisfactory. Tong Mao was successfully slain. Yet, given the intensity with which Tong Mao wielded his blood demon art, his condition was likely still somewhat inferior to his true peak, making it unsurprising that he was swiftly decapitated. Nonetheless, in this battle, whether through the breath of the sun or the breath of thunder, I seamlessly switched between various breathing techniques. Although I did not suffer the severe fatigue that Tanjiro experienced when switching from water breathing to sun breathing, my physique was still extraordinary, yet I felt somewhat drained. After surveying the battlefield within the village, Ramen exhaled deeply, reorienting himself. Through the observation of the transparent world, Ramen was acutely aware of the events transpiring around Tong Mao's head. It was perplexing to see a demon, reduced to a mere head, still prattling away. Ultimately, Tongmao's head met its end beneath Inasuk's blade. In a sense, it marked a conclusion. It was Ramen who severed Tongmao's head, and the boy who once struggled beneath Tongmao's power had now grown to confront him directly. This growth was indeed commendable. Ramen's evaluation of Tongmao was that of evil beginning to end, entirely undeserving of sympathy. Dying at the hands of those he tormented was, in a way, a fitting conclusion. Even unto death, Tongmao likely would not perceive his actions as wrong, believing his consumption of humans to be virtuous. Sister, a sudden exclamation drew Ramen's attention. Although he had previously provided support to Kanaho, his lung issues rendered him somewhat strained in combat against the formidable Jutaro, one of the upper six. The ailment afflicted Kanaho's stamina, making even the operation of her breathing technique painful. As the battle wore on, the disadvantages for Kanaho compounded. Witnessing Tongmao's defeat, Jutaro was instantly enveloped in a sense of foreboding. We must flee. It is imperative that we escape, or we shall perish. A powerful sense of dread permeated his heart. Yet he resolved to first deal with the woman who clung to him. Blood Demon Art, Flying Blood Scythe. Seizing the opportunity to push Kanaho back, Jutaro unleashed a flurry of blood blades. Under his command, these blades soared deftly through the air. Rapidly approaching Kanaho's, she prepared to raise her Nichiren blade in defense. A sudden sharp pain pierced her chest. In the blink of an eye, the blood blades were poised to strike Kanaho down, seemingly sealing her fate. The sounds of clashing blades echoed as Ramen, wielding a broken blade, positioned himself before Kanaho, intercepting all incoming attacks. Upon seeing Ramen before her, the one who had slain Tongmao, Jutaro understood he had no chance. Even if either he or Daki survived, he dared not gamble on the assumption that Ramen was unaware of this secret. Armed with a scythe, Jutaro gazed at the man before him, who wielded a broken blade and was not at his peak. Yet he refrained from advancing recklessly. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Having lived as a demon for so long, perhaps it was enough. The Jutaro before him and the former Mei, known as Daki, epitomized the archetype of the despicable yet pitiable. In their human lives, Mei and Jutaro had depended on one another. When Mei was 13, her beauty attracted the attention of a human warrior, who, after being blinded in one eye by her, conspired with the brothel owner to set her ablaze, leaving her on the brink of death. After Jutaro avenged her, he brought the dying Mei to Tongmao, who transformed them both into demons. Through years of effort, they ascended to upper 6. One could argue that sometimes human malevolence is not inferior to that of demons. While Ramen felt sympathy for their tragic past, the deeds they had committed warranted their end. Ramen did not see himself as an unwavering force of justice, yet he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. Lacking the capability, he did not pursue the notion of justice. When empowered, he merely aimed to do what was right within his means. Perhaps they bore no grudge against one another, but since the siblings arrived in the swordsmith village, particularly due to the harm inflicted upon the Butterfly sisters, a reconcilable conflict had arisen. Breath of Thunder, First Form, Thunderclap and Flash. Just as Jutaro prepared to wield his scythe in defense, he realized that the figure of the human man had long since vanished. Slowly turning his head, he saw that the man had already positioned himself behind Daki, the broken blade in his hand. So fast, has my neck been severed? As the world spun around him, Jutaro could not help but ponder. For Tongmao, the speed he could achieve was such that Jutaro could not hope to block it. Moreover, Jutaro had primarily focused on Kanaho but had also alternated with Daki. Thus, during their previous skirmishes, Shinobu had injected him with poison effective against demons, consequently diminishing his strength. Perhaps it was fate that the heads of the siblings fell simultaneously. Rolling to face one another, as they locked eyes, there were no mutual insults exchanged. This battle had encountered insurmountable forces. With Tongmao, the second upper moon, defeated, it was entirely reasonable for them, merely upper 6, to fall as well. Daki, or rather Mei, gazed at Jitaro's retreating figure and called out, "Brother, have you forgotten? When we were together, we were invincible. Cold and hunger were nothing to us. We promised to remain together forever and never part." After a prolonged silence, carrying Mei on his back, Jitaro ventured into the darkness, stepping toward what seemed to be an inferno of endless flames, perhaps hell itself. Watching the heads of the siblings dissipate, Ramen turned to the Butterfly sisters behind him and said, "Wait for me. I shall return shortly." With that, Ramen's figure vanished from sight, evidently heading to confront the upper four, Hantengu. Chapter 95. In utter disarray. The houses lay in ruins from the battle, a scene of utter disarray, with various building materials scattered across the ground, fragments and debris strewn about. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of charred remnants. While the ground was littered with shattered tiles and bricks, the entire village of Swordsmith seemed to have endured a cataclysm, losing its former warmth and tranquility. Observing the current state of Swordsmith Village, Roman casually cast aside the broken Nicaran blade in his hand. This battle was drawing to a close. Although he was left with only a shattered sword, having dealt with Daki and Jotaro, vanquishing one more Hantengu posed no particular challenge. As the Upper Moon 4, Hantengu's strength was indeed formidable, capable of manifesting 4 clones with distinct abilities, while its true form was merely the size of a palm, making it quite inconspicuous when it hid. Yet, even when Hantengu's 4 manifestations, representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, fused to form the embodiment of hatred, its strength was significantly enhanced, allowing it to summon multiple wood dragons for assault and freely wield the abilities of its other clones. However, the greatest vulnerability of Hantengu, symbolized by its true form's timidity, remained an inescapable flaw. Such a glaring deficiency appeared quite substantial in front of Roman. Beneath the transparent world, Hantengu's true form had nowhere to hide. Coupled with Roman's lightning-fast thunder-breathing, dispatching the diminutive Hantengu was exceedingly straightforward. Once the true form was eliminated, Hantengu's embodiment of hatred naturally dissipated as well. As for Upper Moon 5, Gyako, based on the state of the blood demon art creations emerging from the various jars. It seemed Gyako had also met a grim fate, likely at the hands of Takedo Machiro. Swordsmith Village was essentially left in ruins, yet such a cost was not without significance. Slaying 4 Upper Moon demons represented an extraordinarily impressive achievement for the Demon Slayer Corps at any point in time. Finally, it had come to an end. Zenitsu Agatsuma, with his yellow hair, gazed at the slowly dissipating wood dragons, his face betraying a hint of lingering dread. A glance at the young man prompted Roman to acknowledge that Agatsuma's earlier performance was indeed commendable. He had witnessed the state of the sleeping pillar. Previously, Kenroji Mitsuri had held off Hantengu's 4 manifestations, and this young man had nearly subdued Hantengu's true form alongside Tanjiro, only to find that the 4 manifestations could merge into the embodiment of hatred. Upper Moon demons, compared to their lower moon counterparts, exhibited a remarkable increase in both power and survival capabilities. For instance, the brother and sister duo of Upper Moon 6 could not be killed unless their heads were severed completely. Likewise, Upper Moon 5 could swiftly traverse between jars. And then there was Hantengu, with its numerous clones, requiring the decapitation of its diminutive true form to achieve death. As for the top 3 Upper Moons, their strength represented a sheer disparity in hard power. Perhaps only Hantengu's embodiment of hatred could barely approach that level, but the existence of its true form's flaw rendered it vastly inferior. Unfortunately, Roman's own hard power was sufficiently formidable. He had decisively slain Doma, perhaps catching him off guard with the sun breathing and his self-developed 13th form. However, the defeats of Daki, Jotaro, and Hantengu were purely a matter of overwhelming strength. "Sister, are you all right?" After surveying the chaotic ruins of Swordsmith Village, Butterfly Shinobu quickly turned to Kane, who had visibly shown signs of discomfort, likely indicating a relapse of her old ailment, raising her concern. "I'm fine," Kane replied, her complexion somewhat pale. Although her old ailment had resurfaced, timely rest had prevented her condition from worsening. With a bit more recovery, she would be nearly restored. As a healer, she was quite aware of her own state. "Perhaps I should step back from the front lines. I have become a burden to everyone." A smile adorned Kane's face, yet her heart inadvertently reflected the worry of Shinobu, who was her only remaining blood relative, as well as Roman, who approached slowly, and the young swordsmen sprawled across the ground. The young swordsmen have all grown, and there is also him. Gazing at Roman, Kane felt that perhaps in her lifetime, she might witness the day when demons were entirely eradicated. That time, she and her sister might lead ordinary lives, becoming a devoted wife and mother or an exceptional healer. Such a prospect seemed quite appealing. Looking at her sister, Kane found herself momentarily lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, the once serious and taciturn Shinobu, with her short hair reminiscent of a tomboy, had blossomed into a cheerful and beautiful young woman. Butterfly Shinobu supported Kane, deeply concerned for her only remaining family member in this world. After grasping Kane's hand and checking her pulse to ascertain her condition, Shinobu let out a slight sigh of relief. It was evident that while Kane's condition was not optimal, there were no further complications, and her symptoms of deep-seated loneliness had not intensified, which was indeed a good sign. "How are you? Is everything all right?" Roman approached to inquire. Although he could directly observe the internal condition through the transparent world, his lack of medical expertise limited him to concluding that Kane's state was not particularly dire. However, the specifics still required a professional's assessment. For now, it remained stable. Shinobu took this matter quite seriously, considering it a life-and-death battle where casualties were inevitable, primarily due to the aquatic monstrosities spawned by Gyako's blood demon art. Unfortunately, despite the extensive training most Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen underwent, not all possessed exceptional talent. Indeed, those with true gifts were always a rare few. Yet, in the end, Roman had witnessed Takedo Muchiro, the Mist Pillar. A prodigious young man, unraveling his inner turmoil, unlocking his marks, and ultimately destined to vanquish Upper Moon 5. Thus, while the battle had left Swordsmith Village in ruins and claimed numerous lives among the Demon Slayer Corps, the deaths of 4 Upper Moon demons undoubtedly constituted a resounding victory. Chapter 96. Musen's Fury within the Infinity Castle. Aside from Musen, only the Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo, the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, and the controlling figure of the castle, Neikheim, were present. The demise of several Upper Moons reached Musen almost instantaneously, prompting him to convene an Upper Moon meeting. Musen was particularly invested in the matter of the Upper Moons invading Swordsmith Village, especially the battle involving Doma, which he had observed in its entirety. Upon witnessing Doma's defeat, Musen's mood plummeted, and the atmosphere grew suffocatingly heavy, even affecting Kokushibo and Akaza, whose expressions shifted slightly. Though they were unaware of the specifics, both Kokushibo and Akaza sensed something amiss. The fact that only the two of them convened indicated that others might have encountered problems. After a century, the Upper Moons had suffered losses once more. And this time, it was 4 at once. Furthermore, none of them had managed to slay a single Hashira. Upon hearing Musen's voice, even the most composed Kokushibo felt the weight of gravity in his 6 eyes. The loss of 4 Upper Moons was indeed unprecedented, especially with Doma, whose strength was second only to his own, now among the fallen. Such an event could not be overlooked. Kokushibo, having faced Doma before, along with Akaza, fully understood the extent of his power. Although Kokushibo perceived several shortcomings in Doma, for Akaza, he represented an insurmountable peak that continued to grow at an alarming rate. Despite harboring thoughts of killing Doma and Kokushibo, Akaza found himself momentarily stunned by Doma's untimely demise. Yet both Kokushibo and Akaza were resolute beings, and within moments, they accepted the news of Doma's death. Sitting upright, they awaited Musen's instructions, knowing that his summons likely entailed more than merely conveying this news. "Akaza, you shall be promoted to Upper Moon 2, and Neikheim shall ascend to Upper Moon 3. After a brief moment of composure, Musen straightforwardly reorganized the Upper Moons. Though Doma had perished, Musen recognized that it was not due to Doma's inadequacies. In fact, Doma had performed admirably. However, the Sun Hashira wielded considerable strength that was somewhat overwhelming. Nevertheless, Musen had gauged the general limits of the Sun Hashira's capabilities. Despite being formidable, slaying him still required significant effort. Even though this Hashira had mastered the sun breathing and developed his own techniques, he paled in comparison to the terrifying figure of Yurichi Tsujikuni. Yet, to be on the safe side, it was imperative to eliminate this Sun Hashira promptly. These human demon hunters often unleashed potential beyond his comprehension, and the current Sun Hashira posed a significant threat. Should he continue to grow, he might indeed reach the same level as Yurichi. If that were to happen, Musen would have to evade for several more years, or even decades. Although this Hashira had awakened his marks, who could say if he was a rare exception like Yurichi, capable of living to the end after manifesting his marks? Neikheim, swiftly locate all Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen, and gather intelligence on the Kenroji family. Most importantly, pinpoint the location of the Sun Hashira. Once Musen regained his composure, he decisively issued orders to Neikheim. The handheld pipa of the one-eyed female demon, Ming Nu, possesses an extraordinarily convenient blood demon technique for surveillance and intelligence gathering. Should the opportunity arise, she might effortlessly draw all the Hashira into the infinite castle, eradicating them in unison. However, prior to this, it is imperative to recruit some suitable demons to fill the vacancies among the upper moons. The absence of a few upper moons has indeed resulted in a noticeable deficiency in high-tier combat power. Kokushibo and Akaza remain on standby. Our first objective is to eliminate the Hashira Mitsuri Kinroji. As we seek to replenish the upper moons, Muzan also imparted instructions to his two most formidable subordinates. Although Kokushibo alone is powerful enough to crush the Hashira, for added assurance, it would be prudent for both to confront her together. Lord Muzan, I could handle the Hashira on my own, Akaza interjected. Upon hearing Akaza's tone, Muzan fell silent for a moment, acknowledging Kokushibo's status as his strongest warrior and conceding him some degree of respect. Kokushibo, with a calm demeanor, expressed his discontent regarding Muzan's decision to pair him with Akaza against the Hashirade, one of the earliest upper moons. He had held the position for centuries, mastering the moon-breathing techniques, a formidable swordsman and undoubtedly the strongest under Muzan's command. Even against formidable opponents like Doma or Akaza, he would not face defeat. Having forsaken his family and joined the Demon Slayer Corps to surpass his younger brother, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, and subsequently succumb to the curse of the mark, Kokushibo had dedicated his endless years to this pursuit. Such prideful stature made it difficult for him to accept being underestimated. Muzan, upon hearing Kokushibo's voice, remained silent for a moment, as his most powerful combatant. He felt compelled to grant Kokushibo a measure of respect. Lord Muzan, I could easily deal with the Hashira without Kokushibo's assistance, Akaza reiterated. The irritation within Muzan grew stronger as he glanced at his two subordinates. Enough chatter, follow my orders, kill Doma. Though typically, Muzan would afford his loyal subordinates some leeway, the thought of Doma being slain by the Hashira compelled him to remain composed and coldly direct, at that moment. Akaza found himself at a loss for words. He recognized that he could not measure up to Doma, and thus the Hashira capable of slaying Doma would likely overpower him as well. Accepting death in pursuit of a worthy opponent was not out of the question, yet as it was Muzan's command, he could not refuse. Even Kokushibo, no matter how formidable, refrained from voicing further objections upon hearing Muzan's orders. However, Kokushibo was taken aback to learn that Doma had been killed by a single individual. He had assumed Doma's demise resulted from a cunning scheme by the Demon Slayer Corps. It seemed that after all these years, a sufficiently powerful swordsman had emerged within the ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 97. An unexpected turn of events. Not only had the upper moons suffered the loss of 4 members this time, but Muzan would also need to complete the upper moons before initiating a full-scale war. There was a possibility that Muzan, fearing the sun-breathing techniques wielded by the Hashira, might retreat to a corner and lay low for decades, leaving the Hashira with no recourse. However, to the Hashira's surprise, Muzan's actions were swifter than anticipated. Merely a day had passed when Muzan activated the Infinite Castle, singularly ensnaring the Hashira within its confines. Muzan had specifically targeted the Hashira alone. Observing the two figures before him, the Hashira felt a sense of recognition. Muzan indeed held him in high regard, dispatching his remaining 2 strongest warriors to confront him. Kokushibo and Akaza, ranked upper moons 1 and 3 respectively, were indeed formidable foes worthy of their titles. Notably, upon noticing the number 2 in Akaza's eyes, the Hashira realized that Akaza had been promoted to Upper Moon 2, a fitting elevation following Doma's demise. However, now facing 2 powerful upper moons, the Hashira sensed the impending challenge. Despite the recognition from the 2 upper moons, he contemplated whether he could exert his full strength against both simultaneously. If he merely showcased the prowess that had defeated Doma, it would likely fall short against these 2 adversaries. Even confronting Kokushibo alone seemed a daunting endeavor. Although Kokushibo had once been the human swordsman, Kageyama, who later became a demon, his strength was undeniable. His powerful physique, honed over centuries of training, placed him beyond the reach of ordinary individuals unless they possessed the innate prowess of someone like Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Standing before Kokushibo, the Hashira felt an immense pressure emanating from his pure, overwhelming strength. In contrast, while Akaza was undeniably strong, he seemed less imposing when compared to Kokushibo. Have you mastered the sun-breathing techniques, the Hekazai, in the translucent world? Kokushibo inquired, having discerned the state of the Hashira. Indeed, he has attained the highest realm. Thus, I cannot perceive his fighting spirit, Kokushibo reflected. Akaza, upon hearing Kokushibo's words, felt a surge of longing. The translucent world was his lifelong pursuit, and he had dedicated hundreds of years to this ambition. Yet, witnessing the young swordsman before him, who had mastered in mere years what Akaza had not achieved in centuries, left him momentarily stunned. As Kokushibo could easily assess the Hashira's condition, the latter was not surprised. Kageyama, during his human years, while not as exceptional as his brother Yorichi, had still been a remarkable swordsman, mastering the techniques of Hekazai, the translucent world, and the sun-breathing. "Draw your sword," Kokushibo commanded, raising his weapon, which bore an intricate pattern of eyes, evoking an eerie sensation. Observing Kokushibo, Akaza stepped aside. Although Muzan had ordered them to eliminate the Hashira together, a principled martial artist like Akaza would refrain from intervening if Kokushibo did not require assistance. Moreover, Akaza understood Kokushibo's capabilities. He could undoubtedly handle the Hashira on his own. If given the chance, Akaza would relish the opportunity to engage with a formidable opponent like the Hashira, as only through combat with such adversaries could he elevate his own skills. Yet, since Kokushibo desired this encounter, Akaza would not interfere, finding it a rare sight to see Kokushibo display such eagerness. The Hashira, drawing his Nichiren blade, sought to discern the differences in breathing techniques of this swordsman, a remnant from the Warring States period, and to understand the intricacies of moon breathing. His own Nichiren blade had broken, yet he was fortunate to have a spare, a precaution born from past encounters with demons. The blade, now ablaze with a fervent crimson hue, radiated a fiery pattern upon the Hashira's forehead, evoking a sense of both familiarity and strangeness within Kokuze Chibo. In a moment of clarity, Kokushibo cast aside distractions and focused on the Hashira wielding the sun-breathing techniques. He was determined to showcase the swordsmanship he had honed over centuries. For hundreds of years, he had pursued perfection without faltering, all to surpass the figure etched in his memory. The young man before him, a practitioner of sun-breathing and the strongest swordsman of this era, would serve as the benchmark to validate his relentless training. With resolve, Kokushibo tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze fixed upon the Hashira. Chapter 98. A sudden shift in fortune. Kokushibo's moon breathing was characterized by its extensive range and powerful long-range attacks. Each breathing technique possessed its unique attributes. For instance, sun breathing was known for its versatility, thunder breathing for its speed, and water breathing for its agility. First form. Dark Moon, Twilight Palace. Kokushibo unleashed a formidable slash, and those with keen dynamic vision could perceive irregularly shaped, small crescent blades surrounding the primary strike, their sizes and lengths constantly shifting, creating a terrifying spectacle. First form. Rondo. The Hashira, recognizing the gravity of Kokushibo's attack, did not succumb to arrogance. He immediately executed the sun-breathing technique. This particular move could not be underestimated. In the original narrative, it had severed the arm of the Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji, who had already activated her markings, with a single encounter. Given that both warriors had mastered the translucent world, merely observing muscle movements for predictive advantage bore little effectiveness, only a clash of pure raw strength would suffice. At the very moment of their confrontation, Roman discerned that in a mere contest of strength, he was no match for Kokushibo. This was hardly surprising, as the foundational attributes of demons were inherently superior to those of humans. And Kokushibo, being one of the upper moons who had consumed countless humans over the centuries, was exceptionally formidable. Among humans, Roman believed that aside from the extraordinarily gifted figure of Yorichi Tsujikuni, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone relying solely on acquired training to surpass such a demon. Particularly when this demon had mastered the breathing techniques and possessed unparalleled swordsmanship, the challenge only intensified, rendering their battle a fierce stalemate for the time being. The strength of the first brother was indeed formidable. Without the sun breathing, Roman could only await the inevitable demise at the hands of the first brother. As Roman engaged in this fierce struggle with Kokushibo, in the mirrored dimension, other versions of Roman from different timelines stood together. Observing the unfolding events, it was only after Roman was drawn into the Infinite City that their attention turned to him. The previous events at the Swordsmith Village, despite the presence of the second brother, Doma, could have been resolved even with just the sun and thunder breathing techniques. Moreover, with the support of several Hashira from the protagonist group, there was little cause for concern. It was only with Roman's current involvement in the Infinite City that everyone began to pay attention. If all went as expected, This encounter would likely culminate in a final battle. It would not conclude until either Roman met his end or Musin was vanquished. The assembly of all the Romans served primarily as a precautionary measure against unforeseen complications. Their presence could provide mutual support. With the collective efforts of the various timelines Romans, the revival and growth within the mirrored dimension witnessed a significant enhancement. Not to mention, the energy reserves were barely sufficient to allow any single Roman to traverse into other timelines. Although this method consumed considerable resources, as long as the Demon Slayer Roman encountered no issues, such extreme measures were unnecessary. However, should it come to that, safeguarding the Demon Slayer Roman would not be an inconsequential endeavor. Beyond the sun and thunder breathing, the Demon Slayer Corps had researched various breathing techniques, ultimately developing the heaven breathing, which was more suited to their own capabilities. When employing heaven breathing, the Demon Slayer Roman would attain a true state of completeness. Even if he could not rival Yorichi Tsujikuni, he would at least possess 90% of his strength, making the defeat of Kokushibo and Akaza a feasible task. As for Musin, direct confrontation would be required to ascertain his capability to contend with him. In essence, the Demon Slayer Roman retained a hidden card, ensuring a degree of stability. The only uncertainty lay with Musin, which was why everyone gathered together. Currently, the prospect of traversing the multiverse and various realms remained unattainable. Yet the future seemed promising. Such thoughts often evoked a sense of madness. Observing the other Romans, the mutant Roman couldn't help but voice his exasperation. Essentially, these Romans were fragments of himself, having diverged to gain autonomy. Yet they remained part of him, rather akin to a case of dissociative identity disorder, with subtle differences existing among each Roman apart from the primary entity. Who could deny this? However, the third brother merely observed, adhering to the rules, perhaps out of a sense of decorum. What was he called the third brother for, when he was now the second brother? My mistake. Wait, did the third brother just bite the dust? Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Heaven breathing first form moon slashing. In an unexpected turn, Roman, switching to heaven breathing, swiftly severed Kokushibo's head. Ironically, this strike that decapitated the user of moon breathing was aptly named moon slashing. Watching Kokushibo's severed head, Roman remained on guard, aware that Kokushibo had transcended the limitations of the flesh and would not succumb easily to decapitation. Aside from sunlight, Kokushibo theoretically possessed no vulnerabilities. Roman also kept a wary eye on Akaza, anticipating any sudden movements from him. However, witnessing Kokushibo's dire state, Akaza displayed no inclination to intervene. Just as Roman prepared to continue his onslaught against Kokushibo, he encountered an astonishing turn of events. Akaza was abruptly decapitated, and the perpetrator was none other than Musin Kibutsuji Point. One could observe the shadowy expression on Musin's face, filled with palpable disdain towards Roman. With Kokushibo faltering, Musin could no longer restrain himself and resolved to intervene personally. His first act was to execute the passive Akaza. Akaza's combat prowess was unquestionable, yet Musin, in his fury, could no longer tolerate such disobedience from an employee. In ordinary circumstances, he might have been lenient. But Musin's threshold for patience had reached its limit. Roman, taken aback by this turn of events, quickly recalibrated his mindset, preparing to face both Kokushibo and Musin simultaneously. In the original narrative, Musin had not hesitated to eliminate his subordinates directly. For instance, he had executed the loyal and diligent Neikime solely because her blood demon art was countered by Himejima. This illustrated that even upper moons were, in Musin's eyes, merely valuable expendables, not above abandonment. The importance of Neikime, who commanded the infinite city and possessed various abilities to gather intelligence and disrupt battle dynamics, was self-evident, yet Musin had executed her without hesitation. In contrast, Akaza, the embodiment of brute force, was equally expendable when he proved troublesome. Musin's unpredictable temperament rendered his actions utterly inscrutable. Observing Musin's impending involvement in the fray, Roman sensed the situation growing increasingly precarious. Not to mention, Neikime, who wielded control over the infinite city, was providing support to both combatants. At this moment, Roman faced a dire predicament, spiraling into a grave disadvantage. Chapter 99. The Celestial Curse Patterns. What a bunch of useless fools. Why are you demon slayers like cockroaches that can't be exterminated? At this moment, Musin's once handsome visage was devoid of its former nobility and glory, contorted into an expression of unbridled rage. Clearly, Musin, the despicable overlord, had accumulated an unfathomable amount of wrath since his encounter with Yorichi, and it erupted at this very moment. Prior to Yorichi's emergence, Muzan had no significant flaws aside from his inability to walk in sunlight. However, the moment Yorichi appeared, Muzan was jolted into the realization that he was not invincible. A human existed who possessed the capability to kill him. Had it not been for Yorichi's lack of preparedness, Muzan would have met his end during their first encounter. Fleeing in extreme terror, Muzan had hidden for decades until Yorichi's demise, at which point he dared to re-emerge into the world. However, even after Yorichi's death, the wounds he sustained had not fully healed over the course of a century. In recent years, he had to rely on disguises to conceal his scars. Out of fear for Yorichi, he had even commanded all demons to erase any knowledge of sun breathing from their legacy, effectively severing the already tenuous transmission of this technique. Yet, Muzan was baffled as to where Roman's sun breathing had materialized from. The memory of that snowy day a year ago, when Roman wielded sun breathing, had truly startled him, and now it filled him with humiliation. Yet now, Roman had grown to such an extent that Muzan was compelled to acknowledge him. Perhaps your actions have gone too far. This world may not take kindly to you. Though somewhat jarring, Roman felt there was indeed merit to this notion. Muzan's existence was akin to an untouchable tumor that the world could not control. What pained him most was that this tumor continued to assimilate and slay more humans, further jeopardizing his own vitality. In such circumstances, it would be peculiar if Muzan were not targeted. Muzan's expression froze momentarily as he considered the possibility that the world's malice towards him had intensified since Yorichi's time. No, perhaps even further back, he had sensed that the world had begun to conspire against him, a feeling that peaked with the arrival of Yorichi. He merely sought eternal existence. Why was he subjected to such relentless persecution? In a sudden surge of overwhelming fury, Muzan could no longer restrain himself and charged at Roman. Muzan possessed little in the way of combat finesse. His speed was akin to instantaneous movement. Relying purely on sheer velocity, lacking any technique, he was merely a force of numerical superiority. Furthermore, as a master of physical enhancement, Muzan's physique was disturbingly powerful. Heaven-breathing second-form falling sun. This grand and resplendent technique, reminiscent of a blazing sun, was something he had grown weary of. What exacerbated his distress was that the man before him not only inherited sun breathing, but had also innovated upon it. Developing even more potent breathing techniques, the potential of this man filled him with trepidation. He could not gamble on whether Roman might reach the same echelon as Yorichi. He must be eliminated here. Unlike Akaza, Kokushibo had been Muzan's earliest and strongest upper moon. Mastering moon breathing, Kokushibo stood apart from the others. Even when facing Muzan, had it not been for his absolute control over demons, the not-so-strong combat skills of Muzan might not have prevailed against the fully committed Kokushibo. Restoring the grotesque visage of his dark eyes, he also became aware of Muzan's gaze, fully comprehending Muzan's intentions. Although the pride of a swordsman made him reluctant to ally with others, the centuries of subservience left him with no room for dissent in the face of Muzan's commands. Over the course of these hundreds of years, perhaps unbeknownst to him, or perhaps in a state of unwilling ignorance, Kokushibo had undergone profound changes, and his true self had long been lost in the process. Possessing the ability to perceive the world with clarity, our men could naturally observe the movements of Kokushibo behind him, thus choosing to halt his pursuit of Muzan and instead confront Kokushibo in battle. In the absence of Muzan's transformation into his complete form, Kokushibo's threat was indeed somewhat greater. However, upon witnessing our men's continued resilience, Muzan immediately commenced his metamorphosis. Transformed into his complete form, Muzan became a creature of white, curly hair, his limbs and lower body enveloped in blood and hair, his entire being sprouting a massive maw lined with sharp teeth. Although he remained within the bounds of human form, there was an undeniable sense of the grotesque. Upon completing his transformation, Muzan's hands morphed into two whips of spikes, lashing out toward our men. This is troublesome. I shall resort to that technique. Faced with the dual onslaught of these formidable demons, our men could not help but reflect that he was ultimately not the same as Yorichi Tsujikuni. The demon slayer Armin and the one beneath Yorichi had studied each other's training methods, each reaping their own rewards. The emergence of his breath of the heavens was also a result of the efforts of the one beneath Yoriichi.as, for why he did not utilize the potent heavenly curse patterns directly. The reason was simple. Such patterns consumed one's lifespan, and the heavenly curse patterns represented an upgraded version, further depleting one's vitality. Once used, it would nearly guarantee one's demise. Yet, in the current situation, if one must fight desperately, then so be it, and he was not entirely without options. The fiery red patterns and golden lightning motifs upon our Min's body seemed to come alive, their colors becoming increasingly vivid, beginning to spread and transform into two dragon-like designs. A sight most wondrous, moreover, in the perceptions of Muzan and Kokushibo, they could distinctly sense a sudden and dramatic surge in our Min's aura, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Chapter 100. Muzan's Mask. What is this? A pattern? Kokushibo gazed at the transformation of the patterns upon our Min, his uncertainty palpable. His feelings toward the patterns were complex. They could facilitate rapid enhancement of his abilities, yet they also curtailed his lifespan. Even with the activation of the patterns, during his human years, he remained unable to surpass his brother, Yurichi Tsujikuni. The limitations imposed by his lifespan and the yearning to surpass Yurichi, coupled with a myriad of complex emotions, led Kokushibo to understand that being human had its limits, and he could not surpass Yurichi. Thus, he resolved to forsake his humanity and become an immortal demon, if this was indeed a further development of the patterns. Considering their substantial side effects, one could surmise that this state likely bore even greater repercussions. How pitiful, brother, gazing at the young man before him, whose black hair was visibly turning white at an alarming rate. Kokushibo felt an uncanny resemblance to a figure buried deep in his memories, beginning to overlap as my transformation into this wretched being a result of my desire to avoid death. That is not correct. Yurichi, brother, I merely wish to become you as the centuries have passed. The most vivid memory is of the face I most want to forget. Yours. You once said, those who exhaust their path will return to the same place, yet I cannot reach the realm where you reside. I cannot see the world you behold. Why are we so different? What was my purpose in being born into this world? Tell me, Yurichi. With his back turned to the dissipating form beneath his blade, only tattered clothing and two shattered flutes remained. Next, it will be your turn. Observing Muzan, our Min slowly raised his sword, an act that caused Muzan to feel an overwhelming pressure coalescing upon him. Naki, transfer. In a state of fear, Muzan cried out, hoping to command Naki, the master of Infinite Castle, to whisk him away. Simultaneously, without a moment's hesitation, Muzan initiated his self-splitting. The being before him had already rivaled, if not surpassed, Yurichi Tsujikuni. He had no chance of victory. Recalling the terror of Yurichi, that feeling of life hanging by a thread, he instinctively made the most prudent choice. Just as he had self-split to escape Yurichi when he realized he could not defeat him. Knowing he could not overcome our Min, he immediately began to divide himself. I am no longer the person I once was. I can now split into 3,600 pieces of flesh. As he divided, this thought flickered through Muzan's mind. In the past, when confronted by Yurichi, Muzan could only split into 1,800 pieces. It was only because Yurichi had been caught off guard that he managed to escape with over 300 pieces of flesh, allowing him to cling to life. Fearing the emergence of a presence as terrifying as Yurichi's in the future, he had diligently refined his splitting technique over the years, allowing him to double the number of divisions. With such a multitude, even Yurichi would be unable to annihilate them all. Breath of the heavens, sixth form, celestial rotation. An endless cascade of crimson gold blades flashed, targeting not merely Muzan's flesh. Under the onslaught of such terrifying blade light, the entirety of Infinite Castle trembled. This radiant blade light shone brilliantly, akin to a blazing sun suspended in the sky. Radiating boundless light and warmth, it resembled a silvery moon, casting a cool and gentle glow that illuminated the world. Simultaneously, it appeared as a myriad of twinkling stars, as if gathering all the celestial bodies of the universe, dazzling and disorienting. Am I to die? Muzan felt the imminent threat of death. Beneath such horrific blade light, not only his flesh but the entire Infinite Castle could not be preserved. Even Naki, hidden in some corner, would be instantly slain. As Infinite Castle vanished, the dawn broke, revealing the sun hanging in the sky. No, I shall not perish. Perhaps my flesh may fade, but my will shall remain unbroken and eternal. In the face of death's threat, Muzan made his resolution. A vast mass of flesh converged and surged toward our men. Indeed, The power of Armin's strike was immensely terrifying, yet the vast expanse of its range required an equally staggering expenditure of energy. In mere moments, Armin's face was etched with numerous wrinkles, resembling an aged elder on the brink of collapse. While his technique was formidable, even a human's strength must eventually wane. He could not truly achieve the flawless annihilation of all 3,600 pieces of flesh. He may have surpassed Yorichi, but even if Yorichi were present, he could not hope to eliminate every single piece. Thus, Armin's obliteration of Infinite Castle was intended to sever Musen's last hope of survival. For after a prolonged battle with Kokushibo, the sun had already risen. What is this? A mass of crimson flesh surged toward him, and Armin found himself momentarily stunned. He wished to defend himself, but his nearly exhausted body could muster no effective response. The flesh enveloped him, seeping through his eyes, mouth, nose, and even the pores of his skin, infiltrating his very being. Armin soon realized that he was experiencing the same fate as Tanjiro. Consequently, he ceased his efforts to rectify his life's exhaustion and the copying of his healing factor. You, who can utilize the same breathing techniques as that monster, and perhaps even possess greater strength. I believe you have absorbed all my blood and power, and you shall not perish. You may even overcome the sunlight and become the strongest demon king, perhaps due to the transmission of Musen's power. Armin sensed Musen's voice. Although Musen's reasoning lacked substantiation, Armin felt there was some truth in his words. Reduced to mere remnants of flesh, Musen, in his feeble state, could not even manifest the form of a giant infant, exposed to the sunlight, which meant certain death. However, to invade the body of a telepath was an act of excessive confidence. Armin understood Musen's intentions, yet Musen's actions were indeed somewhat reckless. He possessed a mutant form with early abilities, including telepathy. Although the presence of telepathy was not strongly felt due to the nature of their world, nor could it be actively projected, the fact that he had already infiltrated Armin's body meant that Musen's mental will had effectively knocked on the gates of hell. Chapter 101. Demon King Armin? You? As Musen envisioned the eternal preservation of his blood and will through Armin, he initially felt quite pleased. Yet, suddenly, he sensed something amiss. I desire your power, but I do not want you. In the void, Armin regarded the figure of Musen before him and spoke with a smile. What is happening? At that moment, Musen felt somewhat bewildered. However, he quickly sensed something was wrong. The entire void felt like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, akin to an endless abyss, relentlessly tearing away at his mental will. What have you done? Gazing at Armin, feeling his spiritual essence wane, Musen's initial smugness swiftly transformed into a sense of alarm. He pursues an eternal existence, indifferent even to being a parasite within another's body. Yet, given the current circumstances, not only is he unable to become a parasite of Musen, but his very spirit and will are at risk of being consumed as nourishment for Musen. A situation he finds utterly undesirable. The ideal scenario would be a harmonious fusion of himself and Musen into one entity. Such terrifying mental power, how could it possibly be so formidable? Musen, having lived for millennia, possesses a formidable spirit and will, yet when confronted with the might of Musen, his own mental resolve appears as insignificant as a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree, a truly daunting comparison. Talent, one might say. This assertion holds merit. The powers of mutants indeed stem from their inherent gifts. Although a mutant's abilities are derived from replicating others, they are nonetheless acquired through their own capabilities. Thus claiming it as one's talent is entirely justifiable. Without engaging in further discourse with Musen, his form began to dissipate rapidly under the influence of Roman's power. Despite Musen's spirit being far from weak, standing before Roman, who had mastered various telepathic techniques under Professor X's tutelage and enjoyed the advantage of the battlefield, when Musen's mental essence reached Roman's corporeal form, the outcome was already predetermined. The disappearance of Musen's spirit did not impede the transformation of the blood that encapsulated all of Musen's essence within Roman's body. The most evident change Roman felt was that the body, once drained of all vitality by the cursed markings, began to rejuvenate naturally. Any lingering sense of weakness vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Roman's physical form received further enhancement. Were it not for the markings, the demon slayers could hardly compare to the physique of a demon. Sunshine. As Roman's transformation progressed under the sun, he began to experience discomfort. His skin felt as if it were being scorched. Clearly, as Musin transferred power to Roman, he also passed on his own flaws. However, standing beneath the sun's rays, Roman took no immediate action. Evidently, for the demons, the sun was as deadly as a lethal poison. Yet Roman displayed no fear, nor did he prepare to counter it. The light of the rising sun fell upon Roman's body, yet it felt unbearably scorching, visibly burning and dissipating his form. Indeed, as the original narrative suggested, Nezuko and Tanjiro managed to overcome the sunlight primarily due to the effects of the blue spider lily. Soon, Roman sensed his body, which was on the brink of disintegration under the sun, stabilize rapidly, followed by a swift recovery, his eyes gleaming with newfound brilliance. After entering the demon-slaying realm and learning about the blue spider lily's location, obtaining one was not particularly challenging for Roman, who even consumed it. The effects of that blue spider lily, after Roman fused with Musin's power and ascended to the rank of Demon King, evidently assisted him in overcoming the sun's detrimental effects. Bathed in sunlight, Roman felt his body undergoing further mysterious transformations akin to the unknown properties of the blue spider lily. Aside from overcoming the issue of vision, Roman sensed deeper, more enigmatic changes within his form. Perhaps, what I have witnessed is no longer a demon, but a being devoid of flaws, possessing even greater strength. As he felt the changes within his body, Roman silently contemplated point one of Musin's thoughts, the transmission of his will. Might prove exceedingly difficult to realize. First, Musin's spirit was eradicated and absorbed, and in the future, the demon lineage may very well cease to exist. Thus, the fate of Musin, the Demon King, would ultimately be one of oblivion. All of this diverges greatly from Musin's desire for eternal existence, one can presume. Murmur, are you all right? At that moment, a group of members from the Hidden Core rushed over, urgently inquiring about Roman's condition. He is the strongest asset of the Demon Slayer Corps. Should anything be amiss, it would pose a significant problem. The sudden disappearance of Murmuro had caused considerable anxiety within the Demon Slayer ranks. However, upon conducting a thorough search, they discovered that only Roman was missing, leading them to understand that he had become the target of their adversary. Consequently, the entire Demon Slayer Corps embarked on a highly efficient search. Covering an extensive area at it was only after the collapse of the Infinity Castle, which generated a tremendous commotion, that members of the Hidden Core were drawn to the scene and ultimately located Roman amidst the ruins. I'm fine. Could you fetch me something to eat? One member of the Hidden Core, noticing Roman's head of white hair, recalled having seen him with black hair previously, making this drastic change hard to overlook. Nevertheless, the Hidden Core member acted swiftly, bringing forth an abundance of food, which Roman gratefully devoured without hesitation. The blue spider lily had brought about a significant transformation in Roman's Demon King form. He no longer needed to consume humans, nor did he possess the instinct to do so. For Roman, overcoming sunlight and this perilous aspect was indeed a remarkable achievement. Chapter 102. The Birth of the Divine Clan. The provisions prepared by the Hidden Core were ample. After enduring intense battles, undergoing the transformation from Musin's blood, and resisting the harm of sunlight, Roman's energy expenditure was substantial, making high-intensity replenishment essential. As Roman feasted, members of the Demon Slayer Corps, including Shinobu Kocho, Kana, and Tanjiro, who shared close ties with him, hurriedly approached. Roman's sudden disappearance had genuinely alarmed many. After consuming the remaining food, Roman turned his gaze towards the source of the voices. Even just by sound, he could discern who was present. In a mere moment, 3 figures leaped into his embrace, leaving Roman momentarily taken aback. Nezuko? Gazing at the now normal young girl before him, Roman spoke uncertainly. With Musin dealt with, most of his minions had been obliterated, as their ties to him were too strong. However, special demons like Tamayo, Yashiro, and Nezuko, Roman believed, would likely break free from Musin's control and become independent. Yet, it appeared that without undergoing the purifying rays of sunlight, the demonic blood within Nezuko had not fully transformed, and thus, with Musin's demise, it too had dissipated. Yes, it is after her transformation into a demon, she felt dazed, as if trapped behind frosted glass, having experienced an extended dream. However, upon awakening, she retained knowledge of the events that transpired. With the demon traits vanishing from Nezuko, everyone inferred that Musin had encountered a problem, and correlating this with Roman's disappearance, they surmised he had accomplished something monumental. For to eradicate all demonic blood at its source, one must confront Musin. Within the entire Demon Slayer Corps, aside from Roman, no one possessed the capability to challenge Musin. While it was conceivable that Musin might have perished due to other factors, such a possibility was merely speculative, i.e. in the absence of any being capable of containment. Musin had thrived for over 1,000 years, utilizing the power and vitality of the progenitor demon. Had it not been for the emergence of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Musin would likely remain an unrepentant and fearsome entity, unrestrained and devoid of any accountability. The Demon Slayer Corps might still exist, yet without the breathing techniques, they would be unable to impede Musin significantly. If anything had befallen Musin, it was highly probable that Roman's sudden disappearance was involved. "What happened to your hair?" Shinobu Kocho inquired, gazing at Roman's hair. Following her words, the others also noticed Roman's striking white hair. After battling Musin, Roman's previously dry and pale hair had transformed into a vibrant shade of white due to his own metamorphosis. Such a change only enhanced his already considerable beauty. The transition from black to white hair was hard to dismiss. "It's just a minor issue, nothing to worry about." Indeed, it was a trivial matter. If before it was a side effect of utilizing the cursed markings, leading to a depletion of vitality, now it was merely a change in color. After acquiring Musin's powers, Roman could easily utilize the cursed markings without significant cost. In fact, the cursed markings remained activated during the fusion with Musin's blood, resulting in a transformation akin to blood demon arts, with a higher ceiling and greater ease of use. Although Shinobu appeared skeptical, the Kocho sisters, both skilled healers, could ascertain from their brief interaction that Roman's body exhibited no signs of vitality depletion. Not only that, but in their judgment, Roman's physique was so robust that it seemed almost otherworldly, bordering on the inhuman. Inhuman? Demon. For a fleeting moment, the sisters entertained such thoughts, only to quickly suppress them. If Roman had truly become a malevolent spirit, how could he roam freely under the sun? Moreover, should he turn into a demon, what force in this world could possibly restrain him? Such a scenario seemed utterly implausible. Yet, upon closer proximity to Roman, both sisters could sense an unsettling pressure of life force emanating from him, a residual effect of his evolution, still not fully mastered, that left them both feeling a subtle tightness in their chests. "Your eyes." Upon gazing into Roman's eyes, Kine found herself wavering in her convictions. Roman, who had once possessed the ordinary traits of black hair and eyes, now sported hair of a ghostly white and eyes that shimmered with a golden hue, exuding a disconcerting sense of helplessness, as if she were confronting a superior being. "How perceptive," Roman remarked with a smile, observing the butterfly's reactions. "I have slain Musin and acquired his power. In a sense, I have transcended the existence of a demon, for I no longer require the consumption of human flesh, nor do I fear the sunlight." His unadorned words left those present in a state of perplexity, a mixture of elation and confusion. The joy stemmed from the notion that, after millennia of entanglement, the conflict between the Demon Slayer Corps and the malevolent spirits might finally come to a close following Musin's demise. Yet, the uncertainty lingered. The fact that Roman had inherited Musin's powers and was unfazed by sunlight, was this a boon or a bane? If Roman were to become a figure akin to Musin, how would they confront him? Fortunately, there was solace in the fact that Roman did not consume humans. As for whether Roman was merely speaking in jest, everyone chose to trust him. "Kine, I can heal you now. Will you accept my gift?" Upon hearing Roman's words, Kine's emotions became complex. Due to her lung injury, she had long anticipated a limited future, one where she might not accompany Roman and Shinobu for long. However, Roman's proposal of a new possibility left her momentarily dazed. "Sister." Shinobu, upon hearing this, quickly grasped Kane's hand, while Nezuko, standing nearby, held onto Kane's other hand, her eyes brimming with encouragement. All right, if it were possible, no one wished to merely languish through the remainder of their days. Roman then placed his hand upon Kane's head, a drop of blood seeping from his fingertip into her body. In addition to Kane, it was expected that Roman would bestow his powers upon the other Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Each Hashira was a paragon of talent, the elite among the elite. They had all suffered greatly in their earlier lives, so what harm was there in finally enjoying some happiness? Especially for those who had awakened the mark. Without Roman's assistance, they would likely not survive past 25. Those who bear the burden for others must not be left to perish in the cold. Those who strive for the well-being of the populace must not allow them to sink into the depths of despair. Those who fight for the present must not be drowned in the dust of oblivion. And those who lay the foundations for the future must not be allowed to enter through the broad and exit through the narrow. Roman resonated with this sentiment. Thus, as long as it was within his power, he would endeavor to alter the fates of all, while simultaneously enhancing the strength of the mirror dimension, a truly advantageous endeavor. However, Roman might not have anticipated that, although he did not explicitly mention extracting himself and others, he would gradually be regarded as a deity in contrast to demons, or perhaps even as part of a divine lineage, eventually leading to him being crowned with the title of Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 103. The sudden appearance of a behemoth. This turn of events was both unexpected and yet entirely within reason. Observing the spiritual entity of Demon Slayer Roman entering the mirror dimension, the mutant Roman couldn't help but reflect on the circumstances. Demon Slayer Roman chuckled before speaking. Indeed, it is not only the world that has changed. We have transformed significantly as well. As time passed, the various manifestations of Roman experienced different transformations due to their unique circumstances. While the initial templates were largely similar, they had now diverged considerably. This realm, shaped by the power of the mirror dimension and resembling a round-table conference room, allowed all Romans to observe each other's states. Conan Roman bore little presence, his appearance remaining largely unchanged, essentially retaining his original form. Although he was a leader of a major organization in the Conan universe, he mostly led a mundane life, resulting in minimal alteration. Demon Slayer Roman, sporting a mane of white hair, emanated an aura of formidable vigor, augmented by the killing of numerous malevolent spirits, which had imbued him with a palpable sense of lethality. Conversely, the human Roman also had white hair, with skin approaching translucence, a consequence of his cultivation of the reverse life threefold. His appearance, rather than appearing effeminate, radiated an ethereal quality. The Dragon Clan Roman, perhaps influenced by his draconic blood, exuded a wild yet noble demeanor, reminiscent of a fierce wolf dog. Lastly, the mutant Roman, the progenitor of the various Romans, bore a visage akin to Conan Roman. Yet perhaps due to his mastery over nearly 1,000,000 mutants, he exuded a certain air of superiority. Even within the same individual, different environments and experiences could yield diverse transformations, a truth clearly evident among the many Romans. Just as he pondered this, the mutant Roman distinctly sensed fluctuations within the space of the mirror dimension. My luck seems to be quite favorable. I have not met my demise and have instead arrived here. Another Roman appeared, taking a seat at the round table. This Roman's appearance was familiar to all. Adorned in a distinct style, with crimson eyes featuring swirling patterns, affirming his identity. The Hokage, still Uchiha, indeed had fortuitous origins. Upon hearing Conan Roman speak, Hokage Roman remained silent. The Uchiha clan boasted a commendable lineage. After all, the worldview of the Hokage's realm prioritized bloodlines, and being born into the Uchiha clan was the most advantageous outcome. The path to elevation was clear, and the potential was remarkable. However, being born into the Uchiha also meant facing inevitable troubles that would arise. He existed in an era where the second Hokage had perished, and the third had only recently assumed office, with internal strife brewing within the Uchiha clan, on the eve of the Izanagi Rebellion. The Uchiha clan was undoubtedly powerful, yet their mental state posed significant challenges, as they constantly faced various risks. Nevertheless, with the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan, unraveling the mysteries of his birth, and having the mirror dimension and other Romans as support, Uchiha Roman found himself considerably more relaxed. The Izanagi Rebellion would pose little difficulty for him, given his possession of the Manjiki. Although Uchiha Roman had only just joined, the others could share memories and insights, facilitating discussions on training and the exploration of related topics. Ultimately, they conversed for quite some time before concluding this meeting. If there was any issue, it was that the projection sent out earlier had yet to awaken the mystery of its origin, intertwining with the mirror dimension. The Uchiha Roman that followed had already awakened, while the previous one remained utterly still. After sensing the lack of movement, he confirmed that the mirror dimension could accommodate another projection and sought a world to enter, directly transferring himself into a reincarnated body. Compared to projecting a copy, the uncertainty of a projected reincarnation was greater, yet the potential for surprises was also significantly higher. For instance, there was the Dragon Clan Roman, who possessed the Zero Time, and the Uchiha Roman, endowed with the Manjiki Sharingan. These benefits were unique to projected reincarnations. Some innate qualities could only be obtained through rebirth, and Roman felt fortunate with his recent experiences of projected reincarnation. The passage of time varied between the Romans across different timelines, yet within the mirror dimension, the duration they experienced did not feel particularly lengthy in their respective worlds, leaving Roman perplexed about the underlying mechanics. An earthquake. This was Krakow, and I distinctly recall that there were no mass feeding events scheduled for today. Sensing the substantial tremors, Roman felt that something was amiss. What was happening? Rather than searching for answers himself, he directly communicated with Krakow through mental connection. Upon receiving information from Krakow, Roman's expression shifted to one of bemusement, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Godzilla? The accurate information relayed from Krakow left Roman feeling rather peculiar. Initially, he had thought this world merely consisted of mutants fused with the cinematic Marvel universe. However, it appeared that this world had assimilated even more realms, such as the universe of kaiju featuring Godzilla. Should the kaiju universe be integrated, what might the so-called Hollow Earth and the inner world of the Earth resemble? Within the Marvel universe's Earth, there seemed to be a pantheon in gestation. What connection did this divine assembly have with the inner world? In summary, the tremors experienced by Krakoa were solely due to the impact of Godzilla's atomic breath. Although Krakoa is formidable, it was caught off guard and unable to react in time, resulting in the absorption of most of the attack, which ultimately translated into seismic activity. Had the situation been typical, much like a tsunami, Krakoa's defenses would have remained unscathed, rendering any tremors inconceivable. Chapter 104. The arrangement of the behemoth's corpse. Godzilla did not specifically target Krakoa. However, due to its sheer size, Krakoa was inevitably caught in the crossfire. With a telekinetic shield in place, Roman ventured into the deep sea, gaining a clearer understanding of why Krakoa was affected by the atomic breath. What manner of creature is this? The deep ocean harbors a plethora of unknown colossal beasts, concealing numerous secrets. Coupled with the myriad mysteries of the Marvel universe and the external threats posed by dimensional deities, Earth resembles a vast melting pot where the emergence of any entity is hardly surprising. Godzilla serves as the planet's guardian, somewhat akin to the Ancient Lot, however, the mystical organization of Kamartaj, where the Ancient One resides. Primarily addresses crises stemming from dimensional invasions. In contrast, Godzilla chiefly manages threats posed by various gigantic creatures, such as the extraterrestrial behemoth King Ghidorah. The creature exhibiting characteristics akin to Krakoa undoubtedly falls within Godzilla's realm of concern. The chaotic state of the seafloor clearly indicates that the battle between the two was far from simple. Roman could discern numerous traces of Godzilla's atomic breath, suggesting that the prior assault on Krakoa was indeed unexpected. Gazing upon the corpse of this colossal creature, Roman found himself in a quandary. The research potential of such a creature's remains is self-evident. Even if no significant discoveries arise, the remains could be directly fed to Krakoa, thereby aiding its growth. However, should this behemoth have been shaped by some mysterious force, especially if linked to the likes of Krusla, even its corpse could harbor infinite dangers. Perhaps sensing Roman's thoughts and observing the colossal remains in the deep sea, Krakoa transmitted a powerful urge, filled with intense longing. Can you consume it? Yes. Will there be any issues? No. The urgency of Krakoa's emotions was palpable, akin to the sensation of someone who has gone 3 days without sustenance suddenly encountering a grand feast. Given Krakoa's earnest expression, Roman resolved to satisfy its hunger. Ultimately, even if the creature's remains pose certain risks, Godzilla's intervention would likely mitigate any significant threats. Even in the event of complications, Roman possessed means to address them. In summary, while the behemoth's remains might carry risks, they also present a substantial benefit, potentially propelling Krakoa's advancement, which was sufficient motivation for Roman to take the plunge. Encasing the colossal corpse with telekinetic energy, Roman noted that the creature, measuring over 100 meters in length, was emitting chaotic energy due to its death, unable to be contained. Upon closer inspection, he found the dissipating energy to be merely chaotic, which relieved Roman. Had it displayed any characteristics of dark distortion, it would have indeed indicated a connection to Krusla in that scenario. Even with Krakoa's determination, Roman would not have ventured forth so recklessly. While the behemoth's remains were indeed vast, Krakoa was well prepared, having already expanded its abyss of consumption. After the transfer, Roman simply discarded the remains into the depths. How satisfying! Through their mental connection, Roman sensed Krakoa's thoughts. The extraordinary energy possessed by the behemoth's remains was incomparable to that of dozens or even hundreds of extraordinary beings. Previously, over 100 extraordinary individuals had sustained Krakoa, and now, despite its growth, the remains of this colossal creature would still exceed Krakoa's capacity for immediate digestion. Therefore, there was no rush to feed it. After gauging Krakoa's condition, Roman smiled and spoke, this moment, in its efforts to digest the remains. Most of Krakoa's consciousness was dedicated to this task, with only a small portion remaining in its original form. After a brief wait, as Krakoa showed no adverse effects from the consumption, Roman shifted his focus away from this matter. While gathering the remains, he did not mindlessly offer the entirety to Krakoa. Besides the portions consumed by Krakoa, Roman retained a tentacle and some tissues from the behemoth, which, while insignificant compared to the overall mass, held considerable research value. This was a world teeming with advanced technology, and there were indeed prospects for scientific inquiry. Roman, what is this? Charles, having been unexpectedly brought to a location by Roman, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the massive tentacle laid out on the ground. This is an organism from a behemoth slain by Godzilla. Godzilla, these colossal creatures are truly remarkable. Charles was not entirely ignorant of Godzilla. A select few in this world were aware of its existence. As a telepath, Professor Charles Xavier naturally belonged to that group. Although Godzilla had yet to engage in any large-scale actions against humanity, its long-standing presence made it somewhat common knowledge. Because of the awareness of these behemoths, humanity had formed a specialized organization dedicated to them, known as the Monarch Organization. Roman had not previously paid much attention to this information, but upon learning of Godzilla's existence, he instructed Skynet to gather relevant data, acquiring a wealth of intelligence regarding the Monarch Organization. He even pinpointed the location of Skull Island, learning of its enclosure by humans and the presence of King Kong within. If all went well, there might be future confrontations between Godzilla and King Kong. However, such events seemed distant, so Roman kept this in mind without dwelling on it. I'll leave this to you, Professor. I'm not well versed in these matters. Please handle the arrangements. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Roman's words, Charles readily agreed, expressing genuine interest in the behemoths. With that, Roman did not linger further, departing and entrusting the remaining tasks to Charles, intending to check in occasionally for any unforeseen developments. Chapter 105. Key focus targets. If there are results, that would be splendid. If not, it is of no consequence. Within a day, Roman noticed that topics related to Godzilla had surged to the top of online trends. Perhaps due to the differing circumstances of this world, without King Ghidorah, there had been no dramatic battles, leaving Godzilla relatively unknown globally. However, today, Godzilla suddenly appeared along the southeastern coast of the United States. In Pensacola, wreaking havoc predominantly at the Apex facility. If I recall correctly, Apex seems to be involved in the creation of Mechagodzilla. Is Godzilla a foe or an ally? Having destroyed countless structures, the damage amounts to billions. What is Godzilla truly doing? What is Apex concealing? We demand the truth. These news articles primarily expressed fear of Godzilla or scrutinized Apex. The absence of a battle against King Ghidorah, which would have ensured human safety, resulted in a prevailing animosity towards Godzilla, largely stemming from fear in the face of a colossal entity like Godzilla. The predominant emotion among most individuals was terror. While Godzilla regarded humanity as insignificant, it remained unaffected by their plight. Nonetheless, it was entirely natural for humans to be inadvertently caught in the wake of such a massive creature's actions. However, human beings, ever self-centered, perpetually cling to the notion of external threats, which never goes out of fashion. In addition to threats posed by Godzilla, there were also concerns directed at the Avengers. Godzilla, a powerful and terrifying behemoth, is wantonly destroying human cities. Where are the Avengers? Shocking. Has humanity succumbed to depravity or moral decay? The Avengers. In the eyes of certain factions, the Avengers remained overwhelmingly powerful. A direct confrontation would surely prove futile, necessitating covert operations instead. Given Roman's foresight into future events, he surmised that, propelled by numerous factions, subsequent internal conflicts were likely inevitable. As Roman browsed the news, Skynet suddenly presented a notification. Upon seeing the information, he swiftly clicked to view it. Roman had previously provided Skynet with a list of targets requiring monitoring. While it may not have been exhaustive, it sufficiently encompassed the crucial characters and events of the Marvel Universe. Key figures predominantly included characters like Magneto and Iron Man led SC. Upon opening the information sent by Skynet, Roman's demeanor turned serious. Carol Danvers, a message from the Celestial Network arrived in the form of an image. Upon observing the individual depicted and reading the accompanying introduction, Roman found himself unexpectedly intrigued. Carol Danvers, known as Captain Marvel, often referred to as the Pancake-Faced Lady, epitomizes the pinnacle of conventional combat prowess in the current universe. Her abilities likely lying somewhere between that of a demigod and a god, representing several times the combat strength of the latter. Reflecting on this formidable woman, Roman felt a sense of admiration. On Earth, the only individuals capable of reaching out to her would likely be Nick Fury and his cadre of extraterrestrial allies. Thus, it was improbable that Nick Fury sent this individual to deal with the Godzilla crisis. After pondering this, Roman concluded that the scenario was not entirely implausible. Given Nick Fury's character, such a course of action was indeed within reason. The emergence of Carol Danvers led Roman to perceive that the current state of affairs on Earth was becoming rather complex. However, after a moment's thought, he realized it bore little direct relevance to him. Regardless of the external turmoil, even if the planet were to explode, residing within Krakoa meant he need not worry about his survival environment. Yet, an impulse to engage in a duel with this Captain Marvel suddenly surged within him, compelling him to test his own abilities. Roman's strength had been on a continuous ascent, yet he lacked a clear benchmark for comparison regarding his own power. Captain Marvel presented an ideal counterpart for this evaluation. Her might was formidable, and she possessed no abilities of a controlling nature, making it likely that even if he were to be outmatched, he could evade her. As a champion of justice, he could also rest assured that she would not resort to lethal measures. However, he resolved that their encounter could not take place on Earth. Determined, Roman sprang into action. "Who are you?" Carol exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man before her. Having returned to Earth, she was well aware that this planet no longer exhibited the same extraordinary powers it once did. Yet, witnessing the abrupt emergence of this youth, she realized her brief respite would be swiftly interrupted. Before she could articulate further thoughts, an intangible force enveloped her, and the scenery around her shifted multiple times. When it finally settled, they found themselves amidst the vast emptiness of space. Roman, regarding Carol, had no desire for idle chatter. They stood within a small asteroid belt beyond the solar system, a fitting locale where their clash would likely go unnoticed. A telekinetic, Carol assessed as Roman manipulated numerous asteroids, hurling them toward her. Surprise flickered in her eyes as she recognized the type of extraordinary being he was. While she had encountered a myriad of ability wielders, she had never encountered a telekinetic as potent as this young man. Nonetheless, with the initiative taken by her adversary, her own fighting spirit ignited, golden energy cascading around her in a manner reminiscent of a scion warrior. Chapter 106, The Fractured Asteroid Belt Boom. The golden radiance surged through the asteroid belt, effortlessly cleaving through rocks and debris, shattering them upon impact. "How is this kid so elusive?" Carol mused as Roman vanished, just as she was about to reach him. Upon arriving here, she had deduced Roman's capacity for spatial mobility, yet she had not anticipated the extent of his tenacity. While Roman might have slightly lagged in raw power, the challenge he presented was undeniably vexing. If Carol embodied a high attack, high defense, high-speed hexagonal warrior, then Roman was akin to a telekinetic artillery piece with maximal maneuverability. Although Roman's scattered asteroid strikes appeared exhilarating, he understood that such assaults were not particularly potent against Carol. Moreover, she had yet to unleash her full power, particularly her dual-star form. Roman recognized the disparity between them. He had merely grazed the edges of demigodhood, yet the gulf to true godhood remained vast. Boom! However, Carol's reaction was swifter this time. Accelerating to the speed of light, she launched a punch toward Roman. Observing her face, which bore traces of anger, Roman contemplated dodging via mental transmission but chose instead to brace himself. He wished to gauge the strength of his telekinetic shield while simultaneously allowing Carol an outlet for her frustration. He feared that should she unleash her dual-star form, things could escalate dramatically. "Let's cease this," he conveyed through mental communication. Amidst the debris of the asteroid belt, Carol nearly erupted at his thought transmission, contemplating unleashing her dual-star mode to pummel him. Anyone would find their temper frayed after enduring such relentless attacks. However, after exchanging blows, though her strikes met his telekinetic shield, It served as a means to dissipate some of her ire. Ultimately, as a heroine of righteousness, Carol, despite her frustration, refrained from further aggression. Who exactly are you? In the vacuum of space, where sound could not travel, Carol's voice resonated in Roman's mind through a remarkable method, akin to mental telepathy but merely a basic application of psychic energy. Who I am is inconsequential. However, I believe it is imperative that you address your extraterrestrial acquaintances, Roman replied, his expression one of amusement as he transmitted information gathered by the celestial network directly to Carol, at her level. Simple mental communication was insufficient for significant influence without overwhelming psychic force. Yet, conveying information was straightforward, and Carol exhibited no signs of resistance, facilitating an easy exchange. Initially, Carol's demeanor had been one of indifference. But as she absorbed the information Roman shared, her expression shifted dramatically. Noticing her immersion in the details, Roman chose not to linger and departed from the scene. Without the ability to traverse the cosmos at great speed, Captain Marvel would not be able to serve as a cosmic guardian. By the time Carol regained her composure, she discovered that Roman had already vanished. The asteroid belt returned to its prior tranquility, albeit with its landscape irrevocably altered. Although their skirmish had been brief, it permanently transformed the geography of the region, cleaving the asteroid belt into two distinct halves, with the central area littered with fragments of asteroids and meteors. Creating a belt of stardust, brother, where have you gone? I can't find you anywhere. Since Lucy gained a deeper mastery over her abilities, she had achieved a remarkable degree of success in manifesting her desires within the conventional realm. For instance, locating Roman was a matter of simply walking in the direction of his presence within Karakoa. It was as if luck had become her unyielding companion. However, her recent streak of unassailable fortune encountered an abrupt setback. No matter the method employed to deduce Roman's whereabouts, the results remained elusive. Even a twig she tossed merely embedded itself in the ground. This left Lucy utterly perplexed, as such occurrences were unprecedented during previous times when Roman had ventured afar. Brother must have gone quite a distance, she mused. Roman reassured Lucy, then inquired, "Would you like an ice cream cone?" As he spoke, a cone appeared in his hand, which he offered to her. "Thank you, brother." Children are often unable to resist the allure of sweets. And upon receiving the cone from Roman, Lucy beamed with delight. Watching the little girl savor the treat, Roman couldn't help but chuckle at her charming expressions. "Shall I take you out for some fun?" "Okay." Lucy's eyes sparkled at the invitation. The scenery of Krakoa was indeed splendid, yet even the most beautiful vistas could become mundane with repetition. While an outing alone might not excite her, the prospect of Roman's company made it all the more appealing. With his telepathic abilities, it was effortless for Roman to take Lucy on an adventure. Seeing her enthusiastic agreement, he whisked her away from Krakoa, leaving the matters concerning Carol in the hands of the Celestial Network, ensuring they would find some distractions to occupy their energies. Chapter 107. The Legend of the Eye gouging in the face of life and death, there lies profound terror. The ancients were not mistaken. Pushing aside the corpse that lay atop him, Roman withdrew his blade from the body. Casually wiping the weapon against the clothing of the dead, he raised his knife. Catching a glimpse of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan in its reflective surface, it was the 16th year of the Leaf Village, and the Uchiha clan was at its zenith following their integration into the village. The aftermath of a recent battle still lingered, and within the Uchiha clan, the discovery of the forbidden technique Izanagi had sparked signs of internal discord. What does the 16th year of the Leaf Village signify? Most may find it difficult to fully grasp. Tio elaborate. It was merely 3 years since the third Hokage had assumed office, and the legendary Sannin were, at that time, but 3 6-year-old children who had just begun their tutelage under the third. However, for Roman, the affairs of the third Hokage and the Sannin felt rather distant. For the present moment, the internal turmoil within the Uchiha clan is the most pressing matter for Roman. The Uchiha have long been a family plagued by mental instability. With the widespread emergence of the forbidden technique, Izanagi, the clan's 3 Tomo Sharingan wielders have begun to feel an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The use of Izanagi requires at least 1 3 Tomo Sharingan, which is a consumable resource. Consequently, those who have employed Izanagi must seek out new 3 Tomo Sharingan. Those possessing Uchiha blood can transplant the Sharingan of others with minimal rejection, thus igniting the source of internal strife. For instance, Roman recently found himself confronted by a one-eyed old man, the very corpse lying at his feet. Roman had anticipated that upon unlocking the 3 tomo, he would attract unwanted attention, yet he had not foreseen the swiftness of this particular threat. He harbored a lingering suspicion that this conspiracy bore ties to Uchiha Madara. After some contemplation, Roman mused that it was not without merit. When Uchiha Madara defected, no one from the Uchiha clan chose to accompany him, which likely left him with a lingering dissatisfaction. This was one point to consider. However, another was that as the clan leader, Madara held mastery over the majority of the Uchiha's secret techniques, many of which were known only to him. Prior to this, only those directly descended from Madara had access to the Izanagi technique. Yet now, the upper echelons of Madara's lineage had dwindled to just him. It was difficult not to connect the dots and associate the puppet master with Uchiha Madara. However, after being betrayed by Senju Hashirama and formulating new plans, Roman felt less certain. After a brief moment of idle speculation, Roman chose to abandon his thoughts. Regardless of whether this was related to Uchiha Madara, it was ultimately inconsequential to him. Originally an elite Jonin, Roman had ascended to the rank of Kage-level ninja upon unlocking his Manjiki Sharingan, and even among the Kage, he was considered formidable. One could assert that as long as one awakened the Manjiki, there were no weaklings among the Uchiha bloodline. Even without simultaneous activation, merely employing Susanoo, an embodiment of both offense and defense, was sufficient to render one powerful at the Kage level. With Kage level strength, one could certainly carve out a place for themselves in the ninja world. After a moment of hesitation, Roman closed his Sharingan, taking stock of his condition. This is a distinctive feature of the Uchiha Sharingan. As it evolves, one's abilities correspondingly enhance. For instance, unlocking 1 tomo grants the rank of Genin, 2 tomo signifies a Chunin, and 3 tomo denotes a Jonin, with each level being populated by strong individuals. The same holds true for the Manjiki Sharingan. Naturally, gaining strength through the Sharingan does not imply that those without it are inherently weak. Personal factors play a significant role. For instance, this version of Roman, merely 18 years of age, is already an elite Jonin. Even without activating his Sharingan, he remains a powerful ninja, undeniably a prodigy. However, Roman no longer fits the mold of a prodigy. He now belongs to the ranks of the powerful. Yet, with great stature comes greater scrutiny. His fame renders him more susceptible to attention, as evidenced by the 2 old men now targeting his eyes. These old men, lacking the necessary ocular power, fortuitously possessed one eye each, enabling them to conspire together against Roman. Upon examining the corpse's eyes, he noted that the remaining 3 tomo Sharingan was relatively intact. Roman had nearly perished at the hands of his adversaries when he suddenly awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, shocking them into submission. Seizing the opportunity, he countered and eliminated one foe before they could even employ Izanagi. The previous old man had met his end by Roman's blade, leaving his body mostly intact. In contrast, this particular corpse had succumbed to Roman's fire release. Although fire release is often playfully dubbed the non-lethal technique, if one cannot defeat their enemy, how could so many fire release masters exist in this world? This corpse bore no value. Its tissues had lost vitality, and the remaining eye had already been rendered useless by Izanagi. Thus, Roman incinerated the body entirely. After completing this task, he sensed his vision blurring. Excessive blood loss left him feeling faint. Leaning against a nearby tree, he began to circulate his chakra, regaining his composure while simultaneously communicating with the mutant version of himself, replicating the healing factor inherited from Wolverine through a dimensional mirror. Chapter 108. Solar release and Sage Body. As the replication of this ability succeeded, Roman's condition visibly improved. Observing the effects of this healing factor, a look of surprise crossed Roman's face. The chakra that had been steadily increasing since unlocking the Manjiki was now accelerating further. Moreover, after utilizing his ocular techniques at such high intensity, his vision had begun to blur, yet he now perceived that his eyesight was gradually returning. Initially, Roman believed that to recover from the toll exacted by the Manjiki, he had only 2 options: to awaken the Eternal Eye or to infuse himself with Hashirama's cells. However, it now appeared that he might not need to choose at all. The potency of Wolverine's healing ability is well known. In certain respects, it surpasses even Hashirama's regenerative prowess and even offers longevity. This capacity, even within the ninja world, is remarkably extraordinary, verging on the absurd. Should Orochimaru learn of this, he might very well become envious and seek to study it. Healing ability, in a sense, is a manifestation of vitality, which can yield the power of solar release, while spiritual energy can give rise to the power of in release. The Uchiha clan, due to their Sharingan, are inherently strong in in release, yet they cannot be said to possess any innate talent for solar release. Thus, Uchiha ninjas excel in Jinjutsu but fall short in medical ninjutsu. In contrast, the Senju clan is robust in solar release but somewhat lacking in release, a reflection of their bloodline heritage. Both clans have inherited the Sage Eye and Sage Body, leading to different emphases in their innate talents. Roman surmised that the eventual blindness associated with the Mangeki was primarily due to the genetic deterioration that had occurred over generations within the Uchiha bloodline. In the present day, Uchiha require awakening to unlock their Sharingan, whereas their progenitor, Indra, possessed the three-tomo Sharingan by birth. Although there are no known precedents of the Uchiha awakening the Sage Body, it stands to reason that a hidden gene must exist. Given their ancestry linked to the Sage of Six Paths, the Sharingan, essentially a manifestation of the Sage Eye, can be activated through mental stimulation, namely through in-release transformations. Therefore, could it be possible that possessing a sufficiently powerful solar release might activate the latent Sage Body powers within their bloodline? As Roman felt the vitality coursing through him, he could not help but ponder this. Though it might seem like a fanciful notion, he sensed that the likelihood was not negligible. After all, their ancestor was one and the same. Perhaps there was a genetic predisposition, but activating ancestral traits through postnatal means was not out of the question. Hashirama was endowed with the Sage Body from birth, granting him formidable solar release abilities. Thus, the question arose, could possessing strong solar release activate the Sage Body? Roman felt confident that it should be possible, albeit quite challenging. However, having attained life force comparable to or even surpassing that of the Sage Body, he believed that activating the Sage Body genes might yield a significantly higher probability of success. Of course, such a condition would be exceedingly difficult, perhaps even more so than directly merging with Hashirama's cells. After some contemplation, Roman acknowledged that pursuing this line of inquiry would be somewhat arduous. He resolved to seek opportunities to delve into this area of research, exploring solar release techniques such as medical ninjutsu or the secrets of the Akimichi clan. Gradually investigating these matters, at present, Roman felt no urgent concern regarding the potential for sudden blindness, thus he lacked a pressing sense of urgency. He had ample time to explore various possibilities after disposing of the corpse. Roman set off in the direction of Konoha. He was currently absent from the village due to undertaking a mission, which had emboldened the two old men to attempt an ambush. Otherwise, within the safety of the clan, even if those two were determined to gouge out his eyes, they would find no opportunity. As a prominent figure among the younger generation, Roman had gathered a cohort of young Uchiha followers around him. "Brother Roman, what happened to you?" A patrolling Uchiha youth approached, concern etched on his face as he noticed Roman's bloodied and disheveled state. However, upon closer inspection and finding that Roman bore no serious injuries, the youth's anxiety began to dissipate. "Yes, nothing. Just two deranged old fools," Roman replied nonchalantly, addressing the young man, who was one of his followers, having awakened his two-tomo Sharingan and possessing strength comparable to a special Jonin, a budding talent in his own right. The youth immediately grasped the situation, realizing it was yet another old man coveting Roman's eyes. Ever since the Izanagi technique began circulating within the clan, tensions had risen, particularly among those ninjas wielding the three-tomo Sharingan, reaching a point of mutual vigilance. Though somewhat exaggerated, this is essentially the demeanor of the Uchiha during this period. The Uchiha youth, possessing merely a two-tomo Sharingan, had no immediate cause for concern regarding others coveting his eyes. However, witnessing the disheveled state of Roman, he could not help but inquire, "Who is it?" The strength of Roman was well understood among their peers, thus they were particularly eager to learn who could reduce him to such a state. "Don't ask too much. Knowing too much may not be beneficial for you." With a smile, Roman patted the shoulder of the Uchiha youth and departed without lingering. Was it merely my illusion? It seems that Brother Roman has grown stronger. Once Roman had left, the Uchiha youth turned, puzzled, to gaze at Roman's retreating figure. When Roman had patted his shoulder, a sense of oppression had washed over him, a familiar feeling born of a significant disparity in strength. However, it had only been a short time since Roman's departure, and he could scarcely believe that such a remarkable breakthrough could occur in less than a week. It must be an illusion. Surely brother Roman hasn't awakened the Mangeki Yet. In an instant, doubt flickered across the youth's face, and he hesitated to confirm whether it was merely his imagination. After contemplating, he suppressed his various thoughts. Regardless of what had transpired with Roman, as long as Roman did not choose to disclose it, he, as a follower, need not delve into the matter. Setting aside his distractions, the youth resumed his patrol duties. Chapter 109. Uchiha Chiri. Upon returning home, Roman cleaned the bloodstains from his body and changed into a set of comfortable home attire. A loose-fitting white kimono that exposed his chest, paired with relaxed black trousers. Suddenly, Roman caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and made his way towards the kitchen. He seldom utilized the kitchen facilities, for he regrettably lacked any culinary talent. While he could avoid creating truly disastrous meals, he was equally incapable of preparing anything that was both visually appealing and savory. Thus, he typically refrained from entering the kitchen unless absolutely necessary. However, the kitchen was not entirely neglected. Others besides Roman would occasionally use it. Upon reaching the kitchen's entrance, Roman spotted a lithe figure with purple hair diligently at work, and he felt no surprise. This purple-haired beauty was none other than Uchiha Chiri, who would one day become the somewhat underappreciated yet well-known character. Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point in time, the parentage of Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh! Remained uncertain, as Roman was an orphan who perished in a war before the establishment of Konohagakure, barely a year old. Nevertheless, being born into the Uchiha clan alleviated his concerns about survival. He received living assistance and was placed in the care of a family. In those times, families did not mind taking in an additional child if they had the means. Roman had been entrusted to the care of his father's old friend, Uchiha Hirakawa. Initially, Uchiha Hirakawa was merely an unremarkable nin, much like Roman's now-deceased parents. Even after aging, he had only attained the status of a particularly skilled nin. His wife was not a ninja, but an ordinary person. The couple had only one daughter before adopting Roman, meaning he had a childhood companion of similar age, Uchiha Chiri, who was currently busy in the kitchen. "Why are you here?" Roman inquired upon seeing Chiri. At this time, she should have been out on patrol. Chiri was one of those rare Uchiha who could be quite likable, embodying a blend of gentleness, calmness, and kindness. Upon reflection, many traditional Uchiha beauties shared this demeanor. The truly volatile and mentally unstable members of the Uchiha clan were predominantly male. Finding a few Uchiha men with relatively normal personalities was a challenging endeavor, as most exhibited extreme traits. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Itachi, who were rare anomalies. "Yucher told me I shouldn't come," Chiri said as she finished her task and turned to face Roman. Yucher was the young member of the patrol team Roman had encountered earlier. After observing Roman closely, Chiri noticed he bore no injuries and appeared to lack any signs of weakness, which reassured her somewhat. "You encountered two radicals this time." Chiri spoke slowly, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing about Roman's ambush from Yucher, she had investigated the movements of clan members and pinpointed the culprits. "Yes." Roman nodded, feeling no need to conceal the truth. However, Chiri's expression grew more serious. She had not anticipated that the issues stemming from Izanagi would intensify. Initially, she believed that the unrest caused by Izanagi would reach a certain threshold, yet it now seemed to be escalating. "You need not worry too much. I will handle this matter," Roman casually remarked. Then glanced towards the pot in the kitchen. "And your pot." Realizing Roman's reminder, Chiri promptly returned to her previous task. Observing her movements, Roman leaned against the doorframe, captivated by her actions. Despite their long acquaintance, they did not share the typical childhood romance that often dulled with familiarity. Instead, he found himself enchanted by Chiri, feeling as though he could never tire of watching her. Yet, concerning the current state of the Uchiha clan, it was no less complicated than its future counterpart. Factions of radicals, conservatives, and moderates abounded. However, following the battle against the Golden Horn and Silver Horn a few years prior, aside from the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, who sought to combat the Salt Lake Sarutobi, Uchiha Kagami had vanished after the elders had ascended. The term vanished was a euphemism for death. He had passed away at the age of 25. Uchiha Kagami, having been quite young, was a disciple of Senju Tobarama and the leader of the conservative faction within Uchiha. His death or disappearance significantly weakened the conservatives, giving rise to numerous conspiracy theories surrounding the third Hokage, while the radicals expanded their influence. Uchiha Kagami's unique body flicker technique, combined with his sword illusion technique, had made him a formidable presence among the elite. Yet, he had perished under mysterious circumstances, leaving many questions unanswered. At this juncture, the emergence of Izanagi further emboldened the radicals. Even in dire situations, the mere loss of an eye seemed trivial, allowing them to act with increasing impunity. However, with eyes becoming consumables, individuals from other factions were inevitably targeted. Roman and Chiri held no particular factional biases. Their elders had not leaned in that direction either, and their considerable strength afforded them the independence to be considered part of the moderates. However, without the backing of influential elders, it was only natural for them to become targets. Chapter 110. Conversation and Confession. I recall that Uncle Hirakawa had previously injured his right eye, correct? During dinner, Roman suddenly thought of the eye sealed within his scroll, prompting him to voice his query. Indeed, Chiri replied, savoring her rice before confirming with a nod. Afterward, Roman retrieved a scroll and placed it on the table. This scroll contained his spoils, a single, intact eye belonging to the old man. He refrained from revealing the glass vial containing the eye during their meal, as he wished to avoid any potential discomfort. Despite their status as ninjas accustomed to bloodshed in peacetime, such extremes were unnecessary. This was a pristine 3-tomo Sharingan. Gifting it to Uncle Hirakawa, a particularly skilled Jainin, would pose no issue. It was entirely possible that Uncle Hirakawa could rejuvenate his ninja career at this stage of his life. The Uchiha bloodline would enable him to adapt seamlessly to the 3-tomo Sharingan, and once he had acclimated, it could elevate his strength from possessing merely a 2-tomo Sharingan, or even just one, to new heights. Mastery of a 3-tomo Sharingan would typically allow one to reach Jainin level, and even possessing a single 3-tomo Sharingan would suffice. Naturally, the transplantation of a 3-tomo Sharingan was not feasible for just anyone. If one were not a member of the Uchiha clan, the relentless consumption of chakra would prove overwhelming. This was why the Uchiha clan had no need for caged birds. The severe side effects of the Sharingan on outsiders served as the most potent seal. However, if the Sharingan were to leak, the Uchiha clan would certainly react with fury. The reason why the Byakugan required caged birds was primarily due to the minimal side effects associated with its transplantation. Ironically, the original creator of the caged bird system likely never anticipated that it would evolve into a variant due to the desires of the main family. When it comes to the transplantation of the Sharingan, the fact that Kakashi, who can bear a single Manjiki Sharingan and still maintain a respectable level of strength, is indeed a testament to his extraordinary talent. If not for the burden posed by the Sharingan, Kakashi's prowess might have reached even greater heights. However, with the possession of Kamuri, Kakashi's potential may also be elevated. Thus, it remains ambiguous whether Obito's Sharingan is ultimately beneficial or detrimental to Kakashi. Returning to the matter of Uncle Hira's Sharingan transplantation, Roman harbors no particular concerns. The original Chiri possesses a considerable array of medical ninjutsu. While other aspects may be uncertain, the transplantation of an eye should pose no significant issues. Following the recent internal strife incited by Izanagi, the act of swapping eyeballs has become relatively straightforward. Given Chiri's level of expertise, she is unlikely to be less capable than a young girl who could assist Kakashi in changing his glasses amidst the chaos of battle. Upon seeing the scroll presented by Roman, Chiri momentarily lost her focus but promptly accepted it without any pretense. Though Chiri's nature is inherently kind, she is not naive. She refrains from unnecessary posturing and does not exhibit a distasteful desire for both sides. Furthermore, this particular eye is indeed needed by her father, who has been tormented by the damaged eye over the years. Had Uchiha Hira not been so fixated on the prestige of the Sharingan, he could have easily replaced the decayed eye with a normal one. Now, however, he will receive a new 3-tomo Sharingan, which should bring him immense joy, especially since it is a gift from Roman. While the arrival of this eye signifies the demise of at least one upper-tier Uchiha, it is unlikely that Uncle Hira would be particularly bothered by it. For Roman, who has taken action against the Uchiha, it is merely a case of reaping what one sows. Let us proceed to dine, Roman declared, preparing to indulge in the meal. As for his childhood companion, there is no denying that her culinary skills are exceptional. The blade can slay, yet the kitchen knife can create, which evokes a sense of excellence. Has your eye evolved? After a few bites, Chiri could not help but inquire, gazing into Roman's eyes. Their childhood bond allows for open dialogue, devoid of any concealment. Chiri possesses formidable strength, ranking among the elite of the Uchiha clan, complemented by her keen perception. The moment Roman approached from behind, she sensed an eerie yet potent aura emanating from him, far more formidable than ever before. The Mangekyou Sharingan is not a secret to those of Chiri's caliber, and thus her question is not without merit. The activation of the Sharingan, particularly at the Mangekyou level, profoundly impacts an individual, especially concerning chakra. The stronger the Sharingan, the more sinister and malevolent the chakra becomes, often influenced by the user's mental state at the moment of activation, thereby affecting their character as well. Had Roman not transitioned directly into the mirror dimension upon activating the Mangekyou, subsequently replicating the mutant Roman's regenerative capabilities, he might have succumbed to the chilling chakra of the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, his extraordinary vitality has, in some measure, mitigated the negative effects of the Mangekyou. Perhaps due to the strength of his life force, which counterbalances the powers of the Mangekyou, coupled with Roman's conscious control. His transformations are not readily apparent unless one possesses sufficient understanding and perception. Fortunately, Chiri meets both criteria, allowing her to distinctly sense the intensity and magnitude of Roman's change. It is only through direct observation of chakra that the drastic transformation within Roman's chakra can be discerned, revealing a significant increase in both quality and quantity. "Just know this and do not make too much noise about it," Roman said, gazing at Chiri as the three tomo within his activated Sharingan swiftly merged into an intricate pattern. Chiri is undoubtedly the individual Roman trusts most. Were there anyone deserving of knowing about his Mangekyou, it would certainly be her. However, it appears that the activation of the Mangekyou has not imposed a particularly adverse influence on Roman. Chapter 111. Notification. Target. After their meal, Chiri did not linger and promptly took her leave from Roman's home. Learning of Roman's activation of the Mangekyou was a shocking revelation for her, momentarily overwhelming her senses. After a brief contemplation, she summoned a raven through a summoning technique, sealing a Jinjutsu within its eyes. This raven could then locate specific individuals and convey her messages. "Go, Kuramaru. I am off." It must be noted that the Uchiha clan possesses a unique affinity for summoning ravens. Perhaps it is this quality that led the formerly amnesiac Roman to select a group of spirited ravens for training, thus developing a commendable summoning technique and numerous related ninjutsu. Moreover, Roman feels that both Shursui and Itachi have made limited advancements in the development of raven-summoning beasts. Typically, ravens can learn human speech, with the more intelligent ones possessing the cognitive abilities of a child aged 5 to 7 in this world. Even creatures like snakes, frogs, and slugs, which inherently lack wisdom, can become formidable summoning beasts. While Roman's ravens may not possess those inherent advantages, through his unique training, they have become chakra-infused summoning beasts, endowed with the intelligence of ordinary humans and the ability to speak. "Uekairu, open the door. This is Kuramaru, Roman's raven." Having just finished lunch, Uekairu quickly welcomed Kuramaru, who had perched outside his window. "Wait a moment. Let me prepare it." As he settled at the table, Uekairu met Kuramaru's gaze. In an instant, the raven's eyes transformed into the blood-red pattern of the three-tomo Sharingan, rendering Uekairu momentarily entranced. A moment later, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. "Come, Kuramaru, have something to eat." "Thank you. That is sufficient. I shall take my leave." After a brief moment of fist-pumping with joy, Uekairu managed to temper his excitement and prepared for his afternoon patrol. Like Uekairu, many others received messages from Roman, most of whom were relatively young and ardent supporters of Roman. Aside from Kuramaru, several other ravens were dispatched by Roman. Although he is still young, Roman has amassed a considerable following. At the onset of the First Shinobi World War, he was merely 12 or 13 years old. By the time he reached 14, towards the conclusion of that war, Roman had made a name for himself. Within the Uchiha clan, the majority are drawn to strength. As long as one demonstrates sufficient power, they can earn respect. Most of Roman's followers were gathered during that period. Many, having been saved by Roman with the intent of aiding his kin, subsequently pledged their unwavering loyalty to him. Once the Uchiha are secured, barring any events that might trigger a drastic personality shift akin to awakening the Mangekyou, the likelihood of defection is minimal. This is a stark contrast to others who exhibit duplicity. Furthermore, in addition to the Uchiha, Roman has garnered followers from other clans and even ordinary ninjas. Although he had no memories at that time, Roman understood the concept of strength in numbers and took care to cultivate his influence. However, for the current situation, the support of his Uchiha followers suffices, as Roman's endeavors are confined to the internal affairs of the clan. His primary focus is to address the chaos within the Uchiha clan, where the radical faction's reckless behavior, the conservative faction's retreat, and the neutrality's weakness have all reached an intolerable level. Thus, Roman has resolved to take charge of the situation himself. With the activation of the Manjiki, he naturally possesses a commanding voice within the Uchiha clan, which is renowned for its Sharingan and strength. Roman is not one to be easily intimidated. The ultimate fate of Uchiha Chiri remains uncertain to Roman. However, a future devoid of her presence, even with Uchiha Shana still alive, is evidently not a favorable outcome. Even with Roman's presence, he will ensure Chiri encounters no harm. Yet, given his capabilities now, why should he wait for her to intervene later? To become a member of the Uchiha clan naturally evokes a certain sentiment towards the clan. Thus, aside from altering the fate of the village, he yearns to preserve the living strength of the Uchiha. In a moment, Roman's thoughts began to wander in various directions. Chapter 112, The Uchiha Clan Assembly. 18 Night. In accordance with Uchiha tradition, a clan assembly was held at the Nanga Shrine within the family grounds. It was rather peculiar that they held these assemblies at night, and that Saratobi Hizashi and his cohort of elders exhibited no objections whatsoever. As Roman stepped into the Nanga Shrine, he couldn't help but internally voice his discontent. Over here, Roman, in a corner of the Nanga Shrine, a group of a dozen young men and women gathered together, calling out upon Roman's arrival. Those summoned to the Nanga Shrine for the meeting were generally elite Uchiha ninjas of the Jonin rank. As for the Chunin, unless in exceptional circumstances, they would not be invited to attend. The reasoning behind this was simple. The number of Chunin was somewhat excessive compared to that of Jonin. In fact, even with just the Jonin present, the gathering at the Nanga Shrine felt somewhat cramped. As a notably powerful ninja clan, the Uchiha possessed approximately 100 Jonin, a figure that was impressively formidable. For instance, in the current Konoha, the total number of Jonin was merely around 500, which included those from various clans. This alone illustrates that the Uchiha's elite combat strength constituted 1/5 of the entire Konoha's power. Moreover, a single Uchiha Jonin, upon awakening the 3-Tomo Sharingan, could easily match 2 or even 3 of his peers in combat prowess. Under such circumstances, how could Saratobi Hizashi, a figure of dubious standing who ascended to the Hokage position through the obscure will of the second generation known only to a select few, possibly feel at ease? After contemplating the Uchiha's relationship with the third Hokage, Roman proceeded towards the group of young Uchihas. These individuals were, of course, the core members of Roman's faction, all having awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan and achieved the Jonin rank, while also being quite youthful in age. The original assembly of individuals had gradually matured, now commanding a significant voice within the clan. Of the Uchihas, more than 100 Jonin, 30% were elderly, 50% were middle-aged, and the remaining 20% were young. Among these young individuals, aside from a few with established backgrounds who followed their elders, the majority had pledged their allegiance to Roman. The youth represent the future. In addition to the current gathering of young Jonin, several exceptional Chunin among Roman's followers could ascend to Jonin status upon awakening the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Consequently, Roman subtly began to carve out a new faction distinct from the radical faction led by the Great Elder, the conservative faction led by the Second Elder, and the neutral faction led by the group leader. This faction, lacking an official title, was purely centered around Roman. If it were to be named, it would be the Roman faction. "Why have you kept us waiting for so long?" An elder with a shadowy demeanor, possessing hawk-like sharp eyes, directed a gaze of discontent towards Roman. This elder was the current Great Elder, whose name Roman could scarcely be bothered to remember, as he was merely a supporting character in the grand scheme of things. Roman held no affection for this elder, who was considerably older than Uchiha Madara, being one of the remnants from the Warring States period. The discovery and dissemination of the Izanagi technique were closely tied to this elder. This old man originally possessed but one eye. The other had been lost during battles in the Warring States. The remaining eye was sacrificed in the First Great Ninja War, where he used the Izanagi to survive but lost it thereafter. As for why this elder's eyes were now intact, it was obviously because he had taken the eyes of clan members and transplanted them for himself, a practice he had initiated. Roman was aware that this elder had directly taken the eye of a severely injured clan member and grafted it onto himself. This act became the final straw, leading to the demise of the already gravely wounded clan member who, after having his eye taken without proper treatment, naturally succumbed to death. Since then, this elder had used the Izanagi technique multiple times to prolong his life, depleting numerous three-tomo Sharingan in the process. The fact that his current eyes remained intact indicated that he had harvested the eyes of many clan members. Consequently, the atmosphere within the entire clan had shifted considerably, with the use of Izanagi for self-preservation on the battlefield resulting in a notable presence of one-eyed ninjas. These one-eyed ninjas, gathered under the banner of the Great Elder, harbored their own ambitions, seeking to take the eyes of others for themselves. The two individuals Roman had previously slain were indeed under the command of the Great Elder. Roman had ceased his duties within the Konoha Guard and had taken on the role of a task-oriented ninja within the village. In theory, task-oriented ninjas were not privy to much information regarding movements, let alone operational routes. Yet, Roman had inexplicably attracted the attention of those two elder ninjas who had laid an ambush for him. Had it not been for Roman's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, he would have perished without anyone noticing. Consequently, due to the various actions of the Great Elder, Roman felt a profound dislike for him, resulting in an unwillingness to show him any courtesy. Is there a problem? Roman did not indulge the elder, standing up and calmly walking to a position approximately 10 paces from the Great Elder, gazing at him with a composed demeanor. The Great Elder was momentarily taken aback by Roman's stance. Staring into Roman's pitch-black eyes, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. However, the Great Elder did not show any signs of annoyance. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Roman and slowly spoke. "Do you believe you are justified in making us wait for so long?" The Great Elder had resolved to assert his authority over Roman and sought to further solidify his own dominance. At present, the radical faction under the Great Elder was sufficiently powerful, and to further assert his control over the discourse, he needed to demonstrate his strength. Roman was the perfect candidate for this purpose. Young, strong, and lacking a deep-rooted background, he was simply ideal for the young individuals surrounding Roman. The Great Elder regarded them as inconsequential, given that he commanded a contingent of 50 jonin under his direct authority, a significant numerical advantage. Chapter 113. Tensions rise. Do you think I have wasted your time? Suddenly, Roman turned to address a middle-aged man nearby. This man was the father of Uchiha Fugaku, the previous Great Elder's son. Following Uchiha Madara's betrayal, the former Great Elder had risen to become the new clan leader due to his formidable strength, and it was only after his passing that this elder ascended from the position of second elder to Great Elder. The former Great Elder had only served as clan leader for about a decade, and after his death a few years ago, his son, currently the clan leader, had risen to prominence, propelled by the strength of elite jonin and his own faction. However, the current clan leader lacked any real prestige. Since he assumed his position, the Great Elder's power had swelled uncontrollably, to the point where he overshadowed the clan leader, rendering the latter virtually unknown. Had it not been for the Great Elder's advanced age, over 60 years old, and the absence of any heirs, the situation might have led to dramatic power struggles. Nevertheless, the Great Elder's renown had eclipsed that of the clan leader, which had become an undeniable reality. At this moment, the clan leader wore a befuddled expression. Observing their leader's demeanor, some of the former leader's followers appeared somewhat displeased. However, as this leader had been chosen from their ranks, they could only feign ignorance. Yet, there were those who nudged their clan leader, urging him to speak up. "I believe that this delay is acceptable for everyone involved," the clan leader said weakly, glancing between the two adversaries. In truth, Roman had not delayed for long. At most, just over 10 minutes. Hardly enough time for the Great Elder to make a substantial statement. Roman, noticing the Great Elder's sour expression, could not help but smile brightly. A reaction that even the conservative faction leader, the second elder, found intriguing. The second elder observed the young man standing resolutely against the Great Elder and contemplated how to draw him closer. With over a dozen jonin supporting Roman, he represented a force that could not be underestimated. If possible, an alliance with Roman, and perhaps even the clan leader, could potentially challenge the Great Elder's faction. "You killed Lin Erlang and his companions, did you not?" The Great Elder suddenly shifted the topic, likely recognizing that he could not trouble Roman with mere tardiness. Lin Erlang was indeed one of the two ambushers who had been slain by Roman. Although the Uchiha clan was currently embroiled in internal chaos, with some members being slain by their own kin, most incidents lacked concrete evidence. The Uchiha clan remained a relatively united family, dismissing hearsay. However, if this particular incident were confirmed, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Roman. Nevertheless, Roman did not shy away from revealing the truth. The rampant actions of the Great Elder S faction thrived on their overwhelming power and the continuous concessions made by others, such as the Second Elder and the clan leader. What, is it only permissible for others to kill me, while I am forbidden from retaliating? The dynamics between the Second Elder and the clan leader were of no concern to Roman. However, he could no longer tolerate the situation. Upon hearing the voice of Roman, the group of youthful Uchiha Jonin stood up one by one, making their way behind Roman, their gazes fixed upon the elder. Among the elder generation, the Great Elder indeed held significant renown. However, for these young individuals, it was Roman who truly commanded respect. Since Roman had been challenged, they naturally felt compelled to support him. Furthermore, Roman had not erred in his actions. Thus, retaliating against two individuals was entirely justified. Observing the movements of these young warriors, the people around the Great Elder also rose, their numbers greater this time. Most importantly, each of these individuals activated their Sharingan, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. This new generation, forged on the battlefield, found such pressure trivial. Remarkably, despite their youth, the collective aura of these 10 or so individuals did not yield to the dozens opposing them. In that instant, the atmosphere grew tense and charged. Merely activating the Sharingan, without resorting to Genjutsu or other secret techniques, produced an intense psychological pressure. The other Uchiha Jonin, unable to withstand this mental strain, also activated their Sharingan in response. Ultimately, within the entire Nanha Shrine, only Roman and the Great Elder remained without their Sharingan activated. The Great Elder regarded the young man before him with an air of nonchalance. Though inwardly he had perhaps overestimated Roman, his strength was commendable, and maintaining composure in such a grand setting was no small feat if not arrogance. It suggested he possessed considerable confidence. The Great Elder glanced at this group of young warriors. Truth be told, their caliber was indeed impressive. However, if that was all they had to offer, it would still fall short. Momentarily, the Great Elder found himself pondering the source of Roman's assurance. Yet, having already established enmity with Roman and his faction, he resolved to assert his authority through the blood of these young warriors. Of course, he would not directly slay this group, as they represented the family's youthful vigor. Losing them to internal strife would be a lamentable waste. Thus, he decided that eliminating Roman first would be the way forward, followed by suppressing this group. You took the lives of Lin Erlang and others, so I must hold you accountable. Therefore, Great Elder, spare yourself the excuses. Come at me directly. Die in the Uchiha clan. Strength reigns supreme, and I am eager to see if you still have the right to occupy the position of Great Elder. Upon hearing Roman's words, the Great Elder remained silent, his expression dark and foreboding. If that is the case, let us step outside and engage. Seeing this, Roman followed closely behind. In contrast, the Second Elder and the clan leader exchanged glances. Aware that tonight's events would not cease without bloodshed, a sense of uncertainty loomed, and they pondered how to resolve the situation, ultimately deciding to follow suit. Chapter 114. A Clash of Steel and Suppression. Youngster, I permit you to strike first. Standing in the expansive arena, the Great Elder loosened his garments and unsheathed his blade, directing it toward Roman. Uchiha ninjas, particularly those with the 3-tomo Sharingan, typically possessed impressive swordsmanship. Whether it be Roman, the Great Elder before him, or figures like Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, all excelled in this art. No need to worry, Great Elder. I shall not take advantage of your age. You may strike first. I fear that should you hesitate, you may lose your opportunity altogether. Roman stood poised, his sword at his side, showing no intention of attacking. The Great Elder, observing Roman's demeanor, was uncertain whether his confidence stemmed from arrogance or genuine strength. Nevertheless, a warrior seasoned by countless battles would not waver at such a moment. With Roman refraining from action, he seized the opportunity to engage. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The Great Elder unleashed a massive fireball toward Roman. Illuminating the night, he understood that such a strike would not harm Roman. His intent was to obscure Roman's vision, paving the way for his next move. In response, Roman conjured his own fireball, directly colliding with the Great Elder's attack. In the darkness, the clash of the two fireballs produced a striking contrast. The Great Elder's fireball appeared deeper in hue than a standard one, while Roman's bore an orange-red tint with hints of blue and white, exuding an aura of formidable power. Roman recognized that this transformation in his fireball was a result of the enhanced chakra quality following the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan. If the chakra quality of a standard nin is deemed 1, that of a Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharingan is 1.5. The chakra quality of a Kaga-level ninja stands at 2, while that of a Manjiki practitioner ranges between 2.5 to 3. With equal amounts of chakra, the potency of their techniques varies significantly with chakra quality. The evolution brought forth by the Manjiki Sharingan resulted in a comprehensive enhancement of capabilities. However, if an individual lacks sufficient chakra quality when transplanting a Manjiki, their body may gradually weaken, as seen with Kakashi. Kakashi, despite possessing commendable talent, only had 1 transplanted Manjiki Sharingan. Ultimately, after unlocking the Manjiki, Roman felt revitalized and transformed. Is this truly your level, Great Elder? As the Great Elder momentarily lost focus, Roman charged forward, his blade crackling with electricity and flames, closing in with astonishing speed. Not good. In a frantic response, the Great Elder swiftly employed Uchiha-style swordsmanship to counter Roman's strike. Clang! The Great Elder felt a jolt travel through his body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed from the powerful current. Additionally, the sheer force behind Roman's attack made him acutely aware of the overwhelming power of youth. You disappoint me, Roman remarked as he lunged forward once more, launching another assault with his blade. The Great Elder could only muster his strength to defend, his earlier demeanor of superiority replaced by the desperate struggle of an aging warrior. In that moment, the change was palpable, leaving members of the Great Elder's faction astonished. They had heard of Roman's rising reputation but had dismissed him as merely a youth. Now, however, it was evident that he was not just a young man, but a genuine powerhouse deserving of respect and admiration. Meanwhile, Roman's supporters, the young Uchiha men and women, wore expressions of affirmation. Having witnessed Roman's prowess on the battlefield, they were certain that his strength had only grown over the years. Although they had not anticipated such a significant increase in his power, they felt a sense of satisfaction as Roman dominated the Great Elder, as for the Second Elder and the clan leader. They were left in sheer disbelief, unable to fathom that such a young successor had truly matured into a formidable force. Chapter 115. Under currents and decapitation, Roman pressed the attack, leaving the Great Elder feeling frustrated yet compelled to endure. As a traditional Uchiha ninja endowed with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he excelled in swordsmanship, fire techniques, and Jinjutsu. In battles of equal standing, he was not only powerful but also versatile. However, when faced with a rival who was equally adept yet stronger, his versatility became a liability. Shall we engage? Wait for a more opportune moment to strike. The group of young wolves is indeed formidable, urging everyone to take this matter seriously. I am aware. This moment. Several elders from the faction of the Grand Elder, standing to the side, exchanged hushed words without betraying any emotion. They have discerned the current situation. It is evident that relying solely on the Grand Elder will not suffice to resolve the issue with the Luo men. Observing the seemingly effortless demeanor of Luo men, it becomes clear that this is not the entirety of their strength. Should external forces not intervene, the Grand Elder's life may very well hang in the balance here. This realization prompted the old fellows to reach a decisive conclusion. If they cannot defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation, they shall resort to a collective assault, and no matter how skilled Luo men may be, he cannot possibly contend against such a multitude. Even if the young men under Luo men were to join forces, could they truly overpower so many? As for the Second Elder and the Patriarch's faction, it is not that they underestimate them. Rather, they anticipate that this group would not dare to act recklessly, nor would they intervene. The reason being, Luo men's power is too great. Neither the Second Elder nor the Patriarch could accept being overshadowed by someone stronger than themselves. Humans are inherently driven by self-interest. Once they attain high positions, they wish to remain there, aspiring to pass down their status to the next generation, and the generations that follow, for eternity if possible. Both of these individuals would prefer to see Luo men perish here, with the ideal scenario being a mutual destruction alongside the Grand Elder. This would be the most perfect outcome. Then, they would no longer have to worry about an unexpected emergence of a powerful figure above them. Nor would they have to endure the pressure brought by the Grand Elder's faction. Among the young men of Luo men's faction, a rather mature and refined youth, named Uchiha Kenichi, noticed the subtle movements of the leading figures from the Grand Elder's faction. Kenichi, considered the second in command within Luo men's faction, despite being an Uchiha and having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, is one of the few calm and intelligent figures among the Uchiha elite. Hurry, prepare to notify everyone. All right, he spoke discreetly to a tall and robust individual beside him, and the Uchiha elite responded affirmatively to Kenichi's words. In truth, there may be significant developments or conflicts during the night, and thus, preparations had already been made during the day. Relying solely on the combat power of elite shinobi was somewhat inadequate, which is why they summoned more reinforcements. Similar to Yuikaru, the Chunin were also poised for action at any moment. This was not only to be ready for battle, but also to witness Luo Min's ascent to prominence that very night. Indeed, in their minds, Luo Min was destined to rise to the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan that evening. The ultimate pursuit of the radical faction is merely the aspiration for the position of Hokage. However, under the leadership of the Grand Elder, this current radical faction, while possessing the Izanagi technique, only dares to assert its dominance within the Uchiha clan. Even with their mastery of Izanagi, these aged individuals would hardly dare to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reason for this is the absence of a shadow-level powerhouse within the radical faction. In contrast, Luo Min possesses shadow-level strength, which is the fundamental criterion for competing for the Hokage position. Should figures like Hinata Hizashi or Uchiha Fugaka wish to vie for the Hokage title, they must first demonstrate combat capabilities at the shadow level. Otherwise, they will forever lack the qualifications to approach that position. The village's Hokage may not necessarily be the strongest individual in the village, but they must possess shadow-level strength, while Luo Min's followers may not be numerous. Their strength is commendable, and individuals from various clans, in this context, stand a greater chance of contending for the Hokage position in the future compared to the rest of the Uchiha clan. Promoting Luo Min to Hokage is, indeed, one of the ambitions harbored by those within Luo Min's faction. As both sides engaged in their subtle maneuvers, the atmosphere on-site grew increasingly tense. One characteristic of the Uchiha clan's shinobi is that when they hold the upper hand in battle, they exude an air of grace and elegance, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, a unique beauty derived from the powerful dynamic vision of the Sharingan. Uchiha Madara, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, epitomized this style, single-handedly battling a multitude of shinobi, representing one of the ultimate expressions of this combat style. Naturally, individual styles vary based on personal circumstances. In the midst of a tightly contested battle, Luo Min narrowly evaded a strike from the Grand Elder and, with a swift motion, severed the Grand Elder's head amid his terrified expression. It seems I have been somewhat influenced by the techniques of the demon slayer Luo Min. Observing the Grand Elder's head flying away, crimson blood gushing forth, Luo Min furrowed his brow in thought. The acquisition of combat techniques from other members of Luo Min has undeniably altered his own fighting style. His past battles were never so sanguinary, nor did he ever resort to randomly severing heads in an instant. He employed the body flicker technique, retreating several meters to avoid the splattering blood. He understood that the Grand Elder was not yet dead. The aura emanating from his eyes indicated the use of the Izanagi technique. It seemed the Grand Elder had preemptively set the conditions for activating Izanagi through a transcription seal in case of any perilous situations. Sure enough, moments later, the traces of the splattered blood vanished, and the Grand Elder emerged from the shadows, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty as he gingerly touched his neck. Although he had reversed death with Izanagi, the sensation of having his head severed was a stark reality. The terror of life and death had genuinely frightened the Grand Elder. Despite his ample experience with Izanagi, he had never before encountered such a fatality. How about we call it a day? The Grand Elder, closing his damaged right eye, addressed Luo Min in a somber tone. It's so easy to halt a confrontation at your whim. Luo Min replied with a smile, a grin that sent shivers down the spines of all those not affiliated with Luo Min. It was evident that Luo Min had no intention of granting the Grand Elder any mercy. He had not shown the Grand Elder any leniency during the First Ninja War, nor did he entertain the Grand Elder's olive branch, and certainly not now. Presently, Luo Min had firmly established dominance over the Grand Elder, maintaining the upper hand throughout. Why should he heed the Grand Elder's words? Your numbers do not hold any advantage. No matter how strong you are, how many can you truly face? The Grand Elder's tone turned icy as he regarded Luo Min. He genuinely wished to avoid further conflict with Luo Min. With only one eye remaining, he felt exceedingly vulnerable. haunted by the sensation of having just lost his head. The psychological impact of such a beheading was profoundly unsettling. As the Grand Elder's threat lingered in the air, the members of his faction unsheathed their blades, their Sharingan activated in unison. Observing the situation on the Grand Elder's side, Luo Min remained still. But the young individuals standing behind him stepped forward, activating their own Sharingan as well. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted towards an impending full-scale battle, prompting the Second Elder and the Patriarch to hastily retreat with their own people. In such a tense standoff, should a battle truly erupt, it would be a blind clash of blades. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, the two leaders instinctively withdrew to a safer position. Second Elder, do you think they will actually engage in combat? The Patriarch inquired, glancing at the Second Elder, hoping this cunning old fox would provide some reliable insight. While the Second Elder's strength may have been comparable to his own, his ability to gauge the situation was far superior. Given that both sides were relatively evenly matched, mutual support and adhering closely to the Second Elder's lead would be the wisest course of action. I am uncertain, but the likelihood of an actual confrontation is low. Luo Min is indeed powerful, but his numbers are insufficient. Just as he uttered these words, the Second Elder abruptly halted, his expression turning to one of astonishment as he gazed into the surrounding forest. Where pairs of blood-red eyes had begun to open, the Second Elder felt that his initial assessment might have been flawed. This new wave of individuals numbered nearly 100, each having awakened the two Tomo Sharingan. With their combat prowess at least at the Chunin level in this scenario, the numerical disparity was swiftly neutralized, bringing both sides to an equal starting line. The reason it could be termed a level playing field was that these individuals were all Chunin, while the Grand Elder's side boasted a sufficient number of elite shinobi, with each elite capable of matching 2 or 3 Chunin. Consequently, the overall combat strength of both factions had reached an equivalent level. Damn it, they must have plotted this. The members of the Grand Elder's faction, witnessing the emergence of those blood-red Sharingan eyes and the gradual approach of these young Chunin, displayed expressions of indignation. They had never anticipated such a turn of events, and thus found themselves unprepared to face the multitude on Luo Min's side, leaving them feeling somewhat insecure. In truth, this group of Chunin did not represent the entirety of Luo Min's forces. Some were absent due to familial ties, either close relatives or relatively close distant relatives within the Grand Elder's faction. Hence, they had chosen to stay away to avoid any implications. Nevertheless, even so, the sheer presence of so many individuals was enough to create a striking sense of pressure. Surrender now, and I shall grant you a measure of dignity. For instance, you could don the guise of an ordinary individual, remaining confined within the walls of your abode. I could spare your life. What say you, esteemed Elder? Observing the Elder, Luo Min's lips curled into a smile. Hmph, hardly impressive. The Elder's countenance darkened. What difference would that make from death? Bereft of the power bestowed by the Sharingan, his combat prowess was little more than that of an ordinary Jonin. And due to the deterioration of his body, he might even be weaker than a typical Jonin. In such a scenario, compelling his surrender was akin to urging him to take his own life. The Elder had more than one formidable adversary. Those who had gouged out his eyes were a lingering threat he had intended to deal with gradually, yet he had not completely resolved the issue. If that group were to discover this, would he have any hope of survival? Furthermore, while Luo Min claimed to offer him a semblance of dignity, what of the others? When the time came, Luo Min's subordinates, particularly that ruthless lad named Jiani, would surely bestow upon him a true measure of dignity. One could fully believe that Uchiha Jiani was capable of such deeds. Indeed, I harbor no desire to grant you any dignity. Far too many harbor grievances against you. Luo Min regarded the Elder with a sudden smile. He patted the shoulder of a young Chunin who had just arrived, a boy of merely 15 or 16, whose dual Tomo Sharingan glared fiercely at the Elder. Eyes ablaze with unbridled hatred. The Elder squinted at the boy, his memory stirred. This youth was the son of the original owner of his current eyes. Indeed, many who bore animosity towards the Elder had gathered under Luo Min's banner. Those with grievances could hardly align themselves with the Elder's faction. Otherwise, they would meet an untimely demise. Joining the faction of the Second Elder or the clan head was equally unfeasible, for both were far too weak. Thus, the only viable option for survival was to align with Luo Min, whose assertive nature and formidable strength provided a means to endure and await an opportune moment for vengeance. was evident that the time for this boy's retribution had arrived. Gazing at the elder, Luomin wore a taunting smile and addressed the youth beside him. Minghai, this time, I shall fulfill my promise. Yes, Lord Luomin. Upon hearing Luomin's words, Uchiha Minghai's face illuminated with fervent desire. Luomin had previously assured them that he would aid this faction of Avengers in their quest for retribution, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Others, due to their tender age or insufficient power, had refrained from joining, leaving only Minghai, whose strength matched that of the group, to participate in this endeavor. It appeared that Luomin possessed adequate power to exact vengeance on their behalf, filling Uchiha Minghai's heart with an intense yearning for the elder's swift demise, even if it was not by his own hand. Chapter 117. The Power of the Gods. Susanoo the elder glared menacingly at Minghai, his expression darkening. Had I known, I should have eradicated you troublesome wretches entirely. Previously, due to the presence of these individuals within Luomin's faction, and the consideration of Luomin's strength and influence, he had refrained from taking action against them. However, it was evident now that neglecting to eliminate the root of the problem had allowed hatred to flourish anew. The seeds of enmity do not dissipate with the passage of time. Rather, they take root and grow into towering trees. All hatred requires the complete annihilation of one side to find closure. While understanding may exist between individuals, it is certainly not a sentiment that the majority can accept. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. This is the mindset of most rational individuals. Those like Naruto Uzumaki, who speak of understanding and forgiving others, can forgive those who have subjected them to various forms of emotional abuse since childhood and even absolve the murderers of their parents. Can only be described as somewhat absurd, bordering on saintly. The influence of Ashura's chakra seems to have left a profound imprint on his thoughts. Luomin, however, was a man of reason, adhering to the sage's wisdom. Repay enmity with justice, and kindness with kindness. Do you believe you can achieve this? Luomin could hardly suppress a chuckle as he regarded the elder. These individuals had joined his ranks, making it entirely feasible for him to protect this group. How could the elder possibly eliminate them? The elder's countenance darkened further upon hearing Luomin's words, and he chose not to indulge in further discourse. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As if responding to an unspoken cue, all members of the elder's faction simultaneously unleashed torrents of flames from their mouths. The Uchiha clan's fire release techniques began with the basic C-rank Great Fireball technique, advancing to two types of B-rank techniques: Great Fire Annihilation and Great Fire Extinction. The former covers a broader area of attack, while the latter concentrates its power for greater destructive capability. Depending on the chakra supply, these techniques can exhibit varying levels of potency. Though classified as B-rank, the upper limits of these advanced fire techniques are considerable. For instance, Uchiha Madara could unleash a single Great Fire Annihilation, overwhelming a coalition of opponents with sheer power, thus elevating the technique's effectiveness through individual prowess. The elder and his allies employing Great Fire Annihilation could not hope to rival Madara's might. Yet, even in unison, they posed a significant threat. As the inferno surged forth, Luomin's expression remained impassive. He subtly gestured for those around him to refrain from retaliating. Though perplexed by Luomin's directive, his companions obediently halted their impending counterattack. Despite the formidable threat posed by the raging flames, their trust in Luomin prevailed. As most of them owed their lives to him, witnessing the impending disaster, Luomin's three tomo began to connect and merge, transforming into the Manjiki Sharingan. What is this? Jenny, witnessing the crimson chakra swiftly coalesce into a half-skeletal giant, exhibited a mixture of astonishment and delight. Such power, this was not lost on the Uchiha of this era. Before the passage of time had rendered Uchiha Madara a figure of legend, the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan was well known among the Uchiha clan. This was the so-called power of the gods, a peerless ocular technique embodying both offense and defense. Susanoo. This power could only be wielded by those who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, a strength coveted by every Uchiha ninja. Susanoo symbolizes destruction and annihilation. It is said that merely witnessing it once seals one's fate. The fact that Luomin could summon Susanoo signified his awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, a truly invincible power. Originally, Jenny had merely envisioned propelling Luomin to the position of Hokage, as such a feat was daunting for one of Uchiha lineage. However, It now appeared that this feat was not as insurmountable as once thought. Possessing the Mangeki, wielding Susanoo, Luomin stood as a T0 level existence in this era, akin to a new generation of ninja deities. Not merely Jiani, but other Uchiha ninjas trembled involuntarily at the sight of Susanoo's emergence. Luomin's followers were primarily driven by excitement, while others were gripped by sheer shock or terror. For the Uchiha, the Mangeki Sharingan represented faith, an embodiment of absolute power in that moment, as Luomin activated Susanoo. The Elder and his faction, obscured by the flames of great fire annihilation, remained unaware of the impending threat. However, those stationed at a distance, including the second Elder and the clan head, fell into a heavy silence. Perhaps it is time to concede. Indeed, I believe the position of clan head should be held by one of virtue. After a prolonged silence, the second Elder and the clan head spoke in turn. It was not that the two were cowardly. Upon witnessing Susanoo, they comprehended that Luomin's power was far beyond their ability to contend with. Any prior ambitions they harbored evaporated in an instant. To awaken the Mangeki and command Susanoo was one thing. Possessing two other mysterious and formidable ocular techniques was another. They were merely jonin. Charging at Susanoo with kunai would be sheer folly. What a frightening force! The Elder, engulfed in flames, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Not just him, but all who unleashed great fire annihilation sensed it, yet obscured by the flames, they could not perceive Susanoo or grasp the extent of the threat. Then, the Elder beheld the most shocking and final image before his vision was consumed by darkness. A towering, crimson skeletal giant wielding a colossal blade cleaved through the flames, and with a single stroke, all were laid bare before him. Susanoo? The Elder was familiar with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, and thus recognized it, though he never expected to face it directly. Izanagi is, after all, a path of wickedness. The Elder's mind echoed this thought as he was cleaved by Susanoo's blade. Chapter 118. The might of Susanoo. The blade left its mark, carving a profound chasm into the earth. A moment later, one by one, the Uchiha Jonin who had utilized the Izanagi technique appeared in the chasm. With a single strike from Susanoo, they were all mercilessly reduced to mere remnants, leaving only a scant few of their bodies intact. Having preemptively reserved the use of Izanagi, otherwise they would have truly faced a grave fate. However, at this moment, even the Grand Elder was acutely aware that their side had lost all semblance of hope for victory. In the hearts of all Uchiha, the Mangeki Sharingan was invincible, and the only ones capable of contending with it were those who possessed another Mangeki Sharingan. Yes, and the would release, but over the years, only Hashirama Senju had awakened it. The Mangeki was far more realistic. This era belonged to the Uchiha, and we, the remnants of a bygone age, must fade away. Gazing at the colossal chakra construct before him, the Grand Elder was thoroughly awakened. There was a time when he, too, was a passionate youth, fighting for the future of the Uchiha. Yet, what had he truly accomplished over these years? The very one who hoped for the prosperity of his clan had been perpetually persecuting his own kin. Only when one stands before death can they truly reflect on the past. Perhaps some remain unrepentant, but they are ultimately in the minority. Izanagi, a technique of calamity, as he beheld Susanoo swing its chakra blade once more. The Grand Elder could only utter these words. Romon heard this as well, but he believed the technique was not at fault. The issue lay with its wielder, the second Elder and the clan head. Witnessing how effortlessly Susanoo obliterated such a multitude of Jonin, felt a twinge of sorrow, akin to the lament of a rabbit at the death of Fox. It must be understood that this group consisted of Jonin, not just one or two, but dozens of them, simply erased in such a manner was utterly terrifying. Yet, it was hardly surprising. The Grand Elder and the others had not anticipated that Romon had already activated his Mangeki Sharingan, subsequently unleashing the great fire annihilation, which obscured their vision in a sea of flames. The fire technique, effective against conventional foes, proved woefully inadequate against an enemy of such extraordinary caliber wielding the Mangeki. Had the Grand Elder and his companions dispersed and employed agile movements to evade, they might not have been so easily wiped out. Initially annihilated, they had barely reacted before being utterly destroyed in a material sense after using Izanagi. Wait, we are not enemies. The position of clan head should be held by one of virtue. I am willing to step down and let another take my place. the second elder and the clan head, noticing that Susanoo on Roman's side seemed poised for action, hastily spoke up, fearing they might attract Roman's attention. Although it was unlikely that Susanoo's assault would lead to their complete annihilation. Once targeted by a powerful individual with the Manjiki, escaping the initial threat would not guarantee safety from subsequent dangers. Even if they sought refuge with Hiruzen Sarutobi, there was no certainty of protection. The best outcome would be to defect and hide in a place where Roman could not reach them. However, they were not alone. Beyond themselves, they had wives, children, and families to consider, rendering such extremities unnecessary. There was no irreconcilable conflict between them and Roman, making such a course of action entirely unwarranted. Their relief came when Roman merely cast a glance, and Susanoo dissipated without any indication of further aggression. Observing the commotion with a hint of amusement, Roman paid them no mind. He was hardly a mindless killer. Having slain so many of the Grand Elders group had already cost the Uchiha a significant loss of power. With his Manjiki activated, he was unconcerned about the potential consequences of exhausting his ocular power, feeling sufficiently confident to bear the aftermath of his actions. However, if he were to eliminate the second elder and the clan head, while he could still manage the consequences, he would be left with insufficient manpower. Most of those on the Grand Elder's side were elderly, a few middle-aged, and predominantly solitary figures. Their demise was not a significant loss. After all, while their numbers were considerable, they certainly had more enemies. The second elder and the clan heads group, on the other hand, was composed mostly of individuals with stable families. If they were all to perish, what of their families? A massacre of such proportions would leave the Uchiha with scant few members, rendering him no different from a weasel awaiting its future. Roman, leave that side to me. Observing Roman retract Susanoo, Kenichi stepped forward, his eyes gleaming as he regarded the second elder and clan head. From the moment the leader had called for positions to be declared, Kenichi sensed an opportunity. Starting with the Uchiha clan head, he envisioned a steady ascent toward the Hokage position, momentarily picturing Roman donning the robes of the fourth Hokage. Then I entrust it to you. You should understand my intentions. The clan does not require a cadre of idle figures. I understand. Seeing Kenichi volunteer, Roman entrusted the matter to him. With Roman's Manjiki backing him, both the second elder and the clan head would inevitably make the right choices. As the second elder and clan head saw Roman address Kenichi, they promptly turned to depart, allowing Kenichi to approach them, which brought them a measure of relief. Facing Roman, who wielded the Manjiki Sharingan, they felt an immense pressure. Kenichi's presence, coming to converse with them in Roman's stead, greatly alleviated their tension. They had not even considered the possibility of Roman neglecting them. They were of a vastly different caliber than he. With only the 3 Tomo Sharingan, they found it far more suitable to engage with Kenichi, who also possessed the same level of eye. Meanwhile, Roman sought out Chiri, who, although also a Jonin, had taken leave for the clan meeting to accompany Uncle Hirakawa for an eye transplant and observe the aftereffects of the procedure, leaving him unable to attend the gathering. Now that the Grand Elder's faction had been dealt with, he had no further business and decided to check in on Chiri and Uncle Hirakawa post-surgery. Chapter 119. Hiruzen Sarutobi's Unease and Earthquake? Though night had fallen, Hiruzen Sarutobi had yet to return home. Having only inherited the position of the third Hokage 3 years prior, the current regime remained somewhat unstable, compelling him to diligently fulfill his duties as Hokage without a hint of slackness. He focused on finalizing his administrative tasks. An unexpected tremor reverberated through the Hokage building. However, he quickly dismissed the possibility of an earthquake. Hidden Leaf Village lay in the heart of the Land of Fire, one of the most prosperous regions among various nations, characterized by an absence of seismic disasters or harsh environments, which was one of its hallmarks. Yet, the sensation of this tremor felt oddly familiar. Hiruzen sensed an inexplicable familiarity, though he struggled to pinpoint its origin. Lord Hokage, an unknown seismic source has emerged within the Uchiha clan, affecting the entire Leaf Village. Though its duration was brief, moreover, our scouts reported a remarkably intense firelight originating from the Uchiha's territory. Just as Hiruzen pondered this, a figure materialized in the Hokage's office to relay the information. Uchiha? Upon hearing the Umbu ninja's words, a series of images flooded Hiruzen's mind like a sequential comic strip, filling him with an ominous premonition. Even if there was internal strife within the Uchiha clan, resulting in conflict and the use of earth-style techniques reminiscent of earthquakes, it could not account for such a colossal disturbance. If there truly existed a force capable of causing such upheaval, it would be that man, whose power rivaled that of the first Hokage, Susanoo. Recalling the man he had encountered a few times, who had cast a long shadow over him, Hiruzen felt a deepening sense of dread. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Tobirama Senju had conducted thorough research. The more intense the emotional turmoil, the more it could stimulate the evolution of the Sharingan. The three Tomo Sharingan could evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan, requiring not only extreme emotions but also a degree of personal aptitude. Yet, despite this, the uncertainty surrounding the Uchiha clan was too great. He could not ascertain whether a true wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan had emerged from their ranks. Nevertheless, such a tremendous disturbance could not have been caused by an ordinary individual. Regrettably, due to various factors, while the Hokage could utilize the Umbu to investigate the majority of areas, he still dared not provoke the nerves of the prominent clans. And with the Uchiha's formidable strength, Umbu operatives were unlikely to approach their territory casually. However, with the current situation unfolding, Hiruzen felt his thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic, unsure of how to confront the Uchiha clan moving forward. Previously, he had discussed various strategies with Danzo and others concerning numerous clans. For instance, the ordinary clans were primarily focused on pacification. The Hyuga clan was approached with vigilance while also being courted. Whereas the Uchiha clan had been subtly targeted, the internal strife that had escalated over the past few years aligned perfectly with the interests of those in power. As long as the Uchiha clan continues its decline, they remain at the mercy of others, and with a bit of caution, it is entirely possible that they could be further divided and manipulated for one's own purposes. Reflecting on the once formidable Uchiha clan and the possibility of them obeying his command, he had previously found the notion quite appealing. However, at this moment, he felt that his aspirations had been utterly shattered. All his contemplations were now deemed impractical. He recalled the peculiar nature of the Uchiha. The more chaotic the situation, the more likely it was for true power to emerge. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself regretting his past inaction regarding the Uchiha's internal strife. Although bound by various treaties that prevented direct intervention in clan matters, as Hokage, he could have influenced the Uchiha's behavior with mere words, especially given his formidable strength. While the greater likelihood was that open conflict would simply transform into covert strife, it would still be an improvement over the previous state of affairs. Hokage-sama. He could not fathom why the Hokage would display such a lack of composure over what might merely be a tremor or a potential greater upheaval within the Uchiha. However, as an Umbu, bound by the tenets of secrecy, the ninja did not probe further and instead awakened Sarutobi Hiruzen. I apologize. I have some matters to attend to. You may leave. Your efforts are appreciated. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he had lost his composure before his subordinate, managing to muster a smile as he gently replied, very well. Following his words, the Umbu swiftly departed. In the past, receiving words of concern from the Hokage would have warmed his heart. But this peculiar demeanor left him feeling uneasy, as if sitting on pins and needles. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary chatter and hastily made his exit. Observing the Umbu's retreat, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Although he could rely on the Umbu, he had not yet developed an unwavering trust in an organization that had been established for less than 3 years. Therefore, as the leader of the Sarutobi clan, he naturally prioritized utilizing his family's resources to grasp the situation. Over the past 3 years, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance, the Sarutobi clan had experienced significant growth. Currently, despite limitations in population resulting in a modest increase in the number of shinobi, the Sarutobi clan's ninjas had enhanced their abilities considerably, having learned a variety of jutsu due to Hiruzen's preferential treatment. Once merely a small clan proficient in fire release during the Warring States period, they had now ascended to one of the prominent clans in Konoha, mastering a diverse array of techniques beyond just fire release. Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have anticipated that, due to his assistance, the Sarutobi clan would grow into a formidable force in the future. Nevertheless, the current strength of the Sarutobi clan was of immense importance to him, particularly regarding the investigation into the Uchiha situation. Chapter 120. Underlying currents, regret and shadows. Hiruzen's unease was swiftly confirmed, transforming into palpable fear. Not only had he received the news, but all factions within Konoha had been alerted. A civil conflict had erupted within the Uchiha clan, resulting in a large-scale confrontation. More specific details had reached both Hiruzen and the other prominent clans. not due to their intelligence network's prowess, but because the Uchiha had openly disseminated the information without any attempts at concealment. The radical faction represented by the Uchiha's elder had been eradicated, while the conservative faction led by the second elder and the neutral faction led by the clan head had capitulated. The Armin faction had officially risen to prominence within the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha Armin assuming the position of clan leader and concurrently serving as the head of the Konoha Guard. Such rapid changes, coupled with the mild earthquake from the previous day, led some astute clans to speculate that Armin had awakened the Meijiki Sharingan and had decisively suppressed the Elders faction through overwhelming force. Those clans familiar with the Izanagi technique were acutely aware of how troublesome the Elder faction had been. The Armin faction, although not numerous, was composed of young and promising individuals centered around Uchiha Armin. The fact that they could swiftly annihilate the Elders faction and subjugate the second Elders and clan heads factions, despite their numerical disadvantage, revealed the presence of an irresistible power. While the Uchiha had not explicitly stated it, the remnants of the Warring States era had not entirely faded, and the fear of that man had not diminished. The Uchiha clan's terrifyingly powerful eyes. The Meijiki Sharingan had re-emerged. With the assumption that the Meijiki Sharingan was in play, the tremor from the previous night suddenly had a clear origin. In an instant, many clever individuals sprang into action, seeking to align themselves with the Uchiha clan. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed the third Hokage and possessed considerable strength, it paled in comparison to the Meijiki Sharingan in an age without Senju Hashirama. Who could possibly contend against such fearsome power? At this moment, while most were aware of the Meijiki Sharingan, their understanding of the concepts of the Meijiki and Eternal Meijiki was limited, and they were unaware that the ordinary Meijiki would deteriorate with use. They simply knew that possessing a Meijiki meant immense power. Of course, Armin's eyes were not blind, and thus the only difference between them and the Eternal Meijiki was the capacity of their ocular strength. Even if Armin did not surpass Uchiha Madara, in this era, he was still a force of monumental strength, comparable only to the strongest Raikage, a brute among brutes worthy of confrontation. Within a single day, the entirety of Konoha was aware that Armin had acquired the Meijiki Sharingan. The title of Little Shura of Konoha, earned during the First Great Ninja War, had swiftly escalated to that of the next Shura of the ninja world. In an era devoid of the god of shinobi, the Shura of the ninja world was essentially invincible. Naturally, the various clans maintained a certain level of restraint during this period. Although they were inclined to draw closer, they had yet to take concrete action. However, at this juncture, as the spokesperson for the Armin faction, Kenichi boldly declared to the prominent clans, due to the significant losses incurred during the internal conflict, the Uchiha were slightly understaffed, creating vacancies within the Konoha Guard. As the newly appointed head of the Konoha Guard, Armin would henceforth open the previously restricted positions to other clans and even civilian shinobi. In an instant, the major clans could no longer maintain their composure. If Armin were merely demonstrating strength, they might have respected him but would not have been overly fervent. Presently, although Armin had not showcased his Meijiki Sharingan, it was tacitly accepted that he possessed it, coupled with the opening of positions within the Konoha Guard, which offered security, decent pay, and proximity to home. It was an ideal opportunity for the majority of shinobi who danced on the edge of a blade. With strength and the promise of shared benefits, Armin's popularity surged, positioning him as the leading candidate to succeed the fourth Hokage, despite the fact that the third had only been in office for 3 years and was still in his prime. All of this was orchestrated by Kenichi, with the clear aim of elevating Armin's reputation. To achieve the position of Hokage, such esteem was undoubtedly essential. Previously lacking opportunities, the current reorganization of the Uchiha clan presented the perfect moment for Kenichi to consult with Armin and prepare to break the status quo. Hiruzen, look at what these wicked Uchiha have done. They changed the head of the department without even informing you, and they even allocate positions within the Konoha Guard to others. Do they still regard you as Hokage? Kicking open the Hokage's office door, Danzo, still a youthful and handsome man, glared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are not required to inform me. The second Hokage granted them autonomy over the Konoha Guard, and we have no authority to interfere. A bitter smile crossed Hiruzen's face. This was a remnant of the second Hokage's legacy. After thoroughly reviewing the documents left by the second Hokage, he confirmed that the Uchiha's actions were devoid of any faults. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Danzo's expression faltered. Although he felt considerable dissatisfaction over not being appointed by the second Hokage, he nonetheless held immense respect for him, thus falling into silence. Are we to simply allow this to continue? Danzo raised his voice, questioning Hiruzen. Both Hiruzen and Danzo understood that the previous Konoha guard, while seemingly a reward for the Uchiha's past contributions, was in reality a cunning trap designed to restrain them. The stable living environment and the myriad of trivial matters gradually eroded the will of the Uchiha shinobi, making it increasingly difficult for them to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, the Uchiha, who had independently controlled a significant department, were naturally prone to arrogance, which bred dissatisfaction among other clans. The lack of communication with other clans and the civilian population ultimately widened the chasms between them. Without a solid foundation of support and unable to awaken the Manjiki, the Uchiha clan had become less of a concern. However, who could have anticipated that within just a few years, such drastic changes would unfold within the Uchiha, leading those who had once regarded the Konoha Guard as their fiefdom to relinquish their grip on it? Everything was veering into a direction that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not foresee. The vexation within him surged as Danzo pressed him relentlessly, prompting Sarutobi Hisashi to exclaim, "What options do I possess?" Observing Hisashi's indecision and his inability to present a viable solution, Danzo could not suppress his dissatisfaction, retorting, "You will come to regret this, Hisashi. I am the Hokage, Danzo." Hisashi shot back, unable to contain his indignation. The moment Danzo heard Hisashi's defiant words, his countenance darkened, and without further ado, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Sighing heavily as he watched Danzo leave, Hisashi revealed a visage of exhaustion. Did he not comprehend Danzo's words? He did, yet acting impulsively at this juncture was fraught with peril. If his actions inadvertently facilitated the rise of the Armin faction, he was certain that the opportunistic clans would swiftly abandon him and align themselves with Armin. Nevertheless, with the backing of Uzumaki Naruto, he held a modicum of influence. Having previously met Armin, he believed that Armin would refrain from reckless actions. For now, he could only hope that Armin's intentions would remain judicious. Chapter 121. Who approves, who disapproves? Outside the Konoha Security Force headquarters, a throng of people congregated. While the crowd was substantial, it remained orderly. Nearly a week had passed since the upheaval within the Uchiha clan and the subsequent shift in power. During this span, the outside world gradually acclimated to the changes within the Uchiha and actively sought to establish ties with the Konoha Security Force. Even the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans had yet to firmly commit to the third Hokage. And witnessing the Uchiha's flourishing state, they began to waver in their loyalties. Following the week of transformation within the Konoha Security Force, a formal appointment speech was held, marking Armin's first public appearance since the previous battle. Consequently, this event attracted a significant audience, rivaling the fervor surrounding Sarutobi Hisashi's ascension to the third Hokage. In this world where strength reigns supreme, all matters are dictated by power. Possessing the might of Konoha's two founding clans could bring an end to the Warring States period, deterring many ninja villages from initiating conflict and ushering in a new era for ninja villages. While Hisashi was formidable, he remained a mere mortal. In contrast, the Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan represented an unfathomable strength. The choice was evident. Although the populace lacked a clear understanding of the Tsutsuki bloodline, they certainly recognized that those clans were superior to ordinary families. Clans with secret techniques surpassed those with only ninjutsu lineage, while those possessing Kekkai Genkai stood above the rest. Even among Kekkai Genkai clans, there existed a hierarchy. For instance, the Uchiha clan with its immensely potent Sharingan, and the Senju clan, renowned for their formidable physique and vast chakra reserves. Including the wood-release lineage, merely possessing the Sharingan does not guarantee strength. Similarly, the Senju's bloodline does not ensure prowess. However, the wielders of the Manjiki Sharingan and authentic wood release, such as the Uchiha and Senju, undoubtedly exuded overwhelming power. This the new Uchiha clan leader and the new head of the Konoha Security Force. How astonishingly young. Among the onlookers, there was a palpable sense of confusion as they beheld Armin delivering his speech. Although an 18-year-old ninja had already garnered considerable experience and participated in battles, his youthful appearance led many to perceive him as excessively young. Yet, the reality was that at 18, some individuals bore the weight of age. While others radiated vitality, Armin's rise to leadership at such a tender age was indeed remarkable, even within the contemporary ninja world. Thus, he posed the question, who approves and who disapproves? Standing upon the platform, Our Min's eyes, with 3 interlocking tomo, emanated an aura of authority, as a shadowy skeletal figure of reddish gold flickered around him, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Manjiki, Susanoo. The uncertainties that had previously clouded the situation crystallized under our Min's unmasked assertion. Prior to awakening the Manjiki, our Min was already an elite Jonin, distinguished among the elite, akin to a quasi-kage. With the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan, one could only speculate what level of power our Min now possessed, an enormity that would leave the majority in awe. Our Min unabashedly displayed his prowess, the Susanoo manifesting in a semi-complete form, towering impressively at least several dozen meters high. The sheer visual impact of such a colossal entity was striking. The grandeur of the Susanoo undeniably reinforced the perception of our Min's might. Of course, our Min was not yet capable of fully summoning such a massive Susanoo. Through extensive study, he had discerned that while the Manjiki Sharingan was a prerequisite for utilizing Susanoo, it was not an absolute necessity. Possessing the Manjiki granted one access to Susanoo, but Susanoo could also be activated without the Manjiki, provided one had sufficient chakra and mastery over the technique. In essence, the Manjiki served as the key to unlocking the treasure trove of Susanoo. Once the vault was opened, the Manjiki ceased to be a requisite, contingent upon a profound understanding of Susanoo. Utilizing Susanoo did not significantly deplete visual prowess. Rather, it hinged on the amount of chakra available. As long as one possessed ample chakra and a grasp of Susanoo, even a standard 3-tomo Sharingan could potentially manifest it. Remarkably, even a single eye, or none at all, could invoke Susanoo, as demonstrated by Uchiha Madara, who manifested the complete form without an eye. Currently, our Min, utilizing just the 3-tomo, was unable to achieve such a feat. However, by adjusting his approach, he could summon a sufficiently complete Susanoo with a relatively modest amount of chakra. Admittedly, this manifestation was primarily for display, lacking the combat capability to match its size, serving instead as a mere deterrent. Nevertheless, even without offensive power, the ability to instill fear was advantageous. Presently, our Min found no need for overt aggression within Konoha. Merely showcasing his might through this method sufficed. Furthermore, our Min was not incapable of summoning a complete Susanoo. It was simply that his current chakra reserves did not permit it. However, given his steadily increasing chakra capacity, the day he could summon a complete Susanoo was not far off. As our Min's Susanoo shadow unfolded, both the high-ranking factions within the village and spies from external villages were left aghast. Humans are inherently visual creatures, discerning most phenomena through sight. The prevailing notion equates size with strength and diminutive stature with weakness. Such simplistic views often dominate human perception. Observing our Min's composed demeanor, those with ulterior motives among the spectators entertained various thoughts. Under the formidable presence of our Min, members of the Hyuga clan refrained from recklessly activating their Byakugan. Had they done so, they would have witnessed our Min's chakra depleting at an alarming rate, having consumed nearly half of his reserves in a brief span. Although he remained unengaged, summoning such an enormous Susanoo still exacted a considerable toll. Yet, our Min remained confident that the Hyuga clan would not dare to invoke their Sharingan. As for other sensory techniques, aside from the Uzumaki clan's innate abilities and the divine eye of Kagura, other methods would likely fail to discern our Min's true state. Moreover, even if his condition were revealed, our Min felt little concerned. In this era of the ninja world, the atmosphere was decidedly favorable for someone like our Min, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. Still, he could not shake the feeling that he was forgetting something. Chapter 122. Subsequent impacts. At this moment, our Min's chakra reserve stood at 30%, a threshold he deemed secure. Even in the event of an unforeseen attack, such as from Uchiha Madara, 30% was more than sufficient for self-preservation. Noticing the awestruck expressions among the crowd below, our Min opted not to linger excessively. Having displayed his might to a satisfactory extent, he departed without hesitation. Following this, the Konoha security forces' recruitment efforts would likely face no obstacles. Rather, an influx of eager applicants could be anticipated. Additionally, members of prominent clans might dispatch their elite to forge connections with our ME, and it was evident to all discerning observers that with our Min's emergence, the Uchiha clan was poised for ascendance. To be frank, although the Uchiha clan faced some awkwardness due to the circumstances surrounding Uchiha Madara, they remained one of Konoha's founding families. Regardless of the Uchiha's challenges, the sacrifices made by their ninjas for Konoha during the war could not be overshadowed. With such a formidable figure emerging from the Uchiha clan, it was only natural for everyone to hold high hopes for his future. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hizashi had not yet occupied the Hokage position for decades, nor had the unspoken rule that only those of Hokage lineage could ascend to the role-taken route. In this era, power equates to status. Whether one is Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, or Sarutobi Hiruzen, their ascension to the position of Hokage is not solely attributed to Hashirama's universal acclaim, but rather the formidable strength of the latter two, which solidified their positions. Presently, with Romon's exceptional prowess, coupled with his illustrious Uchiha lineage and youth, he certainly has the potential to vie for the title of Hokage in the future. As Romon departed, those with ulterior motives hastily followed suit. Although the Konoha Guard has numerous positions available, each role is distinct, and while many slots may be vacated by the Uchiha, the more senior roles, such as squad leader or team captain, are scarce. To foster a relationship with the Uchiha, or even with Romon himself, mere ordinary members of the Guard would prove ineffective. It is only those in elevated positions who can truly cultivate such connections. Consequently, the original plans became untenable. Upon witnessing Romon's overwhelming strength, all clans would undoubtedly dispatch their direct descendants to secure high-ranking positions within the Guard. Even the Hyuga clan would likely refrain from merely sending branch family members, opting instead for main family members, striving for prominence within the Guard. The duties of the Guard, confined within the village and devoid of formidable adversaries, are indeed well suited for the Hyuga main family. This alone suffices to prompt action from them. The main family of the Hyuga is not yet completely decayed. Unlike in the future, where the branch family supports the main family entirely, the main family currently retains control over the fate of the branch family. Even if there are caged birds, the main family's use of them remains quite restrained. However, discerning individuals can certainly perceive the potential issues that may arise if the future main family continues to grow within the confines of the clan. Therefore, holding positions within Konoha's internal organizations becomes a matter of significance for the main family. Only through experiencing various trials can one truly mature. Yet, while Konoha offers numerous positions, the opportunities that provide substantial growth without the risk of losing one's sight are relatively few, with the Konoha Guard being one of them. The tasks undertaken by Guard members necessitate interaction with a multitude of individuals, thereby honing their social skills, managing interpersonal relationships, and exposing them to the myriad facets of human nature. An invaluable experience for those raised in a sheltered environment like the main family. Nonetheless, the previous Guard had been assigned to the Uchiha clan by the second Hokage, and at that time, the Uchiha regarded it as a prized possession, making it awkward for other clans to intervene. Perhaps the future conflict between the Hyuga and the Uchiha will not solely stem from the remnants of the Warring States period or the rivalry over ocular techniques. While those elements may play a role, the crux of the matter lies in conflicting interests. However, with the Konoha Guard now open for recruitment beyond the Uchiha clan members, the greatest source of friction has dissipated. Of course, Romon's formidable strength is also a significant calming influence. Regardless of the circumstances, the changes Romon brings are gradually shaping this world, steering future trends toward an unknowable direction. Romon himself remains largely indifferent. Since his arrival in this world, he has already initiated changes. Were he devoid of strength, lacking in talent, and without any advantages, he might strive to avoid altering the timeline, allowing the future to progress correctly while he leisurely lives out his days. Yet, such a scenario does not exist. He hails from the Uchiha clan, possesses remarkable talent, and wields considerable power, having recently awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, placing him at the pinnacle of the current ninja world. Moreover, he is not alone. He is accompanied by countless versions of Romon from myriad realms, with alternate dimensions as his trump card. Given this, why should he conform to the flow of time, meticulously safeguarding fate until it aligns with the correct history? With so many advantages at his disposal, why live in such a constrained manner? Romon is uncertain whether figures like Naruto and Sasuke will emerge in the future, but he perceives the inertia of destiny as profoundly potent. He may indeed instigate monumental changes in history. Yet it is highly probable that certain pivotal characters will still manifest. However, the destinies of these individuals have already begun to diverge significantly from the moment of their forebears' experiences. This young man is surely not destined to become the clan leader. Nor will his eldest son transform into a weasel. Romon observes the former clan leader cradling his 1-year-old son, Uchiha Fugaku, who is presently active within the Guard, it is evident that, having relinquished his position, the former leader appears far more vibrant than during his tenure. Upon reflection, it is understandable. The Uchiha were beset by internal and external strife, burdened by immense pressure. How could one maintain a healthy demeanor under such circumstances? When Itachi was born, Uchiha Fugaku had already assumed the role of captain, suggesting that the former leader must have passed away at a relatively young age, in his 40s or 50s, which undoubtedly raises questions. Whether Uchiha Fugaku's offspring will experience any changes remains uncertain to Roman, but it seems unlikely that the former leader will meet a similarly premature fate. Chapter 123. Changes in the Guard. How did I perform? Stepping aside, Roman inquired with a smile at the purple-haired beauty beside him. Quite impressive, indeed. Tsunade glanced at the young man beside her, her previously formidable demeanor softening considerably, resembling that of a charming, gentle soul. As she responded with a smile, Roman, when you mentioned those in favor and those against, they all resembled quails, truly overwhelming. Yuichiro, who trailed alongside, could not help but interject, his eyes brimming with admiration. Since the Uchiha's departure, the Uchiha clan has been steadily declining. During their patrols, whether interacting with civilians or members of other clans, the attitudes were far from favorable. In fact, there was a discernible tendency to avoid engagement. At this juncture, while the Uchiha clan has not yet reached the point of universal disdain, the early signs of such a fate are already manifesting. The circumstances of the future are indeed the cumulative result of incremental developments during this period, primarily originating from Uchiha Madara's departure and the subsequent demise of Senju Hashirama. Although the Uchiha clan did not directly involve themselves, the surname Uchiha is inextricably linked to the repercussions of that event. Naturally, the public did not direct their ire toward the Uchiha clan, but the seeds of discontent were sown from that moment. The pride of the Uchiha clan is well known. If you dislike me, I will not pursue your affection, and thus, the discord gradually accumulates. For instance, regarding the placement of stalls, regulations prohibit such practices, yet individual vendors vary. Some cannot afford to rent a shop and rely solely on this means for survival. Those with a flexible mindset may navigate these matters with ease, but the Uchiha Guard members adopt a rigid approach. City management is inherently an unpopular role. Uchiha ninjas are not inclined to engage in distasteful tasks. Yet even the most principled city managers are bound to be unpopular. Furthermore, city management constitutes merely one facet of the Guard's responsibilities. In addition to this, numerous undesirable tasks are delegated to the Guard members. Most Uchiha ninjas are inherently more suited for combat. How can they possibly excel at managing such mundane affairs? This may very well be a scheme devised by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. However, all is as it is. Since Roman took charge of the Guard, changes have commenced. The initial transformation involved delineating the functions of the Guard, categorizing tasks into civil and criminal divisions, and subsequently assigning suitable individuals to appropriate posts. For instance, Uchiha ninjas with more assertive personalities are allocated to the criminal unit, where combat-related roles await them. In contrast, civil matters, which necessitate a more diplomatic disposition, can be filled by external recruits, thereby restructuring the previously monolithic Guard into distinct departments and teams. Furthermore, it is imperative to establish appropriate laws, creating a systematic framework for the Guard. It must be said that this world is markedly distorted. There exists no codified history nor particularly comprehensive laws. Everything hinges upon the formidable power of the so-called ninja. Take, for instance, the absurdity of the future Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, through the mere invocation of the will of fire, manages to brainwash countless ninjas into unwavering loyalty, compelling them to risk their lives for him. Simply outrageous. The essence of the will of fire is that where Konoha flourishes, the fire of life continues unabated. The flames will persist in illuminating the village, nurturing the budding leaves of new life. This phrase, repeated ad infinitum, somehow convinces a multitude to believe. The underlying meaning is essentially that the youth represent the hope of the future, and the elder generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not in vain. Rather, they inspire the youth to become the pillars of tomorrow. Setting aside whether the content holds merit, the fact that the future Sarutobi Hiruzen and his contemporaries bear no resemblance to this sentiment yet manage to deceive so many is utterly preposterous. In simple terms, there exists a staggering number of illiterates in this world, and far too many lacking in critical thought. revealing irrationalities at every turn. In the present state of Konoha, there exists a lack of a comprehensive legal framework. Laws pertaining to criminal and civil matters are notably absent, leaving behind only a few vague and ineffective regulations. This predicament can be attributed to the relatively short establishment period of Konoha and the premature demise of its second leader. Various systems have yet to coalesce into a coherent structure, compounded by Sarutobi Hiruzen's considerable inaction. Although the system left behind by the second Hokage is somewhat acceptable, it remains rudimentary as the ninja village is still in its formative stages. Consequently, the populace is navigating uncertain waters, and the frameworks devised by the second Hokage, while advanced for their time, have seen minimal evolution over the years. This stagnation is indeed quite troubling in any context. Systems must adapt to their times. A singular framework persisting unchanged for decades and even deteriorating is intolerable for someone like Roman. Although Roman is not currently Hokage and lacks the authority to enact changes in Konoha, initiating reforms within the police force presents a viable starting point. Primarily, the police force must establish an independent legal system, comprising a constitution, criminal law, civil law, and so forth, all meticulously documented, thereby providing a clear standard for their operations. Once these fundamentals are firmly in place, gradual reforms can follow. Previously, there were instances where individuals suffered due to the police's overbearing practices, citing the absence of explicit regulations as justification for their grievances. Henceforth, such scenarios will be eradicated, as there will be explicit legal text for reference. After these internal changes, Yuichiro could distinctly perceive a revitalizing vigor permeating the entire police force, a transformation he found quite appealing. This change was brought about by Roman, and naturally Yuichiro, who already held Roman in high esteem, found his admiration intensifying. In fact, it wasn't just Yuichiro. Every Uchiha present regarded Roman with similar reverence. Roman chuckled lightly and addressed Yuichiro. "All right, no need to accompany me any longer. As a newly appointed squad leader, you must be busy recruiting. Ensure there are no vacancies when the time comes. Understood. I shall take my leave and not intrude upon you and the captain." Yuichiro replied with a grin before hastily departing. Observing Yuichiro's retreating figure, Roman turned to the woman beside him, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, and took her hand directly. Chapter 124. The actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen through the use of a telescopic technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been monitoring the situation within the police force, remaining silent as he tightly gripped his smoking gun. With a crack, the excessive pressure caused the smoking gun to snap in his grasp. Although the Konoha police force indeed possessed a degree of autonomy sanctioned by the second Hokage, the fact that they undertook such sweeping changes without informing him, the Hokage, raised significant concerns. Such a monumental shift, did it not warrant a discussion with him? The Hokage? Was he to be disregarded entirely, as if they intended to usurp his position? Previously, even if Hiruzen had suspected Roman possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, it had not been a matter of great concern. After perusing the materials left by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, regarding the research on the Sharingan, he felt considerably reassured. According to the data gathered by Senju Tobarama, the loss of ocular power associated with the Manjiki was irreparable, and it would inevitably lead to blindness. Uchiha Madara's eyes had evolved beyond the Manjiki, thus preventing deterioration due to usage. This intelligence had been corroborated by his comrade, Uchiha Kagami. As for why Uchiha Kagami could achieve such feats, it was simply because he too had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Regrettably, due to the events of that fateful battle, Hiruzen had not only lost his beloved mentor, but also the trustworthy ally Kagami. Had his friend still been alive, the Uchiha clan situation would surely not have spiraled to its current chaotic state. However, Hiruzen was alarmed to discover that Roman Susanoo had transcended the typical limits of the Manjiki Sharingan, manifesting in its complete form. Doubts crept into his mind. Could it be that Uchiha Roman's eyes had not only attained the Manjiki Sharingan, but had further evolved into the type that would never succumb to blindness? Akin to Madara's? At that moment, Hiruzen's apprehension deepened. If so, Konoha might indeed face another entity of Madara's caliber in the future. Hiruzen believed that had such a figure emerged during the twilight of his tenure as Hokage, he would have welcomed it wholeheartedly, for a successor of such strength would enhance Konoha's legacy. Yet, at this juncture, being in the prime of his life with much yet to achieve, he did not desire an additional contender for the title of Hokage. Moreover, when the time came to select the next Hokage, He hoped not to choose from the Uchiha clan. If possible, he would prefer to select from among his own disciples within the so-called Hokage faction. However, his current 3 disciples were merely 6 years old and would require considerable time to mature. Hiruzen felt a growing urgency. Romon's formidable power placed an overwhelming burden upon him. After contemplating for an extended period, he discarded the broken smoking gun and exited the Hokage's office, making his way toward the Senju clan's territory. If there was anyone capable of stabilizing the situation, Hiruzen believed it to be none other than the person he was heading to see. In the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, if there was anyone whose strength could be likened to theirs, it would not be Senju Tobirama, but rather Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Possessing the potent Uzumaki bloodline, Mito was immensely strong, with vast chakra reserves and mastery over various sealing techniques. Most importantly, she was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a formidable force in her own right. However, both Hashirama and Madara's overpowering brilliance overshadowed her, rendering the Nine Tails little more than a plaything. Under such luminary radiance, Mito had remained largely concealed, rarely displaying her strength. Yet, despite having remained in the Senju clan territory since Hashirama's passing, her might was not something the higher-ups of Konoha could easily overlook. Having nearly perfected the control of the Nine Tails' power and possessing exceptional sealing techniques, she could easily defend a village single-handedly. When Hiruzen initially ascended to the position of Hokage, had it not been for Mito's approval, his path would have been fraught with obstacles. Now, with the emergence of such a powerful figure as Uchiha Romon within the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen felt apprehensive about his ability to confront him. However, within the village, the only one capable of addressing the situation seemed to be Uzumaki Mito. After being informed by the members of the Senju clan, Hiruzen was guided to Mito's location. As he traversed the Senju territory, Hiruzen fell into a contemplative silence. Once a disciple of the second Hokage, he had frequently visited this place, but compared to the past, the Senju clan now appeared notably diminished. This decline was not due to any inherent weakness within the Senju clan, but rather a result of the second Hokage's policies, which had effectively dissolved the peripheral branches of the clan, integrating them into Konoha as commoners. In a sense, the Senju clan had melded into the fabric of Konoha. Senju Tobirama's nature would never have led him to genuinely wish for the eradication of the Senju clan. Rather, he sought to ensure the longevity of its bloodline. One could speculate that in the future, the esteemed Minato Namikes might also possess a trace of Senju lineage. The current desolation of the Senju territory, however, had, in a manner of speaking, fortified the clan. Upon reflecting on this, Hiruzen felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the Senju clan's latent strength. Such an egg, perhaps, might one day follow the trajectory of fate, initiating research into Hashirama cells, leading to the desperate transformation of elite Senju into experimental subjects, ultimately precipitating the clan's total demise. This would stand in stark contrast to the present, where the absence of surnames had rendered the entirety of Konoha an integral part of the Senju. Of course, these were merely musings for the future. Chapter 125. Uzumaki Mito Monkey. What brings you here? Mito inquired, her gaze fixed on the middle-aged man before her, who, despite being significantly older than Hiruzen, appeared much younger. A purple diamond crystal adorned her forehead, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, as she observed Hiruzen remove his Hokage hat. Her eyes narrowed with curiosity. In truth, Mito harbored her own suspicions regarding Hiruzen's intentions, possessing a degree of insight into his motives. Owing to Uchiha Madara, she held certain negative sentiments towards the Uchiha clan. Yet, she was also aware that the death of Senju Hashirama was not primarily attributable to the Uchiha, and thus refrained from directing her ire toward them. Had she sought vengeance in response to Madara's defection and the simultaneous demise of Hashirama, the Uchiha clan would not have survived her wrath. Having spent years in quiet repose within the Senju territory, Mito's understanding of the evolving situation had grown increasingly lucid. Consequently, she bore no biases against any of Konoha's clans. She acknowledged the Uchiha clan as one of the most loving families, a sentiment she held in high regard. However, perhaps due to the existence of the Sharingan, members of the Uchiha clan were prone to extreme actions. Thus, Uzumaki Mito holds an unbiased perspective towards the Uchiha clan, yet she is vigilant towards certain individuals who pose risks, ensuring that appropriate preventive measures are in place. Lord Hiruzen may be aware of the situation regarding Uchiha men. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Uzumaki Mito and inquired, I am certainly aware of the commotion caused by that little fellow. What brings you here? Uzumaki Mito, endowed with the powers of the Kagaya heart, though not possessing the utmost peak of talent in this regard, enjoys a relatively balanced and comprehensive aptitude from her Uzumaki lineage. Nonetheless, the extraordinary chakra emitted by her men did not escape her perception. To be candid, it has been years since she sensed such a formidable presence since the demise of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Previously, it was said that her men is the new generation's Azura of the ninja world. Uzumaki Mito contemplates that this young man may indeed reach such heights in due time. Are you concerned that he might encounter trouble? Do you wish for my assistance in addressing this matter? Uzumaki Mito smiled while gazing at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who, since assuming the role of Hokage, has increasingly distanced himself from the Senju clan. His sudden visit to the Senju territory clearly indicates he seeks her aid. If he seeks her assistance, it must be a matter he cannot resolve alone. Aside from Uchiha are men, who else could it be? I shall speak on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee any outcomes. That suffices, replied Hiruzen Sarutobi, his spirits lifted by Mito's words, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped him. With Mito's involvement, there are scarcely any significant issues in Konoha in that case. I shall not impose further upon you. Lady Mito, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt somewhat constrained in her formidable presence. After exchanging pleasantries, he directly took his leave. Very well, go ahead, Mito responded, her smile tinged with a hint of melancholy. Since the passing of Senju Hashirama, she has felt a degree of solitude. Whether it was the former Senju Tobarama or the somewhat timid Hiruzen Sarutobi, they both exhibited a certain reticence in her presence. Though her prowess as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has grown, so too has her isolation. Blessed with the Kagaya heart, how could she not perceive the awe, even fear, in others' gazes? Perhaps it is for this reason that she has ventured out less frequently. Just then, a charming little girl with golden hair dashed in from outside, leaping directly into Uzumaki Mito's embrace. A smile spread across Mito's face as she eagerly held Tsunade. Regardless of how others perceive her, she is never truly alone. While Senju Hashirama preferred the company of Uchiha Madara, he was indeed an exceptional man in the present. She still has her children and descendants, especially the girl in her arms, her granddaughter Tsunade. After the battle between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha, though his body remained robust, his fundamental vitality had significantly waned, deteriorating day by day. He eventually entrusted the position of Hokage to Senju Tobarama and began to spend time with his family, witnessing Tsunade's birth and accompanying her for nearly 3 years before passing away. At that time, Mito could scarcely believe that this man had departed, despite his body still brimming with unusual vitality. A lifeless body devoid of a soul is indeed deceased. Following Hashirama's death, the First Shinobi World War erupted less than a year later. As the Jinchuriki, she could not easily leave the village. Yet her family members had to march onto the battlefield, with Tsunade being her sole companion. This bond deepened her affection for Tsunade, the descendant of both Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito. Tsunade has inherited considerable talent from her formidable ancestors. Though she has not inherited the wood release of the Senju clan or the unique abilities of the Uzumaki, she possesses a strong physique and abundant chakra. Moreover, Tsunade has exhibited remarkable talent on the path of a ninja. Holding Tsunade in her arms, Mito thought of the young man named Uchiha are men. If Tsunade becomes a ninja, she will inevitably cross paths with that young man. It would be prudent to facilitate an introduction and, in doing so, gauge his character. Qianxia, could you kindly summon the head of the security team? Mito addressed the young and beautiful dark-haired maiden beside her. This girl, named Qianxia, is a distant relative of the Senju clan, taken in by Mito after her family perished in the First World War, and has since become Tsunade's companion. Of course, Qianxia replied, having observed the conversation between Mito and Hiruzen Sarutobi without any confusion. Sister Qianxia, may I accompany you? The lively and active young Tsunade exclaimed as Qianxia prepared to leave. This? Qianxia paused, glancing at Mito. Mito looked at Tsunade and, with a smile, replied, if she wishes to go, let her join. Very well, come along, Tsunade. Qianxia nodded, taking Tsunade's small hand and leading her out of the room. Chapter 126. The first encounter with Uzumaki Mito in the Uchiha clan. Our men observed the young girl and maiden before him, somewhat perplexed. After finishing lunch at Chiri's home, Our men intended to take Chiri to the security team but was unexpectedly informed by a clan member that someone from the Senju clan had come to invite him. He then beheld a charming, delicate little girl with golden hair, gazing at him with curiosity. Earlier, on the way, Tsunade had learned about our men from Chinxia and was aware of his formidable strength. Yet upon their first meeting, he appeared to her as merely a handsome older brother, lacking any overt display of power. "Big brother, you are Uchiha our men, but you don't look very strong," she remarked. Although still a child, Tsunade was not entirely unfamiliar with our men. At this moment, she bore little resemblance to the future leader she would become. She was simply a lively young girl. Though her appearance already hinted at her future self. What constitutes strength, I wonder? Our men teased, looking at the little girl before him. This question left Tsunade momentarily speechless. Comparing strengths could be simple, just find someone to fight, but without a comparison. The judgment of strength becomes rather ambiguous. Among the strongest individuals she knew, her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, stood atop the ranks. However, during her time with him, she never felt he was particularly remarkable. He seemed like a good-natured man who enjoyed gambling and laughter. In terms of intimidation, he was not nearly as fearsome as her second grandfather, Senju Tobarama. Yet, in her understanding, her grandfather Hashirama was the strongest, followed by her gentle and kind grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, as the second strongest, and then her dignified yet amiable second grandfather in third place. Lastly, her strict and somewhat intimidating teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was the weakest in her eyes. Thus, looking at her men before her, could he perhaps possess a similar strength to her grandfather and grandmother? Tsunade felt a bit muddled, genuinely unsure. Observing the confused expression on Tsunade's face, our men chuckled and ruffled her hair before turning his gaze to the impeccably poised girl beside him. "Is there something you need?" Chinxia inquired, sensing that this man was unlike the Uchihas she had previously encountered. Those she had met before were all exceedingly proud, almost as if their noses were perpetually pointed skyward, often exuding a cold demeanor. The rumors surrounding our men painted him as a cold and domineering figure, yet before her stood a man whose gentle smile towards Tsunade stirred feelings within her that she had never experienced before. The Uchiha clan is known for its strikingly handsome members, and among them, our men stood out as the most exceptional. His smile possessed an undeniable charm. However, regaining her composure, Chinxia addressed him, "Lady Mido wishes to meet you. May I inquire if you have the time?" Upon hearing Chinxia's words, our men was momentarily taken aback. Lady Mido, he thought, glancing at Tsunade. It was evident she referred to the legendary first Hokage's wife. Uzumaki Mido, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. In that instant, he recalled that he had overlooked this powerful individual. Presently, our men felt a slight disparity in strength compared to Uzumaki Mido, though it was not insurmountable, perhaps a 60-40 split. The Nine-Tails may be a mere plaything for the Manjiki, but the sealing techniques mastered by Uzumaki Mido are not easily underestimated. Nevertheless, Mido's invitation likely does not stem from any issues concerning him. If there were indeed a concern, it would likely pertain to Hiruzen, who sought her assistance. Lead the way. After a moment of contemplation, Roman directly gazed at Chika, signaling her to lead the way, if they were to head towards the territory of the Senju clan. Roman was well aware of the route. However, when it came to seeking out Uzumaki Mido, he found himself at a loss, for despite being the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Mido's information remained shrouded in secrecy. Thus, since it was the other party who sought him out, it was only fitting for her to guide him there. Over here. Upon hearing Roman's voice, Chika spoke to him while simultaneously preparing to grasp Tsunade's hand. "Big brother, do you know Susanoo?" Grabbing Chika's hand, Tsunade turned to Roman with a question. Due to the frequent tales recounted by Senju Hashirama regarding his old comrade, Uchiha Madara, Tsunade was not unfamiliar with the Uchiha clan and had inherited Hashirama's attitude towards them. Harboring little disdain, however, she was quite curious about the power of Susanoo, which could be activated by the Manjiki Sharingan, a power Hashirama often praised. Indeed, this was common knowledge among the villagers, and thus Roman openly affirmed Tsunade's inquiry. "So you possess the Manjiki Sharingan as well?" Tsunade's curiosity was piqued by Roman's response, and she restrained her eagerness to ask, "May I see it?" In reply, Roman demonstrated his prowess by activating his Manjiki Sharingan. Wow, so cool! Upon witnessing the activation, Tsunade could not suppress her awe as she beheld the swirling patterns of the Manjiki. The Mangeki, without a doubt, enhanced one's allure, especially for the already striking Uchiha clan members. Exuding an aura of coldness and charisma, however, due to her relatively weaker strength, Tsunade did not feel an overwhelming intensity. Chika, who was leading the way and possessed the strength of a Jonin, sensed the chilling and profound power emanating from Roman once the Mangeki was activated. She understood why the second Hokage would label the Uchiha as sinister. The sensation of the Mangeki was indeed rather ominous. With this in mind, Chika tightened her grip on Tsunade's hand, quickening her pace. Roman, noticing Chika's unease, closed his Sharingan and resumed his conversation with Tsunade. Fortunately, they were located centrally within Konoha, and the journey from the Uchiha clan to the Senju clan did not take long. Mito-san, what brings you out here? Upon entering the Senju clan's territory, Chika was astonished to see the red-haired woman in white robes standing there. None other than Uzumaki Mito. I came to meet the newly renowned captain of the security team. Uzumaki Mito, observing Roman behind Chika, slowly began to speak. Pleased to meet you, I am Uchiha Roman. Roman regarded the woman before him, who had captivated the heart of Senju Hashirama, and spoke calmly. Chapter 127. The Awakening of the Nine Tails. Having lived for many years, Uzumaki Mito had encountered her fair share of Uchiha clan members. However, upon seeing Roman before her, she noticed a significant difference. The majority of the Uchiha were characterized by a certain coldness and pride. While this was not inherently problematic, every Uchiha harbored a reserved yet fervent spirit. It often led them to extremes, a notable flaw. Moreover, the most prominent trait of the Uchiha was their dark, profound chakra, which even exuded a hint of malevolence. For Mito, who possessed the Byakugan and was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, this characteristic was all the more pronounced. When placed beside Uchiha Madara, with whom she had shared a few encounters, these traits became even more pronounced. It seemed that as the Sharingan evolved and grew stronger, its darkness deepened, with Madara embodying this transformation to its fullest. While Mito was unaware of the typical progression within the Uchiha clan, she assumed it followed the customary path of their lineage. However, Roman presented a distinctly unique aura. Lacking the cold malevolence typically associated with the Sharingan, Roman, without his eyes activated, radiated a sense of balance and tranquility. Were it not for the overwhelming vitality and chakra he exuded, which clearly indicated he was no ordinary individual, Mito might have even doubted his status as a ninja. Six-path sage. At this moment, the Nine Tails, residing within Mito, felt an immense shock at her astonishment, loosening some of its seals and perceiving the outside world more clearly. Sensing Roman's unique aura, it abruptly opened its eyes, expressing a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. What do you mean? Quickly regaining her composure, Mito heard the Nine Tails' voice and attempted to inquire further. The tailed beasts, having existed for eons, possessed knowledge of many things long forgotten by humanity. Frankly, had the Nine Tails not been captured and utilized as a summoning beast by Uchiha Madara, showcasing overwhelming combat prowess that caught Hashirama's attention, the other tailed beasts would not have been sealed one by one. What does it matter to you? The Nine Tails retorted, feeling its awareness once again confined. It twisted its body in the limited space, attempting to find a more comfortable position to rest. You'd better clarify your intentions. Mito's expression remained calm, yet her tone was laced with pressure, as golden chains materialized around the Nine Tails, inducing a strong sense of oppression. What do you intend to do? The Nine Tails, feeling the formidable restraints, became incensed. Over the years, it had attempted to resist Mito but found her strength overwhelming, especially her formidable restraints, which left it helpless. For the sake of its dwindling pride, it had resigned to passivity, sleeping most of the time. Though it occasionally endured having its chakra extracted by Mito, it accepted this, for it knew well that provoking her would be futile. Particularly given that this woman had already lost her husband. A widow was the most formidable foe, a lesson the Nine Tails had learned through experience. Speak the words you left unspoken. Mito maintained her composed demeanor while exerting her pressure on the Nine Tails. Hearing Mito's words, the Nine Tails felt somewhat exasperated. Could you not be a tad more courteous when asking questions? Must you be so domineering? What do you wish to know? What is the connection between Roman and the Six-Path Sage? Mito inquired directly, looking at the Nine Tails. Before the Nine Tails spoke, she had always perceived the Six-Path Sage as a legendary figure, the founder of ninja lore, a mythic being, perhaps at most on par with Hashirama and Madara, or merely a non-existent entity. However, the Nine-Tails words revealed that the Six Paths Sage had indeed existed, prompting her to seek further information. Aren't the Uchiha the descendants of the Six Paths Sage? And as for the Senju clan, you of the Uzumaki lineage are fundamentally descendants of that old man. With that, I shall take my leave. Mito observed the Nine-Tails' demeanor, realizing the necessity not to press too hard. Although she could maintain her dominance over the Nine-Tails and utilize its chakra at will, she could not guarantee that future Jinchuriki would possess the same strength as her own. Thus, despite her typically domineering nature in their interactions, she chose to grant the Nine-Tails a measure of dignity, for provoking its ire could lead to complications. Nevertheless, the thought lingered. Were the Uchihas, Sanjus, and Uzumaki all descendants of the Six Paths Sage? Mito found herself momentarily lost in contemplation. Mito-san? Observing Mito's sudden distraction, Roman sensed a unique and powerful chakra flicker within her, surmising that she was in communication with the Nine-Tails. He felt it was not surprising for him to provoke a reaction from the Nine-Tails. Having previously encountered Uchiha Madara, who had manipulated the Nine-Tails, it was likely that the beast was familiar with the aura of the Mangeki. Though he had not activated his own Mangeki, the Nine-Tails' acute perception would surely have detected it. What Roman was unaware of was that upon sensing him, the Nine-Tails did not immediately associate him with Uchiha Madara, but instead recalled a far more ancient presence, the Six Paths Sage. Had he known this, he would have been assured that the path he was currently traversing, one of yin-yang harmony, was indeed the right course. Of course, regardless of external validation, Roman was determined to follow his chosen path. Once convinced of his correctness, he would steadfastly continue onward. Chapter 128. Communication and Resolution. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Upon observing the inquiry from Roman, Uzumaki Sueho also paused in her reaction, realizing that she ought to entertain Roman. Although her communication with the Nine-Tails had not taken an exceptionally long time, several seconds had indeed elapsed, which could be considered somewhat impolite. I wonder, what brings you to seek my audience, Lord Sueho? Roman pondered the purpose of his summons while gazing at the woman before him, forming conjectures about her intentions. Why not come inside and take a seat for a more in-depth discussion? Uzumaki Sueho smiled, extending her invitation to the young man. As you wish. After a moment of contemplation, Roman nodded in acceptance. Engaging in discourse with such a venerable powerhouse could yield valuable insights into sealing techniques, which in this world are truly the ultimate art. Moreover, Sueho's invitation bore no trace of hostility. Conversing with such an elder was hardly a disadvantage. Under the guidance of Chika, Roman and his companions soon arrived at Uzumaki Sueho's courtyard, where Chika began preparations for hospitality, leaving only Sueho, Tsunade, and Roman present. Once seated, Sueho scrutinized Roman intently. Based on the words of the Nine-Tails, she surmised that Roman had embarked on a path distinctly different from that of Uchiha Madara. Whether this path was for better or worse remained unclear to her. However, it was conceivable that the flaws identified by Senju Tobirama, such as the permanent consumption of Manjikyu Sharingan's power, might have been resolved. Noticing Sueho's gaze, Roman calmly inquired, "Might you elucidate the reason for my summons, Lady Sueho?" "Primarily, it is the concern of Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who fears your influence may disrupt the stability of Konoha. Thus he seeks my assistance in communicating with you." Sueho replied candidly, as she sensed Roman had already formed his own suspicions regarding her intentions. It was evident that Hiruzen's apprehensions towards Roman were not without merit. Although the young man before her had not yet reached the caliber of Uchiha Madara, his unique path had propelled him beyond the realm of ordinary shinobi. Even she, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, might find herself at a disadvantage against him. Acknowledging Sueho's forthrightness, Roman nodded in understanding. He harbored no strong biases against Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, though he did not particularly admire him either. While he had not anticipated Hiruzen's approach to Sueho, it was not entirely surprising, as the most formidable figure within the village. Sueho's strength was unquestionable, making it reasonable for Hiruzen to seek her counsel. For the time being, I have no aspirations for the Hokage position, yet I would prefer not to have an additional competitor looming over me. Roman stated directly to Sueho. He proposed the autonomy of the Konoha military police force, with powers extending beyond those of the root organization, an arrangement he believed Hiruzen could accept, given that he tolerated even Root's existence. Although Danzo was a childhood friend of Hiruzen, their deep bond allowed Hiruzen to overlook certain matters. Yet, Roman's strength could compel Hiruzen to reconsider his priorities. Very well, Sueho responded, acknowledging Roman's proposition, which represented the best possible outcome. She supported Hiruzen's role as Hokage. Without her staunch backing, he would not have been able to secure his position. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she wished to avoid a scenario where Hiruzen was ousted from his role prematurely, setting a dangerous precedent for the future. Ultimately, Konoha was founded by Senju Hashirama and embodied his ideals, and she hoped for its continued stability, with Roman expressing no desire to usurp the Hokage position. The current situation appeared favorable. Had Roman pursued the Hokage role, she would have faced a dilemma in choosing sides, uncertain of the outcome while fearing Konoha would suffer the consequences of their confrontation. In this context, Roman's proposal was indeed the most advantageous arrangement. He would lead the Konoha military police force independently, allowing him and Hiruzen to remain unentangled in one another's affairs. If possible, I would like to comprehend the changes you've undergone. As your circumstances seem markedly different from Uchiha Madara's, Sueho inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity regarding Roman. Roman, gazing at the seemingly youthful yet profoundly wise woman before him, marveled at her perceptiveness, likely enhanced by the recent revelations from the Nine Tails. He simply smiled and met her gaze, prompting Sueho to realize she was probing into his secrets, crossing a line of propriety. In the realm of shinobi, battles predominantly revolve around disparities in information. The side with greater knowledge often prevails, even achieving victories over opponents of higher rank. However, such informational advantages primarily apply when both parties possess comparable strength. Beyond a certain threshold of power, even the most informed party may struggle to contend effectively. Roman was in a similar position. Despite merely having activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, he was no ordinary wielder, freed from the limitations of his ocular prowess and without revealing his two unique techniques. The world was his oyster. Furthermore, even if he were to disclose his techniques, they were devoid of any weaknesses. My apologies for my presumptuousness. However, I have long admired the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. If you truly wish to learn more, we may engage in a reciprocal exchange, Roman offered. Sueho was taken aback by his willingness to share information, even suggesting a trade for sealing techniques. This level of confidence intrigued her. In the end, the dialogue with Uzumaki Sueho proved highly fruitful for Roman. Indeed, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were unparalleled in the shinobi world. Both Roman and Sueho emerged from their exchange enriched by knowledge. Although Roman did not explicitly detail his own situation, his insights into Yin-Yang release opened Sueho's eyes to new possibilities. Roman had not studied Yin-Yang release for long, yet his own body served as an ideal vessel for its fusion, facilitating rapid progress in his understanding. He had even begun to experiment with the creation of Yin-Yang release constructs, such as the black rods, demonstrating a level of mastery that left Sueho profoundly enlightened. The Uzumaki and Senju bloodlines both possessed formidable yang release capabilities, rendering Roman's insights particularly beneficial to Sueho and even to the attentive Tsunade, who listened intently. As the evening waned, Roman recognized the hour and decided it was time to take his leave. Glancing outside at the golden hues of twilight and noticing Tsunade, who had dozed off in Sueho's embrace, drooling slightly, he prepared to bid farewell. No need for farewells, Lady Sueho. Considering Tsunade's current state, it would be inconvenient to move her, he remarked. Sueho, noticing Tsunade's slumber, agreed and turned to Chika, instructing, Chika, kindly escort Roman on my behalf. Perhaps due to their earlier discussions, Sueho addressed Roman without formality, perceiving him not only as a young man but as a powerful ally. Certainly, this way please, Chika replied, leading Roman away from the Senju compound. As Sueho sensed Roman's departure, her mind churned with reflections. Through their communication, she gained a deeper understanding of this young man from the Uchiha clan, recognizing him as a truly exceptional individual. His strength, intellect, and overarching perspective were all commendable. In the years to come, as she aged, it was conceivable that she might entrust the future of Konoha to Roman. However, she noted one potential issue: his ambitious vision for the Konoha military police force, which he had gleaned more clearly from their conversation. While significant and important, she remained uncertain about the repercussions such changes might bring to Konoha. She could only hope for a smooth transition ahead. After a moment's contemplation, unable to derive any conclusive thoughts, Sueho refrained from dwelling further on the matter. AT present, the strength of Konoha is sufficiently robust, thus allowing for ample room for error. Moreover, the changes proposed by Roman cannot possibly yield results worse than the current state. Should these changes prove successful, they would undoubtedly benefit Konoha. Very well, Lord Mito. Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Mito, Chika did not elaborate further, turning to seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a brief interval, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, followed closely behind Chika and arrived at the designated location. Having received communication from Uzumaki Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen had promptly hastened over. "What news, Lord Mito?" he inquired, his gaze fixed upon Uzumaki Mito, tinged with anticipation. This time, Roman's visit to the Senju clan's territory was undoubtedly under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, who were stationed outside to observe and report on developments. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was fully aware of the precise moment Roman would depart. However, he remained oblivious to the specifics of their conversation. Both individuals were remarkably powerful, and he would not resort to any observational techniques such as the telescope technique. While the telescope technique possessed formidable observational capabilities, it was not without its flaws. Primarily applicable to weaker ninjas or ordinary individuals, certain ninjas might tolerate being observed, provided the observer's identity remained undiscovered. Should one attempt to observe the discourse between these two, they would undoubtedly be confronted. For in terms of strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not measure up to either of them. Noticing the somewhat anxious expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Uzumaki Mito proceeded to relay Roman's thoughts and the specifics of their discussions. "Autonomy, you say?" Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow at Uzumaki Mito's words, but refrained from voicing any objections. After all, the Konoha Guard had always operated with a degree of autonomy, leaving him with only nominal authority. The proposed reforms by Roman left him feeling somewhat ambivalent. That child is quite promising. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe the subsequent developments. Uzumaki Mito, recognizing Sarutobi Hiruzen's indecisiveness, understood his tendency to waver at times. Nevertheless, he could discern the essence of matters when it truly mattered, making him a sufficiently capable leader as the Hokage. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito conveyed a message to Roman. "Very well." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in response to Uzumaki Mito's words. "Preparing to indulge in a smoke? Sensei, what brings you here?" Tsunade, having awakened from Uzumaki Mito's embrace, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with bleary eyes, her brow furrowing as she noticed him holding a pipe, poised to take a puff. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand, gripping the new pipe, froze as he realized he was neither in the Hokage's office nor at home, prompting him to exercise restraint. Thus, he ceased his actions. "Have you completed your studies?" he asked, glancing at Tsunade, who bore the authority of a teacher. "Yes, I have finished. I'm off to have dinner now." Whether it was Uzumaki Mito or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they could discern Tsunade's unease. However, this light-hearted banter alleviated Sarutobi Hiruzen's tension somewhat. "In that case, I shall take my leave. Lord Mito, go ahead." Thus, the dynamics of Konoha were firmly established. Chapter 130. The dinner at the Chiri household, is it over? Very well, let us dine. Mother has prepared dinner. Chiri did not delve into the specifics, but instead invited Roman to partake in the meal. It was precisely for this reason that Chiri remained so composed. Beckoning Roman to dinner, "It smells delightful." Following closely behind Chiri as they entered the house, Roman could not help but exclaim at that moment. A handsome man with a scar over his right eye emerged from within, his crimson eyes adorned with 3 spinning tomo. Upon witnessing Roman's arrival, his austere demeanor softened into a smile as he greeted Roman. This striking gentleman was Uchiha Hikawa, Chiri's father, and no problem, Uncle Hikawa. Upon hearing Uchiha Hikawa's name, Roman responded with a friendly nod. At this time, Uchiha Hikawa's gaze was fixated on his 3-tomo Sharingan. Previously, one of his eyes had been rendered useless, while the other bore a 2-tomo pattern. However, after Chiri had bestowed upon him the 3-tomo eye, perhaps due to an exhilarating surge of emotions, Uchiha Hikawa's emotional state had fluctuated, resulting in his 2-tomo Sharingan evolving into a 3-tomo. As for why Uchiha Hikawa kept his Sharingan activated, it was not due to an inability to deactivate it, but rather because a week had yet to pass since its activation, and he remained enamored with the sight of his new 3-tomo Sharingan. Thus, he kept it active at all times. Fortunately, the Sharingan did not possess the same drawbacks as the Byakugan, allowing for a certain degree of perception without significant repercussions. Roman recalled that within the Hyuga clan, there were restrictions against the indiscriminate activation of the Byakugan, although the Byakugan's ability to perceive was primarily in black and white. A lack of caution could lead to complications. Historical accounts indicated that a violent internal strife within the Hyuga clan arose due to the reckless use of the Byakugan, which escalated into chaos. The gist of it was, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at your wife." "What?" "I'm looking at your wife too." Thus, feelings of jealousy would fester, leading to a bloody conflict that engulfed the entire Hyuga clan. Following the resolution of this internal strife, the Hyuga clan instituted a rule prohibiting the use of the Byakugan within the clan. Consequently, each household established specific sealing techniques aimed at counteracting the Byakugan's perception abilities. In truth, the Byakugan's perception was not as extreme as it seemed. With a bit of chakra interference, one could easily obstruct the view of things that ought not to be seen. The primary issue lay in a lack of vigilance or when dealing with ordinary individuals, where complications could arise. However, upon noticing Uchiha Hikawa retrieving a bottle of sake, Roman chose to set aside thoughts of the Hyuga clan. After all, such issues were unlikely to manifest within the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha lineage was renowned for its striking appearances, leaving no room for undesirable suitors. Thus, the emergence of lecherous individuals within the clan was rare. On the contrary, the Uchiha family often produced figures of pure-hearted devotion or formidable warriors who eschewed romantic entanglements, epitomized by Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara. Setting aside these matters, Roman prepared to enjoy a drink with Uchiha Hikawa. Due to various circumstances, he had not had the opportunity to share a drink with Uchiha Hikawa properly. Now that Uchiha Hikawa was in high spirits, Roman naturally wished to indulge in a hearty drink with him. Whether it was the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan or Uchiha Hikawa's possession of the three-tomo Sharingan, both circumstances warranted celebration. Previously, time had been scarce, but now that he had arrived from Uzumaki Mido's side and the village's situation had largely stabilized, Roman's responsibilities had diminished significantly. A true leader understands the importance of delegation. Micromanaging is not the hallmark of a leader. It is the mark of a beast of burden. The subsequent affairs could be entrusted to Kenichi, for he had no concerns on that front. "Little Roman, make sure to eat well. You seem to have lost weight." Seated at the dining table was a middle-aged woman with purple hair, resembling a more mature version of Chiri, gazing at Roman with a serene expression. "Aunt Keiko, I assure you I have enough to eat, and I have not lost any weight," Roman replied, somewhat amused, as his body was in the process of strengthening due to the self-healing factor within him. While there had not been any significant changes in his physique, his weight had inexplicably begun to increase. However, he had not anticipated that Aunt Keiko would perceive him as having lost weight. Lost weight, indeed. Aunt Keiko regarded Roman with earnestness. Roman chose not to dispute this. There exists a certain notion of losing weight in the eyes of elders. Ultimately, as an ordinary person, Aunt Keiko had no concept of the Manjiki Sharingan and was unaware of the extent of Roman's strength. She merely recognized him as her junior. "Mother, Roman is indeed eating," Chiri interjected, smiling as she sought to defend Roman. "Chiri, little Roman, how are things between you two? When will you be getting married?" Aunt Keiko frowned at Chiri's question, then suddenly blurted something startling, ahem. Roman had not anticipated that as a shadow-level powerhouse, he would find himself taken aback. "Aunt Keiko, do not rush them. The two children are still quite young. Waiting another 2 years to marry is perfectly acceptable." Uchiha Hikawa, having consumed a fair amount of sake, spoke up to support his wife. However, Roman genuinely found himself at a loss for words. After all, the notion of marrying in 2 years felt rather peculiar to him. With so many unruly figures among the shadows, none had settled down, and yet he was expected to establish a betrothal. While such matters were entirely normal, Roman could not shake off the odd sensation. He instinctively glanced at Chiri, whose gentle demeanor was accentuated by a rosy blush, rendering her even more endearing. 2 years, so be it. Roman's mind suddenly resolved itself. Having grown up together, they shared a foundation of affection, and with her warm and generous nature, coupled with her flawless appearance, he found no reason to decline. Thus, as they sat at the table, Roman tacitly accepted the notion, his left hand subtly intertwining with the young girl's, eliciting a smile from Chiri, her cheeks flushed with joy. Chapter 131. The changes of this year. Has Gui passed away? Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of a video from the Tynet, within which a bald woman clad in yellow robes plummeted from a height to the ground, Luo Min swiftly reacted. Although the duration spent by Uchiha Luo Min in his realm was not extensive, the passage of time across different dimensions varies significantly. In the Naruto universe, merely a little over a week had elapsed, while nearly a year had transpired in the Marvel universe a year prior. After revealing the scroll situation to Captain Marvel, Luo Min had remained in Krakoa, quietly observing the changes unfolding in the external world. The developments thus far had not disappointed him. Following a thorough investigation, Carol discovered that the scrolls had indeed undertaken numerous actions behind her back, including replacing Nick Fury and banishing him to the depths of hell, an operation that had evidently been completed unbeknownst to her. Moreover, the scrolls had infiltrated the upper echelons of this nation, replacing nearly all its key figures. Clearly, the issues stemming from the scrolls had escalated far beyond the initial chaos they had caused. Except for irreplaceable individuals like Tony Stark, the majority of prominent figures, be it the president, government executives, or business magnates, had all been replaced by scrolls utilizing their transformation abilities, which could not be detected even at the genetic level. However, given that Carol hailed from the cosmos, and the scrolls were mere remnants of a nearly obliterated race, akin to lost dogs fleeing from the Kree, the inability of Earth's technology to detect scroll transformations was not insurmountable with Kree technology at hand. According to the information Carol had obtained, this group of scrolls harbored ambitions to supplant humanity and seize control of Earth, an affront she could not tolerate. Thus, it became inevitable that a battle would ensue between humans and the scrolls. If humanity could not even abide the mutants, which were merely evolved humans, its tolerance for alien beings like the scrolls was naturally diminished. Under Carol's leadership, the Avengers engaged in combat with the scrolls, and the existence of this conflict effectively eradicated the anticipated civil war within the Avengers, which was originally set in motion by the Superhero Registration Act. This act emerged largely due to the concerns of those in power regarding the presence of powerful superheroes whose identities remained unknown to them. They could not tolerate the existence of formidable forces beyond their control, regardless of whether these superheroes were fundamentally benevolent. Thus, the act was instituted, leading to subsequent events. However, the Skrull dilemma had grown far more severe than the issue of superheroes. Many of those replaced by the Skrulls had vanished without a trace, with a high likelihood of being eliminated entirely. The primary targets of the Skrulls were indeed those in positions of authority. In light of their own safety, the threat posed by superheroes seemed comparatively trivial. Although superheroes possessed immense power, they would not target these individuals, whereas the Skrulls would, and their elusive transformation abilities instilled a profound sense of fear. No one wished to awaken to find that those around them, or even themselves, had been replaced by a Skrull. Thus, the battle between humanity and the Skrulls commenced in earnest under the auspices of the Avengers. This conflict was evidently not one that would conclude easily. The Skrulls, while lacking the strength of the superheroes, wielded their uncanny transformation abilities, which, even with extraterrestrial technological detection from Captain Marvel, remained elusive. Skrulls excelled in evasion, rendering this battle a protracted stalemate. Among the superheroes, some possessed formidable strength, yet many issues could not be resolved solely through power. Moreover, as this conflict unfolded, humanity's oppression of mutants began to wane, for the threat posed by the Skrulls was far greater than that of mutants. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Min gathered numerous mutants, significantly bolstering Krakoa's strength. Over the past year, the majority of persecuted mutants had found refuge in Krakoa, leaving only a few particularly elusive mutants hidden in the shadows. However, their absence was not of immediate concern. With 3 types of medications developed from the Krakoan flower, alongside the mutants' assistance in countering the Skrulls, the situation for mutants could invariably be altered. Yet, since the consumption of the colossal beasts remains a year ago, although Krakoa had continued to grow, its complete consciousness had yet to awaken, leading Luo Min to temporarily set aside this notion. Furthermore, prior to the demise of the Ancient One, Luo Min had resolutely resolved to keep Krakoa concealed. Regardless of the Ancient One's intentions, Luo Min would not easily expose himself to those far more powerful than he. Unlike those reckless individuals who brazenly traversed under the watchful gaze of the Ancient One, Luo Min was unwilling to place his life at the mercy of others' goodwill or malice. The battle between humanity and the Skrulls would not conclude in the near term, so Luo Min remained unhurried. Moreover, as this conflict progressed, humanity would gradually recognize the limitations of its own capabilities, thus becoming more accepting of the existence of mutants. After all, mutants were preferable to Skrulls. At the very least, they were biological entities from Earth. A branch of humanity. At this juncture, while Luo Min was focused on the Avengers' battle against the Skrulls, he unexpectedly received news of the Ancient One's passing. Had the Ancient One truly perished? Her physical form had indeed succumbed. Yet her spirit now mingled with the Eternal, marking her retirement from worldly affairs. Upon learning of the Ancient One's demise, Luo Min's eyes gleamed. Chapter 132. The Awakening of Krakoa. As Luo Min pondered the implications of the Ancient One's retirement, he suddenly sensed a tremor beneath his feet. Through a brief perception of the external environment and the telepathic connection with Krakoa, he comprehended that this was the awakening of Krakoa. Since the consumption of the colossal beast's remains, Krakoa had entered a state of dormancy to better assimilate the remains. Consequently, Krakoa's defenses had been somewhat diminished, and Luo Min would not easily distance himself from it. Little did he realize that his wait would extend to an entire year. Throughout this period, aside from the conflict between humans and Skrulls, there was also the unfolding of the Godzilla vs. Kong saga, in which he had refrained from participating, just in case, of course, while it was termed Godzilla vs. Kong. After witnessing the colossal battle, Luo Min felt it more fitting to describe it as Godzilla and Kong joining forces against Mechagodzilla. The specifics of the situation need not be elaborated, but essentially, human antagonists coveted the power of Godzilla and fabricated a massive Mechagodzilla. However, the humans, who failed to resolve the energy crisis of Mechagodzilla, turned their gaze toward Kong from the Hollow Earth, leveraging his strength to address their energy needs. The ensuing narrative unfolded predictably, with Mechagodzilla spiraling out of control and developing a semblance of self-awareness, ultimately overpowering Godzilla. In the end, Godzilla and Kong united to dismantle it. Speaking of the Hollow Earth, Luo Min recalled the formidable celestial entity, Tiamat, currently gestating within Earth. He pondered whether there was a connection between the Hollow Earth and Tiamat. In a normal world, if someone claimed the Hollow Earth was empty, Luo Min would undoubtedly scoff. However, considering that the Earth, which harbored the pantheon of celestial beings, was hollow at its core, the existence of the Hollow Earth made a degree of sense. He remained curious about the relationship between those colossal beasts and the celestial pantheon within this narrative framework. Regardless, due to his commitment to safeguarding Krakoa, Luo Min had refrained from engaging with those colossal creatures, thus remaining somewhat uninformed. However, he did not mind. Whether it be the colossal beasts or the Hollow Earth, he would eventually have an opportunity to delve into them. For now, the sanctuary of mutants that Krakoa provided was of utmost importance. How do you feel? Through the telepathic connection, Luo Min attempted to communicate with Krakoa. Krakoa is magnificent. The thoughts emanating from Krakoa surprised Luo Min. At this moment, the clarity of the consciousness feedback from Krakoa had significantly improved. Although it had not yet reached the level of a normal individual capable of free communication, it was a marked enhancement compared to the previous state where only simple emotions or a few scattered words could be conveyed. Moreover, Luo Min sensed a tremendous overall advancement in Krakoa. It seems that your gains over this past year have been substantial. Perhaps it is time to carefully consider our revelation to the outside world. After sensing Krakoa, Luo Min couldn't help but muse to himself. The Ancient One's retirement and Krakoa's awakening seemed to indicate that the time for mutants to reveal themselves to the world was drawing near. With the Ancient One's passing, Luo Min found himself devoid of any figures on Earth who could surpass him. While Odin still existed among the 9 realms, he was advanced in age and would likely refrain from acting recklessly. Regarding Odin, it appears that his daughter, the goddess of death, Hela, is sealed somewhere on Earth, a matter that can be addressed later. In summary, there may still be some troublesome figures, yet in terms of threat level, none surpass the Ancient One. Therefore, with the retirement of the Ancient One, Roman can truly achieve freedom on this planet. As for the awakening of Krakoa, it will also ensure the safety of Krakoa itself. Until better safeguards can be established, a stronger Krakoa will possess greater control over its territory. Furthermore, the strength of its defenses will be significantly enhanced. Even humanity's ultimate weapon, nuclear arms, would merely serve to augment Krakoa's resources. Thus, the foundation for mutants to thrive in this world is firmly established. With a sufficiently powerful leader and a secure habitat, there is little concern for the future development of mutants. As for human hostility, it is unlikely to pose a significant issue in the short term, at least not until the Skrulls are dealt with. Mutants should face no substantial troubles. Moreover, even if problems arise, residing atop Krakoa mitigates any major concerns. After some contemplation, Roman also intends to consult Professor X and Magneto regarding this matter, believing the time has come for Krakoa to be made public. Old Man Eric, upon hearing Roman's thoughts, promptly expressed his agreement. I concur, but prior to that, Krakoa requires a formal system and leadership. Charles, too, did not dissent, yet he shifted the conversation to the current issues facing Krakoa. Presently, Krakoa lacks a formalized system. All management operates under the formidable computational power of the Sentinels, supplemented by a small number of personnel to maintain order. However, such a method will not suffice once they go public. I understand. Please finalize your proposal and present it to me. The establishment of Krakoa will also mark the time to disclose it to humanity. Roman nodded in affirmation. Krakoa will undoubtedly establish itself as a nation. Yet he prefers to relinquish much of the management to Professor X and Magneto, content to reap the benefits. Leave it to us. Charles and Eric exchanged glances before directly attending to this matter. Departing to gather personnel in preparation for the nation-building of Krakoa. They had already been laying the groundwork. With Roman's approval, they would expedite the process, resolving it in a timely fashion. One can only say. Having wise elders is akin to possessing a treasure. These two old-timers, having lived so long, can indeed assist Roman in navigating many troubles. With that in mind, he decided to seek out Clarice and Lorna for some leisure. Observing the two old men depart, Roman, feeling unburdened, allowed himself to indulge in a moment of relaxation. Over the past year, both Clarice and Lorna had fallen into his grasp, and he couldn't help but feel quite fortunate. Especially with Clarice, Roman experienced a semblance of what King Zhou must have felt. Although Sabretooth's gaze towards him had grown increasingly intense since learning of this, the ferocity of his stare could not transform into laser beams, leaving Roman entirely unconcerned. Chapter 133. An invitation. Friday. Is there something you need? A middle-aged man, visibly fatigued with a hint of stubble, inquired upon hearing a notification during his experiments. Ordinarily, Friday would not disturb him while he worked. So the interruption suggested an important matter. Boss, an invitation has arrived in your inbox. The calm voice of Friday resonated, piquing Tony's curiosity. A mere invitation warranting such interruption seemed unusual. Let me see. The subject of the invitation read, Establishment of the Krakoan Kingdom? Where exactly is this Krakoa? Momentarily bewildered, even the renowned Tony Stark, equipped with advanced artificial intelligence, found himself unaware of Krakoa's precise location. However, the attentive Friday promptly pinpointed the coordinates on a world map, revealing what appeared to be a private island subsequently acquired by a mysterious tycoon. Satellite reconnaissance indicated that the island had undergone significant transformation since its acquisition. AS Friday elaborated, presenting a comparative image. Tony Stark clearly observed the stark differences in the island's size. Previously a modestly sized isle, it had now expanded into a vast expanse. The sheer magnitude of this alteration was rather unsettling. Pondering further, Tony scrutinized the invitation, noting a particular term. Mutant? Friday, drawing from her extensive database, began recounting information about mutants. Wait, why was there no mention of mutants before? Tony questioned, perplexed. If such individuals with extraordinary abilities existed decades prior, why had they remained obscure, even to someone of his stature? It seemed plausible that higher authorities had suppressed this information, and there were additional high-level data that remained inaccessible to him. Due to the Ultron incident, Tony had imposed stricter limitations on Friday. Though artificial intelligence could navigate the digital realm effortlessly to prevent a recurrence of the Ultron crisis, he had become increasingly cautious in its usage. I authorize you to unearth all relevant information, including those matters hidden by upper echelons. Feeling an unsettling urgency, Tony instructed Friday to conduct an exhaustive search related to mutants. Understood, boss. With his authorization, Friday commenced her thorough investigation. Mutant extinction. Genetically modified food research initiative Sentinel Robot Program X Gene Transplant X Weapon Manufacturing Plan. As Friday delved deeper, an array of clandestine plans and operations regarding mutants surfaced before Tony's eyes. These beasts, he exclaimed, his expression darkening as he witnessed a video depicting lab-coated individuals vivisecting a 3- or 4-year-old girl. He had presumed himself well-informed regarding the sordid depths of human governance, suspecting some involvement from the Skrulls. Yet, it seemed evident that, apart from Skrull influence, these individuals were equally culpable in Tony Stark's discerning view. Mutants were merely humans endowed with extraordinary abilities, no different from superheroes or supervillains. They were all still human. However, the actions taken by human leadership over a decade ago to eradicate so many was nothing short of abhorrent. Furthermore, from the limited data available, it appeared that formidable mutants could rival those who claimed divinity but were merely extraterrestrial beings. Thus, what precisely did this invitation entail? Looking back at the invitation, Tony felt a headache brewing. The situation seemed to grow increasingly convoluted. With human authorities covertly pushing for the near annihilation of mutants, it appeared they were beginning to rise from the ashes. First the Skrulls, and now mutants. Could Earth remain stable? Through this invitation, Tony sensed the confidence of the Krakoan kingdom. To extend an invitation to him, a member of the Avengers, suggested that others among the Avengers would also be invited, and even high-ranking officials from various nations would not be excluded. Given the potentially adversarial circumstances, their boldness could only stem from either a lack of foresight or absolute confidence. Tony leaned toward the latter. Establishing a nation is no trivial endeavor, a realm exclusively belonging to mutants. Combined with their immense potential, left Tony feeling quite troubled. Boss, there's a live broadcast I believe you should pay attention to. It relates to the Krakoan kingdom. Suddenly, Friday interjected once more. Play it for me. Tony rubbed his temples, then reclined in his chair, signaling Friday to commence the broadcast. A 3D projection materialized before him, and as he accepted a drink from Friday's mechanical arm, he turned his attention to the live stream. Noting that it appeared to dominate television screens and large displays across the globe, indicating the presence of formidable artificial intelligence on their part. Chapter 134. Public revelation. Is everything ready? Seated upon an imposing metallic throne, Roman gazed at the drones and their nonchalant cameras hovering before him, calmly inquiring. Yes, sir. This scene was broadcast worldwide, appearing on every screen under the dominion of the Sentinels. Who is this young man? A thought has arisen in the hearts of many. My name is Luomin, and I am a mutant. Perhaps many are puzzled, as mutants were thought to have been eradicated long ago. However, the vast majority of those ensconced in their information silos remain oblivious to the current plight of mutants. Scenes flicker across the live broadcast, and some benevolent souls can barely contain their agitation as they exclaim. What have those individuals concealed? We have always been here, persistently struggling. The situation of mutants has never been deemed favorable. Whether under the leadership of Professor X and the X-Men or Magneto and the Brotherhood, the plight of mutants remains unchanged. I was born after the mutant extermination agenda, merely emerging from a laboratory. And perhaps you might even catch a glimpse of me in the experimental footage you see. Gazing at the camera before him, Luomin chuckled self-deprecatingly. Humans are inherently visual creatures, and yet here stands a strikingly handsome youth of 17 or 18, with such a past, a stark contrast that resonates deeply with many. Yet, I am fortunate. During one of the experiments, I acquired a more formidable power, and since escaping the laboratory, I have been in search of a future direction. Those who have received invitations to the establishment of Krakoa likely comprehend that the path I have discovered is to fully establish an independent nation for mutants. Ultimately, I believe that possessing such power and having endured such a past, I am prepared to alter the circumstances of mutants. Under the influence of an intangible force, the heavy throne before me begins to ascend slowly. The drone camera pulls back, allowing for a clearer view of the entire process. Telekinesis or gravitational pull. Tony Stark observes the ascent of the throne in the video, narrowing his eyes. With his discerning eye, he can easily identify that the throne's elevation relies on no external forces or special effects. Merely the manifestation of extraordinary power, likely telekinesis. While telekinesis is not an exceedingly rare ability, the number of superheroes possessing such a power is considerable. However, none, to Stark's knowledge, have wielded it with such effortless grace as Luomin. Thus, I am resolved to establish the kingdom of Krakoa, where all mutants, regardless of their circumstances or locations, may choose to join. 3 days hence, the time for the establishment of the kingdom of Krakoa will arrive. And I hope that all who have received invitations will come to witness this momentous occasion. With that, I shall conclude my words. As the youthful figure on screen finishes speaking, Stark's pupils suddenly constrict. His face a mask of disbelief. I in the footage. The throne beneath Luomin gradually disintegrates into dust. The boy's form standing with his back to the camera as he slowly departs. It is as if neither the metallic throne nor the boy ever existed. The scene then returns to normal, yet all who have witnessed this video are left profoundly shaken. If this is indeed telekinesis, then its development has surely reached a molecular level, capable of directly disassembling matter at its most fundamental composition. And it is not inconceivable that it could even reach atomic disassembly. The diameter of an atom is approximately 0.1 nanometers, while that of a molecule is around 10 nanometers. Should the opponent possess molecular-level disassembly, Stark realizes he must fully develop his nano-armor. Only at a smaller scale can one hope to resist such power. Stark has indeed been tirelessly working on the nano-armor and has made some progress. However, if we delve deeper into atomic levels, even the nano-armor would be insufficient against Luomen, a formidable adversary indeed. Friday, notify me when the time comes, Stark instructs after a moment of silence. Yes, boss. He is determined to observe this young man named Luomen firsthand to ascertain just how powerful he truly is. Or perhaps discover that his abilities are not as fearsome as he imagines. Everything must be personally verified. Seated before the experimental table, Stark finds his thoughts in a state of chaos. Continuing with his previous experiments proves utterly impossible. It is that youth. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, who has also been watching Luomen's live stream, recognizes him as the powerful boy with whom she had previously clashed in the skies and who had provided her with vital intelligence regarding the Skrulls. Upon returning to Earth, aside from addressing the Skrull situation, Carol has sought information about Luomen but has encountered no leads, as if he were a figment of imagination. However, seeing him now, it seems he is indeed a mutant. Born in a laboratory, lacking a proper identity, this may account for her inability to trace any sign of Luomen. At this moment, Carol finds herself at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, she can only sigh and return to dealing with the Skrull matter. She had never anticipated that, merely 2 decades after a relatively peaceful coexistence with humans, mutants could descend into such dire straits. Most unexpectedly, the emergence of a formidable being like Luomen, who could contend with her, is astonishing. It is worth noting that in the vast cosmos, Captain Marvel ranks among the T1 class of powerful beings. Although the universe is immense, truly powerful individuals are, in fact, quite few. This is evident from the fact that Gamora, lacking any extraordinary abilities, is regarded as one of the most dangerous women in the galaxy. It is indeed curious that Earth, seemingly inconspicuous in the universe, has birthed so many formidable individuals. Carol gazes at the invitation she has received, preparing to attend and subsequently continue her efforts regarding the Skrull situation. Chapter 135. Establishment. A sudden confrontation time swiftly passes, and the moment for the official establishment of the Kingdom of Krakoa arrives. On this day, dignitaries, affluent individuals from around the globe, and superheroes akin to those of the Avengers are all summoned to Krakoa. Is that Professor X and Magneto? Or perhaps Tony Stark, piloting his latest suit, has arrived at Krakoa. Upon reaching the island, Stark is met with the sight of 2 somewhat familiar figures, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. In recent days, he has gathered considerable information about mutants, including the likes of Professor X and Magneto, whom he has not overlooked. However, both of them have been missing for quite some time. Naturally, given their age, it is uncertain how much power they could still wield. Yet now, he sees 2 middle-aged mutant leaders standing harmoniously together, directly behind the young man named Luomen. Indeed, boss, the analysis confirms that these are none other than Professor X and Magneto. The sight of these 2 powerful mutants standing in Luomen's presence sends a wave of unease through Stark. Whether it is Professor X's telepathic abilities or Magneto's control over metal, both pose a significant threat to him. A superhero reliant solely on his armor, in fact. Not only Stark but also the other human dignitaries find themselves taken aback by the sight of these 2 individuals. Their formidable presence, coupled with their evident alliance, significantly elevates the perception of Krakoa, suggesting that it is not a nation to be trifled with. With all the guests gathered, Luomen declares, "Let us commence." As a beam of light descends from the sky. The last individual arrives, prompting Luomen to speak. Captain Marvel, Carol, catches sight of Luomen and her expression reflects uncertainty. She feels she cannot be mistaken about his face, yet his aura seems considerably more powerful than it was a year ago. Has he truly grown so much in just 1 year? It feels almost like a misperception. Moreover, this place carries an odd sensation, reminiscent of the subspace but distinctly different. Upon her arrival at Krakoa, even Carol, seasoned as she is, finds herself somewhat perplexed. Luomen intends to establish the Kingdom of Krakoa, and he will be its king. although Luomin initially finds it surprising that Professor X and Magneto would opt for a monarchy, thereby designating him as king. He ultimately accepts this arrangement. He had anticipated they might negotiate a parliamentary system, with him serving as a speaker or something similar. However, being a king poses no issue for Luomin, as his role in Krakoa is fundamentally equivalent. The establishment of the Kingdom of Krakoa unfolds simply. The invited guests primarily serve as witnesses, and the subsequent foundation of Krakoa rests upon 3 medications derived from the research of the Krakoan flower. Absent this, there would be no need for such grandiosity. The streamlined process allows for a swift conclusion. There also spatial mobility. As the proceedings came to an end, Tony Stark suddenly caught sight of Captain Marvel, who, in a swift motion, unleashed a punch towards Roman, causing him to feel a twinge of concern. On the very first day of his ascension as the King of Krakoa, Roman faced the grim fate of collapsing under Captain Marvel's formidable strike. Yet, just as anxiety began to creep in, Roman's figure flickered and reappeared elsewhere, drawing the attention of many. Captain Marvel was no stranger to anyone. She was the one who exposed the Skrull situation, boasting immense combat prowess that allowed her to traverse the cosmos with ease, making her the closest parallel to Superman from DC Comics. What does this mean? Roman coldly regarded the woman with the round face. However, Captain Marvel had no intention of holding back this time. Reflecting on how Roman had previously divulged information about the Skrulls, coupled with the recent establishment of Krakoa, she felt akin to an old ox being led by the nose. And her frustration was palpable. With the formation of the Krakoan kingdom and Roman's successful coronation, she could no longer restrain herself and yearned for a proper confrontation. Despite having dispatched countless Skrulls in recent days, it felt lacking in substance. She craved a worthy opponent for a true battle. Thus, Carol transformed into a radiant beam and charged towards Roman, her terrifying momentum igniting a flicker of irritation within him. If a fight was to ensue, let it be a proper one. Over the course of a year, Roman's strength had surged significantly, reaching a plateau. Although his power accumulation had not ceased, he found himself stymied at a threshold reminiscent of the divine level. Beyond the retirement of Ancient One, this bottleneck was also a catalyst for his desire to make his ambitions public, to expand his influence, and to further bolster the mirror dimension, hoping to elevate his powers even more. Nevertheless, despite not having broken through, he recognized that a full-scale battle with Captain Marvel was still within the realm of possibility. Naturally, engaging in combat above Krakoa was out of the question. Roman initiated a mental transmission, transporting himself and Captain Marvel directly into outer space. While Krakoa was undoubtedly resilient, the presence of his allies above made him wary. The aftermath of a clash between titans like him and Captain Marvel could wreak havoc, as evidenced by the previous destruction of a segment of the asteroid belt. Captain Marvel had no intention of sparing the surface dwellers. There were numerous representatives of powerful factions and an abundance of mutants present. Even the alien rescuing Captain Marvel would not entertain the idea of harming so many mutants, knowing that Roman possessed spatial abilities, which would allow him to extract her from danger without her resistance. Where have they gone? Through his armor, Tony Stark urgently contacted Friday. According to satellite reconnaissance, they had entered space and were relaying combat footage. Upon hearing Friday's report, Tony's expression shifted slightly. It was astonishing how quickly they had ascended to the cosmos. He promptly began to observe the live feed being broadcast by Friday. Chapter 136. The battle in space, is it this blurry? As he gazed at the broadcast, Tony felt his mouth twitch in frustration. The cameras mounted on Stark Industries satellite were cutting-edge, boasting ultra-high definition and ultra-fast capabilities. Yet, the skirmish between the two manifested only as a chaotic interplay of light and shadow. Even with zoom adjustments, the images remained frustratingly vague. For a moment, even Tony Stark could not help but question Thor's capabilities, as he too should have been at this level of strength. Yet the disparity in speed was perplexing. Over the past year, Tony had come to understand Captain Marvel well, refining the anti-Captain Marvel armor to near completion. However, upon witnessing her unleash her full power, he realized it exceeded his expectations. Significant improvements were still necessary for his creation. Though the scope of those improvements appeared quite extensive in the silent void of space, where no sound could traverse, the cataclysmic energy shockwaves radiated outward, obliterating everything in their wake. This old woman possesses terrifying strength. After exchanging a punch with Captain Marvel, Roman felt a dull ache in his fist, unable to suppress a mutter. Had there been air and space, even the faintest sound of Captain Marvel's might would have reached him. Thanks to his energy absorption ability, Roman engaged in close combat with Captain Marvel, relying on his telekinesis. It must be noted that had it not been for Roman's formidable self-healing capability, relying solely on his energy absorption would have made facing Captain Marvel a daunting challenge. Perhaps her immense strength stemmed from the Space Stone, granting her boundless power and energy. The energy absorption ability, while seemingly insurmountable, bore its own inherent flaws. Similar to the former Black King, its shortcomings were notably alike. There were two primary limitations. First, the absorption capacity was finite. Exceeding this limit would severely impact his body. Second, it required conscious control. Losing awareness would result in a loss of energy absorption capability. Just as the Black King, who could absorb any energy, ultimately fell victim to Magneto's manipulation, Roman had no such concerns regarding mental control attacks. He himself was a powerful telepath and, augmented by the Mind Stone, his psychic prowess was arguably the strongest in the universe, at least within the confines of the current cosmos. Moreover, in addition to energy absorption, Roman consistently released energy to maintain a balance within his body, preventing himself from being overwhelmed by the sheer force. In the midst of this energy tempest, space erupted in dazzling displays akin to fireworks, even the satellite captured images possessing a unique aesthetic appeal. Furthermore, with the presence of energy absorption, Roman wielded telekinesis, granting him a subtle advantage against Captain Marvel's relentless onslaught. How has he become so formidable? Watching Roman retaliate with equal ferocity, releasing terrifying energy, Captain Marvel felt an odd sensation. Most of her energy attacks dissipated silently, and those that did reach Roman seemed to have little effect. Strangely, under her assault, the young man before her appeared to grow increasingly powerful, as if she were feeding him strength. How is this possible? Enveloped in silvery light, Captain Marvel, who had been attacking relentlessly, found her composure beginning to waver. Yet, Roman reveled in the encounter. This clash of raw power allowed him to feel the potential he had accumulated within him coalescing amidst the pressure. As though he were transcending into a higher dimension, boom. Just as Captain Marvel appeared to transform into a Super Saiyan, Roman, caught off guard, was struck in the chest, visibly crumpling from the impact. Clearly, her energy absorption had surpassed its limits, directly affecting Roman's physical form. Has she entered dual star mode? Observing Captain Marvel's surging power, Roman instinctively took a breath before realizing he was in space and unable to do so. Sustaining himself in the void relied solely on the energy within his body to maintain internal circulation. Feeling the injury to his chest, he quickly realigned his bones with telekinesis and utilized his self-healing ability, soon finding relief. His defenses were layered. In addition to energy absorption, he was shielded by a telekinetic barrier. Not to mention his physical strength was beyond that of a normal human. Nevertheless, even with these safeguards, his defenses had been breached, and the sheer force was unreasonable. Had it not been for his extraordinary healing capabilities, this injury would have been quite troublesome. The fracture in his chest had even penetrated into his lungs. For an ordinary person, such an injury would be grave. For Roman, it remained within an acceptable range. From his perspective, Captain Marvel, now in dual star mode, had further enhanced her power and speed, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. The most challenging aspect was the expanded energy release that exceeded Roman's capacity to absorb. Yet, as Roman regarded Captain Marvel, a newfound brightness sparked in his eyes, propelling him to charge once more at her. Throughout the battle, his fists, chest, and arms sustained severe damage, but he could sense that with each cycle of destruction and restoration, the bottleneck restricting him was gradually loosening. Thus, his fervor for combat soared. To speak candidly, since his arrival in this world, Roman has been persistently suppressing himself, maneuvering with the utmost caution to avoid drawing the attention of Ancient One. Akin to walking on thin ice, however, with Ancient One's retirement and the lifting of those constraints, Roman finds himself in a high-intensity battle where his limitations are gradually loosening, in the silent imagery of Chapter 137. Omega Mutant, the spectators, immersed in their thoughts, conjured vivid images of light and sound. Even though the visuals were transmitted and slowed down, they remained profoundly stunning. Some individuals with advanced technology, like Tony Stark, had managed to catch a blurry glimpse of the combat through their own technological prowess. The nature of such ultra-high-speed combat makes it exceedingly challenging to capture, especially when both combatants are engaged in battle in the depths of space. Why does it feel like the aftermath of this battle is intensifying? Concealed within his armor, Tony Stark pondered the unfolding events, beginning to calculate based on the limited data at hand. Meanwhile, not far off, Charles and Eric, observing the blurred visuals broadcasted by the network, sensed an increasing certainty regarding Roman's potential breakthrough in this battle. Despite the abrupt intervention of Captain Marvel, they remained composed, their trust in Roman's self-preservation abilities playing a significant role in their calmness. The concept of Omega Mutant, once proposed, suggested that Roman might be the first of his kind to emerge. Should Roman achieve the status of a true Omega Mutant, his power would reach unimaginable heights, providing the mutant race with a solid foundation. It is noteworthy that even formidable mutants like Apocalypse are merely classified as level 4 or alpha-level mutants. Perhaps in the past, had Apocalypse successfully seized Charles' telepathic abilities, he might have attained Omega level. Yet these scenarios remain mere speculation. At this moment, Roman is genuinely on the verge of breaking through this tier. Marking a historic occasion as he gazed at the indistinct projection, Magneto could not resist glancing at his close companion. Not bad. He should be nearing completion. Professor X, adorned with a portable brainwave amplifier, managed to scrutinize the battle unfolding in space. While the complete brainwave amplifier grants him immense control over every corner of the Earth, this portable headset, though less potent, significantly enhances his mental faculties, allowing him to extend his psychic reach to observe the cosmic events. Compared to the network's broadcast, his observations were notably clearer, albeit the intense battle fluctuations limited his proximity to the action. Nonetheless, he could discern the situation far better than others, which explains why Magneto sought his insights. Indeed, this level of imagery does not evoke much sensation. It might be better left unseen. The invited guests stood dumbfounded, gazing at the indistinct battle projections. Only Magneto and Tony Stark, through their advanced technology, could glean some understanding of the combat specifics. Suddenly, in an instant, Magneto's eyes widened as he turned towards the sky. Realizing the significance, he quickly glanced at his old friend, noting the excitement on Charles' face, and instantly comprehended what had transpired. In that moment, all mutants present on Krakoa felt a collective sensation, albeit to varying degrees. At this juncture, the first true Omega mutant had been born in this universe, Roman, who, through his innate royal abilities, not only transcended his former self but also established a unique connection with the citizens of Krakoa. Upon entering the Omega tier, his royal abilities underwent further enhancement, fostering an unprecedented bond with all Krakoan citizens. The amplification and connection to Roman seemed to reach a remarkable elevation. In the cosmos, as Roman confronted Captain Marvel, his momentum surged following the breaking of his limitations. Leaving Captain Marvel visibly shaken. Roman's aura was rapidly approaching the level of Captain Marvel's binary form. Fortunately, as he neared this threshold, the rate of his power escalation began to stabilize. Although Roman's strength had not entirely eclipsed Captain Marvel's, she sensed an ominous shift. Observing Roman's expression, she discerned his intent through his superhuman power. Now, it is my turn. Captain Marvel, realizing the gravity of the situation, witnessed Roman's figure vanish from sight. The sudden, formidable force behind her made her want to cry out. This was evidently Roman's counterattack, his fists, now more powerful and resolute than ever. Even a formidable figure like Captain Marvel found it challenging to withstand the might of his blows. Roman's strikes, infused with energy transference and telekinetic force, aimed to maximize their impact. While the power of his punch was indeed formidable, its actual damage to Captain Marvel would likely be limited to mere muscular bruising. Sparing her bones from injury, however, Roman's retaliation did not end with a single blow. Leveraging his telepathic mobility, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon Captain Marvel. Chapter 138. Aftermath of the Great Battle. What just transpired? The projection of the battle suddenly became indistinct. Analysis indicated that Captain Marvel had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The voice of Friday timely broke the silence, causing Tony Stark's expression to shift. Regardless of his feelings towards Captain Marvel, even having devised contingency plans against her, he recognized her as a member of the Avengers. If she could maintain dominance over Roman, humanity would still retain some semblance of authority in the future. A pure-blood human endowed with extraordinary power seemed to be represented solely by Captain Marvel. It is undeniable that her strength is both formidable and astonishing. After a brief calculation, he refrained from further attempts. For the seemingly endless energy she wielded was indeed terrifying. Yet, Friday had informed him that this formidable woman was faltering. This realization was utterly preposterous. Repeat that Captain Marvel was reported to be in a significant disadvantage. Professor Charles, despite not deliberately eavesdropping on Stark's discourse, could nonetheless perceive the shifts in Tony's demeanor through a modicum of his psychic energy, prompting a subtle smile in his perception. The energy levels of Roman and Captain Marvel appeared relatively balanced. However, Roman possessed one critical advantage. He had expanded his abilities beyond their initial confines. For instance, he had long since mastered the magnetic manipulation abilities of his old friend. Although Roman's ascent to the Omega level did not guarantee that all his powers would reach that tier, the changes in his strength inevitably brought about a transformative evolution. Under these circumstances, it was hardly surprising that Roman, who could previously contend with Captain Marvel using various abilities, now found himself in an advantageous position. Observing the lopsided nature of the battle, it was evident that Roman dominated. Yet, Captain Marvel had encountered a multifaceted warrior in Roman, whose strengths had not been surpassed significantly, while his weaknesses had been amplified. Thus, she found herself in this precarious situation. Comprehensively developed, when one's strength is on par or exceeds another's, it manifests as an overwhelming force. However, when one is outmatched, it renders them utterly commonplace. Therefore, such a balance is not easily attainable. Ultimately, Captain Marvel's prowess remains unmatched on Earth, yet in her confrontation with Roman, she found herself at a disadvantage in this world. The forces wielding advanced technology are not solely represented by figures like Tony Stark. Numerous messages have been disseminated by invited guests, revealing that, unbeknownst to the majority of humanity, two individuals engaged in combat in the vastness of outer space. The emergence of Captain Marvel and the arrival of the Skrull Warrior Zen have already broadened the horizons of all major powers. However, this particular clash has further illuminated the devastating potential of the most formidable beings. It is evident that even humanity's ultimate weapons, such as nuclear and hydrogen bombs, would be insufficient to contend with these two entities. Conversely, should these two individuals choose to act, they possess the capability to annihilate all of humanity upon the Earth's surface. Those factions initially contemplating a confrontation with Captain Marvel now find themselves secretly relieved that they refrained from taking action. Otherwise, they would have been utterly unable to cope with the consequences. Moreover, there is a growing concern regarding the sudden emergence of the Krakoa nation. A mutant-powered IT has been suggested to acknowledge Krakoa's international standing, with the words favor echoing in English, in Russian, and approve in French. A meeting among the five major powers has convened, ultimately resulting in unanimous approval. Any underhanded tactics outside the established rules are clearly ineffective against Roman and the dominion he controls in Krakoa. Therefore, to prevent Krakoa from fully turning adversarial, the only course of action is to incorporate them within their own regulatory framework, thereby imposing limitations upon them. While complete restrictions may not be feasible, nor can they entirely subdue such formidable powers, it is hoped that this will instill a sense of caution in the opposing party. As for the tragic history of mutants, it primarily stems from the extreme actions perpetrated by a certain nation that prides itself on freedom and beauty. While persecution of mutants is particularly severe in that nation, in other regions, although the conditions for mutants are not exceptionally favorable, they can at least ensure their sustenance and personal safety, regardless of past events. The presence of a powerhouse like Roman among mutants is akin to a nation acquiring nuclear weapons. Irrespective of how other countries feel, they must engage in calm and rational dialogue with this new reality. The term Omega Mutant has begun to resonate among all factions from this day forth. When once theoretical notions manifest as tangible and terrifying realities, all must treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. The battle lasted a full day, ultimately concluding inconclusively, with Roman emerging slightly victorious. The primary reason for this lack of resolution lies in the absence of insurmountable enmity between the two sides, coupled with their inability to annihilate one another directly. After sufficient engagement, the conflict naturally came to an end. The ramifications of this confrontation are undeniably significant. Most notably, the Avengers have received an influx of communications, with a myriad of factions eager to establish diplomatic ties with Krakoa. Due to the Ultron incident, the Avengers had been somewhat restricted in their international operations. However, Captain Marvel's formidable prowess has alleviated some of those constraints. Krakoa, a nascent kingdom previously devoid of renown, has now become a focal point for diplomatic endeavors following Roman's display of strength. Ultimately, Roman feels that in this world, power speaks volumes. It seems that with his might, he need not concern himself with trivialities, as Krakoa remains a symbol of his sovereignty, allowing him to adopt a rather relaxed stance. Chapter 139. Odin's Dilemma since the passing of the Ancient One. Has Midgard birthed such a powerful being once more? Or perhaps two? Standing in a secluded area of Norway, the aged king, resembling a beggar with one eye, gazes toward the cosmos, the weight of solemnity flickering in his remaining eye. The ruler of the 9 realms now finds himself frail and nearing the twilight of his existence. Yet, the progress of his young heir is far from satisfactory. Since the death of Odin's queen, Frigga, at the hands of the Dark Elves' cursed warriors 3 years ago, Odin's mental state has steadily deteriorated. Furthermore, the overwhelming power of Odin within him continues to swell, exacerbating his sense of oppression, occasionally even leading to bouts of amnesia. Consequently, he has turned a blind eye to Loki's impersonation and Thor's sudden quest for Surtur, knowing that as his death draws near, Ragnarok also approaches, an inevitability he cannot avert, at the very least. Neither he nor his 2 sons possess the means to stop it. Even though his foolish son has defeated Surtur and claimed his crown, the correction of fate dictates that Ragnarok will ultimately come to pass. The newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme possesses considerable potential, yet it is evident that he cannot match the Ancient One's level in the short term, and they share little camaraderie. Thus, he is unlikely to call upon the latter's aid in such a monumental matter as Ragnarok. Regarding the 2 formidable beings who have recently emerged, Odin contemplates the possibility of attempting to connect with them. That a being of celestial stature, even if not at his peak, could still represent a formidable force. As for his foolish son, he has yet to reach even the level of a demigod in his development. His abilities are wholly reliant on that hammer of his. While he is hailed as the god of thunder, he appears more akin to the god of hammers. Perhaps he is not the exemplary father he ought to be, and his educational efforts have fallen short. His 3 children, whether biological or adopted, have all been led astray under his care. In light of these peculiar circumstances, he recognizes that perhaps it is time for him to make some changes. We may need to have a serious discussion. Standing still, he established a connection with a hidden dark space, transmitting his voice across the void. Within that dark realm, a disheveled woman of shadowy essence, upon hearing the sudden voice, was taken aback, sealed away for countless years. Her imprisonment has spanned at least several millennia. Reflecting on this, she surmised that the old fool's lifespan might soon reach its conclusion. Humph, what is there to discuss? The dark-haired woman dismissed the notion without hesitation. When this old man had imprisoned her without a shred of compassion, he had not considered a peaceful resolution. If she bided her time, once the old fool was dead, she would naturally be freed. At that point, with her strength, becoming the queen of Asgard would pose no challenge in all of Asgard. Only Odin could rival her, and even Frigga, his mother, would fall short, especially once she set foot on Asgard's soil and harnessed its power. Having spoken, she cut off Odin's voice, patiently awaiting the moment of her release. After millennia of confinement, she possessed nothing but patience, and a little more time was a trivial matter. Once free, even if Odin had perished, those who betrayed her would feel the full brunt of her wrath, a fury that had been building for thousands of years. Though trapped in such a wretched place, she had not lost her powers entirely. In fact, as time progressed, her strength had even grown slightly, albeit not as rapidly as it would have in Asgard. Odin's ability to contain her stemmed primarily from the exertion of his own energy. Otherwise, a mere sealing space would pose no challenge for her. This space, while robustly sealed, has one glaring flaw: Odin's own dwindling lifespan. Young Hela's longevity far surpasses his, although she cannot escape this space. Blocking Odin's voice is a trivial task for her. The old man's ruthlessness had severed any lingering bonds between them. The only regret she harbors is that she will not witness Odin's demise. Upon hearing Hela's refusal and subsequent silencing of the sealing space, Odin displayed no surprise. His previous action had merely been a fleeting whim. In light of the increasingly dire circumstances, he had considered the possibility of re-releasing Hela and establishing her as the future queen of Asgard. Hela's strength and cunning would be sufficient to secure her position as the ruler of Asgard. At the very least, she would prove to be a more fitting candidate than Thor, who had shown little progress. while Hela mirrored the essence of his younger self. Once spilled water cannot be reclaimed. A broken mirror cannot be mended. After sitting in silence for a considerable time, Odin could not help but utter this ancient proverb from an eastern land. As a wise and renowned being, it is not surprising that Odin has acquired a wealth of knowledge. Perhaps everything began to go awry the moment he made that choice. He ought to have exercised greater patience in attempting to change Hela rather than resorting to the brutality of sealing her away. It appears that this troublesome dilemma may now fall upon his two foolish sons to resolve. However, given their current state, he harbors little faith that they can effectively manage the threat posed by Hela. Despite his earlier thoughts of indifference following his death, he is now plagued with doubt. However, upon careful reflection, this matter is somewhat a legacy issue left behind by him, and leaving it all to his two foolish sons is not quite feasible. Sighing softly, Odin turned his gaze towards a particular direction, with some thoughts stirring in his heart. Greetings, young mutant king. I believe we have much to discuss. After a long day of toil, as he finally found a moment of respite, a voice suddenly emerged beside him. He then noticed the appearance of a portly, white-haired elder with a single eye. Seeing this figure, Roman felt a twinge of curiosity as to why this individual had sought him out. Chapter 140. The deal proposed by Odin. Young mutant king. Greetings, I am Odin. If Roman recalled correctly, at this juncture, Odin had seemingly been exiled to Earth by Loki, later taking a respite in a location in Norway. Of course, despite the term exile, it was primarily Odin's own desire to come. Otherwise, even in his twilight years, Odin was not someone Loki could manipulate at will. The king of Alaska, Odin? Roman posed a reasonable inquiry to the old man before him. Under normal circumstances, he should have been unaware of Odin's existence. Thus he displayed an attitude consistent with that assumption. Observing the youth before him, who was merely a fraction of his age. Odin maintained a calm demeanor, treating Roman as an equal. Odin was powerful and proud, yet he understood the significance of such a nascent celestial-level being. Roman's future was remarkably bright. Speaking of mutants, Odin possessed a certain degree of understanding. Having once repelled the Pantheon, he was well aware that mutants were merely remnants of experiments conducted by that very group. However, he had not anticipated that this burgeoning race, which initially could only awaken a few hundred individuals, would now boast a population nearing several million. What astonished him most was the emergence of a youth like Roman, so young yet so formidable. As a celestial-level powerhouse, it appeared that this nascent race held potential far exceeding his expectations. Nevertheless, regardless of the mutant's potential, it bore no relevance to him. He had come here primarily to seek Roman. From his perspective, Krakoa bore a resemblance to Asgard, albeit with unique qualities. This land seemed to possess its own consciousness, rendering it even more extraordinary than Asgard. The vastness of the world harbors innumerable wonders, yet the old God King was untouched by Krakoa's influence. In truth, he mused that if Krakoa were to exist in a state of ownershiplessness, and if Alaska were to be obliterated in the twilight of the gods, perhaps Krakoa could evolve into a new Asgard. However, that was not the case now. This land had its own sovereign, and its ruler was undeniably powerful. While he could still fight, he lacked the assurance of victory. Approaching the end of his life, he was unwilling to burden his two foolish sons further. This young man, possessing formidable spatial mobility, was not someone he intended to leave unchallenged. As for his two foolish sons, they would undoubtedly stand no chance against this youth. Greetings, Lord Roman. I wish to propose a transaction. Looking at Roman, Odin articulated his intent to, "Oh? What sort of transaction?" Roman expressed a measure of curiosity regarding Odin's purpose. Odin's visit, Roman surmised, was likely prompted by his earlier display of power during the encounter with Captain Marvel. If his intuition was correct, this transaction would probably relate to the twilight of the gods. He gestured for Odin to take a seat, and to Odin's surprise, a chair materialized behind him, quickly taking shape. While a small round table appeared before him, Odin was somewhat astounded by this manifestation, which hinted at Roman's advanced capabilities in molecular and atomic restructuring. This was a high-level application of psychokinesis, a threshold Roman had only recently crossed upon reaching the celestial level. While he could only create common materials such as wood, steel, and glass, more advanced alloys remained beyond his reach. He could decompose most conventional substances, but reconstituting them was a far more complex endeavor. Ultimately, destruction was always simpler than restoration. To be fair, Roman had only just entered the celestial level, and there was still vast potential for him to develop his abilities, allowing for greater feats in the future. After the initial shock, Odin's desire to negotiate with Roman intensified. I would like to request your assistance once. In exchange, I can offer you the opportunity to select 3 items from the most treasured artifacts within the Vault of Asgard. Odin revealed his intent without reservation, specifying his terms. Among these treasures would be items of equal caliber to the Mind Stone you possess. Concerned that Roman might not grasp the value of the vault's contents, he pointed to the Mind Stone embedded in the bracelet on Roman's wrist. Upon first seeing Roman, Odin had indeed noticed the Mind Stone, which had gone missing during a battle with robots. He had not anticipated that this elusive gem would end up in the possession of the young man before him. This realization highlighted that Roman, who wielded an infinity stone, could not merely be regarded as a novice in the celestial realm. Odin could sense the profound resonance between Roman and the Mind Stone, indicating that the power he could display was far from ordinary. Furthermore, he surmised that Roman, possessing the Mind Stone, likely had a deep mastery of mental powers, prompting him to state his bottom line shortly after their initial encounter. Roman, unfazed, poured a cup of tea for Odin. "God King, your days are numbered, are they not?" Roman remarked, having received a teapot from a drone controlled by the network. He then calmly regarded Odin and continued, "In myth, Asgard is said to face the twilight of the gods. Therefore, I surmise that it is not far off." Hearing Roman's words, Odin fell silent, scrutinizing Roman. Chapter 141. Odin's resolve: those who could master their abilities perfectly were predominantly powerful mentalists. Thus, seated opposite Roman, Odin endeavored to control his emotional fluctuations, striving to keep his thoughts concealed. However, upon hearing Roman mention the twilight of the gods, he felt as though his intentions had been laid bare. "Indeed," he affirmed after a moment of silence, nodding in acknowledgement. "If the twilight of the gods is an inevitable occurrence that even one as strong as you cannot alter, then I too cannot change Asgard's fate." Gazing into Odin's piercing eye, Roman spoke calmly. This was the truth. While Roman possessed commendable strength, preventing the twilight of the gods was a rather absurd proposition. Not to mention the formidable Surtur, imbued with eternal flames, and the unbound Hela, both of whom would pose a significant challenge. The ancient maiden, who had accumulated resentment and fury over millennia, would be a formidable foe. It was conceivable that Krakoa might be caught in the crossfire, which would be an unwise trade-off. However, he was not entirely powerless. The twilight of the gods was orchestrated by a greater force lurking in the shadows, one that transcended the pantheon. The sheer magnitude of this force could manipulate the Marvel multiverse at will. The entity known as the Beyonder, a progeny of this superior race, was nearly omnipotent within the Marvel universe. In fact, in one version of the timeline, the Beyonder obliterated the entire Marvel multiverse, leaving naught but desolation in its wake, even vanquishing the living tribunal, eternity, infinity, and the cosmic deities of the pantheon. From this, one could deduce the immense power held by this transcendent race. Of course, such mightiness comes with its own vulnerabilities, and it is not uncommon for individuals to exploit these weaknesses. Nonetheless, Roman currently lacked a solution to the predicament at hand. The twilight of the gods, in all but one version, could only be thwarted by Thor, evolved into the Rune King, a figure of sufficient strength to sever the fate of the twilight. The Rune King version of Thor was, at the very least, a multiversal limit breaker, if not an even greater entity. Consequently, without powers at the level of a singular universe, it was unrealistic to alter the fate of Asgard's twilight. Especially under the machinations of a force that transcended the pantheon, it was evident that this version of Thor would not evolve into the Rune King. Go endow his child with greater potential. The Rune King Thor was born of Odin and the Earth goddess Gaia, not Frigga. Moreover, the Rune King Thor was raised on Earth from an early age. This world's Thor, in various aspects, fell short of the standard. He clearly did not fit the Rune King template. Although Thor's upper limits remained astonishing, the opportunity to alter the fate of Asgard's twilight had slipped away. However, I can take action once to preserve the spark of Asgard. Gazing at Odin, a smile graced Roman's lips as he observed the god. Upon hearing Roman's words, Odin fell into silence, fully aware that the arrival of Ragnarok was an inexorable fate in his prime. Clad in the armor of the destroyer, he nearly touched the realm of the singular universe. Yet, he knew this truth could not be altered. Relying on outsiders to effect change seemed rather improbable. However, the notion Roman spoke of, preserving the spark of Asgard, filled him with a sense of possibility. Even if Asgard were to face destruction, its people might yet survive. A foundationless Asgardian might encounter many unforeseen opportunities, especially with a formidable ally like Roman at his side. "What do you desire?" Odin inquired, sensing that the youth before him possessed a temperament incongruous with his appearance, maintaining the prior conditions if one of the items were the Tesseract. "I wish to select the others myself. I also seek the technology of the Bifrost." Odin felt little regard for the initial words. Even when Roman mentioned the Tesseract, his countenance revealed no change. While the Infinity Stones were indeed formidable, he had once aspired to collect them in his youth. Yet, after a brief attempt, he abandoned the idea upon realizing the formidable challenge it posed. The hope of gathering all 6 Infinity Stones seemed far too elusive. Nevertheless, Roman's final request stirred a flicker of dissatisfaction within Odin. He suspected that this mutant king had gleaned substantial information from human organizations through his potent telepathic abilities, leading him to be aware of the Bifrost's existence. Hence his audacious demand. The treasures within Odin's vault, though exceptionally precious, were of little consequence if left unused. Gifting them to another posed no issue. However, the technology of the Bifrost was an entirely different matter. The Bifrost could be deemed the most vital asset of Asgard, the cornerstone of its dominion over the 9 realms. Only through mastery of the Bifrost could Asgard command vast territories and ensure seamless transportation. In times of need, the Bifrost might even unleash the devastating force akin to a planet-destroying cannon. The audacity of an outsider to covet such technology would have incited Odin's youthful fury, perhaps prompting him to eliminate Roman with a well-aimed shot. Yet, in his twilight years, Odin exhibited a greater degree of contemplation. "Of course, should a transaction fail, I remain open to the visit of the All-Father," he remarked. Roman regarded the elder god before him with a sense of calm, leisurely savoring a sip of tea. Though he was not a connoisseur of tea, the bitter brew offered a unique flavor on pleasant days. While Roman held a mild interest in the Bifrost technology, it was not an absolute necessity. The flower of Krakoa could also facilitate long-distance teleportation, albeit not as conveniently. Establishing a Bifrost would undoubtedly be a formidable endeavor, even for the affluent Asgardians, let alone the nascent Krakoans. Odin's remaining eye fixated on the avaricious youth before him, yet his emotions swiftly settled. "Very well, let us proceed with this transaction." Moments later, Odin regarded Roman with a calm yet decisive demeanor. His demands were undeniably stringent, yet Odin's unwavering agreement revealed the wisdom behind his past conquests over the 9 realms, establishing a deterrent against external covetousness. Not to mention, such resolute character was hardly commonplace. Chapter 142. Odin's Vault. Is this how it ends? Roman pondered, watching as Odin prepared to depart without so much as a token of commitment. In typical transactions, some form of collateral was customary. Yet here stood Odin, intent on leaving empty-handed. "Doi appears so familiar to you," he mused. Turning, Odin's expression remained impassive, though Roman discerned a fleeting glimpse of embarrassment in his eyes. The once mighty ruler had no need to appear so constrained. However, the present reality left Odin with little choice but to acquiesce. As a deposit, you may select 2 items aside from the Tesseract. The Tesseract and the Bifrost technology shall be delivered to you in the future by my 2 sons. How does that sound? Odin's gaze bore a seriousness that Roman found entirely reasonable. Regardless of how precious they were among Odin's collections, relinquishing the Tesseract or Bifrost technology so readily would be uncharacteristic. It was certain that Odin's sons would inevitably attract the attention of Thanos due to the Tesseract. Simply put, Odin's sons were ill-equipped to handle such a powerful artifact. As for Roman's qualifications, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate, leaving it to Thanos to decide whether to seek him out. To be candid, aside from the enigmatic Soul Stone, Roman faced no significant obstacles concerning the whereabouts of the other Infinity Stones. However, the orb containing the Power Stone had likely already fallen into Thanos' possession. Given the timeline of the Guardians of the Galaxy, which primarily unfolded 2 years prior, Roman had not yet awakened the mysteries of his own origin, let alone the prospect of acquiring an Infinity Stone. The Ether, or Reality Stone, was currently in the custody of the Collector. This weakling would soon find himself in dire straits once Thanos took notice. Should an opportunity arise, Roman would certainly attempt to acquire the ether. Yet, his desire for it was not particularly fervent, as this particular Infinity Stone did not align well with his abilities. It might be better suited for Wanda. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda, who wielded chaos magic, would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Thanos should she obtain the ether. Interestingly, Roman's relationship with the Maximoff siblings stemmed from their mutual connection to Old Man Strange. Both siblings were children of Strange, thus establishing a potential avenue for deeper communication. As long as dialogue remained open, the underlying tensions could easily dissolve. Ultimately, the Time Stone lay in the possession of Doctor Strange. Within the Eye of Agamotto, though Strange was a relatively young Sorcerer Supreme, his command of the Time Stone rendered him one of the most formidable adversaries when absolute power could not ensure victory. Meanwhile, Roman had yet to harness the power of the Tesseract, but its ownership had effectively transitioned from Odin to Roman himself, along with the Space Stone. For one adept in spatial manipulation, the Space Stone stood as perhaps his most suitable artifact. Aside from the Mind Stone, the only lingering concern was whether possessing two Infinity Stones would impose too great a burden on his physical form. Despite his extraordinary physique, Roman's capabilities paled in comparison to those of Thanos or the Hulk. Nevertheless, such matters could be addressed once the Tesseract was in his grasp. Roman remained vigilant, ensuring that Thanos did not seize the Tesseract before him. Should Thanos acquire it first, even with the Mind Stone in hand, Roman would face a formidable challenge. Setting aside his aspirations regarding the Infinity Stones, Odin suddenly produced a seemingly unremarkable ancient dark golden spear. Its appearance belied its significance. Roman's apprehension grew upon seeing this weapon. Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity, renowned as the spear that never misses, was forged from the branches of the World Tree. It could be considered one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. Do not resist, Odin commanded, wielding Gungnir as it radiated a resplendent spectrum of colors. Is this the power of the Bifrost? Roman mused, realizing that Odin's use of Gungnir invoked the same summoning effect as Thor's future Stormbreaker. It was only natural that a father's weapon would rival that of his son. Within the radiant hues, Roman experienced a glimpse of this unique spatial force. Yet before he could fully contemplate its implications, he and Odin found themselves within a vast treasure vault. "This is my vault. Feel free to choose at your leisure," Odin stated, his gaze somewhat distant. It was not merely Odin who felt this way. Even the Sorcerer Supreme, with mastery over the Time Stone, could not claim to fully comprehend destiny, the most elusive of forces. Roman, glancing at Odin, understood that the absence of guidance indicated Odin's intention to allow him to rely solely on his own discernment. Speaking of Odin's vault, inevitably called to mind his formidable daughter, Hela, the goddess of death. According to Hela, most of the items in this vault were counterfeit. Even a being as powerful as Odin occasionally indulged in vanity by showcasing fakes. While these items were not entirely useless, they would hold little value for Roman. Fortunately, Odin's vault was not devoid of genuine treasures. An unknowing visitor would likely be overwhelmed, struggling to make a choice amidst the myriad of dazzling artifacts. For Roman, however, this presented no significant challenge. In light of knowing that only a small portion of the items are genuine, Roman endeavored to the best of his abilities to examine and seek out the true treasures among them. Meanwhile, Odin, who appeared indifferent to Roman's presence, was, in fact, observing him closely. He wished to ascertain through the process of selecting treasures from the vault whether Roman was a suitable candidate for trade. Upon Roman's entrance into the treasury, he was not dazzled by the abundance of riches. Rather, he calmly scrutinized each gemstone. Initially, he felt that Roman's temperament was indeed commendable. This alone granted him sufficient qualification, even surpassing that of newly ascended celestial beings. Chapter 143. Selecting treasures based on the intelligence known to Roman and his limited experience, he discerned that the genuine treasures within Odin's vault were not particularly scarce. However, those artifacts capable of wielding power at his level were quite rare. Foremost among them was the cosmic magic, or the space gem. However, owing to his agreement with Odin, this item might belong to him in the future, but he could not claim it at present. Subsequently, there were the eternal flame and the icebox, both of which were indeed authentic treasures. Yet, the full potential of these artifacts could only be realized by specific individuals. The eternal flame, which never extinguishes, earned its name for its perpetuity. However, compared to the unquenchable flame Amaterasu from the realm of fire, the eternal flame was of an entirely superior caliber. just as Hela draws her power from Asgard. The eternal flame serves as the source of Surtur's might, symbolizing destruction and rebirth. Originally, the eternal flame belonged to Surtur, but Odin seized it to prevent the onset of Ragnarok, safeguarding it within his vault. However, given the subsequent events, it was evident that Odin had failed in this endeavor. As Surtur had indeed initiated Ragnarok.as for the icebox, it was a treasure of the frost giants, capable of instantly encasing an entire planet in ice. Over a millennium ago, after defeating the invading frost giants in Norway, Odin claimed the icebox as war spoils. It was during this time that Loki was brought to Asgard by Odin, becoming a figure akin to him. The power of the icebox was formidable, yet it was highly specialized. Only those of frost giant lineage could unleash its maximum potential. If all went according to plan, Odin likely preferred to entrust this icebox to Loki. Approaching the icebox and feeling a slight chill, Roman also sensed Odin's mind wavering slightly. This was something even his brother did not perceive when near the eternal flame. Nevertheless, Roman did not act upon it. The icebox was impressive, yet not suited for him in terms of suitability. Loki, possessing frost giant royal blood, would wield it more effectively. Yet it was clear that Loki, enamored with so-called magic and illusions, had yet to recognize that the path most befitting him lay in this icebox. Harnessing its power would allow Loki to easily breach the threshold of celestial status. Roman even felt that if Loki could set aside his trivial schemes and focus more on enhancing his strength, he might very well earn Odin's greater regard. Odin, who essentially viewed Loki as a son, might consider him worthy of a stable throne if he demonstrated both commendable character and formidable strength. Of course, in some timelines, Loki even had the potential to become the god of stories. This version of Loki, as the god of stories, would be immensely powerful within the multiverse, possibly ranking just below the one above all in the entire Marvel universe. However, all of this bore no relation to the Loki of this world. Then, Roman noticed a particularly conspicuous metallic glove. Corresponding to Thanos' left infinity gauntlet, the right one was deemed a counterfeit according to Hela. In truth, Roman understood that the materials were identical to those of Thanos', the only difference being that it lacked any embedded gems, hence its classification as a counterfeit. This revealed that Odin, who forged the Infinity Gauntlet, harbored ambitions in his youth that were no less grand than Thanos's. However, after witnessing the vastness of the universe, Odin had curbed his ambitions and arrogance, opting instead to protect the Nine Realms. Noticing Roman's gaze, Odin felt there was a significant likelihood that Roman would choose the Infinity Gauntlet. This young man might possess ambitions similar to Odin's youthful desire to gather the Infinity Stones. However, this ambition was promptly relinquished upon encountering the numerous challenges associated with collecting the gems. To his surprise, Roman merely glanced at the glove and moved on, leaving Odin somewhat astonished. This item was undoubtedly the most appropriate for someone destined to possess multiple Infinity Stones. Yet, since Roman was uninterested, Odin chose not to comment further. He was curious to see what Roman would select, for there remained many fine treasures within the vault. Soon, Roman approached a spherical object that was the Orb of Agamotto. By its name, it was evidently a treasure originating from Kamartaj, likely linked to the time-stone-embedded eye of Agamotto. However, after a mere glance, Roman bypassed it. Not being a sorcerer and lacking knowledge of magic, he felt little affinity for this immensely powerful artifact. Odin, upon seeing the Orb of Agamotto, also felt a tinge of nostalgia. The orb was capable of detecting various crises and magical sources throughout the universe. It was through this very artifact that Odin had foreseen the arrival of Ragnarok. Noticing Roman's apparent indifference, Odin was not surprised. Such artifacts, while potent, were akin to junk for those unversed in the art of magic. Aside from the Orb of Agamotto, Roman also encountered an Eye of Agamotto that bore a striking resemblance to the original, but was, in fact, a mere imitation. Despite being a replica, it was still one of the finest treasures within the vault. It could foresee the future and dispel all illusions or dark forces crafted by the Asgardians to counterbalance the Reality Stone. Unsurprisingly, Roman also passed this by, not even sparing it a second glance. Though impressive, it simply did not align with Roman's needs. Suddenly stopping before a pedestal, Roman beheld a rather unadorned item, a single leaf inscribed with myriad mysterious patterns. Merely glancing at it, he felt an infinite profundity. This was not a treasure mentioned in the original text, but Roman instinctively recognized its value. It was undoubtedly on par with all the treasures preceding it. If his suspicions were correct, this inscribed leaf was a leaf from the World Tree, and the inscriptions were likely the runes representing Odin's mastery over its formidable power. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fathom what type of leaf could warrant placement among the other treasures within this vault. Observing from the shadows, Odin noted Roman's halted steps, realizing just how discerning this seemingly youthful individual was. Indeed, this was a leaf from the World Tree, and the patterns inscribed upon it were the very runes he had once comprehended. During his initial grasping of the runes, he had instinctively recorded them, with the World Tree's leaves serving as the medium. The content inscribed encompassed the runes Odin had mastered. Chapter 144. Confirming the choice? The pact watching as Roman reached out to take the leaf from the World Tree, Odin found himself at a loss for words, feeling a complex swirl of emotions. Had he been the young Odin of yore? Had Roman coveted the runes and sought to claim the leaf, it would have been an impossibility. Yet now, the aged Odin found himself somewhat indifferent to the matter. Approaching death, he realized that his two foolish sons would scarcely glance at these artifacts. Thus, why not allow Roman to take it? Furthermore, Odin had long since compiled a more comprehensive and refined collection of the runes. Consequently, the true value lay not in the runes inscribed but rather in the leaf from the World Tree itself. Without guidance, mastering the runes through personal insight was no simple feat. Moreover, attempting to learn these unstructured runes was an exceedingly daunting task. Roman's choice was commendable, albeit not necessarily the most flawless one. However, Odin stood by, allowing Roman the freedom to select without interference. As for the selection of the second treasure, Roman found himself in a quandary. He acknowledged the plethora of treasures available, which rendered his choice increasingly difficult. He had not anticipated succumbing to indecision in such a setting. Suddenly, Roman's gaze fell upon a nearby stone tablet, engraved with peculiar patterns. Upon seeing the tablet, he felt resolute. This was the Tablet of Life, which, according to Roman's understanding of the comics, originated from the lost continent of Atlantis. The tablet bore the equation of life's evolution. It was said that by adhering to the principles inscribed, any being could attain extraordinary power and infinite wisdom. While this may be an exaggeration, grasping the rules outlined on the tablet would undoubtedly provide immense assistance to Roman in his current state. The only concern was the difficulty inherent in comprehending such concepts. After all, even the astute Odin had struggled for countless years without yielding particularly significant results. As Odin observed Roman's gaze fixed upon the monument of life, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. This artifact was indeed formidable, yet it posed an immense challenge to comprehend. His own insights were limited, which naturally diminished its utility for him. The strength of the Aesir was well known, and as a member of the royal lineage, Odin was exceptionally powerful. Consequently, attempting to evolve himself through the evolutionary equations inscribed upon this monument was not merely a matter of superficial understanding. Without a profound grasp of the equations, for Odin, this monument of life would merely be a trivial embellishment, lacking any significant weight. Should Roman choose this item, Odin would not feel particularly remorseful. This is the one, Roman declared as he turned to Odin, promptly revealing his choice. Given that it pertained to evolutionary equations, Roman was eager to see how it might assist in the evolution of mutants. Although he understood that any benefits would not manifest instantly, he believed this artifact could potentially foster the advancement of the mutant race under the reign of King Krakoa. Thus, he opted for it without hesitation. After transferring the item, Roman looked directly at Odin. Having made his decision, indeed. Let us finalize a contract, Odin proclaimed, producing a piece of parchment resembling a scroll made from sheepskin, which he handed to Roman. Upon inspection, Roman noted that the script was entirely composed of runes, a language beyond his understanding, causing him to hesitate momentarily. Contracts should not be signed lightly, and Roman was acutely aware of this, especially when it came to pacts with devils. Despite Odin's relatively upright character, Roman was wary of placing complete trust in him. Odin had once been a formidable figure, far removed from the serene demeanor he exhibited now. In truth, the notion of a contract had only just occurred to Odin. Perhaps the weight of his power had overwhelmed him, leading to a lapse in memory during their earlier transaction when no contract was established. While powerful individuals typically uphold their word and rarely break oaths, Roman was cautious about placing all his faith in a so-called newcomer. Trust was, after all, one of the most undervalued currencies in the world. It could be priceless when advantageous, yet utterly worthless when disregarded. Therefore, securing a contract was the wisest course of action. Observing Odin's cheerful expression, Roman felt somewhat speechless. Who, in their right mind, learns runes so swiftly? Nevertheless, he did not refuse. At his level, contracts capable of binding him were scarce, and one established with runes certainly qualified, prompting him to prepare for thorough study. Runes were undeniably profound, far too intricate for him to master in a brief period. However, his own time was limited. While the other Roman from a different timeline might possess ample time, I in the realm of one above all, where time flowed at a pace many times faster than that of the Marvel Universe. He would have plenty of opportunity to delve into runes, and he was also quite intrigued by the intersection of cultivation and magic. Let it be so. Casting a glance at Odin, Roman utilized mental transmission to depart from Odin's treasury. As he vanished, Odin's expression shifted to one of gravity. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly concluded that Roman's capabilities were likely augmented by the Mind Stone. It was also worth considering that if Roman were to master the Cosmic Cube and the Space Stone, the vastness of the universe would be his playground. Reflecting on this, Odin believed that entrusting the preservation of Asgard's legacy to Roman might indeed be a prudent choice, provided, of course, that Roman could be persuaded to sign the contract. Chapter 145. An uninvited guest. Upon returning to his chamber in Krakoa, Roman found himself in a rather precarious state. The veins beneath his skin were unnaturally visible, a crimson hue spreading across every inch of his flesh, rendering him akin to a horrifying figure of blood. The ultra-long distance teleportation posed no significant challenge for Roman, now that he had broken through. However, breaching the myriad seals of Odin's treasury, while achievable, exerted considerable stress on his body. Thankfully, this level of injury was not perilous for him. With his formidable regenerative abilities, he commenced a rapid recovery. I must refrain from thoughtless spatial movements in the future, unless equipped with the Space Stone. Despite feeling the intense pain coursing through him, Roman was aware that he had effectively muted the sensations. Were it not for this, even in solitude, he might have found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Sitting at the council, his physical state gradually returned to normal. Contemplating the Space Stone, he mused that had he possessed it, even the protective measures of Odin's treasury would not have impacted him so severely. Yet, until he secured the Space Stone, such thoughts were merely speculative. If given the choice, Roman wished to avoid experiencing such dangers again. As he neared full recovery, Roman poured himself a glass of water and took a sip, only to be startled by a sudden spark of light appearing beside him. Though it was their first encounter, he was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. It was a portal conjured by Kamarda's magic. However, the essence of a portal was also a form of spatial movement, and logically speaking, the current Krakoa should have been fully capable of restricting such abilities. While Odin could enter Krakoa, the disparity in their levels was apparent. Krakoa had not yet developed to a point where it could confine someone of Odin's caliber. Clearly, the individual capable of opening this portal was not someone whom Krakoa could contain. Thus, the answer became evident. With the retirement of the Ancient One, few sorcerers possessed this capability, and the one who would act so suddenly could only be one. I believe I have arrived at an opportune moment. From the portal emerged a refined man clad in a crimson cloak, his demeanor exuding an air of elegance as he spoke. Allow me to introduce myself. Although Roman was aware of Strange's existence, he refrained from directly identifying him. At this moment, Strange had only just assumed the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. It would be peculiar for too many to recognize him. Dr. Strange, the current Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj. I believe we have matters to discuss, Roman stated as he faced Strange. Please, take a seat. Before Strange could react, he found himself gently pressed into a sofa opposite Roman, a cup of tea materializing before him. Oh, thank you. Glancing at the cup in his hand, Strange appeared momentarily dazed. Although he had anticipated certain outcomes upon arriving here, being treated in such a manner was nonetheless surprising. He felt an odd sense of dissonance in the scene, yet could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. However, witnessing Roman's display, Strange mused that perhaps he could employ a similar approach for dramatic effect in the future. His magical abilities could easily replicate such feats, which, while seemingly mundane, exuded an undeniable flair. Sorcerers possessed profound control over their mental faculties, and as the Sorcerer Supreme, Strange was no novice. Through the power of the Time Stone, his mental state was exceptionally robust, preventing Roman from probing his thoughts through telepathy. Otherwise, Roman could have directly discerned Strange's intentions. Roman's approach to telepathy differed from Charles's. While Charles exercised utmost caution, rarely deploying it even against others, Roman saw no issue in utilizing it for his own advantage. Yet, after his recent breakthroughs and encounters with two extraordinary individuals, even with the Mind Stone, he could not silently infiltrate their minds. A forceful invasion would undoubtedly lead to detection and enmity. Mr. Sorcerer, what is it you wish to convey? Roman inquired, poised to hear what Strange had to say. Technically, I am the assistant sorcerer, but you may call me Strange. He corrected, sipping his tea before continuing. I wish to ascertain the outcome of your communication with Odin. Our purpose at Kamartaj is to safeguard the Earth from external influences. Roman recognized that Strange had likely been monitoring his interaction with Odin. However, it was not surprising, as many of the creators of significant Marvel crises had a penchant for wielding the powers of the Time Stone, often bordering on misuse of magic. The knowledge that Odin had come to Krakoa and engaged in dialogue with him was expected. Both Odin and Roman possessed sufficient power to thwart Strange's prying, even in the face of the Time Stone's amplification. While individual Infinity Stones were formidable, they did not confer absolute invincibility. Celestial level, or even demigod-level powers could restrict the Time Stone's probing, which explained why Roman felt emboldened to act post-Ancient One's retirement. At this juncture, he was fully capable of managing affairs without fear of detection by the past Ancient One, who could not observe him, nor could she trace her future self back to him. Everything had been meticulously prepared. Moreover, the mastery of the Mind Stone by Roman has, to a certain extent, also constrained the power of the Time Stone. Although the Mind Stone does not exert a particularly significant influence over time, it is quite natural for an owner with such a high degree of compatibility, especially among the Infinity Stones, to possess a unique form of protection. Observing Strange, Roman smiled as he spoke, his eyes twinkling with a hint of coldness. This fellow arrived unannounced, and it was already quite commendable for him to extend a modicum of hospitality. Yet he audaciously expected Roman to divulge the outcome of his communication with Odin. Despite possessing the Time Stone, Strange's own strength barely grazed the edges of the celestial hierarchy, yet he dared to be so arrogant? Chapter 146. The discovery of the Red Devil. Upon hearing Roman's words, Strange's expression remained unperturbed. In truth, he was quite aware of his less-than-ideal social standing due to his working style. However, he would not alter his essence. A genius possesses a distinct character, and in certain respects, he was quite akin to Tony Stark, the Iron Man. Coincidentally, in one particular timeline, Stark also had the potential to become the Sorcerer Supreme. If I do not speak, what will you do? Roman's tone was remarkably calm as he regarded Strange. I shall do nothing, but I implore you to refrain from bringing troubles to Earth. The challenges Odin is about to face are far from simple. Strange refrained from pressing too aggressively but offered a cautionary note. Through the powers of the Time Stone, he could glimpse future events, thus he was keenly aware that Ragnarok would transpire in Asgard. While Kamartaj sought to protect Earth, Ragnarok was no trivial matter. He wished for Earth to remain untouched by such calamity. If Earth were entangled in this affair, given its current capabilities, it would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the consequences. The nature of my communication with him will not affect Earth. Having spoken, Strange stepped directly into a portal, vanishing from sight. Observing the spot where Strange had just stood, Roman felt the undeniable arrogance of the sorcerer. Although Strange had only possessed his current strength for a mere year, and even in terms of raw power, he had yet to reach Roman's level, his extreme hubris and somewhat self-centered disposition were indeed off-putting. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? A wisp of red smoke materialized, revealing a man with red skin, resembling a malevolent spirit. He observed Roman savoring his tea, uncertainty evident in his voice. Provide me with a suitable reason, or you know the consequences. Casting a glance at the Red Devil before him, Roman responded with a measured calm. The Red Devil was a formidable telepath, endowed with remarkable teleportation abilities and an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan. Roman had also replicated his abilities, integrating and enhancing his own. The Red Devil had once served as a trusted lieutenant in Black King's Hellfire Club, later joining Magneto's Brotherhood after the former's demise at Magneto's hands. Subsequently, he evaded capture by Trask Industries, utilizing his potent spatial abilities to escape before the impending crisis. Over the years, despite the plight of mutants, he had managed to thrive. When Roman's power escalated, and with Magneto's presence, he sought out the Red Devil. Initially, the latter contemplated fleeing, unaware of the true extent of a telepath empowered by the Mind Stone. Upon their first encounter, the Red Devil was instantly ensnared by Roman's telepathic hold. Naturally, even without such binding, the Red Devil would not have evaded Roman's perceptive reach. However, Roman saw no need to engage in a game of cat and mouse with him. For someone like the Red Devil, Roman offered but two choices: freedom coupled with death, or submission accompanied by life. Thus, the Red Devil joined Krakoa and diligently served Roman. Now, with the sudden appearance of the Red Devil in his chamber, it was evident that something significant had transpired. Noticing Roman's impassive demeanor, the Red Devil trembled slightly. Having experienced Roman's formidable telepathic abilities firsthand, he had also followed the latter's battle with Captain Marvel. Feeling fortunate for not having fled and consequently working even harder for Roman, little did he anticipate stumbling upon a major event, prompting him to seek Roman's favor without further contemplation. Gazing at Roman, the Red Devil braced himself for Roman to probe his consciousness. Roman, slightly puzzled but nonetheless proceeded to read the Red Devil's thoughts. Under normal circumstances, he refrained from casually intruding upon others' minds, as it was unnecessary and could foster resentment. However, should the situation demand it, he would utilize his telepathy. Through this power, Roman gleaned the information the Red Devil wished to convey, prompting a contemplative expression to cross his face. Excellent. After a moment of reflection, Roman enhanced the Red Devil's abilities slightly through the amplification of his powers. In truth, the Red Devil, capable of genuine submission to Roman, was not merely due to Roman's overwhelming strength. His rewards were indeed substantial. Having previously experienced the effects of Roman's enhancements, the Red Devil sincerely pledged his loyalty. Nearly maximizing his abilities, the Red Devil found himself with newfound potential after Roman's enhancement, which was more than sufficient to earn his unwavering allegiance. "Thank you, Your Majesty, I take my leave." Having spoken, the Red Devil lingered not, swiftly departing. Observing his hasty exit, Roman remained silent, contemplating the significant matter that had unexpectedly arisen. This issue, while considerable, could also be seen as minor. Depending on perspective, it primarily pertained to the Skrulls, and the Red Devil fortuitously encountered a gathering of disguised Skrulls. Possessing a unique ability to camouflage, he managed to eavesdrop on the proceedings of this meeting. Should the contents of this meeting be divulged, humanity's perception of the Skrull threat would escalate dramatically. Chapter 147. Subsequent measures due to humanity's counteroffensive against the Skrulls, the losses incurred by the latter reached an intolerable level, leading to this convening of Skrull leaders. Notably, this meeting seemed connected to the emergence of Krakoa. Witnessing the birth of mutants and recognizing Roman's formidable prowess, the Skrulls began to perceive the potential of the mutant race, prompting a surge of ideas. However, they did not intend to replicate mutants. Although the Skrulls could achieve near-perfect transformations, they could not replicate one critical element: the X gene and the extraordinary abilities possessed by mutants. Of course, this did not imply that all Skrulls were incapable of replication. Rather, it was the ordinary Skrulls who faced limitations. As a once powerful race capable of contending with the Kree Empire, the Skrulls were by no means simple. While their transformation abilities were formidable, they were insufficient to elevate their race to the pinnacle of the universe and establish the Skrull Empire alongside the Kree and Shi'ar empires as the three great empires of the cosmos. Within the Skrull populace, there existed a formidable entity known as the Super Skrull, akin to how Scions possess Super Scion forms. Ordinary Skrulls struggled to replicate extraordinary powers and were not significantly more powerful than average humans. In contrast, Super Skrulls could replicate virtually any gene, acquiring a myriad of superpowers and possessing terrifying strength. According to the intelligence gleaned by the Red Devil, upon witnessing the emergence of mutants and recognizing the potent genes and abilities inherent to them, the Skrulls prepared to summon several Super Skrulls from across the cosmos to secure Earth for their OWN.IT. Was evident that the Skrulls understood that relying solely on ordinary Skrulls would not suffice to conquer Earth. Previously, they had planned to infiltrate the upper echelons of various nations to incite a third world war. However, their plans were thwarted when their cover was blown, leaving many preparations incomplete. Consequently, when humanity discovered the Skrulls' presence, they exercised greater caution with regard to their nuclear arsenals and numerous nations began to unite, depriving the scrolls of any opportunity to instigate a third world war. Under such circumstances, conventional methods would surely be inadequate for seizing Earth. Moreover, there existed a more powerful scroll deity, yet Roman held little regard for this elusive figure, who evidently feared Odin. Such timidity indicated an inability to contend with Odin's might as the ruler of the Nine Realms. Odin undoubtedly represented one of Earth's most formidable protectors. Roman harbored no fear of such strength. Naturally, following Roman's previous confrontation with Captain Marvel, various astute factions in the cosmos became aware of the emergence of two new powerful entities on Earth, further deterring them from inciting conflict. Even the once mighty Kree, having been repelled by Captain Marvel, abandoned any notions of invading Earth. Roman remained unconcerned about the Super Skrulls, however, upon learning of the Skrulls' covetous intentions towards mutants. He would not permit the mutants to be hunted by the Skrulls. Although the so-called Super Skrulls pose little threat to Roman, they still represent a significant danger to other mutants, including Professor X and Magneto. Consequently, after informing the higher-ups of Krakoa, Roman began contemplating how to leverage this information. If utilized wisely, such intelligence could greatly enhance Krakoa's position. Wait a moment, why do I feel as though I have become a beast of burden? I reveal my strength to ease my burdens, yet I find myself overthinking matters. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck Roman, leaving him momentarily silent. Frankly speaking, he had anticipated that showcasing his power would result in fewer responsibilities. And at the very least, he would be spared from some of Krakoa's more absurd troubles. However, he was unprepared for the number of high-caliber individuals he would encounter. There was no need to elaborate on Captain Marvel. Then came Odin, followed by Strange, each one formidable and unique. In such a short span of time, he had met them all, and it was rather unsettling. The Skynet, he called out. Skynet, are you there? I am. Please organize the information and relay it to Professor X and Magneto. I hereby entrust the matter entirely to them, Roman spoke, simultaneously transmitting the relevant details about the Skrulls through his communication bracelet to Skynet. Understood. Speaking of which, there are indeed numerous troubles on this planet at present. The impending Super Skrulls are eyeing Earth's dominion with keen interest, which is rather troublesome. Additionally, there is Ultron, who lurks in the shadows, quietly developing Sentinel robots. Roman had not anticipated that Ultron would remain hidden for so long, and it was difficult to fathom how formidable the re-emerging Ultron would be. Although he preferred to avoid external complications, he felt compelled to scrutinize Odin's contract to discern any potential issues. Odin's time was limited. Should he perish, it would lead to significant complications. While Roman was aware that Thor would not be the Rune King Thor and Loki was not the trickster god he was known to be, he nonetheless sought to acquire those precious items through proper channels. Thus, he needed to thoroughly examine the contract. If it proved satisfactory, he could sign it with confidence, making his acquisition all the more justified and resolute. It must be said that the rune symbols are indeed complex. Roman admitted that relying solely on his abilities would not suffice for thorough research. However, he reminded himself that he was not alone. The collective strength of all Romans was behind him, with many supporting him. How could one not feel empowered? Chapter 148. The collision of chi refinement and magic. The rune symbols are quite intriguing. On the sunlit beach, a white-haired man, whose alabaster skin might incite jealousy among women, displayed a physique of perfect lines and well-defined muscles, clad only in a pair of beach shorts. His expression radiated interest. The sight of his smile momentarily halted a passing woman in her tracks. As the leader of the Trinity sect, Roman had lived for several decades in this world, yet his appearance had remained largely unchanged thanks to his deepening mastery of the reverse birth triple technique. Leading him closer to an ordinary human state. In his earlier days, Roman's pallor had been unusually striking. The only side effect of the improved reverse birth triple technique was that he appeared exceptionally pale, even more so than individuals suffering from albinism. While people in this era pursue a certain degree of fairness, it remains within the bounds of normality. However, with the advancements in the reverse birth triple technique over the years, Roman's condition had returned to a more natural state. He now merely appeared as a somewhat fair young man. His previous striking appearance had not significantly impacted him, but it did render him conspicuous in a crowd, hindering his ability to enjoy life. For instance, enjoying the sunlight on the beach in his earlier state would have attracted far too much attention. Although he had not abandoned his cultivation in pursuit of ascension, He had gradually come to understand why no true ascended immortals had emerged in modern times. The reason is simple. Since the 1940s and into the 21st century, as a being at the pinnacle of this world, Roman had felt acutely that the environmental conditions had changed considerably over time. The rules governing the world had become more severe, and the ceiling of the world had lowered, imposing greater restrictions on mutants. This shift may not heavily affect ordinary mutants, but for someone of his caliber, the consequences were quite pronounced, with restrictions becoming more stringent. The path to further advancement resembled that of an ordinary person climbing a mountain with a heavy burden. Each step upward was fraught with difficulty. After 60 to 70 years, what significant changes had occurred in Roman compared to his past self? In terms of raw power, he had only experienced slight improvements, which were not particularly substantial. This pace would be considered exceedingly slow for an ordinary cultivator. Every small advancement Roman achieved was under the immense pressure of the world's ceiling, akin to climbing under an overwhelming load. In essence, his progress was not merely a matter of personal cultivation, but a struggle against the world's fundamental rules. At this stage, Roman began to comprehend why the legendary Wudong founder, Zhang Sanfeng, was regarded as a prodigy yet only ascended after 200 years. In the distant past, many cultivators attained immortality in their 30s or even earlier. However, as time progressed, the age at which one could ascend grew increasingly older, culminating in figures like Zhang Sanfeng, who nearly reached the limits of their lifespan before achieving ascension. This is the impact of the changes in the world. The situation Roman faced bore striking similarities to that of Zhang Sanfeng, perhaps even more severe. Centuries have passed since Zhang Sanfeng's Ming dynasty, and the current era Roman inhabits has undergone significant transformation in just a few decades. Over hundreds of years, the changes would be even more pronounced. Thus, the pressure Roman experienced would undoubtedly surpass that which Zhang Sanfeng faced. Nevertheless, Roman harbored no particular concerns. Having improved the reverse birth triple technique, he could, to a certain extent, determine his lifespan, free from worries about mortality, as long as he focused on enhancing his strength. Moreover, enduring the world's ceiling provided Roman with a process of tempering. His chi became increasingly refined and pure during this journey. Additionally, he possessed his own confidence, which allowed him to remain composed. For instance, the information regarding the rune symbols conveyed by mutant Roman piqued his interest. Though originating from the Marvel universe and entirely distinct from the chi refinement system, Roman found it captivating. Despite being his first encounter with the rune symbols, he sensed the potential for valuable insights. Having lived in this world for so long, Roman had encountered various cultivation methods, both domestically and internationally, including magic, witchcraft, and martial energy. As for whether the holders of those traditions would resist, Roman felt no apprehension. His legendary feats of withstanding nuclear explosions had been circulated among the influential figures of the present, and some clandestine recordings had even spread in this world. Anyone with a modicum of power was likely familiar with Roman, the one capable of enduring nuclear blasts. Most importantly, after 70 to 80 years, Roman still maintained the appearance of a youth, and the title of exiled immortal had taken on an almost mythical quality. Even the major powers abroad dared not adopt a hardline stance due to his presence. Thus, delving into the rune symbol system and conducting cross-system research was not particularly daunting. Intriguing. After a brief study, Roman felt that the rune symbols were indeed fascinating. Compared to his current understanding, the rune symbols delved deeper into realms that seemed more aligned with the laws of nature. If he were to invest time in proper research, he might uncover more efficient methods to counter the world's laws governing mutants and advance more effectively. Truthfully, he was eager to witness what the realm of immortals in this world was like and how those immortals existed. He sensed that the content of the rune symbols bore some resemblance to the various inscriptions documented in the Tongtianlu, albeit with a depth of meaning that was likely far more profound. It was not that Taoist symbols were inferior to the rune symbols, but rather that the creator of the Taoist symbols did not match Odin's caliber. Nevertheless, the combination of the Tongtianlu and the rune symbols presented a highly intriguing prospect. Contemplating the potential synergy between the Tongtianlu and the rune symbols, Roman found it to be an engaging idea. Of course, after considering the circumstances surrounding mutant Roman, he resolved to first investigate the specific meanings of the rune symbols, addressing mutant Roman's issues before delving into further research. Chapter 149. The Influence of Roman. Hey handsome, can I have your contact information? Just as Roman was preparing to thoroughly explore the rune symbols, An unexpected voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Adorned in a sultry bikini, her figure is irresistibly alluring, even boasting a defined waistline. She embodies the essence of a stunning wave-haired beauty. With sunglasses perched elegantly on her nose and a charming smile gracing her lips. She approaches Luomin with confidence. One glance at her radiant smile reveals her unwavering self-assurance in her own allure, to the point that when she requests Luomin's contact information, she does so without a hint of doubt that he might refuse her. The phrase scoundrel with a perm, temptress with flowing waves, while somewhat reductive, does capture a significant truth. Perhaps it is Luomin's air of purity that leads her to perceive him as an innocent young man, ripe for seduction by her mature charm. However, Luomin muses that if this young woman harbors such thoughts, she is indeed naively misguided. Having reached his level of cultivation, his perception of energies is astoundingly precise. Much like the original timeline's Master Tian, whose attitude towards Xia He, the bone-cutting knife wielder, was influenced not only by her association with Zhang Lingyu but also by her own pure aura. The title of bone-cutting knife is primarily due to her innate abilities, yet her character remains unblemished. In contrast, the wave-haired beauty before Luomin, while appearing vibrant and beautiful, possesses an aura that is chaotic and tainted. He can hardly fathom how rapidly she changes partners, and he feels a sense of disdain towards her. "I'm afraid it's not convenient," he replies with a polite smile, despite the deep-seated aversion he feels towards such women. This response momentarily stuns the confident beauty. "I have a girlfriend," Luomin adds after observing the fleeting look of dismay on her face. For a typical beauty, Luomin has long since abandoned any worldly desires. If she were not an outsider, her aura would be easily influenced by external factors, rendering it relatively impure. Such a sensitive individual as Luomin cannot tolerate such circumstances. Furthermore, considering his virtually limitless lifespan, it is unlikely that any ordinary person could accompany him into old age, or rather, he would never truly age, thus rendering any such relationship superficial. He then regards the young woman thoughtfully and shifts slightly, addressing her earnestly. "It seems there may be an issue with your skin. Perhaps you should consult a doctor." He gestures toward the subtle red spots on her otherwise flawless skin, offering a gentle reminder. The wave-haired beauty, upon realizing the implications of Luomin's words, furrows her brow in an instant. Were he not an impeccable gentleman, she might have dismissed him as delusional. She understands all too well what he implies, merely hinting at the possibility of a venereal disease. The thought sends a wave of panic coursing through her, and without a second thought, she turns and flees as if her home were ablaze. One must take care of their body, Luomin murmurs as he watches her retreating figure before rising to leave. Clearly, this setting is not conducive to his studies of the rune of Luen. Though the beach, sunlight, and coastal scenery are delightful, the paid nature of the location and the presence of attractive women do not lend themselves to a tranquil environment for research. He has encountered similar situations with women requesting his contact information several times before. If this continues, he would inevitably face more such encounters. Changing into a floral shirt, he leisurely departs, glancing at a shadowy corner with a smile as he leaves. He realizes that even from a kilometer away, he can sense everything, truly a testament to his status as an immortal being. In a dimly lit grove, 3 plainclothes men exchange glances, having been dispatched upon learning of Luomin's arrival in the area. Their mission is not to surveil him, but rather to prevent any unwelcome disturbances that might interrupt his peace, enabling them to respond swiftly if necessary. In truth, both Luomin and Master Tian are regarded not as ordinary individuals, but as volatile entities, capable of unleashing chaos. The terror of Master Tian's 5 Thunder Dharma is akin to that of a human missile. As for Luomin, though he has seldom taken action over the years, his reputation as an immortal is not solely a result of that one incident in the islands 4 or 5 years ago. 2 millennia ago, he had intervened for reasons unknown, obliterating the Yasukuni shrine and the entire mountain it resided upon. Such divine might, akin to a natural disaster, made Luomin a figure of recognition across the globe. In some circles, he is even referred to as a deity. In the aftermath, the Yasukuni shrine was completely eradicated, and no one dared to reconstruct it, leaving the wrongdoers without the opportunity to enjoy the incense offerings, an immense relief to the populace. When one reaches Luomin's level of power, they are akin to a human nuclear missile, devoid of any radioactive contamination, yet possessing unparalleled maneuverability. The individuals within that organization hold him in high esteem. further motivating them to shield him from any unwitting provocations. Rest assured, our leader will not take offense. We can conclude our duties here, leaving the rest to our comrades over there, the team leader of the organization reassures his companions. Exhaling in relief, his teammates nod in agreement, feeling the pressure lift now that Luomin has departed. Although Luomin exudes an unassuming demeanor, devoid of any overwhelming energy, the onlookers are well-versed in various perceptual techniques. They remain acutely aware of the oceanic depths of power concealed beneath his calm exterior. Previously, they had observed him in silence, too intimidated to breathe loudly. Now, a sense of ease washes over them. Chapter 150. The aftermath of research. Luomin is well aware of the staff in the organization, yet he remains indifferent. Notably, among them are several acquaintances and even disciples from the Sani sect, who hold positions of authority within the organization, as a national entity. As long as he abides by societal norms, they will not interfere with him, primarily assisting in resolving minor inconveniences. The hotel receptionist whom Luomin had glanced at feels somewhat stiff after his departure. The smile he left behind has left her both enchanted and slightly intimidated. As a newcomer to the organization assigned to the hotel, she has never encountered such grandeur and never expected to be noticed by a legendary figure like Luomin. She feels her life has been enriched. Xiao Qiao, what's wrong? Have you been captivated by that handsome guy? A fellow employee teases, noticing her dazed expression. Yes, indeed. He is truly stunning, she replies. It's your first day at work. And not only is he good-looking, but his physique is top-notch as well. That white hair of his. It's so silky, and his aura is just as her colleague rambles on about Luomin. It's clear that she is enamored with his looks. Perhaps even having a particular fondness for white-haired individuals. Despite knowing that someone like Luomin is beyond her reach, she indulges in daydreams about him. Seeing her colleague's excitement, Xiao Qiao engages in the conversation, gradually easing her own tension. In truth, the number of employees from the organization that Luomin has perceived is quite substantial. Within this hotel alone, there are no fewer than a dozen. Surrounding the hotel, the number swells to 3 or 4 dozen. Through such treatment, Luomin can discern the intensity of the organization's regard for him. In fact, individuals of his caliber are typically afforded such privileges. Master Tian, who remains secluded in Longhu Mountain, tends to avoid such troublesome affairs. For someone of his ascetic nature, staying there does not greatly impact him. In contrast, Luomin is simply indifferent. The staff is very mindful of Luomin's feelings, striving to prevent any discomfort for him. They are quite tactful. For instance, the presidential suite he occupies has been entirely cleared of other guests, allowing him a semblance of tranquility. Thank you for your hard work, he says with a gentle smile to a young security personnel stationed at the edge of the affected floor, patting him on the shoulder before heading toward his room. As Luomin's figure recedes, the young man, momentarily stunned, feels a surge of warmth flood his face. Were it not for the constraints of working hours, he would have likely jumped for joy. Luomin finds the young man's reaction quite normal. It reflects his status and influence in this era, an undeniable force. Returning to his chamber, Roman closed the door behind him and entered the specially transformed quiet room. He then began to delve into the runes transmitted from his own essence. The number of these runes was vast, yet Roman chose not to study the intricate inscriptions etched upon the leaves of the world tree directly. That section was overwhelmingly complex and lacked a coherent structure, rendering the research exceedingly challenging. Instead, he opted to examine the contents of the contract documents provided by Odin, particularly focusing on the writings inscribed upon the esteemed nation scrolls, cross-referencing them with the annotations recorded on the world tree's leaves. This approach would facilitate a more convenient analysis. Although there remained a lack of instructional commentary, the information was far more organized compared to the chaotic and unstructured content, making it relatively simpler to study. However, the runes on the contract documents conveyed a subtle meaning. To comprehend them fully, Roman needed to juxtapose them with the runes inscribed on the world tree's leaves for comparative analysis. By interpreting the arrangement in the contract documents alongside the inherent rules emanating from the leaves, Roman was able to ascertain the general significance of the content. In addition to Odin's contract, he also sought to explore the runes from the Tongtian Lu for his study of the runes. Although Taoist runes and runes from the Norse tradition belonged to two distinct systems, they fundamentally represented a discourse on rules, allowing individuals to better engage with and comprehend these principles. Consequently, there existed a certain interconnectedness between the two forms of runes. Most importantly, Roman had thoroughly researched the contents of the Tongtianlu over the past several decades. By correlating the Taoist runes with the runes of the Norse tradition, Roman quickly enhanced his understanding. Furthermore, the content within the Tongtianlu was comparatively more accessible than that of the runes, allowing for a more gradual and manageable study. While Roman was engrossed in his research, a sudden and intense transformation began to manifest in the surrounding environment. Oddly, had it not been a clear day? Why were dark clouds gathering in the sky? The staff stationed at the entrance of the hotel gazed up at the swiftly changing sky, their faces etched with confusion. Though weather forecasts could sometimes be inaccurate, such a dramatic shift seemed implausible. Something feels amiss. Look, there's lightning within those clouds, remarked another young man, swallowing hard as he observed the flickering bolts, as the storm clouds crackled with thunder. An inexplicable sensation washed over them, reminiscent of a mouse sensing a cat, an instinctual tremor from the depths of their being that signaled something was indeed amiss. Could it be that he has suddenly gained enlightenment and is about to undergo tribulation for ascension? The mere suggestion left the two speechless, and they silently braced themselves against the mounting pressure. Ascension, though recorded throughout history, felt too distant for contemporary individuals. If it were indeed to occur, the shock would be profound. Chapter 151. The Awe of Heavenly Tribulation. Red lightning alert. What's going on? The sudden alarm bewildered those in the vicinity of the Hotel Ion, the face of unparalleled celestial might. Even humanity, perched at the apex of the earthly food chain, found itself compelled to step aside. Meanwhile, Roman, deeply absorbed in his study of the runes, was abruptly jolted by the emergence of thunder. Approaching the window, he beheld the terrifying spectacle outside, rendered momentarily speechless in his decades of life. He had never witnessed such a tremendous display of lightning. Even the venerable celestial masters, unleashing the full power of the five thunders, had not conjured such an awe-inspiring spectacle. He recalled that the weather had not been this extreme before. Clearly, if all went as expected, this tempest was likely connected to him, or rather, to his studies of the runes. The runes were evidently a sophisticated element within the Marvel Universe. At the very least, Rune King Thor shared a significant connection with them. If the Tongtianlu, this extraordinary craft, barely grazed the realm of immortals, then the runes, even among the loftiest of celestial artifacts, were of considerable sophistication, almost directly articulating the fundamental rules of existence. Although different worlds possessed certain variations in their rules, they ultimately converged. Any extraordinary phenomenon emerging from the cosmos must inevitably undergo tribulation before it could manifest. Roman had initially thought he might never experience the tribulation that could only be encountered by a quintessential protagonist of the celestial path, or that he would have to wait until his own ascension to face such an ordeal. It was unexpected to confront it so soon. Having lived long enough, he felt somewhat numb, as if he were merely a machine of cultivation. This was what made it intriguing. Gazing at the brewing thunderstorm above, Roman could sense the overwhelming majesty of the celestial wrath, igniting a spark of battle spirit within his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Roman, are you there? One of the security personnel pondered briefly before Roman responded. Do not worry. Leave it to me. As the tribulation gathered, he knew he had to relocate. Otherwise, innocent bystanders in the vicinity would undoubtedly be affected, and he wished to avoid any collateral damage. However, he wondered if this tribulation possessed any intelligence to follow him. Based on the faint but powerful will of the heavens that seemed to hone in on him, Roman felt assured that the tribulation was indeed targeting him, rather than the surrounding area. Fortunately, the hotel was not far from the coast, allowing him to seek a location over the ocean to face his tribulation. Stepping out onto the balcony and surveying the ominous sky, Roman transformed into a streak of white light. Soaring through the heavens and swiftly heading toward the depths of the ocean. It's Roman. Some keen-eyed staff members at the hotel noticed the fleeting white light in the sky. Roman's reputation had spread for decades, and thus his mode of travel, characterized by a signature white glow, was well known among most extraordinary individuals. Even within the Trinity sect, where disciples were numerous, only a few, like Lu Jin, had reached the late stages of the second layer of reverse life, barely qualifying for the practice of the white rainbow technique. The white rainbow technique, which allowed flight without external aid and had a longevity-enhancing effect in the reverse life realm, along with the notable figure of Roman the exiled celestial, contributed to the growing renown of the Trinity sect. As the dark clouds shifted, they seemed to follow Roman. The onlookers gazed at the tumultuous clouds roiling with lightning, trailing behind Roman as he moved. Could Roman really be undergoing tribulation for ascension? While many had speculated over the years about Roman's potential for ascension, he had remained silent on the matter. However, the grandeur of the current spectacle made it hard for people not to ponder whether Roman would indeed achieve immortality. Anyone observing Roman, who had lived so long yet still appeared youthful, would inevitably question whether he had attained celestial status. Yet, as long as Roman remained reticent, no one dared to assert such a claim or inquire about it. The higher-ups at Na Do Tong were unconcerned with Roman's potential ascension. Whether he became an immortal or not was ultimately beneficial for the nation. If he ascended, it would validate that the path to immortality was still attainable. And in some respects, possessing an immortal would greatly enhance the nation's formidable presence. Conversely, if he did not ascend, it hardly mattered. The existence of one nearing immortality was akin to having a human-shaped nuclear weapon, an unparalleled deterrent without needing to elaborate further. Seal off the surrounding areas, control the information to prevent it from leaking online. Seeing the shifting clouds in the sky, the head of Na Do Tong swiftly issued commands. The distinction between extraordinary individuals and ordinary citizens necessitated a degree of secrecy. Otherwise, the repercussions could be detrimental. An existence akin to an immortal required even greater discretion. If society became aware that ascension was possible, everyone would pursue it, jeopardizing progress. Moreover, not everyone possessed the aptitude for cultivation, let alone the talent to reach the celestial realm. Centuries could pass before a single immortal emerged, perhaps even longer, making such occurrences rare indeed. Extraordinary individuals constituted a minority within the population. Fortunately, Roman's speed in the sky was so swift that, in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from their sight. If these extraordinary beings struggled to keep up, ordinary people were even less likely to notice anything at all. However, the unusual direction of the storm clouds warranted a precautionary information lockdown. Yes, also, check the fishing boats at sea. Send a warning for them to disperse to avoid any casualties. Understood. Notifications are being sent. Good. I hope everything goes smoothly. The head of Na Do Tong gazed at the clouds traversing the sky, quietly murmuring to himself. Chapter 152. The majestic might of heaven, this will do. Arriving above an uninhabited island, Roman surveyed the dark clouds swirling above, thick with thunder, before coming to a halt and gently descending onto the island. Though he possessed the ability to fly, he remained uncertain about the toll that resisting the heavenly tribulation would exact on him, so he opted for a grounded approach to confront it. However, this particular island, though referred to as an island, is merely a few dozen meters in diameter, devoid of any vegetation. Surrounding areas lack the passage of vessels, making it an ideal location for transcending tribulations. Are you coming? Observing the increasingly tumultuous lightning in the sky, Luomin felt that the time was drawing near. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to stow away his devouring pouch in a secure location, lest it be damaged by the heavenly thunder. The art of divine mechanisms, refined through countless trials, is indeed a remarkable technique. Perhaps it was after accepting Zhang Zibu that he was granted protection. Coupled with Luomin's reputation as a banished immortal, which has only grown stronger. Another wielder of the 8 extraordinary techniques, Ma Binzai, seeking the safety of his descendants, felt there was no evading fate and ultimately chose to serve under Luomin. Consequently, not only did Ma Binzai join, but he also inspired the establishment of a refining lineage within the Trinity sect. The exceptionally gifted Ma Xianhong also joined the Trinity sect, receiving significant cultivation support. His innate talents, untainted by frequent memory alterations, proved to be far more formidable compared to his original world. It is evident that the continuous modification of one's soul does incur a toll on their innate abilities. However, in this lifetime, Ma Xianhong is spared the anguish of familial ruin, enjoying instead a harmonious family life. To be frank, Luomin did not actively seek out the 8 extraordinary techniques, yet the fact that 2 possessors joined the Trinity sect was somewhat unexpected. While Zhang Zibu's inclusion can be disregarded, the addition of Ma Binzai and Ma Xianhong undoubtedly signifies a profound alteration in this world. Nevertheless, Luomin felt no backlash from fate. On the contrary, the influence of the mirrored dimension in this world has been steadily increasing. Come forth. I am eager to experience the essence of the heavenly tribulation. Gazing at the sky, Luomin spoke directly. Perhaps sensing his intent, the surging dark clouds above roiled, and the wildly crackling lightning converged upon Luomin's position. From a distance, a colossal silver lightning pillar appeared between heaven and sea, a sight most fearsome. After a brief moment, as the first bolt of lightning dissipated, Luomin reappeared, exhaling a breath of relief. His form was enveloped in white mist, his clothing having vanished without a trace. Ordinary garments could scarcely withstand the onslaught of heavenly thunder. Even Luomin, possessing the triple rebirth, had been annihilated and remade several times under the terrifying ordeal of the thunderous tribulation. Having resided in this world for several decades, he witnessed a nation's rebirth and growth, achieving the pinnacle of power within this realm. Yet, beneath the weight of this lightning calamity, he realized that there remained vast potential for his strength to ascend. Bathed in the previous bolt of heavenly thunder, his body, relying on the triple rebirth, had been reshaped multiple times. During this process, he distinctly felt that the essence of his triple rebirth was progressing further, becoming more pure, more refined, and increasingly powerful. Most importantly, amidst the thunder's onslaught, Luomin experienced a profound communion with the will of heaven and earth, enhancing his state of unity between man and nature. In this elevated state of harmony, he gained insights into his cultivation path, recognizing numerous previously unconsidered shortcomings and envisioning new avenues for future development. Significantly, his comprehension of the rune of Luin became clearer under these circumstances. This heavenly tribulation represented both a peril and an opportunity for him. Perhaps through this trial, the celestial path Luomin had long sought would not remain so distant again. Observing the relentless torrent of thunder that continued to pour from the sky, Luomin smiled with no trace of trepidation. Perhaps hearing his words, the thunder did not hesitate but cascaded down once more, this time with even greater intensity than before. Amidst the grand deluge of lightning, Luomin's form transformed entirely into one composed of white energy, which continuously dissipated and replenished under the thunder's bombardment. His originally pure white form, under the baptism of silver lightning, subtly revealed hints of a silvery sheen. Terrifying indeed. Could this be the essence of tribulation? Navigating a vessel, employees of the all-pervading company observed from a distance the sight of the lightning's descent, their faces reflecting awe. They had come primarily to witness Luomin's fate during this tribulation, whether he would survive, perish, or ascend. Regardless, they were keenly focused on the individual closest to attaining immortality in modern times. Moreover, upon hearing of this event, all but one of the 10 elders had prepared to converge here, including an ancient celestial master who had not descended for many years. The atmosphere suggested that this thunder would not cease for several days. Perhaps there would even be a total of 81 bolts of heavenly lightning. Uncertain, yet this gathering of the 10 elders was indeed a rare sight to behold. In any case, it had little bearing on them. They merely needed to monitor Luomin's condition closely. As discussions flowed, their gazes remained fixed upon Luomin's position, unwilling to miss this epoc's first, and possibly last, tribulation. Although historical legends indicate that significant events, such as ascensions, are often accompanied by tribulations, detailed verification remains elusive. Thus, Luomin's current ordeal serves as invaluable documentation. Even at the onset of the tribulation, some had set up cameras to record the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 153. The moment of astonishment. The thunderstorm persisted for 9 days. Luomin never anticipated that such a tribulation would last for 9 consecutive days. 9 bolts of lightning each day, with the 81st bolt expected to conclude the ordeal. For an ordinary individual, enduring a baptism of thunder for 9 days and nights raises uncertainties about survival, let alone the risk of starvation. However, Luomin's profound mastery of the triple rebirth enabled him to draw upon the energies of heaven and earth, converting them into life-sustaining energy, allowing him to endure without food for an extended period. Naturally, despite his ability to forego sustenance, indulging in food, especially delicacies, remains a source of enjoyment, and thus Luomin would not refrain from eating. Meanwhile, the external circumstances surrounding this event had escalated beyond trivial matters. Headlines that ought to have dominated trending searches were suppressed, yet the 9 days of relentless thunder ultimately proved too monumental to ignore. As word spread, many sought to witness the phenomenon firsthand. The all-pervading company's capabilities effectively restricted access to most, yet a few managed to navigate various vessels to the vicinity, only to be promptly expelled. Those permitted to observe up close, aside from the all-pervading company, included certain exceptional individuals, leaders of the Ten Elders, such as the Tangmin Master and Wudong sect leader, as well as promising young talents among the extraordinary. The situation on the external network was even more frenzied than that on the internal platform. Superstitious foreigners speculated about divine manifestations. Only a few high-ranking officials were privy to some insider information, yet the specifics remained elusive. In summary, the occurrence of this heavenly tribulation captured the attention of the entire world. Old Lu, your little disciple, is truly becoming increasingly inscrutable. An elderly celestial master, Zhang Jiwei, observed the sight of the lightning's descent, speaking to the middle-aged gentleman beside him, who, despite appearing no older than 50, bore a full head of white hair, none other than Lu Jin. Due to Luomen's improvements to the triple rebirth, those who cultivate it to considerable depth can enjoy a degree of longevity. Should one attain the third level, they could maintain eternal youth, akin to Luomen. Of course, there exists another method of prolonging youth, akin to the previous left gates approach, forcing oneself to remain youthful. This could be achieved by reaching the second level of the triple rebirth. However, such an approach would deplete mental energy and is not sustainable. Lu Jin need not conceal his age behind a facade of youth. Yet even as he ages naturally, he grows older at a significantly slower rate than his contemporaries, such as Zhang Jiwei. Observing the position of the heavenly thunder, Lu Jin could not help but remark. He had always found Luomen somewhat perplexing. Ever since Luomen pioneered the new third level of the triple rebirth, everything about him had become increasingly enigmatic. This was the 81st bolt of heavenly tribulation, likely the final one. Even the journey to the west faced but 81 trials, observing the dark clouds beginning to recede, yet the lightning becoming more concentrated. Zhang Jiwei spoke up. Over the 9 days and nights, they did not endure the same intensity as Luomen, taking occasional rest, yet observing the grand spectacle of thunder up close. Zhang Jiwei, being an adept in the art of thunder, felt as though he was on the brink of significant advancement in his understanding of thunder law. The contraction of the thunderclouds can easily lead one to envision that the next lightning strike will become even more concentrated and terrifying. Similarly, for someone like him, who is adept in the art of lightning, this represents a grand opportunity. To this end, Zhang Jiwei specifically summoned Zhang Lingyu. And that young lad, Zhang Jiwei remarked, as he noticed a particular direction where temporary workers congregated. There, he saw a youth with a ponytail, intently focused on the thunderclouds, prompting a wave of contemplation within him. Wait, what does he intend to do? Suddenly, Lu Jin's voice broke through Zhang Jiwei's thoughts, causing him to turn and stare, equally astonished. Beneath the thundercloud, a beam of white light surged upward, piercing the sky toward the thunderclouds, evidently a bid by Luomen to enter the storm. Observing the tumultuous purple-gold lightning brewing within, Zhang Jiwei found himself uncertain about the sheer magnitude of the terror that such thunder could unleash, and he pondered how Luomen dared to charge directly into the clouds. Luomen's intention was clear. He sought to harness the power of heaven and earth for his further advancement. Over the past 9 days, Luomen had made significant strides, yet he sensed a lingering inadequacy. In his estimation, enduring this bolt of lightning on the ground would not suffice to complete his cultivation. However, missing this opportunity for a heavenly tribulation would render the duration required for his future progress uncertain. Thus, after a brief moment of reflection, Luomen prepared to immerse himself in the baptism of the raging lightning. Perhaps he had not anticipated that Luomen would take such action. The lightning within the thunderclouds momentarily slowed. Yet, in an instant, the fury of the lightning intensified even further. Before everyone's eyes, Luomen dashed into the thick, black clouds, vanishing from sight. What is happening here? Zhang Jiwei gazed at the sky and turned to Lu Jin beside him. He must have confidence to act so boldly. After years of acquaintance, it was the first time he felt that his junior brother, the sect leader, was perhaps a bit too audacious. If one could normally withstand the heavenly tribulation, why not simply endure it? Why risk entering the thunderclouds? Yet, without understanding, he had no choice but to place his trust in the unfolding events. Nevertheless, having faced the previous 9 heavenly tribulations, it was reasonable to assume that even the final trial, no matter how formidable, would have its limits. Is this what it means to be a banished immortal? Zhang Chulan watched the white light that plunged into the thunderclouds above. His cultivation period had not been short, yet having only recently come into contact with the realm of the extraordinary. This was his first encounter with the true extent of power that such beings could attain. Even the legendary immortals were but individuals who had ascended through rigorous cultivation. Previously, he had scoffed at the notion, believing that this so-called banished immortal was merely a more powerful extraordinary being, and that there must be a limit to their strength. However, witnessing this heavenly tribulation, he felt his worldview shifting, and the sight of Luomin charging into the thunderclouds left him profoundly impacted. Of course, he was not the only one affected. The younger generation and even the older generation of the other 10 lords remained silent, their hearts shaken. Chapter 154. After the thunder tribulation, quite exhilarating. Amidst the boundless purple-gold lightning, Luomin's form transformed entirely into a state of chi. Within this grand display of purple-gold thunder, the forces of destruction and rebirth were rapidly catalyzing his transformation, most notably reflected in the color of the chi, which was imbued with a majestic purple-gold hue, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. Furthermore, amidst the thunder, Luomin's complete transformation into chi did not dissipate. Rather, under the refining power of the lightning, it began to solidify, gradually taking on a corporeal shape. Surrounding Luomin were strange runes, accentuating his extraordinary nature. This final thunderous baptism, perhaps due to Luomin's daring entrance into the thunderclouds, extended for a considerable duration. When the lightning finally subsided, the clouds gradually dissipated, revealing Luomin in his restored form, now clad in loose garments woven from condensed chi, appearing not much different from an ordinary person. Even the previously somewhat abnormal pallor of his skin had vanished. His iconic white hair, at the tips, shimmered with a purple-gold hue. Beyond this, Luomin resembled an exceptionally handsome ordinary man. With the sky clear of clouds, save for the lingering sense of auspiciousness, Eugene gazed at the figure floating in the high sky and instantly recognized his junior brother. Witnessing the clear skies that followed the dispersal of the thunderclouds, he could not help but speak, his voice trembling slightly. Zhang Jiwei, observing the elder's lack of composure, remarked, "At your age, shouldn't you be a bit more composed?" Though both were advanced in years, these two old fellows occasionally displayed remnants of their youthful personalities, perhaps indicative of what is called a childlike heart. Humph. However, the thunderclouds have vanished without a trace. In truth, the clouds had appeared and disappeared without any signs. They had suddenly coalesced and then abruptly dissipated, leaving no trace of their former grandeur. This fact was most evident to the one responsible for monitoring the heavenly tribulation. For 10 days, the head of NATO had not closed his eyes. "Wait, where is Luomin?" Someone suddenly called out. Instantly, everyone realized that Luomin, who had been floating in the sky, had vanished in the blink of an eye. This was not a case of rapid movement, which would leave some trace. Luomin had simply disappeared, which was truly alarming. "Elder Lu, did you bring the 2 juniors along?" Just then, as Lu Jin was observing the sky for signs of Luomin, a voice startled him from behind. Turning to see Luomin, he could not help but inquire. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man wearing round spectacles looked at the young woman with striking white hair beside him with a hint of skepticism. The white-haired woman subtly nodded in response. The middle-aged man was Feng Zhenghao, and the white-haired lady was naturally his daughter, Feng Shaiyuan, an innate extraordinary being with the ability to traverse space. At this moment, Feng Zhenghao, a figure of the 10 lords, had brought along his most valued children for this significant event. Furthermore, the grand vessel accommodating the 10 lords and their promising juniors was funded and operated by Feng Zhenghao's Tianxia Group. During these 10 days, the logistics aboard the vessel had been directly managed by his team. Just as Feng Zhenghao had witnessed Luomin's emergence, he recalled his daughter's innate ability, prompting him to look toward Feng Sha, who confirmed his suspicions. Having mastered the ability to traverse space for many years, Feng Shaiyuan was keenly aware of spatial changes. Frankly, witnessing Luomin's sudden appearance had left her utterly astonished. Was this truly an elder in his 70s or 80s? He appeared more vigorous than many young people. The sensitivity to age was palpable, even among female extraordinary beings. In truth, all the younger generation brought aboard the vessel were similarly stunned by this revelation. Casting a glance at Lu Jin, Luomin smiled and spoke. This heavenly tribulation had not only tested him but had also propelled him to a new level of understanding regarding the rune of Luin. The experience of perceiving the will of heaven and earth up close, and the collision of his spirit with it, had significantly accelerated his comprehension of the Rune of Luin. Moreover, building upon the foundation of the Rune of Luin and Taoist symbols, Luomin had derived higher-level symbols better suited to this world. As a mutant, Luomin possessed spatial abilities, rendering him familiar with such applications. Through this experience, he could surmise that the so-called Rainbow Bridge technology likely stemmed from research based on the Rune of Luin. Of course, for Luomin, who had just learned the Rune of Luin, creating a Rainbow Bridge technology was unrealistic. However, replicating the spatial abilities he possessed remained well within his capabilities. Upon hearing Luomin's words, it was not just Lu Jin who reacted. Even Zhang Jiwei, who had mastered the path of Versailles, felt his aged face twitch slightly. Chapter 155. Subsequent impact. Junior brother, stop jesting. First, tell me what transpired during this heavenly tribulation. Are you truly on the brink of ascending to immortality? Continuously assessing Luomin, Lu Jin inquired with genuine curiosity. Hearing Lu Jin's words, others like Wang Ai and LCI also perked up, eager to glean insights. Most importantly, the notion of achieving immortality represented the highest aspiration for those born into the extraordinary realm. Yet, this matter remained rather distant. In the world, countless lords and nobles cannot escape the pursuit of immortality. These mortals, fully aware of their slim chances, still harbor a modicum of ambition. Presently, the man closest to ascension stands before them, prompting their eager attentiveness to the specifics of his situation. Immortalization? There remains a slight gap. Luomin, upon hearing Lu Jin's words, felt unsurprised. The allure of the topic of immortality is undeniably potent. Yet, to speak candidly, he indeed falls short by a fraction. With the aid of the heavenly tribulation, Luomin has undergone a transformation that could be said to have traversed a path that would typically require decades, if not centuries, to complete. As for the remaining infinitesimal distance, although it appears trivial, even Luomin himself is uncertain how long it would take to achieve that final breakthrough. However, relative to others, he has caught a glimpse of the finish line of immortality. A mere fraction short, those 4 words prompted profound contemplation among all who heard them. Ultimately, they deduced that ascension to immortality was not merely a legend, but indeed an attainable reality. Furthermore, this man before them may truly ascend one day in the future, possibly within the lifetimes of those present. The collective comprehension of this revelation was palpable. Then why have you summoned the thunder tribulation this time? Because of you, various factions have expended considerable energy to suppress the situation. Lu Jin, being straightforward and unable to conceal his thoughts, promptly inquired, a small insight, perhaps, like this. As he gazed at Lu Jin, the chi in Luomin's hand suddenly transformed into a resplendent golden light, within which peculiar runes flowed. Those with keen eyesight could perceive the mesmerizing symbols, yet upon closer inspection, a dizzying sensation would ensue. Is this akin to the innate abilities of the young girl from the Feng family? No, that cannot be right. Lu Jin felt uncertain, shaking his head in immediate refutation. It is the Tongtian talisman. Upon recalling a familiar concept, Lu Jin fixed his gaze upon Luomin's eyes. Hearing Lu Jin's words, the expressions of those present shifted, as the mention of the Tongtian talisman led them to ponder whether the 8 extraordinary techniques were indeed methods of achieving immortality. Naturally, Luomin's subsequent words shattered their illusions. I refer to it as the Xiantian talisman, which bears some relation to the Tongtian talisman, yet is merely an evolution stemming from its principles. Moreover, I have refined myself amidst the heavenly tribulation. In response to Lu Jin's inquiry, Luomin nodded affirmatively. This Xiantian talisman, while primarily associated with the runes of Luan, is derived from them, with the Tongtian talisman serving as a reference for its further development. However, due to the constraints of worldly rules, the newly formulated runes adhere more closely to the principles of the Tongtian talisman, hence its nomenclature. Now, following this tribulation, the Xiantian talisman has progressed further, transcending the original intent of the method, possessing true potential for the path of immortality. Thus, Luomin's Xiantian talisman may also be referred to as the Xiantian Dao Body. It is no longer the innate essence, but the essence of the immortal. The words that flowed from Luomin's lips, under the influence of a unique force, made it evident to all that the Xiantian he spoke of bore significant weight. In that instant, the assembly fell into a contemplative silence. Is the Xiantian Dao body a genuine practice that leads directly to the path of immortality? If not, they could hardly fathom why Luo Min would dare to bestow upon this practice the title of immortal. As Luo Min called out to Zhang Jiwei, he vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. To be honest, when Luo Min addressed Zhang Jiwei as Old Zhang, the incongruity of the scene was striking. Yet Zhang Jiwei, unfazed, pondered the possibility of meeting Luo Min again in the future, genuinely intrigued to discover what the notion of immortal truly entailed. Moreover, through a brief, close-range interaction, Zhang Jiwei sensed an overwhelming dominance emanating from Luo Min. Reminiscent of celestial might lying dormant within him. Over the years, Zhang Jiwei had been diligently cultivating, and the more he trained, the more he recognized Luo Min's formidable strength. The challenge of ascending amidst the weight of the world is indeed considerable. However, aside from his cultivation, his utmost confidence lay in his mastery of thunder techniques, which he felt might soon be surpassed by Luo Min. He yearned to witness this firsthand. Nevertheless, with his profound state of mind, he was not prone to the emotional upheaval exhibited by his young disciple. In conclusion, it seemed that in this era, the only one capable of glimpsing Luo Min's retreating figure was this seemingly aged Taoist. After a considerable time, Lu Si sighed, glancing at the mushroom-headed youth trailing behind him, lost in thought. Power, I must consume more. One day, I too shall attain immortality. As for Wang Ai, he remained silent. Yet a young man with tousled hair behind him burned with fervent ambition, fixated on the spot where Luo Min had vanished. Not merely these few individuals, but the ripple effect of Luo Min's appearance would extend beyond, gradually intensifying with the passage of time.